Hello, everyone. Today we're moving on to part 2, but first, hey race a brief recap of part 1. In a world brimming with magic and adventure, Feng Xiu rose from an ordinary boy to a celebrated hero through his own wit, courage, and tremendous talent. At the crossroads of class advancement, three shining options floated before him: sword arts mentor, rampaging siegebreaker, and sword master. Trusting the carefree spirit in his bones, he chose sword master without hesitation. The moment the change took effect, a surge of power flooded his body, as though every inch of his skin were cheering. His strength, agility, and vitality shot upward in an instant, rebirthing him. Clutching his sword, he slashed a brilliant arc of energy and grinned to himself. So this is what a class change feels like. No one will stand in my way now. Armed with newfound power, Feng Xiu entered the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon. Monsters swarmed the area, yet to him, they were little more than appetizers. He one-shot wind sprites and gale hounds with effortless precision, every sword stroke flowing like water. Pushing deeper, he confronted the dungeon boss, the Fairy Queen. Her cross-cutting wind blades were fearsome, but Feng Xiu's agility and sword master skills made short work of her. From her corpse, he looted a pair of gale bracers, and his excitement soared. This is only the beginning. He'll steamroll everything in my path. Back at school, Feng Xiu learned that the Inter Academy tournament was about to start. An ideal stage. To prove himself so, he registered immediately. Many classmates doubted him, some even mocked him. He merely smiled. Wait and see. You'll be amazed. In the qualifier, he displayed his strength with ease, earning praise from the headmaster and homeroom teacher. Lingji Corporation enrolled him in its genius investment program, giving him even more resources to grow. To shore up his defenses, Feng Xiu mastered the skill transformation, Rune Iron Sentinel, and pushed it to the max level through relentless practice. By chance he discovered he could craft transformation stones from monster corpses, sparking a bold idea: turn boss corpses into stones as well. Deep in Wind Spirit Valley, he fashioned a Fairy Queen transformation stone, his new trump card. His power climbed quickly. He set new records in Wind Spirit Valley and even soloed the nightmare difficulty. Word of his feats spread through Qingshan City, placing him squarely in the spotlight. Envy and challenges followed. Kai Nans, a wealthy classmate who had always looked down on Feng Xiu, vowed to crush him in the tournament and prove who the true powerhouse was. When the Inter Academy tournament finally began, Feng Xiu stood beneath the banner of Qingshan City Third High, brimming with anticipation. Lin Jinan, a formidable rival, approached to barter 3 Tier 2 epic items for a fragment of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. Feng Xiu declined. He had other plans and proposed a future partnership instead. Phase 1 was a battle royale. Feng Xiu slipped smoothly into combat mode, eliminating targets with lightning speed. 2 assassins tried to ambush him. He dispatched them in seconds. The live-stream scene stunned the audience. He prowled the forest, his speed and agility turning every skirmish into a dance. Kills piled up, points soared, and he smirked inwardly. No one can stop me. Then he crossed paths with Zhang Fei, a 3-star class holder who offered an alliance. Feng Xiu refused, intended to fight solo to prove his worth. Their clash was fierce. Relying on swordmaster techniques and Rune Iron Sentinel, Feng Xiu prevailed, catapulting his score to 120 points and locking in a spot among the final 16. When Phase 1 ended, the 16 survivors reappeared in the central plaza. Lin Jinan led with a staggering 578 points, earning Feng Xiu's respect. He quickly refocused for the next Stagionia-known duels. His first opponent, He Dahai, surrendered before the match even began, choosing safety over risk. Feng Xiu advanced easily. His real target was Lin Jinan. Their showdown finally arrived. They clashed in a breathtaking duel across the plaza, Lin Jinan's speed and strength forcing Feng Xiu into peril more than once. Time and again he escaped defeat through swordmaster skill and Rune Iron Sentinel. At last he unveiled his ultimate trump card transformation, Gale Wormling. Taking dragon form, he unleashed Dragon King's form and Wind Dragon Cannon, overwhelming Lin Jinan and seizing victory. Feng Xiu emerged as champion of the Inter Academy tournament. Afterward, Lingji Corporation finalized its investment, and he joined the powerful Aurora Guild. He looked forward to honing his abilities there and exploring a vaster world. In his heart he vowed, "This is only the beginning. I will rise all the way to true heroism." That concludes the recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoy Part 2 today. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time with the story and you're interested, check the comment section or playlist for Part 1. Now let's dive into Part 2. What rank are these dragon remains? At first sight, Feng Xiu suspected they might belong to a dragon emperor. Ordinary skeletons had been reduced to dust by the demons and the charm race long ago, yet these two were perfectly preserved. Their colossal size, almost absurd, surpassed any common WYRM. Even so, if they were truly imperial remains, they seemed a touch too small. Only 2 great dragons were known to have fallen. One perished while attempting to ascend to godhood, the other was sniped by a deity during the creation of the mortal cage. The invasion of the four clans, a momentous event, did not appear on the temple murals, suggesting these bones were left behind later. By all logic, imperial bones would have been retrieved already. Well, now once we check. Crimson wings suddenly unfurled behind Lin Jinan. She beat them once and vaulted into the air, diving toward the dragon skeleton in the center of the dragon-rearing temple. Fang Xiu followed, landing beside the other set of bones and laying a hand on them. Blazing Heaven Emperor Dragon Bones, material mythic grade. The remains of the Blazing Heaven Emperor Dragon. The unique imperial aura lingers. Neither time nor the elements can erode them. So they're Emperor class, Fang Xiu muttered. Part of him had expected as much. If they had been true imperial relics, fate would never have let them fall into his hands so easily. Off to the side, Lin Jinan glided back. Mine are Emperor class too. Same here. After a quick comparison, they both frowned. In the infinite worlds, every part of a dragon is treasure. Horns and bones forge weapons. Blood and marrow fuel elixirs. The flesh itself is a culinary delicacy. Yet they only had 2 emperor-grade skeletons, and the system description was explicit. Neither time nor the elements can erode them. Turning such bones into blades or powder would require an emperor-level craftsman far beyond their current means. Let's stash them for now. We'll find a use eventually, Lin Jinan suggested. Agreed. Fang Xiu nodded, feeling the helpless irony of owning a mountain of gold, yet living like a beggar. They reviewed the instance data for the dragon-rearing ruins. 5 dungeons lay in the western city, 4 in the eastern city, and 1 large dungeon at the temple gate, making 10 in total. Entry was restricted to adventurers between 4th and 7th transcendence. Only the temple dungeon allowed 7th transcendence. The other 9 were evenly split among 4th, 5th, and 6th. If Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan ever founded a faction, these ruins could supply 4 to 8-star skill books, gear, and monster materials. Given the prestige of the dragon-rearing clan, the quality would eclipse that of any region in the same tier. Compared with the 2 untouchable emperor bones, these 10 dungeons were the real, tangible treasure hoard. We've seen enough. Time to head back. Lin Jinan glanced at her watch. 9 in the morning when they entered. It was now 5 in the evening, a full 8 hours. Before we leave, let's make sure our story matches. Her eyes sharpened. Fang Xiu nodded, signaling that she had his full attention. We killed Hong Zhong and Lin Qingfeng. The organizations behind them will notice right away, and their investigators are probably already on the road. Fang Xiu remembered the Qinghun lamp had used when he first joined Jiguang Huya lantern that showed its owner's soul status in real time. Once the flame went out, the owner was dead. He was certain Lui Exingong and Bei Wangshu had similar tools. When we head out, if anyone asks, we all give the same answer. We know nothing, Lin Jinan said in a low but confident voice. After we enter the ruins, we'll split up fast. In public, you're my bodyguard. Push every question onto me. As the young decision-maker for Lingji Corporation and the Qingshan Lin family, she spoke with authority. Against the scrutiny of Lui Exingong and Bei Wangshu, she figured Fang Xiu might even have it easier. The leader of Jiguang Hui, the Aurora King Hao Renguang, was notorious for his bad temper and fierce loyalty, and few dared cross him. Hao's current favorite was Fang Xiu. If Lui Exingong or Bei Wangshu showed up to demand answers, Lin Jinan could already picture the explosive scene. Hao Renguang, your people die and you come question me? Is my blade dull, or have you lost your mind? Besides, Jiguang Hui had close ties to the Dongwang royal family. Even with nerves of steel, those 2 factions might think twice before starting a direct fight. Lin Jinan was sure the whole affair would probably drag on until it faded away. She'd seen plenty of cases like that while working with her father. Fine, Fang Xiu agreed. What he needed most now was time to grow. Looking at Lin Jinan, he thought, thank goodness she's on my side. If I ever build my own faction, I'll let her run the rear while I stay out front in combat. They walked toward the altar. In its center, the portal stood silent, its surface frozen like a mirrored sheet of water sealed by Lin Jinan's hand. If the gate inside the dragon-taming ruins was closed, the matching gate outside would vanish, impossible to locate. Reopening it was as easy as reactivating the array. Before leaving, she carved a new set of spatial coordinates into the altar. Wherever the dragon-taming ruins drift, we can reopen the gate with these numbers. People from the big clans really do have everything, Fang Xiu muttered. He had to beg Li Bo to open a portal, yet Lin Jinan carried a ready-made spatial tool. Catch, she said, tossing him a pale silver bead. Kongling Pearl. Special item. Effect. Creates a portal to the recorded coordinates on use. Uses 11, recharges after 3 days. Description. Forged by a master of spatial formations. Can reuse ambient spatial energy. Don't lose it. It's worth as much as a rare elemental essence. Fang Xiu grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Generous boss. Come find me tomorrow for the exotic element. I've got the wind type you asked for. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Fang Xiu went to see Lin Jinan. Just outside the CEO's office, he ran into a middle-aged man. The stranger sported a neatly trimmed goatee, wore a pressed Zhongshan suit, and carried himself with a straight back. His large, calloused hands betrayed years of hard sparring, and his hawk-like eyes seemed to strip away every disguise as they swept over Feng Xiu. His expression was stern, his steps decisive, and judging by the chill in the air, the meeting with Lin Jinan had not gone well. He spared Feng Xiu only a glance before striding off. Feng Xiu pushed open the door. Who was that? A deal gone south? He asked casually. Lin Jinan, now back in her black business attire, waved her hand without looking up. Behind Feng Xiu, the door swung shut without a sound. On the tea table to the right, an invisible current lifted a teapot, pouring fragrant tea into a white porcelain cup. The moment the door closed, a tiny G thunder dragon poked its head out from Feng Xiu's sleeve. Free of confinement, it looped joyfully around the spacious office, then nuzzled Lin Jinan's cheek. Feng Xiu rarely let the little dragon show itself. Dragons drew too much attention for his tasty, so it usually stayed in the pet space, where it had hatched. Hating the cramped dimension, the creature often hid in his sleeve for a breath of fresh air and a peek at the outside world. As the Beiwang Beast Division's steward in Qingshan City, Lin Jinan scratched the dragon's head and answered, 5th rank, 9-star. Li Dongyang. I think his call sign is Ruishan Heavy Fist. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. That fast, huh? With a 2nd rank, 6-star record like yours, every faction has its eye on you. Frankly, he was slow not to come during the night. Lin Jinan sounded unconcerned. Feng Xiu sank into the sofa. So how did it end? I told him the truth, which of course he refused to swallow whole. I want to go to the dragon pasture ruins himself and look for Hong Zhong's corpse. She spoke unhurriedly. But we destroyed that portal ages ago. The only 2 spatial coordinates left are sealed in our ethereal orbs. He's not getting in during this lifetime. She still erred on the side of caution. Stay alert. If he can't reach the ruins, he might come after you instead. With that, she slid a black wooden box across the desk. The variant wind element you wanted. Feng Xiu rose and accepted the box with both hands. The little dragon settled lightly on his shoulder, its bright eyes fixed on the lid. He opened it. A glass sphere the size of a fist lay on a silk cushion, tiny gold grains swirling inside like a storm frozen in time. Qingshu Spirit Gale. Effect. All personal wind-type skills automatically gain the Qingshu Spirit Gale modifier upon use. Requirement. Wind-type skill, Spirit 120. Description. The gale of pure vacuity that cuts through illusion. Lin Jinan explained. Qingshu Spirit Wind ranks 57th among exotic wind elements. Once you absorb it, you'll gain perfect grade resistance to negative effects, especially mind control, plus a skill that shatters illusions. You've already reached your 3rd advancement, and once you return to the Aurora Guild, you'll be heading for Yinhun Valley. The Yin aren't as fond of mental tricks and illusions as the Shun, but their renowned Nightmare branch excels at dream invasion and nightmare miasma. Every year, prodigies are either slain in their sleep or infected and turned into nightmare puppets. For you, Qingshu Spirit Wind is the best option. If you'd rather boost raw damage, Lingji Corp does have Blazing Flame Gale, ranked 72nd, a scorching wind that burns everything in its path. She handed Feng Xiu a fist-sized, Paliscian vortex sealed in a crystal bottle. The wind element inside looked almost solid, writhing like a tiny serpent against the glass and sending ripples of light across the surface. Lin Jinan's gaze lingered on the swirling cyan. Her tone unusually serious. She knew exactly how rare and useful this element was. No need to compare. He'll take it, Feng Xiu said without hesitation. For him, the 2nd exotic wind element was all about ranking. He needed Wind Slash to jump from 7-star epic to 7-star legendary. The higher the rank, the stronger the innate trait, and the better his odds. Besides, he was about to enter Yinhun Valley, where nightmare tricks were notoriously insidious. Qingshu Spirit Wind was perfect. Thanks, boss. He accepted the bottle carefully, planning to absorb it back at the guild. Hold the thanks, we're making a trade, Lin Jinan reminded him. Palm up. Your payment? Feng Xiu quickly produced a dark gold alloy case. When he lifted the lid, a lotus wreathed in deep blue flames hovered inside, its petals cupping a fiery core that sounded like ocean surf at Songhai Flame Lotus. It was only ranked 80th among exotic fire elements, valued below Qingshu Spirit Wind, and even beneath Blazing Flame Gale. Lin Jinan checked its stats and raised a brow. That's a big gap. How do you plan to cover it? It'll make up the difference, Feng Xiu replied readily. She tapped the counter, thinking. Since you're heading to Yinhun Valley, bring me a nightmare core. That'll square us. A nightmare core? He asked. The heart of a nightmare. It's used in mind control gear, rare inland, common on the frontier. Kill a nightmare, and you can grab one. Deal, Feng Xiu agreed. Then he added, one more thing, I need your help finding a lightning element exotic. Lightning? Lin Jinan frowned. You're feeding little Jile, aren't you? At the mention of its name, the small Jile thunder dragon behind the counter perked up, violet sparks dancing along its scales. It hopped onto Feng Xiu's shoulder, pretending nothing had happened. Exactly. I don't have a lightning attribute myself. Feng Xiu scratched its chin. The current stayed completely contained by the Qingshu Spirit Wind. Lavish, aren't we? Lin Jinan chuckled. Lightning exotics are scarce in the catalog, let alone high-ranked ones. There's nothing in storage, but I'll keep an eye out. Don't count on it. The higher the rank, the better, he said with a nod. Check the army depots while you're in Yinhun Valley, she suggested. Lingji core resources can't match the military's. I will. If I find one, they'll cancel the request, Fangxiu promised. He beckoned the little dragon, which darted into his sleeve, leaving only its tail tip swaying. Transaction done. He stowed the crystal bottle and gave a polite nod. Appreciate the Qingshu spirit wind. They'll be on my way. After lunch, Fangxiu sat cross-legged on his bed. A moment earlier, he had phoned Li Bo and ironed out the details of tomorrow's portal activation, which Li Bo would handle. With everything settled, Fangxiu decided to absorb the two treasures in his possession, the breeze of pure void and a handful of sword memory orbs. He took 3 pigeon egg-sized orbs from his class inventory and lined them up on his knees. He Chun had stressed again and again that each orb was the condensed training experience of a swordsman, a memory strand ready to be injected straight into the brain. The benefit depended on 2 factors, the orb's size and the user's aptitude. Fangxiu trusted his own comprehension, but forced memories could strain the mind. So He Chun had warned him to use them one at a time and to stop immediately if he felt drained, resuming only after a full recovery to avoid lasting damage. Taking a deep breath, Fangxiu touched the first orb. It dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke that rushed between his brows. An instant later, a training scene erupted in his mind. A handsome young man danced with a sword, his form and sword light blurred to faint outlines, yet still airy and alive. The image was hazy, but the sword path was crisp enough to copy. The bedroom was too cramped for wide swings, so Fangxiu vaulted out the second-floor window and landed in the courtyard. The moment his toes touched stone, he drew the Milky Way longsword, its tip trembling as he followed the memorized trajectory through several cuts in rapid succession. The blade stirred a clear breeze, leaving silvery afterimages across the flagstones. He had no idea how long he practiced. Eventually, the memory's outline faded, then vanished like chalk wiped from a board. Sweat dotted his brow as he lowered the sword, his mind blank as though he had just awakened from a dream. A system message flashed before his eyes. Notice, sword memory orb consumed. Skill demonic wind sword art proficiency 1213. Demonic wind sword art level increased. Current progress 7 for 1312000. 1200 points stats a week of grinding, he muttered, eyelid twitching. His mind still felt clear, so he picked up the second orb and activated it. A new memory surged forth. This time a young man wielding a greatsword appeared, every strike broad and crushing, the exact opposite of the previous graceful style, yet equally enlightening. The Milky Way wasn't a heavy blade, but the principle of overwhelming finesse with raw power still refined the demonic wind sword art. When the memory faded, another prompt appeared. Notice, sword memory orb consumed. Skill demonic wind sword art proficiency 1078. Demonic wind sword art level increased. Current progress 829116000. So each orb pays off differently, aptitude and content both matter, Fangxiu mused. Still feeling sharp, he shattered the third orb. This time he absorbed a flexible sword technique. The tip fluttered like catkins, gentle in form yet vicious in intent. Standing in the courtyard, he whipped the Milky Way along fluid curves, the blade humming softly. An hour later, all 3 memories were spent, yet he didn't stop. He activated 3 more orbs in succession, and only when the smoke of the 6th orb finally dispersed did he sheath his sword. On the system panel, the demonic wind sword art now read LV10. The bright prompt declared he had raised it from LV6 to LV10. Skill unlocked. Piercing Gale Throwing Sword. Piercing Gale Throwing Sword. 8-star epic active skill, LV.10. Skill level equals Gale Demon Sword Arts level. Hurl your longsword at a target, increasing flight speed by 300. Deals sword and wind damage equal to attack, 4 plus agility 3. Costs 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Fangxiu closed the panel and examined the new ability with care. On paper, the damage multiplier looked merely average, but the outrageous 300 initial speed was terrifying. By comparison, Gale Cleaver required at least 3 full seconds of charge up to reach the same velocity. Piercing Gale, however, hit top speed the instant you lifted your hand, with 0 warm-up. The courtyard was too cramped for a proper side-by-side test, yet his years of swordsmanship told him that a slender blade would cut through the air far better than a spinning wind disc, so the Real launch speed was probably even higher. Because the skill is registered as both sword and wind, it benefits from both sword and wind talents, pushing its power to another tier. In short, it is a single-target, ultra-fast, high-burst finisher, exactly what he needed to complement the Gale Sword Demon suite of wide-area executions. The thought put him in an excellent mood. Taking a deep breath, Fangxiu pulled a pale cyan cyclone from his spatial ring, pure void spirit wind, and prepared to absorb it at once. After burning through 6 sword memory orbs in a row, his mental strength was flagging. So this was all he could manage for the day. The remaining orbs would have to wait until tomorrow. At the current rate, another 20 orbs would max out Gale Demon Sword Arts, and he would still have roughly 20 left in reserve. Without the limit-breaking scroll from the Dragon Tamer clan, those 50 orbs would never have been enough to fill this skill, while his seeker talent was still sealed. The process began. The foreign wind element inside the pure void spirit wind poured into his body, devouring the source of Sun Wind at the core of his Sun Wind talent. Its rarity rose on the spot, transforming into dust-clearing pure void sacred wind perfect. At the same time, he gained an extra passive, Wind of Falsehood Shatter, and his epic wind skill Gale Slice. 7 stars advanced straight to legendary grade as Heaven Scouring Wind Spirit Slice. 7 stars. Watching Gale Slice ascend from epic to legendary, Feng Xiu finally let out a sigh of relief. Had it failed to break through, he would have had to hunt down an even stronger variant of Wind Element. With this, his 4th advancement to King rank was practically guaranteed. He was 99% confident. There were plenty of rewards, and he checked them one by one. 1. Dust Clearing Pure Void Sacred Wind Perfect. All wind skills power is increased by 40. Mental Resistance 100. Immune to mental skills below his level. All wind skills automatically gain Banish Evil, dealing double damage to evil targets. 2. Wind of Falsehood Shatter. Passive, LV.6 max. Immune to illusions cast by users whose mental power is at least 100 points lower than his own. If a caster with lower mental power triggers an illusion within 500 meters, the spell backfires on them. 3. Heaven Scouring Wind Spirit Slice. 7 stars. Legendary skill, LV.15 max. Wind compressed to the extreme forms an even thinner, sharper blade of air. Deals wind damage equal to mental power 8.5. Flight speed 300. Attacks autolock and gain armor break. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 5 seconds. He returned to Haiguang City through the portal opened by Li Bo. Was the trip to Qingshan City smooth? Li Bo asked as he and Feng Xiu walked side by side down the main street, drawing the occasional curious glance from passersby. Pretty smooth, Feng Xiu replied with a grin. I picked up a 4-star legendary skill, stumbled on the Dragon Tending Ruins 10 unexplored instances, 2 Dragon Emperor skeletons, and even found a limit-breaking scroll. It couldn't have gone better. Li Bo nodded. Good to hear. You rookies enter Nightmare Soul Valley in 2 days. Keeping the right mindset is crucial. The notice is out already? Feng Xiu pulled out his phone. He hadn't checked the Aurora app in days. Not officially, but every branch is hinting at it. The announcement should drop within a day or 2, and lots of people have started getting ready. I heard you can earn military merit for killing Nightmare Clan members and trade it in with the army for rewards, he said, remembering Lin Jinan's advice. Exactly, Li Bo confirmed. Each kill earns merit. Rack up enough, and you can climb the ranks. Merit can be exchanged with quartermasters for gear and resources, and you can convert it to Aurora points at a 110 rate, though Aurora points can't be turned back into merit. Feng Xiu nodded. Merit clearly outranked Aurora points. That was the price of the guild's close ties to the military. So can I see what the quartermasters are offering now? Sure. Once you reach Nightmare Soul Valley, register at the Aurora branch there, and you can browse the catalog. Every year, newcomers who hit level 40 make a beeline for the valley just to check out the war mission rewards. Compared with rookie contests and instances, this is where the real gains are. Got it, Feng Xiu said, already planning his next move. They stopped by Aurora headquarters, then Feng Xiu treated Li Bo to a lavish lunch at Rongji restaurant as thanks. After the meal, they parted ways. Instead of returning to the dorm, Feng Xiu slipped into the training hall, produced a handful of sword memory orbs, and began practicing the Gale Demon Sword art. After consuming 10 orbs, his proficiency shot up and the skill jumped from LV.10 to LV.12. Normally the mental strain was punishing, but his dust-clearing, spirit-calming talent eased the burden, letting him handle 4 more orbs per day. Even so, the diminishing returns were obvious. Now needed about 5 orbs to gain a single level. It wasn't a matter of comprehension. Most lower-tier orbs contained little more than variations on basic sword drills. Feng Xiu sighed, guessing only a handful of the 34 orbs left in his class pocket would survive the day. That afternoon he took a 2-hour nap, woke up to a cold shower, and headed straight for Nightmare Soul Valley. He felt no attachment to Haiguang City. All his business here was finished. For now, only one mission mattered, maxing out his 6-star Dragon King secret art, and pushing through to his 2nd class change. Both the combat transformation device and the 2 skills Dust Sweeper and Wind Spirit Slash had already reached their maximum level. His 3rd-tier advancements for the Primal Apprentice and Blade Lord classes were only a step away. Feng Xiu left the dorm and headed straight for Haiguang City's teleportation plaza. This time, he didn't bother Li Bo. A permanent gate to Nightmare Soul Valley stood at the plaza's center. After paying 500 Aurora points, a whirlpool of light blossomed, swallowing him in an instant. The same dim sky hung low overhead. Dense rain lashed the charcoal gray rock, crackling as it fell and reviving that familiar sense of oppression. Nothing had changed since his first visit. The clammy air, the ever-present scent of blood, and the distant, muffled booms all confirmed he was back in Nightmare Soul Valley. He set off at a brisk pace toward the Aurora Association's branch in the valley. It was the largest complex in the entire region, even more imposing than the headquarters in Haiguang City. Tall alloy walls and a shimmering energy shield reflected a ghostly blue under the rain, while a steady stream of people flowed in and out. Colorful gear, clinking metal fittings, and hearty laughter mixed together, softening the war zone's grim atmosphere. Libo had mentioned that many rookies arrived early to register, and sure enough, the lobby held a long line. Faces from the Haiguang branch, mixed with recruits from other cities and even overseas divisions. Only a dozen newcomers from his own city turned their heads when Fang Xiu appeared. They knew his name and some of his achievements. The rest had heard the rumors, but had never seen him in person. At the front desk, the receptionist confirmed his identity and handed over 2 forms, a confidentiality agreement and a frontline briefing. The non-disclosure terms were predictable. Any leak of military secrets meant a court-martial and at least life imprisonment. Fang Xiu signed quickly and focused on the briefing. It defined Aurora members on the front line as special operations soldiers. Each one was an elite, far stronger unknown than soldiers of the same rank, but lacking full military training, so the army managed them on a commission basis, much like the mission system in the Aurora app. Typical assignments included wiping out small nightmare camps, assassinating nightmare commanders, or scouting enemy concentrations in designated zones. Unlike the app, missions had to be taken in person at the branch and carried stricter conditions, tight deadlines, or minimum kill counts. Successful completion, however, brought generous military merit. "Excuse me, where can I see the reward catalog for merit points?" Fang Xiu asked as he handed back the signed forms. The staffer pointed left. "There's a terminal in the hall. Insert your profession card to search. Once you redeem something, the quartermaster will bring it right to you." As he spoke, he slid a newly issued dark blue profession card across the counter. The card tracked both his merit and his authorization to move around the front line. Fang Xiu thanked him, crossed to the self-service terminal along the wall shaped much like an ATM and fed the card into the slot. The screen lit up, the cursor blinking in the search bar. He typed in the keywords, variant lightning element. Xiangang Sky-Shaking Thunder ranks 13th among lightning-based exotic elements. It stands far beyond ordinary electricity, having condensed into a unique thunder force whose destructive power is dozens of times stronger than common lightning. A single arc can pierce straight through a mountain with ease. In addition, it radiates a fearsome aura when the thunder appears. The surrounding air feels as if it has been hammered flat, pressing on everyone's chest. The timid, or anyone harboring evil intent, may collapse under that invisible weight on the spot. A red letter warning reads, "Extremely demanding to wield. Price, 80 million merit points." Siguan Radiant Thunder ranks 53rd among lightning elements. Its flashes carry pure light energy capable of cleansing and purifying all darkness, earning it the title Nemesis of Evil. Price, 5 million merit points. Blood Refining Dire Thunder holds the 66th spot. Crimson currents curl within, imbued with eerie blood power. Any target struck will ooze bloody ulcers that resist healing. A bold disclaimer heads the file. This thunder may backfire on its user. Anyone with fewer than 500 spirit points should avoid it. Price, 3 million merit points. The military's catalog was far richer than anything offered by the Aurora Guild or Lingji Corporation. 3 lightning elements at once, including the 13th-ranked Xiangang Sky-Shaking Thunder. Yet when Fang Xiu saw 80 million, he went numb. That figure was dozens of times his current merit balance. The Dragon King's secret manual states plainly that the higher the element's grade, the stronger Shao Ji the Thunder Dragon's bloodline will become. Fang Xiu swallowed hard and locked his sights on Xiangang Sky-Shaking Thunder, but reason insisted on treating Siguan Radiant Thunder as a temporary choice. If his merit income later soared, he could gamble on the 80 million. If not, he would have to make do with Siguan for now. Only then did he fully grasp how much Lin Jinan had sacrificed when she swapped her Clearvoid Spirit Wind for his Songhai Flame. Her generosity had been immense. Gratitude stirred again in his heart. Since Lin Jinan wants a nightmare core, he resolved, we'll find her a big one. Back in his room, he immediately searched for data on nightmare cores. They can only be harvested by killing members of the nightmare race, are extremely scarce, and are graded by the creature's rank. The higher the rank, the more precious the core. He then opened the Wind Element catalog. 8 entries in total. The highest was the 11th-ranked Annihilating God Wind, priced at 100 million merit points. When that 9-digit number popped up, Fang Xiu could only give a wry smile. Even if he ever saved that much, Xiangang Sky-Shaking Thunder would still take priority, leaving Annihilating God Wind for the distant future. After finishing the files, he shut down the terminal and pulled out his card. A single room at the Aurora Guild's Nightmare Valley branch cost 100 Aurora points per month. Reasonable, but the dorms at headquarters in Haiguang City were free, a stark contrast. For the next 3 days, he scarcely set foot outside. By day, he pored over battle reports, studied nightmare biology, and tracked the frontline situation in Nightmare Valley. At night, he gripped the sword memory orbs and trained relentlessly, inching the wind demon's sword technique higher and higher. When another 30 orbs had crumbled to light in his palm, the cursor finally stopped at a familiar mark. 3 intense days and 30 more orbs had pushed Wind Demon's sword technique to LV-15 max. Skill acquired, Gale Sword Fiend. Gale Sword Fiend, 8-star epic skill, LV-6 max, active. Harnesses the wind of heaven and earth, communes with nature, and, with sword as heart, briefly transforms the user into the Gale Sword Fiend for 15 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Skill effects, movement speed 100. Wind element damage 50. Sword technique damage 100. Attack range of all wind and sword skills doubled. A finishing move that's actually a state buff? Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. With 4 classes already, he had more attack skills than he could possibly use, so all-around buffs that stacked cleanly were his true favorites. The more, the better. Combining boosts to speed, elemental power, and swordsmanship, this was a genuine trump card. The only drawback was its full-day cooldown, prompting a quiet complaint. Figures a finisher would be like that. His gaze slid to a corner of the class space, where 5 sword memory orbs floated in soft light, 4 small, 1 medium. The count was acceptable, but once Gale Sword Fiend hit 4th advancement, mastery would run short, and he would have to raid the Sword Soul Tomb again. Decision made. He rose, pushed the door open, and left the training room. The branch hall was brightly lit. Feng Xiu meant to grab a quick dinner and turn in, but the commission counters nearly deserted a few days ago were now packed. The original 5 windows had doubled to 10, yet lines still snaked through the lobby. Did the Nightmare Soul Valley operation just go live? He was surprised. Rookies had never been allowed to take on that kind of job. He pulled out his phone and logged into the Jiguang app. The newest pop-up confirmed it. Nightmare Soul Valley Rookie Competition Mission. Objective: earn as many military merits as possible within 3 months. Eligibility: new members who joined Jiguang Guild this year. Rewards issued after 3 months, based on ranking. First place, 1 million merits, 1 million Jiguang points. Second place, 700,000 merits, 700,000 Jiguang points. Third place, 500,000 merits, 500,000 Jiguang points. Fourth place, 400,000 merits, 400,000 Jiguang points. As Li Bo had predicted, this branch-wide Warzone competition outstripped any dungeon contest. First place alone granted 1 million merits and an equal amount of Jiguang points, 2 million points total, yet it was still a drop in the bucket compared with Feng Xiu's goal of 80 million. Forget Xiangang Zhentian Thunder. Even the cheaper Xiguang Thunder only covered 1/5 of that. The road is still long. He sighed, feeling like someone hustling for a down payment on a house. Ji Lei Long, when you grow up, you'd better earn every last merit back for me. Shaking off the thought, Feng Xiu stowed his phone and began scrolling through the commissions for Nightmare Soul Valley. Feng Xiu pored over the latest frontline assignments in Nightmare Soul Valley. Inside the shabby hall, voices overlapped in a constant clamor. 2 mission briefs flashed crimson on the holographic board. 1. Camp Assault. Objective: eliminate every Nightmare Clan fighter in a level 3 alert zone encampment. Scouting confirms 20 hostile zone 5th turn Nightmare Fiend, 5 4th turn fighters, 14 3rd turn fighters, with possible hidden reinforcements. Rank requirement: Captain. Reward: 50,000 merit points. 2. Miasma Purge. Escort a Purification Pearl to Blood Knight Creek in the level 2 alert zone and disperse the Nightmare Fog. The layer was laid by a 5-man enemy squad of unknown strength. A preliminary probe is advised. Rank requirement: Second Lieutenant. Reward: 20,000 merit points. Feng Xiu leaned on the counter, eyes darting over every line. Almost at once, his gaze fixed on the words rank requirement. In Nightmare Soul Valley, missions ignored cultivation level and answered only to rank. The hierarchy held 5 tiers and 15 grades. Soldiers: Corporal, Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, Master Sergeant. Lieutenants: Second Lieutenant, First Lieutenant, Captain. Field Officers: Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Senior Colonel. Generals: Brigadier General, Major General, Lieutenant General. Marshal, Marshal. Every Aurora Society prodigy entered the valley with a provisional rank of Second Lieutenant. The title opened mission access but carried no benefits. Real perks had to be earned in merit points. Numbers marched through Feng Xiu's head. Full Second Lieutenant 100,000 merit points. Major 5,000,000 merit points. Senior Colonel 100,000,000 merit points. Promotion counted only total points. Spending them on supplies never lowered the tally. Senior Colonel was the theoretical ceiling for Aurora members. Higher grades demanded a formal enlistment. Discounts were Feng Xiu's true concern. Second Lieutenant, 5%. First Lieutenant, 10%. Captain, 15%. Each rank above added another 5%. If I can scrape together 80 million points, it'll reach Colonel, he calculated. At 30% off, the sky-shaking Thunder Grenade drops from 80 million to 56 million. That saves 24 million. His gaze slid to another coveted item, the Dawnbreaker Lightning Core, list price 5 million points. Hit 5 million, and I make major. 20% off means only 4 million. Sadly, merit points were neither transferable nor tradable. Feng Xiu rubbed his chin and let out a wry smile. For now, even 4 million felt as distant as the horizon. He would have to earn every point the hard way. Decision made. He rose from his seat and joined the queue at the mission counter. By the time he reached the end of the line, he had already chosen his first step. He would start with something modest and test the waters. Mission brief. Intercept and eliminate a nightmare squad that has entered the level 2 alert zone. The enemy crossed the level 3 perimeter yesterday and is now in Ghostwood. The squad is led by 2 4th-tier nightmare fiends, with 4 3rd-tier troopers operating under restriction protocols. Reward for lieutenants, 10,000 merit points. Feng Xiu kept calling up the report, studying it over and over. He was a 3rd-tier professional, yet the star rating of his class ranged from 5 to 8. His opponents would be 2 4th-tier fiends and 4 3rd-tier soldiers. To him, that lineup felt perfectly reasonable. Over the past few days, he had watched a mountain of combat footage, breaking down every move the Nightmare clan made frame by frame. The conclusion was simple. Nightmares were indeed stronger than humans on average, but not by much. By 4th or 5th tier, the advantage was almost gone. Feng Xiu therefore regarded only the 2 4th-tier fiends as genuine threats. As for the 4 3rd-tier troopers, if one wind shear from him couldn't kill them, they were simply blessed with tough luck. In the mission hall of the Aurora Division, Feng Xiu waited in a snaking line for a full half-hour before it was finally his turn to hand over his profession card. Hello. ID like to accept assignment B6124. He placed the card on the scanner. The clerk entered his information with practice speed, then suddenly looked up. Where are your teammates' profession cards? I don't have any. He'll be going alone. Alone? She blinked. Since her shift began, this was the first rookie who wanted to enter Nightmare Valley solo. Feng Xiu was clearly new to the Aurora Division, so she couldn't help but warn him. Young man, a battlefield isn't a game dungeon, it's much more dangerous. I really think you should find a few partners first. No need. Feng Xiu's tone was steady. I'm enough on my own. He didn't consider himself arrogant. His agility had already edged past the threshold for 4th-tier speed classes, and with Blade Flight Sigil plus several acceleration skills, his mobility rivaled that of many 5th-tier specialists. Teammates who couldn't keep up would only slow him down. Besides, the only people here he could call friends were Li Bo and Rong Rong. Li Bo had no interest in fighting in Nightmare Valley, and Rong Rong, a strength type, would only disrupt his rhythm. Just one man is enough? People in the queue began casting curious looks. Who was this brazen newcomer? The clerk tried once more to persuade him, but a low voice sounded from behind her. Process the request. She turned. The supervisor stood behind the 10 service windows, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, his beard bristling. His tone allowed no argument. Yes, sir. With that order, the procedure sped up. Within minutes, Feng Xiu had his card back. He offered a polite nod. Thank you. The words were meant for both the clerk and the supervisor who had quietly backed him. The moment he stepped outside, the night wind hit him, gritty with sand. Inside, the supervisor issued further instructions to the staff. Remember 3 names: Feng Xiu, Bai Qingfeng, and Hao Xiao. If any of them come to take a solo assignment, approve it immediately. Also Li Hong, give these 3 a temporary promotion to captain. The gate of Yinhun Valley rose before him, a 50-meter wall of iron that looked like a colossal curtain. Dents, bulges, and countless gouges from blades and axes scarred its surface, now a dull, blood-dark red. The Yin had no blood of their own. This color came from the humans who had fallen here. While researching the mission, Feng Xiu had learned that the gate had withstood more than a dozen large-scale assaults by the Yin, with casualties on both sides exceeding 1 million. At the center of the wall hung an ancient bronze mirror, said to reveal any creature's true form and prevent enemy infiltrators. Feng Xiu snorted to himself. Wasn't that just a classic demon-revealing mirror? The thought tempted him to transform into a starblade kingfish, just to see if the mirror would expose him, but he wisely dropped the idea and strode through the gate instead. Beyond the wall sprawled a low, gray-black forest. Every plant looked as if the overhanging clouds had soaked it in lead. A moldy stench of decay drifted in the air. Inside the gate and outside it felt like 2 different worlds. Feng Xiu drew a deep breath. His body stretched, scales interlacing with muscle tempest wormling, half-humanoid form. In water he preferred the starblade kingfish, which sharpened his swordplay and gave him perfect maneuverability. On land, however, the all-round stat boost and natural command of wind made the tempest wormling the better choice. With wings half spread, he skimmed the treetops, the drab canopy rushing beneath him. Every faint scent the breeze carried reached him. Within 100 meters, nothing could move without his Noticia reconnaissance pseudo-skill he had developed through pure wind manipulation. While flying, he pulled up the mission briefing. Intercept and eliminate a small Yin squad located in the secondary alert zone at a place called Ghostwood. The alert zones around Yinhun Valley were defined by the humans as follows. 1. primary alert zone within 50 kilometers of the gate. Lone Yin intruders would be hunted down immediately. If an army appeared here, a major battle was imminent. 2. Secondary alert zone 50 to 100 kilometers out. For professionals, that distance was trivial. The Yin often used it as a springboard for assaults, so humans had filled it with camps and fortifications. The strategy of the Dongwang nation was advanced by entrenchment. Every gain in ground was secured at once, with new checkpoints and redoubts. Yinhun Valley, now the central border city of humankind, had once been Yin territory taken by that very method. 3. Tertiary alert zone beyond 100 kilometers, up to 200. This was the fiercest part of the battlefield. Long before the main armies clashed, elite fighters and rising prodigies from both the Nightmare clan and the human side had slipped across the lines, turning the intelligence war into a knife-edge struggle. The level 3 alert zone sat between the two forces, and every encounter there ended in blood. The Nightmare clan's appetite for assault was relentless. They kept their main strength stationed in the zone to draw human attention, then peeled off small detachments that dashed along both flanks into the level 1 alert zone, hoping to catch Nightmare Soul Valley off guard. If the strike succeeded, the massed troops in the level 3 zone would ram through the valley entrance like a spearhead. Beyond that lay the clan's true heartland, whose inner defenses Fang Xiu could only guess. On this trip, Fang Xiu's target was in the level 2 alert zone, the Ghostwood forest. Ghostwood stretched some 50 kilometers deep, its width uncharted. Wherever the eye could see, the land was a brooding green sea. Mountains, swamps, gorges, underground rivers, every type of treacherous terrain braided together, and the forest itself was only one part of it. Legend says the place earned its name because countless lives have perished there, spawning restless spirits, though no one has ever proved it. He had barely crossed into the level 2 zone, and still had more than 10 kilometers to go when he suddenly halted. A chill, murderous intent was rushing toward him. In the blink of an eye, a dark shape dropped from the sky and blocked his path. It was a humanoid figure wrapped in roiling black mist, only a pair of crimson eyes burning within the Hazian, unmistakable warrior of the Nightmare clan. Fang Xiu looked up and caught the tag over its head at once. Feral Nightmare, LV50. The Nightmare clan has countless branches, the most infamous being the Nightmare demons born of marriages between the clan and the demon race and the Dream Maras, masters of rare and deadly dreamcraft and psychic power. The creature before him belonged to neither. It was a feral nightmare, bred for bloodlust alone. At the same moment, the feral nightmare read Fang Xiu's tag, and a flash of contempt gleamed in its blood-red eyes. It lunged forward, right foot slamming the ground, both arms spread like a beast's jaws, aiming straight for Fang Xiu's head. A fourth cycle feral nightmare, let's play, Fang Xiu thought. He didn't even draw his sword. Barehanded, he met the charge. 3 seconds later, man and nightmare collided among the trees. Black smoke swirled around the creature's arms as if they were charred clubs chopping downward, its razor claws angled for Fang Xiu's forehead, hoping to skewer him in a single blow. But the speed it prided itself on seemed pitifully slow to Fang Xiu. He slipped past one claw with a sidestep, twisted to evade the second, then burst inside its guard with a sudden toe drive into the earth. Dragon scales rippled across his skin. He raised a hand and unleashed a flurry of dragon claw strikes. All the feral nightmare felt was a gale, and then an enlarged, scale-covered palm filled its sight. Bang! The dragon claw punched straight through its skull. No blood sprayed, only black mist ripped apart by the shockwave. As the gray fog drifted, Fang Xiu flicked his wrist and spoke calmly. So this is a fourth cycle feral nightmare? Pathetic. Kill Dread Fiend LV50 gained 18,000 XP. Thunder Drake gained 18,000 XP. Thunder Drake leveled up. All attributes 10, current level 2. Thunder Drake leveled up. All attributes 10, current level 3. Thunder Drake leveled up. All attributes 10, current level 4. As the Dread Fiend crashed to the ground, a wave of searing experience poured into Fang Xiu's interface. The system splits XP 50-50 between Master and Pet by default, and this time was no exception. The Thunder Drake shot up 3 levels in a row, each level adding 10 points to every stat, instantly filling out its sheet. With a thought, Fang Xiu opened the Pet tab and dragged the X-Share slider all the way to 0-10. From now on, every drop of experience would go to the Thunder Drake. He had already banked a mountain of XP after his second class advancement, and a fourth advancement was a long way off. Better to focus resources on the little guy. At this pace, once the Thunder Drake hit level 40, its base stats alone would leave its master behind. Not to mention the near 100-point synergy bonus it would provide worth as much as a full set of top-tier gear. While he pondered, his gaze fell to the ground. Nestled among the leaves lay a walnut-sized, jet-black core, its dim patterns radiating a faint chill. He picked it up, and a system prompt appeared. Nightmare Core. Tier, 4th advancement. Description: the core left behind when a nightmare creature dies. Used in alchemy and forging. In Nightmare Valley, it also serves as proof of military merit. Higher tiers grant higher merit. A 4th advancement core going rate, roughly 1,000 merit apiece. But this first core was neither for Tinin nor for a keepsake. Instead, he planned to transmutation stone, refined or reactivate. Purple light spilled from his palm. Array lines spread across the ground, lifting the core into the air. The black shell peeled away like dry leaves while misty energy was drawn thread by thread into the array center. Moments later, a pale violet notice appeared. Crafting successful, obtained, transmutation stone, dread fiend. Lucky you. Feng Xiu caught the fist-sized violet stone and examined it. Transmutation stone, dread fiend. Rarity, rare. Effect, transform into a dread fiend. Strength 5, agility 10, constitution 5. Grant skills. 1. Nightmare miasma. 2. Ferocity. 3. Rend. Duration, 10 minutes. Description, a stone infused with dread fiend power, allowing the user to assume a form bred purely for battle. Rare quality, better than expected. Feng Xiu stroked his chin and called up each skill. Nightmare miasma. Constantly emits nightmare energy, absorbing nearby negative emotions to empower the user. Ferocity. Sacrifice part of your reason to temporarily boost all attributes. Rend. Tear the target apart with claws, dealing massive physical damage. So nightmare miasma really is their essence, he muttered, recalling the lore. The nightmare race feeds on human negativity, often tormenting prey long after a killing blow could be struck, just to savor the fear. Most achieve king rank by devouring specific emotions. The thought had barely formed when his head snapped up. He stared into the forest's depths and, with a flick of his wrist, stored the transmutation stone in his profession space. The ground heaved. A formidable behemoth crashed through the trees, shattering trunks like kindling, and skidded to a halt right in front of Feng Xiu. The colossal creature was built like a fortress, its muscles knotted like tree roots beneath dark purple skin that radiated an indescribable menace. Only its head was wreathed in shadowy miasma, from which two blood-red eyes glowed. Above that chilling gaze hovered a bright gold tag, Nightmare Fiend LV-50. Flanking it stood two equally branded silhouettes, Ghostmare LV-50. One Nightmare Fiend, two Ghostmares. Exactly the teammates Feng Xiu had expected. Feng Xiu's curiosity spiked at once. Within the nightmare race, nothing interested him more than the dream-invading nightmares and the brutally powerful nightmare fiends, hybrids born of demons whose cores were worth 10 times those of peers at the same rank. While sizing the trio up, he released the aura of an irate wind hatchling and the draconic might of a swift thunder dragon, forcibly pushing back the fiend's suffocating pressure. Sensing the challenge, the nightmare fiend's crimson eyes narrowed and its arms rose. The ghost mares blurred forward like black arrows skimming the ground, far faster than any agility stat Feng Xiu had seen in his transformed stones. He could already tell that, if forged into stones, their cores would also boost agility as the primary attribute. Mark of the Flying Blade. With a flick of his finger, the buff snapped into place. A fist-sized, jade-green orb shot from his inventory and began to orbit him, the Wind King's Spirit Pearl, a third evolution legendary mage relic bought for 120,000 radiant points. As starlight converged, his agility and strength drained away, but his spirit surged by a full 100 points. He thrust out his left palm, a turquoise light while coalescing in his hand. Gale-cleaving tempest. The wheel flashed across the air and pierced the left ghost mare in an instant. Splat. The charging specter stiffened, its head sheared off before both body and skull dissolved into smoke, leaving only a black-violet core rolling across the ground. Death came too fast for it to register. Almost simultaneously, the right ghost mare closed in. It drew its blade, the weapon wreathed in miasma like a burning brand, and slashed diagonally at Feng Xiu's throat. Sizzle. The strike was blocked by a larger turquoise wheel, sparks flying. Windshear execution. Though the skill's name had not changed, every multiplier and lock-on effect from the Galeforge talent was intact. In a single heartbeat, the wheel shattered the Ghost Mara's sword and carved straight through its head. The second specter split in two, its core thudding to the ground. Less than 5 seconds had passed, and both Ghost Maras were gone. Feng Xiu refocused on the nightmare fiend only to find it missing. The next moment, a crushing weight descended from directly above him. The nightmare fiend laced its hands together like a warhammer and smashed down from midair with the weight of a falling mountain. Boom. The impact thundered like muffled lightning, the ground trembled, and dust spiraled outward. Yet at the heart of the cloud, Feng Xiu stood unmoved, an iron spike driven into rock. The creature had struck not flesh but a pale blue shield that hugged his body, and even before that shield, a ghostly green serpent had flashed into being. That serpent was the shed scale effect of the 9-scale phantom set. It triggers once every 10 minutes, conjuring an illusory layer of scales that absorbs exactly 50% of incoming damage. The shield itself came from the Windblade Demon skill Zephyr Aegis, level 15 max. Every minute it forms 1 layer of Aegis worth agility, 1.5 in shield value, and a 20% speed bonus, stacking up to 3 layers. With half the force siphoned off by shed scale, The fiend's hammer only shaved a little over 700 points from his shield. Without it, the blow would have dealt at least 1400. Feng Xiu sighed inwardly. That's some serious damage. Even in full epic gear, and with nearly 100 constitution, he had still taken a 1400-point hit. A normal Tier 3 class would have eaten 2000 at minimum. Most Tier 4 tanks wouldn't have survived it either. Unfortunately for the fiend, this Tier 3 Windblade demon carried a shield system that made Tier 4 defenders green with envy. His 3-stack Zephyr Aegis still held almost 800 points over half his life bar, and the bonus barrier from the Wind King's Soul Orb, scaled to his spirit, hadn't even triggered yet. Maybe I could try a Tier 5, even a Tier 6 Nightmare Fiend, Feng Xiu mused, so long as it hadn't ascended to king rank. Realizing its strike had failed, the fiend roared, lifted both fists, and rained blows like a storm. Feng Xiu still did not retreat. With a thought, he recalled the Zephyr Aegis into his body. His aura shifted sharply. Metamorphosis. Blood Emperor Shark, semi-human form. The Wind King's soul orb vanished, and he slipped on a pair of black sharkskin gloves called Blood Shark Bite. The clawed gloves clamped onto both of the fiend's fists, locking the joints in an instant and freezing the huge hands like iron pincers. Bones bulged, muscles strained, but it could not move. Within the roiling miasma, the fiend's blood-red eyes blazed shock and indignation almost tangible. A nightmare fiend prided itself on strength unrivaled by almost any race. Crushing humans was routine. Yet this human was overpowering at head and end. He was only level 40, a full 10 levels lower. What the fiend didn't know was that Feng Xiu's base strength really was lower. The Dragon King Tamer's growth alone couldn't bridge the gap, but he had countless ways to stack the stat. The legendary Metamorphosis Stone Blood Emperor Shark alone granted 40 points of strength, and that was before the boost from his Primordial Apprentice Core and various skills. Feng Xiu's strength surged by another 80 points. Stacked on top of the boost, he gained while bathing in the essence of the Rending Sky Dragon Lord and the Urgent Thunder Dragon attribute bestowed by the Dragon King's secret art. His stats were frightening even without a single strength-enhancing set equipped. Locking arms with the Nightmare Demon, he merely wanted to gauge its power, but the result was a letdown. Was this really all the creature could muster? In the next instant, he triggered the Blood Emperor Shark Bloodline skill, Iron Fang's Rend. His hands blurred through the air like two savage blood sharks materializing out of nothing, snapping shut around the demon's fists. Feng Xiu tightened his grip and crack. Bones shattered with a piercing report. The Nightmare Demon felt as though twin sets of fangs had driven straight through its knuckles. Dark purple blood spurted, hissing as it hit the ground, and sent up coils of black smoke. The searing pain tore a guttural howl from the demon. The sound made Feng Xiu raise an eyebrow. Those two ghost nightmares, and the ferocious nightmare, head one-shotted earlier, hadn't made a peep, and had half assumed the entire race was mute. Either he had been too quick before, or this one was built differently. With a look of distaste at the pools of corrosive blood, he summoned another burst of power, seized the demon's mangled arms, and flung it skyward like a burlap sack. He had no intention of letting the blood sharks ruin his gauntlets, so Dangtian Windspirit Cleave, 8 Gale Wheel Array. The blood shark gauntlets vanished, replaced by the Wind King's Spirit Pearl in his palm. A jade green wheel of light soared upward, 8 smaller wind wheels orbiting it as they howled toward the airborne demon. Gritting its teeth against the agony of its shattered wrists, the Nightmare Demon forced its arms to swell to triple their size. Stone pillars of muscle it swung to bat the wheels away. But it had underestimated the keening edge of the Dangtian Windspirit Cleave. The main will slice straight into one swollen limb, its armor-piercing effect detonating. The 8 smaller wheels followed, carving the demon in midair like a beast laid out on a butcher's block and chopping it into several pieces. Chunks of flesh and scalding, poisonous blood rained down in a violet-black shower. Wherever the droplets landed, the ground sizzled and smoked. Yet Feng Xiu had long since flashed dozens of meters away and now watched in calm detachment. Great, I'm not just switching classes anymore. I've got to keep swapping weapons, he muttered, already planning to pick up a universal weapon after his 4th advancement so he could stop juggling gear. The rapid swaps and chain skill tests were nothing more than a rehearsal, a way to stay sharp before a real fight left him fumbling. A flick of his wrist stirred a clean breeze, sweeping the toxic mist aside and sending the demon's core, along with the 2 from the ghost nightmares, rolling into his palm. Demon Blood Nightmare Core, 4th advancement grade. Note: a core crystallized after a nightmare demon's death, imbued with demonic power, usable in alchemy and forging. Definitely heftier, Feng Xiu mused. Weighing the main core, it was noticeably heavier than an ordinary one. Judging by its weight and description, the Nightmare Demon really was a crossbreed of nightmare and demon races. He tossed all 3 cores into his class space without a second thought. Crafting a new Nightmare Transformation Stone with a 4th advancement Demon Blood core would cost 10,000 military merits, and success was far from guaranteed. Far too extravagant for his taste. Gui Forest. Feng Xiu followed the map here, and the moment he crossed the boundary his vision was swallowed by a chalk gray haze. The mist felt almost viscous, carrying a faintly metallic sweetness, definitely not ordinary vapor. Nightmare fog. He remembered the note on his mission panel. The Yin clan used it to hide their movements, and it was lethal to outsiders. Humans exposed for too long would be swamped by negative emotions, driven either into indiscriminate violence or outright suicide. If nightmare fog appeared in a security zone, the military immediately posted a cleanup job on the Aurora Guild board and issued clarity orbs for the task. Yet the Gue Forest entry on his phone mentioned nothing about fog. Hey, a voice came from the side. 5 shapes emerged through the murk, 4 men and 1 woman, each a few years older than he was. The young man in front raised a hand. You here on a mission too? I am, Feng Xiu replied. Nightmare fog cleanup? Feng Xiu shook his head. When I took the assignment, there was no warning about fog. When was that? 45 minutes ago, he said, glancing at his watch and wryly adding up the minutes the Yin fiends had delayed him. The man frowned. The military's probably still in the dark. He signaled to his team. Fall back to base. As they turned, the leader looked over his shoulder. You're a rookie, right? Forget this job. We've waited an hour, and the fog keeps spreading. We need a team with clarity orbs before we can go deeper. His tone was kindly. All right, Feng Xiu answered, yet he stayed put. Raising his hand, he gathered a breeze to probe the fog. The squad paused. A burly mage with a staff grinned, voice lowered in amusement. Total rookie move. Nightmare fog is pure energy. Normal wind want budget. Head tried the same stunt his first time in Yinsol Valley, like punching cotton. No response at all. He was still teasing, let's go report this, and pick up the fog cleanup job ourselves, when the foam-thick haze in front of them began to part under a thread of clear wind, opening a clean corridor as if a stream had washed away mud. It actually moved? His eyes widened, doubting his own sight. Feng Xiu was sure now. Negative energy was simply corrupt force, and the pure spiritual wind he practiced specialized in dispelling corruption. This was only a test. If it hadn't worked, he'd have gone back for a clarity orb. Nightmare fog wasn't somewhere to linger. The breeze rolled forward, and the curtain of mist retreated. The squad leader raised a hand for silence, his eyes shining. Looks like we won't have to hike back after all. A cleansing breeze swept through the air again and again, brushing away the nightmare mist that shrouded Gui Lin as if it were mere dust. Even the forest's oppressive chill born of the spirits once lingering here was carried off, until a towering figure 5 meters tall suddenly emerged from the thinning haze. A Yuanma, level 50, a Yuanma. The young man nearby muttered, his voice tightening with sudden tension. The fresh wind pressed on, unveiling more lurking shapes. 1, 2, 3. The tally leapt to 10, 100, 200. Yuanzu of every form crammed the entire field of vision, so many that the youth stopped counting. Cold sweat slid down his neck. This was unmistakably one of the Yuanzi's infamous raiding parties. Feng Xiu grasped the danger in the same instant. Records said the Yuanzu favored small strike teams to assault Yuanhun Valley. If the valley mouth were torn open, their main force would surge in. And small, in their terms, still began at 1,000 soldiers. As the wind continued its sweep, the uncovered Yuanzu were indeed approaching that number. So this is what they mean by clear the mist. Get a surprise, Feng Xiu thought with a bitter smile. He finally understood why carrying a Qingling pearl to dispel the fog earned more merit than eliminating a single Yuanzu squad. With bad luck, the very first veil you lift could reveal a scene like this. Anyone with a weak heart would faint on the spot. Suddenly stripped of their misty cover, the Yuanzu were stunned as well. They turned toward the source of the wind and locked eyes with Feng Xiu and the small team. For a heartbeat, the air froze, surprise mirrored on both sides. Fall back. The young man roared on instinct and bolted. His teammates, already prickling with fear at the sight of the swarming Yuanzu, burst into motion like beasts freed from a cage, crashing through leaves and branches in a frantic sprint. No one doubted that a single misstep would make them the creature's next meal. Don't let them escape. In the midst of the 1,000-strong horde, a colossal Yuanma 10 meters tall flashed a savage glare. Nightmare energy surged from it like a fountain, issuing a silent order to hunt. The ghostly Yuan at the perimeter reacted first, twisting into distorted shadows that skimmed across the ground toward the fleeing humans. Yet Feng Xiu stood his ground. Do I rush back to the valley with a warning, or take my chances right here? Reporting the intel would earn merit, but if he could fell even 100 Yuanzu, the reward would soar into the hundreds of thousands. He scanned the horde. Most were 3rd or 4th tier. Only a handful were 5th tier. With his speed and techniques, he might survive if he stayed cautious. Fortune favors the bold, so be it. Besides, he still held 2 trump cards, Aurora Shelter and the Kongling Pearl. Decision made in a heartbeat. Feng Xiu shouted after the fleeing squad, I'll hold them back. Get to Yuanhun Valley and sound the alarm. His voice rolled through the woods like thunder. Even as the echo faded, he drew the Wind King Spirit Pearl from his inventory. Sweeping Sky Wind Cutter. Windslice kill. With a snatch of both hands, 2 azure rings of light, 1 large, 1 small materialized. He hurled them toward the ghostly Yuan racing after the young squad. After hurling 2 azure wind discs, Feng Xiu didn't bother to watch them land. The enemy's counterattack was already in his face. The wraiths chasing the youth squad were only a handful. The main force had decided to bag the lone fighter, who hadn't run, hoping for an easy commendation. As the discs flew, he sensed dozens of wraiths closing in. Black mist churned, icy blades thrust from every direction, and cold sparks burst like scattered starlight. A glint just as frigid flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Click! Eightfold wheel of desolation. 8 emerald wheels flared around him, then blasted outward. Everything nearby was sliced to ribbons. The closest wraiths were minced on the spot. Their misty bodies burst, cores clattered to the ground, and a cascade of experience prompts flooded his vision. Wraith LV 50 slain. G Leilong gains 36,000 XP. Wraith LV 50 slain. G Leilong gains 36,000 XP. In a single heartbeat, scores of attackers were butchered, yet the skill's reach went much farther. 5 of the blades veered off, chewing through dozens of massive trees before fading. The other 3 knifed straight into the wraith army, severing the rolling fog and leaving dim cores to rain down. No agile, yet fragile wraith could survive that emerald edge. Only when several nightmare demons with actual flesh arrived did they finally stop the dwindling wheels. Over 100 lines of text crowded his view. Grinning, Feng Xiu uncorked a mana potion and drank. Eightfold Wheel of Desolation. The Blade Lord's ultimate burned a full 1,000 mana in one shot and covered too wide an area to aim precisely, so he had never found the perfect moment. Today it had finally shown its fangs. If he had one teleport spell and could blink into the heart of their formation first, the carnage would be several times worse. The instant massacre didn't cow the enemy. It only drove the feral wraiths at the rear into a frenzy. Running on all fours, they howled and burst forward even faster than the wraiths, a pack of unleashed hellhounds converging on Feng Xiu. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. Seriously? You think that was my only ultimate? He tightened his grip on Galaxy, sprang skyward, and cleaved down at the lead feral wraith. Stormbreaker Rift. The blade struck earth and detonated. The ground beneath him fractured and caved in, cracks racing nearly 100 meters outward. With the shattering quake, a jade tornado laced with sword energy shot up and roared forward. The front rank feral wraiths were ripped into crimson mist as the earth gave way, and the tornado's true prey was the vast, densely packed horde behind them. Boom. Feng Xiu was getting ready to watch a squad of nightmare fiends whirl up into the tornado when a deep, hammer-like boom shattered the air. A heartbeat later, the twister blew apart, and a 10-meter-tall nightmare demon strode out of the shredded windsit had just punched the cyclone to pieces. Dark miasma billowed around it, and blood-red eyes glared down at Feng Xiu. Over its head floated a tag. Nightmare Demon, LV, 70, 6th Ascension. That was 30 levels above him, roughly a top-tier 6-turn 9-star professional by human standards. They locked eyes for only an instant before the demon charged. Its mountain-sized body moved with impossible speed, and one step was enough to drag Feng Xiu into its attack range. The right fist swept up, nightmare energy blazing like fire. Wind pressure hadn't even arrived yet, but the weight of it already felt like a mountain crashing down. Blade mark. Feng Xiu slammed a heel into the ground and shot backward. The pressure was brutal as if he were retreating with a mountain on his back. Had his spirit or strength been even a little lower, he doubted he could have broken free, and that punch would have one-shot him. Clearly, the demon knew a specialized suppression skill. Boom. The fist smashed the earth. 100-meter radius cracked like spiderweb glass, stones flew, and a dust wave erupted. A 6th-turn nightmare demon was basically a walking war machine. Using the recoil, Feng Xiu vaulted skyward, his right hand carving quick strokes in the air. Since switching to the Windblade Demon Knight class, his sword style had evolved into gathering Zephyr form. 10 slashes were enough to max out the stacks and double his movement speed. Against a 6th-turn monster, his first strategy was kiting. He might be only 3rd turn, but he was an 8-star agility build, and with gear bonuses his speed rivaled the demons. All that power was useless if it couldn't connect. While airborne, Feng Xiu fired off Sky-Shearing Gale Cut, chaining straight into 8 Wind Shadow Array. He didn't bother watching the result. Instead, he climbed past 100 meters, and his half-human Stormdrake shape shifted into full dragon form. Massive wings unfurled, azure wind essence gathering at his throat. Diving from the sky, Feng Xiu's jaws opened wide. Wind Dragon Cannon. A brilliant teal hurricane condensed into a pillar of energy that slammed into the densest nightmare ranks. 5th-turn fiends barely managed to roll away, while 3rd and 4th-turn demons could only stare up in despair as the raging airflow tore them apart. Dust howled, flesh shredded, and the shockwave hurled the weaker nightmares even farther. Midair, system prompts exploded across Feng Xiu's vision. Killed Fierce Nightmare, LV 40. Thunder Swift Dragon gains 24,000 EXP. Killed Ghost Nightmare, LV 50. Thunder Swift Dragon gains 36,000 EXP. Thunder Swift Dragon leveled up current level, 31. Sweet. The surge of experience points brought Feng Xiu back to his days at Swordstar Bay. Those days he had once called his vanished youth floated up again even though they were only months behind him. He still counted them as youth. The real heat rushing through him, however, came not from nostalgia, but from the numbers exploding across his attribute panel. Since setting foot in Nightmare Soul Valley, Thunderdrake had rocketed from level 1 to level 31. Each level granted the creature 10 points to every attribute, and with Dragon King Secret Arts' 25% feedback, that translated to 2.5 points in every stat for Feng Xiu himself per level. A 30-level jump meant the Thunderdrake had gained 300 points across the board, while Feng Xiu's own attributes had soared by 75. To collect that much agility alone with his 5-star growth rate, he would have had to grind through 15 levels, and the other stats were even worse. He was still bathing in the rush of those numbers when a layer of icy black mist spread across the sky. Silhouettes wreathed in nightmare energy took shape overhead, above, below, all around him. Nightmare clan fighters completed a full 720-degree encirclement. Feng Xiu arched an eyebrow. So many nightmares could fly. Was it a racial trait or a skill? Had never seen a flying tribe along the way, which meant it had to be a skill, otherwise they would not have stayed hidden on the forest floor. This was the second time had been surrounded since arriving in Nightmare Soul Valley, and this time the net was three-dimensional. Feng Xiu remained unfazed. He had more than enough area effect skills. Time to give you something nasty. Light flashed from the wind drake ring on his right hand, and he drew in a breath. Roar. Dragon's roar. The bellow was several times stronger than before. The dual boost of levels and attributes was helpful, but the real killer was the addition of the Thunder Drake's draconic might to his voice. The moment the shockwave burst, the entire sky seemed to flip over and black nightmare rain came pouring down. One nightmare after another lost consciousness midair and dropped like rag dolls. They were only stunned, not dead, but Feng Xiu had no intention of letting them off. Transform Sword King Fish of the Star, Semi-Human Form Sword of the Star King. 100-meter star map unfurled across the heavens. Brilliant starlight converged on his left arm and condensed into a colossal star-forged blade. He swung through the air. Flash. Starlight detonated, weaving a net of sword aura. Dozens of nightmares were cleaved to pieces on the spot. The remaining arcs of energy sent another group hurtling toward the ground. The sword aura alone might not have been fatal, but the secondary impact of falling from over 100 meters finished the job. Experience notifications cascaded across his retina again, and nightmare cores sprouted around the dying roots of the trees. At the same time, the six-star nightmare fiend on the ground glared with blood-red eyes, its fury tempering the nightmare energy into pure savagery. Can't beat me, so you butcher my people? It had never cared about ordinary nightmares, but it would not allow anyone to ignore it while massacring its tribe. That was a naked provocation. Nightmare, force him into a dream and drag him down here. I'm going to pound him into mincemeat one punch at a time. The six-star nightmare fiend barked at the dream mare behind it. Nightmares may be the most renowned bloodline of the Nightfolk, yet they are vanishingly rare, scarcer even than the hybrid fiends born of Nightfolk and demons. Within the Nightfolk order of battle, only formations of 1,000 or more soldiers can afford to field a nightmare or two. Their duties are precise. Assassinate fragile but vital human commanders, seize control of brawny defenders who fight with muscle rather than mind, or slip nightmare seeds into the spirits of gifted humans and twist their dreams into horrors. This time, however, a 1,000-strong assault unit led by a 6th-tier Night Fiend appeared with an unprecedented 5 nightmares, 4 at 4th tier and 1 at 5th. The moment the order came, all 5 struck in unison. Nightmares look much like ordinary nightfolk, save for a single thread of royal violet coiling through their dense shadow, missed the very source of their dreamwalking power. Now, the 5 clapped their palms together, and that violet seeped out like squeezed ink, vanished in a blink, then hurtled toward Feng Xiu in a form no naked eye could track. High in the air, Feng Xiu wielded his 100-meter Star King sword, every sweep dropping swaths of nightfolk in a rain of blood and severed limbs. Suddenly, an icy chill brushed his face, like a midnight gust that made him want to sneeze. Something's wrong, he thought. I'm a variant wind, elementalist. Ordinary wind can't steal my warmth. The warning had barely formed when a cascade of system prompts flashed before him. 1. Targeted by Nightmare LV50 Dream Curse. Brethoff Truth auto-triggered. Will check complete. Your will exceeds the attacker's. Mental attack negated. Backlash activated. 2. Targeted by Nightmare LV50 Dream Curse. Brethoff Truth auto-triggered. Will check complete. Your will exceeds the attacker's. Mental attack negated. Backlash activated. 3. Targeted by Nightmare LV50 Dream Curse. Brethoff Truth auto-triggered. Will check complete. Your will exceeds the attacker's. Mental attack negated. Backlash activated. 4. Targeted by Nightmare LV50 Dream Curse. Brethoff Truth auto-triggered. Will check complete. Your will exceeds the attacker's. Mental attack negated. Backlash activated. 5. Targeted by Nightmare LV60 Dream Curse. Brethoff Truth auto-triggered. Will check complete. Difference less than 100. Mental attack negated. Among the 5 alerts, the first 4 were identical. The 4 fourth-tier nightmares had launched their dream curses, but lacked the willpower to match Feng Xiu, and were instantly backlashed. The 5th-tier nightmare was a touch stronger, yet still short by 100 points, leaving Feng Xiu merely immune. So they've brought nightmares to the front line? His eyes lit up, been hunting these creatures. He dove, scanning the battlefield for their location. Boom, 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 boom. At the rear of the fiendish ranks, muffled explosions erupted almost simultaneously. For nightmares, each shrouded in faint violet mist, were ripped apart from within by twin gales. Flesh and purple haze shredded into fragments that sprayed in every direction. When the wind stilled, only mangled remains littered the ground. The lone 5th-tier nightmare stood frozen amid the carnage, violet eyes wide with shock. It could accept that a few humans might resist a dream curse with special artifacts, but how could a failed curse rebound so violently that the caster exploded on the spot? In mere minutes, Feng Xiu unleashed every wide area skill in his arsenal. Azure light wove across the sky, wind blades crisscrossed, and sword aura fell like rain, creating total carnage. The Nightmare clan fired arrows and hurled elemental spells, yet none of it even brushed his sleeve. The rare attack that should have landed was effortlessly absorbed by the Wind Spirit shield or the shed scale effect of his 9-scale mirage. The moment a Nightmare cast Cursed Dream, he swapped in the Wind King orb, and the Tier 5 caster exploded under its own backlash. Any Nightmare bold enough to take to the air was sliced apart by that terrifying cerulean disc. The exhilaration of sheer speed had Feng Xiu laughing aloud. So being fast really did let you do whatever you wanted. I've been way too cautious. 1,000 nightmares? Barely a warm-up. 10,000 sounds better. Hovering overhead, he saw only one Tier 6 nightmare fiend still roaring, and he was far from satisfied. Most of the clan had been erased in a heartbeat, and stragglers were hunted down by a sky-rending wind disk that triggered every 5 seconds. The Tier 6 fiend below was in full berserk mode. The miasma above its head blazed like fire, and at some point it had drawn a silver spear more like a sky-piercing pillar from Feng Xiu's vantage. Yet no matter how outrageous the weapon, he had no intention of closing with a strength-type brute. To the fiend, Feng Xiu was an indestructible fly, circling at high speed, more infuriating than any blade. Get down here and fight me face-to-face. The monster roared, the shockwave cracking rock. After clearing the small fry, Feng Xiu hovered in midair and refreshed his flying blade seal. He saw the creature's frustration but understood none of its snarls should he morph into a nightmare, just to listen. On second thought, forget it. The wind told him a large human force was closing in. Spectators had long since gathered, but his ferocity kept them at bay. No one even dared touch the nightmare cores strewn about. That scouting party actually brought the army back. Quick work, he muttered. Better finish this Tier 6 nightmare before they arrive. With a flick of his wrist, the air became a gale that swept every scattered core into his class space. The merit from 1,000 fodder nightmares was pleasant, but the real prize was this Tier 6 fiend. A Tier 4 core was worth 10,000 merit, a Tier 5 100,000, and a Tier 6 a full million. One step closer to that 56 million goal. Windstride Sword Fiend. He triggered his ultimate. Wind damage rose by 50%, sword skills doubled, and weak point penetration lit up, starlight flashing in his eyes on something this massive. Its whole body was a weak spot. Feng Xiu raised a hand, condensing an emerald wheel of light between his fingers. Sky-slicing wind disc. He gave it a gentle push, and the wheel streaked off in a teal arc. The Tier 6 fiend saw the path and tried to evade, but its colossal frame simply couldn't turn in time. Its size was both the Nightmare Fiend's greatest strength and its fatal weakness. Its advantage lies in sheer stamina and brute force. Compared with another strength-oriented member of the Yen Racea's 6th tier, Yen Fiend that tops out at roughly 3,000 HP. A 6th tier, Yen Demon boasts an astounding 20,000 to 30,000 HP. In terms of raw power, an ordinary 6th tier, Yen Fiend carries around 500 strength, while the demon reaches a staggering 1,000. Such overwhelming strengths naturally come with serious drawbacks. Standing 10 meters tall, the Yen Demon is a hulking target in the infinite realm impossible to miss. Its massive frame slashes its movement speed. The power that lets it burst into a short charge is useless for long pursuits or travel, making mobility its greatest challenge. On the battlefield it might as well have a bullseye painted on it. Anyone can hit it without even aiming. That weakness remains until it earns a king rank title. So every Yen Demon is forced to learn 2 or 3 defensive skills, active or passive, just to avoid being focus fired off the map. Against Feng Xiu's sky-cleaving gale slice, the demon could only watch as the teal wheel of light slammed into its chest and sank deep inside. It hadn't taken the strike seriously, but when its HP plummeted, its eyes bulged and the blood-red mist around it churned. The pain was fierce, yet what terrified it more was the armor break icon blinking on its status bar. 70% defense reduction? What kind of skill is this? Feng Xiu had chosen to end it instantly, and once his assault began he had no intention of slowing down. Sky-cleaving gale slice flowed into 8 gale shadow array, followed by windshear execution. Every blade lord cooldown he had. Teal blades carved through the demon's skyscraper-sized body, splashing dark purple flesh. Driven mad, the sixth tier Yin demon roared as Feng Xiu widened the gap. Wind stride sword demon doubled his speed again. At full sprint, Feng Xiu moved so fast the demon couldn't even track his silhouette. Keeping his distance, he launched the next volley. 5-second cooldown Upanather sky-cleaving gale slice. This time he chained it with his wind blade devil skills. He opened with cross hurricane rend. Next came piercing gale flying sword, unlocked when wind blade arts reached level 10. A crescent, cross-shaped sword wave wreathed in spinning wind streaked forward, aiming straight for the demon's chest. Dazzling silver flared around the demon's hands as they swelled several-fold. Clapping them together, it created a wall of steel that caught cross hurricane rend Heaton. But with 70% of its defense stripped away in Feng Xiu's class, ignoring the rest, what good could that wall do? Technically, it did something. Even hitting a weak point, the skill dealt only 2,844 damage. Practically, it meant nothing. Still shaved off 1/10 of its life. How could it hope to win like this? Forget it, I have to run. The thought barely formed before darkness swallowed its vision and consciousness slipped away. With a resounding boom, a streak of teal light pierced its skull, and the colossal body crashed to the ground. Feng Xiu quietly admired the damage numbers drifting above the fallen sixth tier Yin demon. Stylish. After slaying the level 70 Yin fiend, the Ji-Lei dragon gained 322,000 experience points and rose to level 32. While residual bolts still crackled in the air, Feng Xiu dove from the sky, spread his fingers, and watched the scattered Yin cores whistle toward him as though pulled by a magnet. They landed neatly in his palm before vanishing into his class inventory. The real prize was the blood Yin core dropped by that tier 6 Yin fiend. Ordinary Yin cores were walnut-sized, but this one was as large as a football, its crimson veins pulsing like a giant heart. 1 million merit sweet. He toyed with it for a moment, then flipped it into storage. A long breath followed as he took in the scene below. The ghost forest was now scorched earth, and not a single Yin creature remained. Ghost forest cleared. That should finish the quest, right? He calculated. The mission itself was worth only 10,000 merit, about the price of a tier 4 blood Yin core, hardly something to fuss over. He pulled up his interface, and the contents of his class storage appeared. Over 1,000 assorted Yin cores were piled into a small mountain. Off to the side lay 5 nightmare heart cores shot through with violet patterns. For were tier 4, one was tier 5, he had missed nothing. Nightmare hearts fetched far more than blood Yin cores. By exchange rate, 1 blood Yin core equals 10 ordinary cores of the same tier, while 1 nightmare heart core equals 20. In other words, tier 4 nightmare heart, 20,000 merit. Tier 5 nightmare heart, 200,000 merit. Feng Xiu decided to reserve the tier 5 heart for Lin Jinenboth to return her favor and to repay her half-sold, half-gifted Qingxi Wind. Valued in merit, she had practically handed him several million for free. Giving back 200,000 felt more than gracious. Beyond this trove of cores, the greatest gain was the Ji-Lei dragon's growth. It had rocketed from hatchling all the way to level 32, and its stats were astonishing. Race, Dragonkin. Talent, Ji-Lei Epic. Lightning skill effect 100. Paralysis chance 50, paralysis effect doubled. 10 chance to ignore target magic defense and deal true damage. Level, 32 Young Dragon. HP, 3,560 3,560. MP, 3,850 3,850. Base attributes, 10-star growth, 10 per level. Strength, 340. Agility, 340. Vitality, 340. Spirit, 340. Dragon King's secret art bonus, Strength 37, Agility 56, Vitality 16, Spirit 45. Skill list, Ji-Lei Surge, Ji-Lei Imbue, Ji Thunderflash, Thunderfall, Dragon of Lightning. Newly unlocked skills. 1. Thunderfall summons a storm cloud that hammers the target with successive bolts of Ji-Lei. Number of strikes, Spirit 10. Each bolt deals Spirit 3 lightning magic damage. Cost, 300 MP cooldown, 3 minutes. 2. Dragon of Lightning envelopes the caster in Ji-Lei. Lightning skill damage 100. On hit, automatically counterattacks for Spirit 2 lightning damage. Cost, 500 MP duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. 2 new skills. Feng Xiu recalled the flood of experience notifications he had ignored and broke into a delighted grin. He would have to test the new skill in detail once he got back. After confirming he had missed nothing, Feng Xiu tapped the air with his right foot and turned into a streak of light, racing toward Yanhun Valley. The six-star Nightmare Fiend was already dead, so several nearby teams soon converged on the forest. They had planned to greet him. Any excuse to make connections was welcome, but when they saw that Feng Xiu did not even slow down, they could only watch his figure disappear into the distance. On the way back, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a human army of more than 1,000 soldiers. led by the young man who had spoken to him outside Ghostwood earlier. The young man stared at him, dumbfounded. You're still alive? Of course. Feng Xiu smiled. To an average person, a third-turn combatant who ventured alone into a nightmare force commanded by a six-turn fiend was as good as dead. Then what happened to those nightmare troops? The young man pressed. I killed them all. Feng Xiu answered offhandedly, tapped the air again, and brushed past the entire column. I have a mission to turn in, so we'll be going first. Killed them all. The young man almost thought he had misheard. If Feng Xiu had claimed he was rescued by some powerhouse, that might be barely believable. But a third-turn fighter single-handedly slaying a six-turn nightmare fiend and over 1,000 nightmare soldiers in such a short time? Ridiculous. After all, the young man had sprinted back with everything he had to report the enemy and request support. How long had he been gone? Even if 1,000 chickens stood still for slaughter, it couldn't be done that quickly. The human commander, Wang Qing, felt Feng Xiu had to be lying. He told the young man, Ghostwood isn't far. Let's take a look. Yai, sir. The young man nodded repeatedly and led the 1,000-strong unit straight toward the Ghostwood ruins. When they arrived, the once lush forest had been reduced to rubble. Scars from hurricanes, sword energy, and brutal impacts crisscrossed the area. Flowers and trees were shredded, the ground was split open, and rocks were sheared so cleanly they shone like mirrors. At the center stood a small hill of flesh and blood, dark purple liquid oozing down its side. A ghastly sight. Several adventurer teams were still combing the scene, half convinced and half skeptical about the rumor of a third-turn solo kill on a six-turn. That's definitely six-turn nightmare fiend flesh, Wang Qing observed, studying the mound. But where are the 1,000 nightmare soldiers? They were right here a moment ago, the young man muttered, utterly lost. A force that large couldn't just vanish. Wang Qing was sure the young man had not falsified his report. Doing so was a capital crime. His certainty that the forest had held over 1,000 nightmares came from the fiend's corpse itself. Such a war machine would never appear alone in a second-level human security zone unless it was marching with an army, and that army would number at least 1,000. He beckoned to one of the nearby adventurers. What exactly happened here? The adventurer wore a conflicted expression and offered a warning first. You probably won't believe it honestly. I wouldn't either if I hadn't seen it myself. Speak. Wang Qing hated long preludes. The adventurer compressed his story into a single line. A ridiculously strong third-turn fighter came through and killed the six-turn nightmare fiend along with more than 1,000 nightmare soldiers. The young man and Wang Qing gaped, jaws nearly hitting the ground, both picturing Feng Xiu's faint, unhurried smile. Holy, was the kid telling the truth? There was an error in the previous chapter's figures, and it has been corrected. Thank you to the sharp-eyed readers who pointed it out. While the young man and Wang Qing were still staring in disbelief at Feng Xiu's feats, he had already sped back to Yinhun Valley. Without stopping, he headed straight for the Jiguang Guild branch. The lobby was bright and crowded. Feng Xiu pushed open the door and spoke to the receptionist. Hello, I'd like to sell some nightmare cores. The clerk looked up calmly, handed him a buy-in list and price sheet, and said, certainly. Please lay out all the nightmare cores you wish to sell. They'll purchase them at the listed rates. Right here? Feng Xiu glanced around the spacious foyer, surrounded by busy staff and passing members. Right here, the clerk confirmed. Without another word, Feng Xiu opened his class storage. A series of dull thuds followed as pitch-black nightmare cores pelted the floor, quickly forming a small mountain between them. At first no one paid attention, but as the mound grew, the air seemed to freeze. So many nightmare cores. Where was a battle like that? I haven't heard of any recent large-scale fights. Could a squad have been hoarding them for years? Whispers spread, every gaze locked on the heap. The clerk was stunned, his mouth twitching. How many are there? A bit over 1,000. I haven't counted precisely, Feng Xiu said evenly. The clerk swallowed. I'm sorry, sir. Please store the cores for now, and follow me to the lounge. Any single transaction over 300 requires a supervisor. He had expected 2 or 3 dozen at most. Anything over 100 usually came from frontline veterans or the military, not a walk-in client. Feng Xiu nodded and waved the cores back into his class storage. He wasn't worried about showing his hand. Those cores would soon become merit points. This year's rookie rankings were based on individual merit points, updated in real time on the Jiguang app. Once he sold the cores, over 1,000 points would hit his account for everyone to see. The clerk led him down a corridor to a quiet lounge. Feng Xiu sat and waited, finishing 3 glasses of water before the supervisor hurried in. I'm terribly sorry to keep you waiting, the supervisor said with a bow. I was verifying the origin of your nightmare cores, so it took some time. You verify where the cores came from? Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. This was new to him. Because you're a rookie, the supervisor explained. The contest rules say that only nightmare cores obtained personally count toward merit. To prevent anyone from relying on family stockpiles, we must check the source. A small number might slip through, but when someone sells over 1,000 at once, we follow the full procedure to stop second-generation elites from cheating. That makes sense, Feng Xiu nodded, then asked curiously, so how exactly do you verify the core's origins? First, we check whether any recent battles caused similar casualties, then verify witness statements and military confirmations. In your case, dozens of professional teams can testify that you slew over 1,000 nightmare creatures and gathered as many nightmare cores, and Major Wang Qing has signed off on it. So the source verification went quickly. Wang Qing. Never heard of him. So can I sell them now? Should I just pour all the cores out here? Fang Xiu asked. Certainly. They'll settle the payment for you right now, the supervisor replied. With the supervisor's approval, Fang Xiu upended his storage pouch, creating a small mountain of cores on the desk. The supervisor was clearly a seasoned veteran. Even at the sight of that heap, his expression didn't flicker and his hands stayed steady as he tallied the cores one by one. Fang Xiu watched from the side. A little over 1,000 cores. This wouldn't take long. At last the count was done. There were 1,132 ordinary nightmare cores, 864th tier, and 272 fifth tier, worth 3.58 million merit points. Next came 36 demonic blood nightmare cores, 25 fourth tier, 10 fifth tier, and 1 sixth tier, worth another 2.25 million. Finally, 4 fourth tier nightmare heart cores at 20,000 each, 80,000 points. Altogether, that made 5.91 million merit points. Almost 6 million? Fang Xiu was stunned. He had assumed the lone 6th tier demonic blood core would be the main haul at 1 million, but nearly 300 5th tier kills among the ordinary nightmares had quietly piled up the real fortune, each worth 10,000 points. Over 4 million right there. I could practically trade for the Siguang Leitang, he muttered, rubbing his chin. Would you like to redeem a Siguang Leitang? If so, I can have it delivered immediately, the supervisor offered. No, just thinking aloud. Fang Xiu waved him off. If one trip could net 5.91 million, how far was he from the 56 million required for the Xian Gang Jintianlei? 9 more outings at most, and he would have enough. He decided to look for another nightmare purging mission up front. Clearing the mist brings surprises. If Ghostwood Forest had over 1,000 nightmares, why couldn't other places? Your 5.91 million merit points have been credited, and your rank has been automatically promoted to major. My colleagues will also process every mission in the Ghostwood sector as your completion, and because you and your partners reported the Nightmare Force's ambush, you'll receive an additional bonus. Notifications will come through once both batches are finalized. If you need anything, contact me anytime. The supervisor handed him a business card respectfully. Thank you. Fang Xiu accepted the card. He hadn't expected the military to credit the entire Ghostwood operation to him. Had thought only the tasks he officially took would count. And the report on that nightmare raid? He remembered the young man who had urged him to leave Ghostwood. That guy had done him a solid. Looks like another few 100,000 merit points are on the Wazy money. Yinhun Valley Military Camp. Still caked in dust, Wang Qing returned, dismissed the soldiers who had accompanied him, and lifted the heavy flap of the command tent alone. Inside the spacious tent, a cold white spirit lamp bathed a massive sand table in stark light. Mountains rose, rivers wound, and countless tiny flags bristled across the terrain. A bald general in heavy black armor paced around the model, occasionally nudging wooden tokens to sketch new battle lines, utterly absorbed in his work. General, I'm back to report. Wang Qing clasped his hands, his voice ringing out. The general kept pacing, eyes fixed on the sand table. Your aura is steady as stone, so you met no resistance. Was the intelligence wrong? It was accurate, Wang Qing said, lowering his voice. But before we arrived, more than 1,000 Yinzu and a 6th cycle Yindemon had already been wiped out. The general frowned, but didn't look up. Which unit happened to pass through? No unit, just one 3rd cycle professional. One man. 3rd cycle? The general finally raised his head, his gaze razor sharp. Whose subordinate is that fearless? A 3rd cycle killing a 6th cycle Yindemon and over 1,000 Yanza 3 full ranks up. Wang Qing repeated, I've confirmed it. His name is Fang Xiu. He joined the Jiguang Society in July. Last month, he single-handedly slew the Bloodfin Royal Shark off Haiguang City and is already being hailed as their next leading figure. Fang Xiu, the general, rubbed his chin. That name sounds familiar. A recent secret report flashed through his mind, and he smacked his forehead. Right, the Beihuang Tiger King clashed with Ren Guang over that very Fang Xiu. Wang Qing stayed silent. Commenting on Crown Kings was above his pay grade. After a moment, the general muttered, a 3rd cycle slaughtering a 6th cycle and 1,000 troops. If this hadn't come from someone I trust, I'd call it a joke. The kid must be at least legendary, maybe mythic. Is Dong Wang about to see another great emperor? He looked up. Dig into Fang Xiu's family and connections. I want a full report. Handle it yourself, and keep it discreet. Yes, sir. Wang Qing straightened like a blade. He had just turned to leave when the general called out. Wait. First, tell Fang Xiu he's not to take any outral missions for now. That's my order. Whatever he needs, see to it. Understood. Wang Qing accepted the order and strode out. When his footsteps faded, the general remained by the sand table, eyes burning. A 3rd cycle jumping 3 ranks. We've got a true dragon in the house. He whipped out his phone and dialed. Ren Guang, what are you doing? Quit fighting and get back here. We've got a true dragon on our hands. Yinhun Valley, Jiguang Society Hall. Bai Qingfeng arrived in the valley today. Unlike his companions, he had secluded himself with his teacher's help, completed his fourth cycle advancement, and only then entered Yinhun Valley. Brother Bai? Inside the hall, teammates and juniors who had once followed him on Jianfeng Mountain had been waiting and greeted him in unison. Bai Qingfeng swept his gaze over them and merely nodded in response. But waiting for Bai Qingfeng were not only his friends, his rivals were here as well. Inside the Aurora Guild Hall, a young man sat by the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling window, shoveling food from a washbasin-sized bowl. The instant he spotted Bai Qingfeng, he tipped the entire contents into his mouth with a splash, no chewing, just swallowed it whole. Then he sprang up, his bare torso banded with mist-gray patterns, strode over, and shouted, "Long time no see, Bai Qingfeng. Last time you beat me by one lousy minute. Now you're on my turf, let's settle this properly." Bai Qingfeng took one look and recognized Hao Xiong. Aurora King Hao Renguang had found the orphan on the Nightmare Valley battlefield. Raised in the local branch, Hao Xiong possessed terrifying natural strength. Years ago, the two of them had raced through a dungeon, and Bai Qingfeng had edged him out by only 60 seconds. Until a certain man appeared, Bai Qingfeng had thought Hao Xiong would be his only rival in this year's rookie trials. Ignoring the challenge, Bai Qingfeng turned to the underling beside him. "How's the guy I told you to watch?" "I've had eyes on him the whole time," the underling replied quickly. "He checked into Nightmare Valley early, but his merit's still zero. Looks like he hasn't gone out on any missions yet." He pulled out his phone and opened the rookie leaderboard on the Aurora app, which updated in real time. Bai Qingfeng glanced once. The top slot belonged to someone named Ma Jun, with 2,000 merit points. He relaxed, being a few hours late hadn't cost him much. Then the rankings flickered. First place switched to Fang Xiao, and the merit count shot to 5,910,000. Bai Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. "Is 5.91 million merit a lot?" he asked Hao Xiong. Though irritated at being ignored, Hao Xiong answered the odd question honestly. "Plenty. With 5+ million, you jump straight to major." He had barely finished when a collective cry erupted through the hall. "No way. The contest just started. How can anyone have 5.91 million merit already?" Newcomers everywhere refreshed their screens, and the hall filled with incredulous shouts. Bai Qingfeng knew a major outranked most, but not the exact numbers. "How many Nightmare Clan kills does that take?" Hao Xiong, rattled yet trying to think, replied, "For 4th rank Nightmares, 5,910 of them. For 5th rank, just 591. The staggering figures sent a chill through Bai Qingfeng. Had the competition ended before it even began? As Fang Xiao walked out of the lounge, a string of startled curses reached his ears. "The Aurora Society could really use some etiquette lessons," he muttered, curling his lip before heading for his room. The sky outside had already taken on a tinge of orange. Evening was close. He planned to grab a quick meal, catch some sleep, and charge back into the field tomorrow. Still needed 50 million more merit points, a mere trifle in his eyes. Crossing the society's main hall, he briefly locked eyes with Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked away. "I'll challenge you again once my merit outstrips yours," he told himself, clinging to a dignified exit. He neither mouthed off nor dared to approach. Less than 10 minutes after Fang Xiao returned to his room, a crisp, forceful knock rapped on the door. Who would come looking for me? He wondered. He knew almost no one in Soul Gorge, and any real business should have come through a message first. When he opened the door, a human officer in deep blue uniform stood in the corridor, exactly the man he had met outside the valley. "Major Fang Xiao, good evening." Wang Qing, battalion commander of the 37th Legion in Soul Gorge, the officer said, saluting first. "Evening." Fang Xiao returned the salute. "What can I do for you?" "I bring General Murong's orders," Wang Qing replied solemnly. "For the time being, the general asks that you refrain from taking missions beyond our borders." Huh. Fang Xiao was caught off guard. He had planned on non-stop deployments to pile up merit. Could this be about the 1,000+ Nightmare cores? The Aurora Society's supervisor had already cleared that matter. Wang Qing repeated, "These are General Murong's orders." General Murong Fool, named Murong Guan, a 7th-tier King Seal powerhouse, known as the King of Guanshan, was the nominal supreme commander of Soul Gorge and one of the few non-imperial kings in Dongwon. Fang Xiao had heard plenty about him. "Can you tell me why?" Fang Xiao probed. Wang Qing understood the unspoken reason. A 3rd-tier martial master who had slaughtered over 1,000 nightmare beings, including a 6th-tier nightmare fiend, was a rising star to the humans, but a must-kill thorn to the Nightmare clan. Yet as a subordinate, he didn't dare speculate aloud. "The general said that if you have any requests, I'll do my best to fulfill them," Wang Qing stated, voice precise and formal. "Really? Then ID like an elemental variant Thunderforce Essentia, heaven-shaking lightning seed. Can that be arranged?" Fang Xiao asked, half in jest, pitching a steep demand. "I'll relay the request exactly as given," Wang Qing answered without blinking. Fang Xiao raised an eyebrow. No outright refusal? Maybe there was actually a chance. At the very least, Murong Guan bore him no ill will and was likely worried about ambushes if he ventured out again. "If I stay inside human territory, I'm free to move around, right?" he added. Of course, Wang Qing confirmed. Then please pass on my request, Fang Xiu said with a smile, more or less grasping the general's intentions. Wang Qing strode away with crisp, decisive steps. Less than a quarter hour later, he returned, now carrying a jade-green casket in his hands. This is the Xiangang sky-shaking thunder you asked for. The general told me to bring it to you. Wang Qing lifted his hand and offered a smooth jade casket to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu froze. Huh, it's for me? Before his mind caught up, he glanced at his watch. Wang Qing had left his doorway barely 10 minutes ago, practically teleportation. Fang Xiu whistled inwardly. So General Morong really thinks highly of me. A top-tier elemental treasure like the Xiangang sky-shaking thunder, and he just sends it over? Wang Qing shook his head. I'm only delivering it. The general spent 40 million merit points to exchange it for you. When you're stronger and killing Nightmare Clan, pay the points back for him. 40 million. Fang Xiu sucked in a breath and seized the casket. Though his heart was cheering, sure, it wasn't free, but getting it in advance at half price? General Morong is definitely someone worth befriending. Thank the general for me, Fang Xiu said solemnly. Wang Qing didn't linger. Striding to the door, he reminded, stay away from the outer domain for now. If you need anything, call me. His footsteps faded, and once he disappeared around the corner, Fang Xiu closed the door. The quiet room and the cool jade casket in his hands felt unreal. 1 minute he was racking his brains for merit points. The next, the Xiangang sky-shaking thunder was right here. It felt like a meat pie falling from the sky, just hoped there wasn't a poison needle hidden inside. He figured his string of impressive battle records had already caught the eye of the Aurora Society's leadership and the military brass. He flipped the lid, flooding the room with golden light. Nestled inside lay a fist-sized golden pearl, its surface gleaming like thick syrup. Xiangang sky-shaking thunder pearl. Effect. Upon use, all lightning energy in the body converts to Xiangang sky-shaking thunder, and a unique talent is gained. Requirements. Lightning element skill. Base spirit, 300. Base physique, 300. Description. Compressed lightning of terrifying power, able to pierce mountains and shake the heavens. Extremely rare. Base stats of 300? Definitely made for natural monsters like the dragonkin, Fang Xiu muttered. The elemental ranking valued both power and usage threshold. The higher the threshold, the scarier the item. The instant he picked up the pearl, the little Gile dragon curled in his pet space shot out. The palm-sized creature hovered in midair, its dragon eyes locked on the pearl, drool threatening to hit the floor. Fang Xiu blocked it with one hand and slid the pearl into his profession space. The tiny dragon instantly wilted, dangling like a limp rope, tongue lolling, tail twitching weakly, as if saying, if you don't feed me, it'll die. Fang Xiu was used to its theatrics. Rubbing its head, he chuckled, you can have some, just not here. Let's find someplace else, or we'll end up blowing the entire Aurora Society dorm to pieces. Dark Insect Vortex, a third-tier dungeon on the outskirts of Haiguang City. After escaping from Yuanhun Valley, Fang Xiu returned to Haiguang City and slipped into the nearest dungeon outside the walls. Nothing that happened inside an instance could be heard from the outside, and that was exactly what he wanted. Before he could even retrieve the Xiangang Thunderburst Pearl from his class inventory, the little G Thunder Dragon beside him swallowed hard, its golden eyes fixed on his hand. Look at you, always so impatient. Fang Xiu patted the dragon's massive head. G Thunder Dragon, I just want to get stronger. The little creature's eyes were round with excitement, its tail cracking against the ground. Chuckling, Fang Xiu produced the Xiangang Thunderburst Pearl, but instead of handing it over, he activated the core ability of the Dragon King Tamer class. Path of the Dragon King. Path of the Dragon King. Consume an elemental object bound to a dragon to open the path for an ordinary dragon. Ineffective on dragons that are already kings. The stronger the element, the stronger the resulting king. Activate Path of the Dragon King. A heartbeat later, a narrow tear opened in the dungeon sky. Blinding white light poured down, swallowing both the G Thunder Dragon and the Xiangang Thunderburst Pearl. Inside the pillar, the dragon turned to deep blue lightning, while the pearl became a thick golden bolt. The two streams coiled together until the gold completely devoured the blue. When the light faded, the G Thunder Dragon dropped in front of Fang Xiu. Its scales had shifted from dark blue to pure gold, crackling arcs of electricity dancing across its body, which had grown to more than 3 meters long. A golden pearl identical to the Xiangang Thunderburst Pearl hovered at its side. System messages flooded in. G Thunder Dragon has opened the path of the Dragon King and evolved into Xianlei Sky Dragon. Exclusive equipment acquired, Sky Thunder Dragon Pearl. An evolution and exclusive gear? Fang Xiu's eyes lit up as he opened its stat panel. No, her name was now Xianlei Sky Dragon. Xianlei Sky Dragon. Race, Dragon. Innate talent, Xiangang Heavenly Thunder Legendary. Lightning skill power 200. Paralysis chance 50. Paralysis effect doubled. While a target is paralyzed, deal lightning damage equal to spirit 1 per second. 30 chance to bypass magic defense and inflict true damage. Wounds caused cannot be healed for a short time. Level 32, Wormling. Health 4,184,180. Mana, 4,474,470. Strength, 340. Growth, 10 star, 10 per level. Agility, 340. Growth, 10 star, 10 per level. Stamina, 402. Growth, 12 star, 12 per level. Spirit, 402. Growth, 12 star, 12 per level. Dragon King Secret Arts bonus stats: Strength 37, Agility 56, Constitution 16, Spirit 45. Path of the Dragon King active. Promotion requirements: 1. Reach level 50. 2. Upgrade Sky Thunder Dragon Pearl to Epic Quality. Skill list: Sky Thunder Art, Sky Thunder Enchant, Xiangang Lightning Flash, Sky Thunder Blast, Thunder Dragon Manifestation, Heavenly Might Thunderfall. Heavenly Might Thunderfall. Summon a massive thundercloud. A dragon-shaped lightning bolt crashes down on the target, dealing Spirit 6 damage. Mana cost, 1,000. Cooldown, 1 hour. Exclusive equipment, Sky Thunder Dragon Pearl Perfect. While carried by Xianlei Sky Dragon, lightning skill effects 100. Absorbing lightning-type spiritual items will raise its quality. It's 15 of the way to the epic tier already. Let me sort this out. Feng Xiu scanned the flood of new data that had popped up on the panel. After checking each line, he finally pieced everything together. The system had reclassified Ji Lei Long as a Xianlei Tianlong. Still a member of the dragon race, its superior lightning bloodline had rocketed its innate talent from epic straight to legendary, and both its stamina and spirit growth had gained 2 full stars. Even more impressive, it now carried an exclusive piece of gear, the Tianlei Longzhu. Behind the Tianlei Longzhu, a flashing notice read Longwang Ji Lu unlocked, and Feng Xiu's spirit sword. Once the Longwang Ji Lu was completed, the Xianlei Tianlong could truly be crowned Dragon King. The Longwang Ji Lu imposed 2 hard requirements. 1. Raise the pet's level to 50. This was manageable. A pet's level can exceed its master's, so once Feng Xiu finishes his 4th advancement, the cap will open to 50. 2. Upgrade the Tianlei Longzhu to epic quality. The difficulty was unknown, but the gem already sat at perfect, with progress marked at 15, only 85 remained. In other words, filling that last 85 would let the Xianlei Tianlong ascend the throne. Feng Xiu guessed that the lightning element he had prepared Xiangang Tianlei was simply too high grade, boosting the Longzhu straight to perfect. The gem's prompt suggested that similar exotic lightning elements were what it needed next. The military merit shop stocked more than 1 lightning element, and Feng Xiu immediately thought of Siguan Leitang. If his balance was sufficient, he could buy it and feed it to the Tianlei Longzhu, maybe maxing the progress in one go. He pulled out his phone, logged into the Jiguang app, and saw the balance flashing. 6.41 million merit points, exactly 500,000 more than he remembered. The mission and intel rewards had clearly arrived. Perfect. Feng Xiu placed an order for Siguan Leitang on the spot. If the progress still fell short afterward, Head purchased the spare evil lightning element from his stock to finish the job. After confirming the order, he slipped the phone back into his pocket and continued checking his own panel. Longwang Mishu had jumped from LV5 to LV6 max, which meant the Longwang UJ class could undergo its 2nd advancement. The 2nd advancement unlocks a secondary skill. He could choose one skill as the core and another as support. The class change interface appeared. Class change in progress. Please select a core skill. Core skill chosen. 6-star legendary skill, Longwang Mishu LV6 max. Next, the system listed the available secondary skills. 8-star epic Feng Ji Mojianji LV15 max. 5-star rare combat transformation device LV15 max. 7-star legendary Dangtian Fenglinqi LV15 max. These 3 old veterans from Feng Xiu's skill roster were all up for grabs as the 4th skill support. He had already mapped out his next 3 secondary skill picks. To earn the Dragon King title after the 4th advancement, Longwang Mishu had to reach 10-star status alongside Dangtian Fenglinqi, so he had to choose the highest level skill each time. Without hesitation, he selected Feng Ji Mojianji LV15 max as the secondary skill. The system responded, generating class options. Please choose from the following. 1. Sword King Dragon Tamer, the sole 9-star speed-type profession. As the Dragon King's partner, its goal is to raise its dragon companion into a Dragon King. After mastering peerless swordsmanship, the tamer hopes to pass those techniques on to the dragon so it can fight with a blade as well. 2. Battle Dragon Tamer, the only 9-star strength-type profession. Also a partner of the Dragon King, it strives to train its dragon companion into a Dragon King. A veteran of countless battles, the tamer uses hard-won combat experience and the dragon's natural advantages to coach it in mastering new skills. 3. Wind King Dragon Tamer, the lone 9-star mind-type profession. As another partner of the Dragon King, it seeks to help its dragon companion ascend to Dragon King status. By mastering the wind magic sword art, the tamer inadvertently discovered a way for dragons to wield wind elements. 9-star profession? A 6-star legendary skill combined with an 8-star epic skill produces a 9-star legendary class. Feng Xiu had thought 8 stars impressive enough after all. The higher the tier, the more each additional star magnifies the gap. His current 8-star class, Wind Sword Demon, was forged from the 6-star rare Living Blade arts and the 7-star epic Wind Slash. Now his panel showed a new pairing 6-star legendary Dragon King secret arts plus 8-star epic Wind Demon Sword art. Compared with the old combination, the core skill had risen 2 grades and the secondary skill 1 star. By that logic, even a 10-star skill no longer felt out of reach. He shook off the thought. This was no time to daydream while choosing a class. According to plan, until he unlocked a 5th class, the first 4 had to align with his attribute focus. Without hesitation, he tapped Battle Dragon Tamer. Changing class to Battle Dragon Tamer. Class change successful. Current class, Battle Dragon Tamer unique. Dragon King Secret Arts has evolved into Battle Dragon King Secret Arts. Class core obtained, Path of the Dragon King's Battle. A familiar yet overwhelming power flooded his limbs. Feng Xiu could feel his strength and constitution skyrocketing. He immediately pulled up his status screen and read it line by line. Feng Xiu. Race, human. Talents, infinite class evolution genesis. Mythic Seeker, perfect wandering breeze, rare force rend. Level, 40. 3rd tier classes. Blade Lord, tier 2 7-star. Wind Sword Demon, tier 3 8-star. Primal Acolyte, tier 2 5-star. Battle Dragon Tamer, tier 2 9-star. Class cores. Wind Demon Blade, Ultimate Wind Slash, Primal Core, Path of the Dragon King's Battle. Path of the Dragon King's Battle. Use a piece of variant elemental essence to open the Dragon King path for a bound ordinary dragon, granting it a 20 boost to all attributes. Attached skills. Fighting will Dragon's Majesty, Combat Guidance. Note: cannot be used on dragons that are already Dragon Kings or higher. The grade of the elemental essence determines the dragon's final strength. HP: 3,420 3,420. MP: 3,560 3,560. Strength: 286 5-star growth, 5 strength per level. Agility: 304 4.5 star growth, for 0.5 agility per level. Endurance: 128 2-star growth, 2 endurance per level. Spirit: 183 4-star growth, for spirit per level. Skill slots 4. Wind Demon Sword Art, Combat Morph Device, Sky Cleaving Wind Spirit Slash, Battle Dragon King Secret Arts. Battle Dragon Sovereign Secret Art. 9-star legendary skill. LV 501. Permanently binds to one dragon, creating a telepathic link. Both partners receive 50 of the other's base attributes. Grants access to the bound dragon skills. A large amount of experience can be spent to teach one of the tamer's skills to the bound dragon. Uses available, 11. Current bonus, Strength 170, Agility 170, Constitution 201, Spirit 201. Note: the higher the level or star rating of the transferred skill, the greater the experience cost. Class skill, Combat Guidance. LV6 max. The user and the bound dragon gain 20 faster experience and heightened combat awareness. Even after scrolling through it countless times, Feng Xiu couldn't stop staring at his character sheet. With the Arcane Thunder Dragon sharing half its stats, his own numbers had exploded in extra 170 points to every attribute, with Strength and Constitution jumping to 201 each. His total of 742 unbuffed stats now rivaled an ordinary 6th-tier combatant. Dragon Might had evolved into Battle Intent. Dragon Might. Its effects markedly stronger, and the new combat guidance granted both him and the Thunder Dragon 20 faster leveling plus a rare boost to combat instincts. Such awareness buffs were nearly impossible to quantify, yet often decided evenly matched battles. One drawback remained. Dragon Sovereign Secret Art capped at level 1. Even with the Seeker Talent's 5 bonus levels, it only reached level 6 and never unlocked an ultimate move. Compared with peers in the same stage, he lacked 2 finishing skills. Essentially, the 9-star class Battle Dragon Tamer relied almost entirely on raw numbers pure stat crushing with no flashy techniques. Feng Xiu didn't mind. His skill pool was already broad. Agility, Spirit, and Strength each had complete lines, and the strength-based attack set from the Blood Emperor Shark Transformation Stone hit especially hard. Though his gear mainly favored agility, Dragon Blood Rebirth, Thunder Dragon Sharing, and Natural Growth pushed his strength past agility, letting him fully exploit the Blood Emperor Shark combos. His eyes returned to the crucial Detail Dragon Sovereign Secret Art had become Battle Dragon Sovereign Secret Art. Beyond the bigger stat share, the standout feature read: spend a large amount of experience to teach one of the tamer's skills to the bound dragon. Uses left, 11. He had a single chance to pass any skill to the Arcane Thunder Dragon forever. Opening the skill panel, he scanned line after line. Core Battle Dragon Tamer abilities, 3 secondary class skills. Even the passive Wind of True Sight derived from Dangshan Kingsis Hulling Wind Talent everything was labeled transferable. Which skill should it be? Feng Xiu rubbed his brow, weighing the options. One shot, No dovers. Faced with the sprawling list, he fell silent for a long time, telling himself over and over, I really have to think this through. Feng Xiu opened the skill window and examined each class one by one. He stopped at Windblade Demon first. This class relies almost entirely on agility-based attack skills, yet Xianlei Tianlong's strongest attributes are spirit and constitution, so the numbers simply don't align and the skills would underperform. Within Windblade Demon, only two abilities are truly valuable. The first is Cyclone Core Sword Style, which stacks to provide 100% movement speed, 100% attack speed, and 10% lifesteal. The second is Breeze Shield, which grants a shield worth agility times 3 and an additional 30% movement speed. Compared side by side, Breeze Shield's protection and speed bonus can't begin to match Cyclone Core Sword Style, making the latter the clear best choice. Next came Blade Lord. It focuses on damage as well, and its multipliers scale with spirit, yet all of Xianlei Tianlong's talents and exclusive gear favor lightning. Forcing wind-type skills onto him would still deal less damage than his current lightning setup and would only be a burden. As for the utility skill Flying Blade Mark, it doesn't stack, the cooldown is short, and Feng Xiu can cast it on both of them at any time, so learning it is unnecessary. The Primal Apprentice tree revolves entirely around the combat morph device. Without that device, the rest of the skills are meaningless. If he picks anything here, it has to be that one. Feng Xiu then flipped to Battle Dragon Dominator, the advanced form of the Dragon King combat path. Unfortunately, its native skills can't be inherited by Xianlei Tianlong anymore. Otherwise, Battle Will Dragons, Awe, and Combat Guidance would have been phenomenal passives. 2 layers of Dragons, Awe would cut 40% of every stat from enemies 20 levels or more below them, enabling instant low-tier kills, while 2 layers of Combat Guidance would grant a 40% experience boost, greatly shortening the grind. After sorting everything out, Feng Xiu saw only 3 real options left. 1. Cyclone Core Sword Style. 2. The Combat Morph Device from Primal Apprentice. 3. Insightful Gale, a talent from Dangshan Qingshu Haoling Feng. Placed side by side, Cyclone Core Sword Style offers the largest numerical boost, and Insightful Gale excels against nightmares, yet neither can match the versatility of the Combat Morph Device. Even without Feng Xiu's Primal Core talent, which removes transformation costs, Xianlei Tianlong would save countless morph stones once he masters the device, while gaining steady stat bonuses and full skill sets. If they ever secure a legendary morph stone such as the Blood Emperor Shark, the resulting jump in stats and abilities would be transformative for Xianlei Tianlong. Besides, buffs similar to those from Cyclone Core Sword Style and Insightful Gale could probably be covered by other morph stones later on. There is another crucial factor. Xianlei Tianlong is a genuine dragon, and when he stands beside Feng Xiu, who is only at the 3rd advancement, the contrast is far too conspicuous. With the Combat Morph Device, Xianlei Tianlong can assume the form of any other monster at a moment's notice, allowing Feng Xiu to deploy him freely. Xianlei Tianlong is already level 32, and his stat panel is more impressive than his master's. He was already a force to be reckoned with. After careful consideration, Feng Xiu set his sights on the Combat Morph Device, but before he could rely on it, he had to raise its star rating. Right now, the device was still stuck at 5-star rare, which looked decidedly underwhelming. That was because Feng Xiu had delayed making it his core skill for a class change. His original plan was simple: max out Battle Dragon King's secret art first, then switch the morph device to core and the secret art to auxiliary, finishing his 3rd class change as a Primal Apprentice. However, the secret art now needed only 1 point of experience to level. Upon teaching session would fill the bar. Chasing that single level would merely bump the skill from LV5 to LV6, while the Xianlei Heavenly Dragon's eventual star rank would be determined by far more than that. Feng Xiu therefore decided to start the class change process right away. The interface sprang open. Class change in progress. 1. Select Core Skill. Core Skill, 5-star Rare Combat Morph Device LV15 Max. 2. Select Auxiliary Skill. Available skills: 9-star Legendary Battle Dragon King's Secret Art LV5. 7-star Legendary Sky Rending Wind Spirit / LV15 Max. Feng Xiu picked 9-star Legendary Battle Dragon King's Secret Art LV5 without hesitation. A second later, a new set of class options appeared. 1. Dragon Slaying Scholar 8-star Unique. Category: Balanced. Description: calling himself a student of the primordial, he fixates on collecting the powers of mighty beings. After meeting the infinite world's highest life-formed dragon, she set out to crystallize their abilities and embarked on the path of dragon slaying. 2. Dragon Bond Scholar 8-star Unique. Category: Balanced. Description: another student of the primordial who seeks great power, yet chooses to side with dragons. Blessed by the Dragon Emperor, he confused the power of other beings with that of dragons. 3. Dragon Blood Scholar 8-star Unique. Category: Strength. Description: pursuing raw might, he abandons life force crystallization and instead hunts dragons, bathing in their blood to draw power. An 8-star rating clearly limited by the core skill's 5-star rarity. With a stronger core, the result would have been even better. Still, it matched his Wind Blade Demon class, so Feng Xiao was content. He reviewed the options. 1. Dragonblood Scholar. Giving up life force crystals means no more morph stones. The class also skews toward brute strength, which doesn't fit his all-round style. Rejected. 2. Dragon Slaying Scholar versus Dragon Bond Scholar. One slaughters dragons, the other stands with them. Feng Xiao already holds the Battle Dragon Master class and has a companion packed with dragons, so turning his blade on them is unthinkable. Dragon Slaying Scholar is out. With the choices narrowed, only one path remained. Dragon Bond Scholar. Class transfer complete. Dragon Scholar, unique. The combat morph device has evolved into the Dragon Staff. Core ability Primal Surge acquired. Feng Xiao opened his status panel again. The interface lit up, displaying the new class details at a glance. 1. Class Core. Wind Demon Blade. Ultimate Wind Slash. Path of the Dragon King. Primal Surge. 2. Primal Surge Core Passive. Transformations consume no resources. No time limit on any transformation. All buffs are doubled. Grants 8 class skills. Carry and Draw. Gemforge Array. Primal Honor. Half-Human Dragon Form. Primal Power. Primal Release. 3. Skill slots 4-4. Wind Demon Sword Art. Dragon Staff. Skycleaving Gale. Battle Secret. Dragon King. 4. Dragon Staff 8-star. Legendary. LV. 60-1600. Can craft transformation gems. Refines common gems into dragon gems. Comes with 20 gem slots. Once socketed, gems remain permanently usable. Socketed. Runic Iron Guard. Gale Whelpling. Blood Emperor Shark. Star Swordfish King. Refinement scales with gem quality. Spending Dragon Blood upgrades results further according to its grade. 5. Class skills all 8-star, no level. Carry and Draw. Corpses of defeated dungeon monsters remain. Item material equipment drop rate 30, 0.5 chance to drop an origin item. Gem Forge Array. Converts monster corpses into transformation gems. 10 chance to raise quality by 1 tier. Fuse 10 identical gems to upgrade. Mana cost 10, cooldown 5 seconds. Primal Honor. Consumes 1 Dragon Staff gem to evolve the current transformation. Cooldown 1 hour. Half-Human Dragon Form. When any non-human, non-dragon gem is used, the user gains twin forms. Humanoid form boosts agility. Draconic form greatly increases constitution and strength. Primal Power. All transformation bonuses 100. Primal Release. Unleashes a species-exclusive finisher based on the current form. Cooldown 12 hours. After skimming the data, Feng Xiao compared it silently. The Dragon Scholar panel felt far cleaner than the Battle Dragon Riders. Every former skill had jumped from 5 to 8 stars, numbers went up and cooldowns dropped, yet nothing was fundamentally different. The only real novelty was half-human dragon form. If the description's unclear, he'll test it. He shrugged. The current dungeon setting was the underwater shadow worm vortex, and he was already in the Star Swordfish King's half-human form. Switch Star Swordfish King, dragon form. The transformation device in his hand suddenly elongated into a staff coiled by a golden eastern dragon. 20 brilliant gems studded the shaft, each one representing a potential morph. The dragon's maw opened and exhaled deep blue mist, enveloping Feng Xiao completely. Shrouded in the vapor, his outline began to shift, reverting from human shape back to a bestial form. The Starblade Kingfish had once been a whale-sized creature forged from starlight, but now its massive body swelled to 3 times that size. Twin, razor-sharp horns jutted from its head, deep blue scales covered its frame, and light shimmered across their surface. A faint draconic aura rolled out like a tide, pressing down on everything around it. In the wild, it would be the textbook rare world boss that every player would instantly focus fire. Feng Xiao cared only about the numbers. He opened the status panel. Starblade Kingfish Dragon Form. Agility 60. Strength 120. Constitution 75. The original Starblade Kingfish shard had offered just 20 agility and 15 strength. Now, both strength and constitution had jumped by 75 points, about 25 from the larger dragon body, the rest from his primal core burst, and the skill Primal Power's 200 stat bonus. He switched to the hybrid form. Starblade Kingfish Hybrid Form. Agility 180. Strength 45. Hybrid form gave an extra 40 agility outright. At 5th advancement, the system used to trade 5 constitution for 5 agility. Now it deducted nothing and simply added the Agilitia huge boost. He tested the other transformations in turn. Rune Iron Guard, Blood Emperor Shark, and Gale Wormling. All gave the same bonuses as the Starblade Kingfish. Even though the Gale Wormling was already Dragonkin and couldn't shift into a separate dragon form, every single point still appeared on the status bar. Next came the core skill upgrade. The 5-star rare skill Combat Transmuter had evolved into the 8-star legendary skill Dragon Forging Scepter. Its description was straightforward. It can infuse any transformation shard with draconic power, turning it into a dragon-type gem. How strong that would be, he had to find out. Fang Xiu pulled a shard from his profession inventory. Transformation Shard, Starcleave Swordfish. Grade, Rare. Effect, transforms the user into a Starcleave Swordfish for 10 minutes, granting 5 agility for strength, and the skills Blade Dash, Stellar Empowerment, and Target Weak Point. Flavor, a shard imbued with the power of the Starcleave Swordfish. While transformed, the user streaks through the ocean at breakneck speed, attacking far faster than a normal Swordstar fish. He had plenty of these. Head farmed the Helmode Swordstar Cove instance for them, while synthesizing the Starblade Kingfish Shard. Dragonforging Scepter. A gilded staff etched with dragon motifs appeared in his hand. The dragon head atop it opened slightly, the shaft coiled in fine scales. He tapped the Starcleave Swordfish Shard with the staff's tip. SSSSH. The shard's impurities flaked away, and its radiant essence condensed into a clear sapphire gem. Transformation Gem, Starcleave Fishdrake. Grade, Perfect. Effect, transforms the user into a Starcleave Fishdrake for 10 minutes, granting 15 agility, 14 strength, and the skills Starcleave Charge, Stellar Empowerment, and Target Weak Point. Flavor, once a shard containing the power of the Starcleave Swordfish, it has been refined by draconic energy into a gem of the half-dragon Starcleave Fishdrake. The item's quality rose by 1 tier, his attributes climbed by 20 points, and the skill lineup shifted as well. Fang Xiu glanced over the panel and judged the boost acceptable, yet he doubted the same method would work on epic or even legendary morph stones after all. The stone refined from the pure-blooded Newfing hatchling barely reached epic grade. Pushing a rare stone up to perfect was likely the limit. Only by adding dragon blood could he hope to nudge a perfect stone into epic. If I can collect 10 epic stones, he'll be able to craft a legendary one. He rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment before excitement lit his eyes. If my theory is right, that would give me a steady way to produce legendary morph stones. Maybe I should test it first. His gaze shifted to the nearby Xianlei Tianlong. The young dragon instantly tensed, its scales quivering. Boss, I'm still just a kid. I'm only looking, Fang Xiu replied with a wave. He really had no intention of tapping the little dragon's blood. Right now the amount needed for a legendary stone was far from trivial, and draining a juvenile dragon would do more harm than good. Besides, Lin Jinan might be able to supply a small sample first. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, he focused on the next requirement. The next advancement of the Dozhan Longwang's secret technique wouldn't unlock until the skill Hualong Baozhang was maxed. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the skill granted to Xianlei Tianlong by the secret technique had to be used up, and it was still unclear whether it would start at level 1 or inherit Fang Xiu's current level 15. He needed to watch and wait while targeting monsters suited to the dragon's growth, prioritizing lightning-type foes. Second, Hualong Baozhang was the auxiliary skill he intended to choose at the 3rd upgrade of Dozhan Longwang, so both demanded that the staff's skill hit its cap as soon as possible. Thus Fang Xiu set his next goal, max out Hualong Baozhang. Fortunately, raising its proficiency wasn't limited to crafting morph stone. Catalyzing a finished product into a dragon morph stone awarded a second batch of experience. 1 gem now counted twice, a far quicker pace than in the past, and he inwardly savored the advantage. Since General Murong Guan had barred him from venturing into the borderlands, he decided to farm dungeons instead. During this lull, he planned to clear every 3rd-tier dungeon around Haiguang City. He wouldn't insist on Helmode keys, but he would claim every first-place ranking. The monster corpses could be turned into morph stones, and the first clear rewards would yield enhancement stones for his Tier 3 Giro win-win. I can always find work for myself. Fang Xiu looked up at the yawning maw of the dark insect whirlpool ahead. Let's start right here. The dark insect whirlpool was a cavern-type dungeon. The entrance lay in the roof, the boss lurked at the bottom, and the midsection was largely open. True to its name, a fierce vortex filled the space upon entry. One could clearly feel the twisting force trying to drag everything toward the abyss like an unseen giant hand. Rumor had it the undercurrent beneath Swordstar Bay originated from this very whirlpool. The vortices and undertows you can still see are only inside the instance. In reality, they were all obliterated when Fang Xiu fought the blood-soaked royal shark. The dark insect maelstrom dungeon was solved long ago, and guides are everywhere, neatly divided by power tier. 1. Regular adventurers. Follow the swirl around the tunnel, descend along the spiral 1 step at a time, clearing mobs as they appear. This cancels the pull of the vortex and keeps the run safe and steady. 2. High-tier parties. Leap down in sections. Each time they land, they charge up, draw aggro, lure a swarm of vortex dark insects, and burst them down at once, which is far more efficient. The first time he stood at the entrance, Fang Xiu planned to copy Swordstar Bay's sky-cleaving wind slice speedrun. But the undercurrents here were trickier than expected. The vortex sped up and slowed down at random, throwing even his tuned wind slice off rhythm. So he ditched finesse and chose the most brutal method, charge straight in. He dove headfirst into the maelstrom. Its pull became the fastest elevator imaginable, yanking him toward the depths. Along the way, level 42 vortex dark insects were sucked out of the tunnel walls, surging toward him like a tide. The instant he hit bottom, he was face to face with the boss, the level 47 shadow maelstrom bug. Looking up, he saw the ceiling sealed by hundreds of vortex dark insects, a solid black mass. Sword of the Star King. He raised his left hand. The invisible sea surface overhead rippled with starlight, and a brilliant star chart appeared. Power from countless constellations condensed into a light blade hundreds of meters long, so thick and so long, it looked like a giant glow stick jammed into the vortex. Anyone glancing up would see nothing but blinding starlight and a curtain of red damage numbers. Killed Vortex Dark Insect LV.42, 3110 EXP. Killed Vortex Dark Insect LV.42, 3110 EXP. The experience notifications jumped like mad, even faster than in the old days at Swordstar Bay. Feng Xiu hooped in delight. A few hundred Vortex Dark Insects yielded more than 700,000 experience. Each mob gave less than an equal level Nightmare Clan monster, but the dungeon could be farmed forever. Seeing its kin evaporate in an instant, the boss lunged without hesitation. Its two venomous fangs, each as big as a ballista bolt magnified 100 times, were enough to make even a fourth-tier tank break into a cold sweat. Feng Xiu didn't even spare it a glance. He flicked a heaven-cleaving wind slice. The jade wheel of light shot into its gaping maw. With two crisp cracks, the massive fangs were shaved flat, and the wheel buried itself inside defense down. He followed with 8 wind wheel shadow array and wind cleave strike in quick succession, like a chef wielding one cleaver and 8 paring knives at once, reducing a sausage to confetti. Killed Shadow Maelstrom Bug LV.47 boss, 37,180 EXP. Over the next week, Feng Xiu shuttled between Haiguang City and Binhai City, clearing every nearby Tier 3 dungeon and seizing the top spot on each leaderboard. In 7 straight runs, he conquered 7 different Tier 3 instances, engraving his name at number 1 every time, and by month's end he expected to pocket a full 70 Tier 3 enhancement stones. The Dragon Transformation Staff's mastery, however, refused to accelerate at the same pace. 7 days of hard fighting only nudged the skill from LV6 to LV9. An 8-star legendary weapon is a bottomless sink for experience, just as he had predicted. By contrast, the 9-star legendary Battle Dragon King's secret art felt almost effortless. Instead of mind-numbing grinding, it needed only the right items, an advantage so convenient, it was absurd. Dungeon farming brought its own bonuses. The Thunder Dracolian climbed to level 40 during those high-intensity battles, and that 8-level jump delivered a hefty 352 attribute points. Half of those flowed straight to Feng Xiu, gifting him 176 points across the board, worth more than half a set of top-tier gear. The prospect of repeating that surge every 8 levels left him genuinely thrilled. Unfortunately, Feng Xiu himself was still only 3rd rank, capped at level 40, so the Dracolian was stuck there as well. He immediately reset the EXP split to 50-50, determined to push both of them to level 50 the moment he completed 4th rank and enjoy another explosive boost. That would be a frightening leap forward. Early the next morning, he planned to keep grinding Swarm Vortex, still the simplest and most efficient of all the dungeons. Just as he was heading out, Wang Qing called. General Morongguan and Aurora Guildmaster Aurora King Hao Renguang had issued a joint invitation for him to report to the military camp in Nightmare Valley. They won't see me until the Aurora King arrives? Feng Xiu rubbed his chin, quietly clicking his tongue. The army and Aurora Guild really were intertwined. With achievements like his, if the military wanted to mobilize him, they naturally had to consult the guild's boss first. Though he had been with Aurora for some time, he had never met its legendary leader. Today, he would finally get a look. A boss summons could not be ignored. He stepped through a portal back to Nightmare Valley. Wang Qing was waiting at the teleport plaza and guided him past checkpoint after checkpoint. The deeper they went, the more Feng Xiu felt sharp, unseen gazes tracking him, some blatant, some hidden. Columns of soldiers marched by in perfect cadence, faces cold and hard. Most were weaker than Feng Xiu, yet the raw scent of bloodshed clinging to them forced onlookers to give way. This was a truly seasoned fighting force. He silently applauded General Morong Guan's command. When he first arrived in Nightmare Valley, the atmosphere had been oppressive. Now, with Aurora's wandering prodigies flooding in, the valley felt livelier but also more chaotic. At times, he even spotted guild members and soldiers shouting at each other until their faces turned crimson. Feng Xiu couldn't help wondering what the scene would look like if the Nightmare clan chose this moment to attack. Yin Soul Valley may look riddled with flaws, yet beneath the surface its defenses are taut. Wang Qing escorted Feng Xiu to the main command tent, bowed, and announced, "General, he has arrived." A deep, resonant male voice sounded from within. "Send him in." "Sir." Wang Qing lifted the flap, motioned Feng Xiu inside, then remained at the doorway. Feng Xiu drew a steady breath and stepped into the tent. 2 dazzling flashes met his eye snow, 2 bald heads gleaming coldly in the lamplight. On the left stood a man in black armor draped with a dark green cloak, his expression kindly. On the right loomed a brute clad in a white training robe stretched over rock-hard muscle, a scar carving its way from crown to chin. Despite appearances, the true Aurora King was the scarred titan on the right, Hao Ringguang. The jarring contrast between his savage face and the name Ringguang, meaning benevolent light, was enough to baffle newcomers. Having reviewed the intel beforehand, Fang Xiu made no such mistake. If the scarred bald man was Hao Ringguang, then the mildy giant must be General Morong Guan, guardian of Yin Soul Valley. What struck Fang Xiu even more was the pressure they radiated. It made him instinctively rein in his own presence. As though facing elders, he dared not offend monarchs ruling on a higher plane of life. The two kings were likewise studying the young visitor. What a body, Morong Guan murmured, eyes gleaming as if had spotted a walking beast. In more than a century of battle, he had rarely seen an uncrowned human with such formidable, flesh-not superficial muscle, but the vast energy buried deep within. Hao Ringguang inclined his head, agreeing, yet noting more. Dragon blood, and quite pure. You've bathed in it. High grade by the feel of it. You're raising a dragon pet too, aren't you? Seems you're close to that Lin family girl. A few casual sentences laid bare most of Fang Xiu's secrets. Startled, he realized again what king-level insight meant. He stepped forward and saluted. Chairman, General Moro. Morong Guan waved a hand. No need to be tense. We simply wish to meet the new spearhead of the Aurora Guild and chat about a few minor matters. Even as he spoke, an invisible current rippled from him, isolating the tent from the outside world and carving out a private space. Fang Xiu understood those matters would be anything but minor. Sit, Hao Ringguang said. He lifted a hand, light swirled, and a chair settled in front of Fang Xiu. Morong Guan flicked a finger, unseen force tipped a pot, fragrant steam rising as tea filled a cup that floated to Fang Xiu's side. A king had fetched him a chair, another had poured him tea. Startled, Fang Xiu sat at once, ready to answer any question openly. Before he could speak, Hao Ringguang's calm yet irresistible voice delivered the first. Your talent is mythic grade, isn't it? Hao Ringguang's question caught Fang Xiu off guard. He blinked, silently marveling. Mythic grade talent? These two really dare to dream. Yet, when he viewed the matter from Hao Ringguang and Morong Guan's perspective, the record of killing a nightmare fiend 3 tiers above his own spoke for itself. Epic or legendary no longer sounded impressive enough. Only mythic fit the bill. Their judgment felt natural, and it also explained why Morong Guan had sealed the surrounding space the moment he arrived. Before Fang Xiu could agree or deny, Hao Ringguang raised a hand. No need to answer. From now on, if anyone asks about your talent, keep silent. Fang had heard that warning before, but at 18, he barely understood the reason. Morong Guan continued. You're young, there's more to the story than you know. Fang nodded in silence. He had only scraps of rumor about the rule never disclose your talent. 20 years ago, the Human Alliance gathered several gifted youths to mass-produce king-level powerhouses, only for alien races to ambush the program and wipe it out. After that disaster, the High Council ordered every talent grade to remain hidden. How many details had been embellished since then, he could not tell. Today, every race in the infinite worlds agrees on 3 points. 1. Born with epic grade talent, survive and you will become a king. 2. Born with legendary grade talent, survive and you will become an emperor. 3. Born with mythic grade talent, survive and you will ascend to imperial supremacy. Thus, the moment any race reveals an epic grade or higher prodigy, enemy factions mark that child for assassination. The higher the grade, the higher the bounty. Morong Guan's voice grew heavy. Every year we receive reports of geniuses cut down by outsiders. For a mythic grade, they even deploy emperors. We strike back 10-fold, 100-fold, yet we still can't save them all. He sighed. Hao Ringguang added. During my years roaming the outer territories, I learned that several hegemon-level races once formed a covert organization whose sole purpose is to eliminate mythic grade talents. Fang Xiu began to ponder. If mythic grade led straight to the imperial throne, what about his own Genesis grade talent was that divine tier? No wonder the Dragon Shepherd clan left behind the limit-breaking scroll for someone who surpassed mythic talent, him. The scroll had unlocked not only his Genesis grade infinite class change, but also his mythic grade seeker talent. If mythic grade talents could be sealed away, perhaps countless others were similarly suppressed. And if those seals were removed, could mythic talents rise even higher? Seeing Fang lost in thought, Morong Guan assumed the information had frightened him. He spoke softly. Don't worry too much. I've already broadcast your feat of killing a 6th-tier nightmare fiend and more than 1,000 nightmare soldiers. That record alone will keep the petty killers at bay. He patted the youth's shoulder, voice earnest. In his eyes, Fang Xiu was still just an 18-year-old boy. According to the latest intel, the Yin clan believes you're carrying the Aurora Dragon King Pearl, which is how you managed to kill a 6th-turn Yin demon outright. Lowering his voice, Hao Ringguang summed up the situation and added, leaking that bit of news alone isn't enough. The Yin clan makes a living hunting geniuses with myth-grade talents. The moment they catch so much as a whiff, they'll stick to you like glue. He predicted that the Yin clan would soon infiltrate Yin Soul Valley and all human territory. Once they confirmed Fang Xiu's myth-grade gift, they were likely to dispatch an emperor powerhouse. Morongguan frowned. Then should we send Fang Xiu to the Holy Court of Light to train? Haoranguang shook his head. After a moment's thought, he offered another option. I have a different proposal. Fang Xiu, want to hear it? Both Fang Xiu and Morongguan turned to him. How about heading to the outer regions? The outer regions? Fang Xiu blinked. Had never even left the country, and now they wanted him outside human territory altogether? Cautious by nature, Morongguan objected first. That's too risky. Haoranguang laid it out clearly. Dangerous, yes, but the opportunities and resources there dwarf anything inside human lands and will accelerate your growth. As long as you stay in the outer regions, the Yin clan will struggle to pin you down. You've already soloed a 6th turn Yin demon. Anything short of a 7th turn or king rank opponent shouldn't be a problem. They'll also give you a spatial scroll. If things go south, you can teleport home instantly. Once again, both men looked to Fang Xiu. The choice was his. I'd like to see it for myself, Fang Xiu said. Staying in human territory only to be ambushed by the Yin clan sounded worse than venturing into the outer regions, where at least the enemy would be out in the open. With his current strength, he could handle anything below king rank, and if a king did show up, he had enough trump cards to buy time and escape with the ethereal pearl. But my aunt. Don't worry, Haoranguang cut in. Lingji Corporation has a branch in the Holy Court of Light. He'll arrange for her transfer. He then handed Fang Xiu 2 items. The first was a pearl that glimmered faintly, a phantom dragon coiling inside. The second was a leather mask. Aurora Dragon King Pearl. Legendary. All attributes 100. Light attribute skills 200. Automatically removes negative effects every 10 seconds. Limit 1. Mask of Enigma. Quality, legendary. Defense 10. Passive enigmatic aura. Conceals the wearer's presence. Active enigmatic face. Alters appearance, costing 1 mana per second. Rank, none. Durability, 100,100. Description, a mask crafted from the rare hide of an enigma-type beast. It suppresses one's aura and reshapes one's face. The Aurora Dragon King's Pearl is the treasure that made my name. Haoranguang set it in Fang Xiu's hand. Keep it with you. If you ever cross blades with the Yin clan, flash it first, it will help hide your true strength. As for this Mask of Malice, humans stand out too much in the outer realm. He passed over a second artifact with casual ease. Wear it, and you'll avoid a lot of trouble. He had clearly considered Fang Xiu's situation from every angle before setting out. Fang Xiu cupped the 2 items, struggling to steady his thoughts. They had met only moments ago, yet these 2 giants were already paving his road. That alone could be written off as senior warriors helping a junior of their race. But handing over a signature treasure from the bottom of one's chest was something else entirely. Haoranguang's formidable reputation was no empty boast. The old master really did give away the good stuff. Put on the mask so we can see what it does, Haoranguang reminded him. Right. Fang Xiu complied at once. The instant the mask touched his skin, his aura was sliced away as if by a blade. Its power flared. His face morphed into Li Boss, then shifted to the shark-folk assassin he had encountered outside Haiguang City. With a single thought, his features kneaded like soft clay. Apart from his unchanged build, he was a stranger. Morongguan and Haoranguang circled him, examining every detail. I underestimated the problem, Haoranguang muttered, frowning. I'm a king-level cultivator, so with this mask I can fool my peers. But Fang Xiu is only 3rd turn. Against kings, the disguise still leaks too much. Morongguan nodded. ITLL dodge minor hassles, but if a king focuses on him, it won't hold. Given Fang Xiu's combat strength, ordinary incidents were no threat. The real danger was dealing with kings. Actually, I have an idea, Fang Xiu said suddenly. He snapped his fingers, and the dragon-shaping staff floated before him. The pale blue gem at its head glimmered. Golden dragon jaws exhaled a matching mist that wrapped him completely. Within the haze, his form, aura, and appearance remolded at speed. In a blink, he became the shark-folk assassin he had once slain. A transformation skill? Or some kind of item? Morongguan and Haoranguang spoke in unison. In their eyes, the flawed disguise was gone. Fang Xiu now appeared to be an entirely different life form. Had they not witnessed the change, they would have sworn he was the genuine article. The mask layered over the transformation enough to blind a king. Satisfied with the result, Fang Xiu drew a sinister morph stone from his class space. I possess a skill that crafts items like this, he explained. Haoranguang took the stone, a spark of interest glinting in his eyes. What materials does it need? Morongguan even rose to his feet, excitement playing. What's the skill called? Where did you find it? Fang Xiu answered their questions one by one. The skill had originally been named Morph, Iron Rune Sentinel. When it mutated, it turned into the Book of Metamorphosis, a technique that can be forged from a monster's corpse. Fang Xiu had used a nightmare core for his own copy. He had already rehearsed an explanation for where it came from. Fang Xiu went on to say that mutated skills are an extraordinarily rare accident in the profession world. Each time a skill is cast, there is an almost negligible chance that it will mutate. If luck is bad, the skill breaks on the spot. If luck is miraculous, it can soar to god tier. Because the process is uncontrollable, every mutation is a 1EO fakened event that can never be reproduced. Morongwan lowered his brows at the explanation, clearly disappointed. They had seen transformation tools before, but none that could replicate a target's aura as well. Ordinary items only alter appearance, and often rely on illusion to fool the senses. Matching aura perfectly is something only the Nightmare clan has mastered. For years, the military has dismantled Nightmare gear and learned nothing, even losing researchers to Nightmare core corruption that turned them into wraiths. Haoringwang had never expected this thing to be mass-produced. The Nightmare clan is crafty and powerful. Even if the stones work, at best they grant an edge in the first 2 operations before the enemy counters them. How many Nightmare cores, and how much time do you need to make one shapeshift stone? Morongwan asked, returning to practical matters. After a moment's thought, Feng Xiu quoted a conservative figure. 10 Nightmare cores, 1 minute to refine a single Nightmare shapeshift stone, success rate in the mid-teens, and the crafting skill has a 5-second cooldown. Low cost and fast output. Morongwan and Haoringwang exchanged a glance and simultaneously started sketching out battle plans in their minds. Morongwan spoke first. I have a military contract in hand. Interested? As the top commander of the Yanhan Valley forces, his words carried weight. This was exactly why Feng Xiu had produced a sample. He would soon head for the outer territory. If he didn't sweep the military warehouse for good stuff now, he would regret it. He especially coveted item 11 on the exchange list, the exotic wind element Yinshan Wind. Ever since he obtained the Xiangang Jintianlei, he had been craving it, and he still owed Morongwan 40 million merit points. This order was his only chance to pay off the debt. The military will supply Nightmare cores without limit. Each Nightmare shapeshift stone you complete earns you 10,000 merit points. You have 1 week, Morongwan concluded. 1 week is enough for me to set the battlefield and muster the troops, he added. Haoringwang nodded. Jiguang will stand beside the army. He had another calculation. If they launched a major action on the Nightmare front, the enemy's attention would shift away from Feng Xiu, making his trip to the outer territory safer. Thinking ahead, Haoringwang frowned. We'll have to put up with a little discomfort. It's not suitable for Murong to keep you at his side, and I have to gather the old brothers, so I can't guard you all the time. He'll have a spatial user open an independent pocket. Hide there for safety. Feng Xiu waved it off without hesitation. No need. I have a place of my own that no one can find. Dragon Taming Ruins. This was the place Feng Xiu claimed no one could find. Strictly speaking, that wasn't completely true. Lin Jinan knew about the ruins as well. Had just been too busy leveling up to drop by during his weekly visits. At the center of the shadowlit altar, Feng Xiu sat cross-legged. Cracks veined the stone platform, dark red lines threading through them like blood vessels and deepening the silence of the whole site. With his left hand, he kept tipping Nightmare cores out of his class space. With his right, every 5 seconds, he sketched the metamorphed gem, refined array in midair. When the array flashed, the core either turned into a clear, flawless gem he tossed back into storage, or failed outright, collapsing into ash that scattered on the wind. Since his profession had jumped from 5 stars to 8, his success rate was better than expected, rising from barely 15% to a steady figure north of 20. He hadn't pinned down the exact decimal. Other experiments kept getting in the way, so he resolved to spend 7 straight days making nothing but Nightmare metamorph gems and nail down a precise number. For the next 168 hours, he became a machine. With nearly 400 points of constitution and 500 points of spirit, going without sleep, food, or water was a simple math problem. If he wanted to, he could keep this work mode up for half a year. The real test was monotony. The same movements, the same flash of light, the same brittle crack, repeated 100,000 times. Remembering that a batch of Yinshan foam blades was waiting on his delivery kept him motivated. The faster he got paid by the piece, the sooner he could repay General Murin's interest, and still have enough left to pick up a few more Yinshan foam. A week isn't long, but for 18-year-old Feng Xiu it felt like an overstretched rubber band. In this world, people don't vanish into centuries-long retreats. 7 days of non-stop high-intensity work is punishment enough. Fortunately, the payoff was worth it. He performed exactly 100,000 attempts. In theory, he could manage 12 cycles a minute over 120,000 tries, but he kept to 10 or 11 to allow for minor adjustments, stopping precisely on attempt number 100,000. Final count, 22,321 successes, a 22.321% success rate, call it 22. Feng Xiu was satisfied. The figure was almost double his previous best. At standard exchange rates, that meant 2.2321 billion military merits. After subtracting the 40 million he owed General Morong, he still had over 1.8 billion, enough for several more Yinshan foam. The bigger windfall was his skill growth. Dragon Shaper Staff had rocketed to max level over the course of those 100,000 operations. Even 4th-tier Nightmare cores yielded far more experience than the Vortex Darkworm, to say nothing of 5th and 6th-tier cores. Raising his skill level did not alter any of his basic abilities. Yet hitting level 10 and level 15 still unlocked two new powers for Fangxiu. The first was Dragon Essence Blast, an 8-star legendary skill whose rank matched that of the dragon transforming staff. When activated, the staff siphoned energy from a single transformation gem and, under draconic amplification, compressed it into an explosive shockwave. The damage depended entirely on that gem's quality and traits. Each cast cost a flat 100 mana, came with 0 cooldown, and became available once the staff reached level 10. The second was Dragon Spirit Seal, also 8-star legendary and likewise fixed to the staff's level. On use, the staff drew energy from a gem and molded it into a combat-ready dragon spirit. Every one of the spirit's attributes and skills mirrored those coded in the gem. The ability carried a 30-minute cooldown and unlocked at staff level 15. Fangxiu quickly grasped the distinction. Dragon Essence Blast treats a gem as a single-use power cell, draining it in one devastating shot. Dragon Spirit Seal also drains a gem, but forges the energy into a summon that can fight and tank. He went straight to field tests. Test 1. He fitted a perfect grade gem refined from a 6th cycle Nightmare core into the staff and unleashed Dragon Essence Blast. The shockwave proved as destructive as Sweeping Tempest Slash. At first glance, it seemed wasteful burning a perfect gem for one hit, whereas Sweeping Tempest Slash even pierces defenses. Then he noticed the words no cooldown and understood its true ferocity. With his current 3,000 plus mana, he could vaporize 30 gems in rapid succession and hammer a single target with 30 Dragon Essence Blasts in the blink of an eye. The only price was gem burn. Luckily, his class inventory brimmed with transformation stones, so ammunition was no concern. Test 2. Using another gem of the same grade, he cast Dragon Spirit Seal. Blazing energy coalesced in midair, forming a draconic warrior cloaked in nightmare miasmas if a dragonborn had been turned into a nightmare ghost. The stat panel appeared. Strength 600, higher than Fangxiu's own. Agility 400. Every Nightmare Clan ability filled its skill bar. Duration matched the time listed on the gem. A Ghost Nightmare gem would have pushed agility even higher. The spirit had no independent will. It was a controlled energy construct that obeyed Fangxiu's every order. He calculated at once. High-tier gems would yield elite lieutenants, while low-tier ones would still provide reliable cannon fodder. Checking his stores, he found 22,321 Nightmare transformation gems. He set aside all 6th cycle and 4th cycle gems for combat use, leaving 22,200 just enough to deliver to General Morongguan. Since he was already churning out transformation gems for the Nightmare Clan, Fangxiu figured he might as well make a few top-tier stones for himself. The military had delivered 22,321 Nightmare transformation stones in total, ranging from 4th to 6th tier, with grades from rare all the way up to epic. More than 2,000 of them had even been refined into superior versions. After picking through the cache, Fangxiu settled on 26-tier refined gems and arranged a 10-tune fusion array 10 interlocking runes meshed like chains, while blue-violet light surged at the center, thick with nightmare miasma. Within seconds, the 20 gems compressed and merged, leaving only 2 abyss black crystals behind. Transformation Gem, Primal Nightmare. Rarity, Legendary. Effect, transforms the user into a primal nightmare. All attributes 30. Grants the skills Negative Control, Nightmare Burst, and Calamity Body for 60 minutes. Description, crystallizes the raw power of an ancient primal nightmare. The user becomes a second-generation nightmare, born of catastrophe and sworn to raise the world in sin. He had calculated the path from perfect to epic to legendary well in advance. Once a 6th-tier core was refined, a second 10-tune fusion naturally broke the legendary threshold. What shocked him was the boost itself, 30 to every statin, even 120 points in total. Another legendary stone, the Blood Emperor Shark Gem, offered only 85 points, a stark contrast. Fangxiu kept one Primal Nightmare gem for himself and handed the other to Xianlei Tianlong. If we run into any nightmares, this might save the day, he said, half joking, half serious, while patting the dragon's massive horn. If only he had a 7th-tier Nightmare core, he might touch the mythic threshold, but none of the military-supplied cores reached that level, so the idea had to wait. With the gem work done, he remembered that the Dragonmorph staff skill had reached LV15, meaning he could finally teach battle technique, Dragon King's secret art, to Xianlei Tianlong. A prompt appeared. Spend 10 million experience to teach Dragonmorph staff LV15 max to Xianlei Tianlong. 10 million? Not bad, Fangxiu mused. For most people that was astronomical, but he could earn it in a few Dark Insect Vortex runs. At his current pace, one run yielded about 700,000 experience. After giving Xianlei Tianlong his usual half, share 350,000, it would take fewer than 30 runs to recoup the cost. Easy, he confirmed. A flash of light, and 10 million experience vanished. Teaching complete, the system chimed. Fangxiu immediately opened Xianlei Tianlong's panel, where a new entry gleamed. Dragonmorph staff LV15. Unfortunately, the staff itself was still Barino transformation gems embedded, unlike Feng Xiu's, which housed the Blood Emperor Shark, the Star Swordfish, and others. Teaching transferred the skill, not the gems. Those would have to be prepared separately. Of course, Feng Xiu had already planned for this. Besides the Primal Nightmare gem, he had crafted another stone during his last dungeon run, one that Xianlei Tianlong could use on a regular basis. Transmogrification gem, Taiyan Beast, epic quality. Once activated, it turns the user into a Taiyan Beast for 1 hour, granting 30 Spirit, 20 Constitution, and the skills Cloud Stride, Thunder Tribulation Mantle, and Dao Shattering Bolt. The gem contains the Taiyan Beast's full bloodline power. When used, the wearer becomes a rare fiend that commands thunder and rides the clouds. The creature resembles a great white tiger. Snow-white fur is laced with black-gold lightning patterns. Its frame is long, powerful, and majestic, combining savage force with sleek elegancy and ideal airborne mount. Its lower form, the Laming Beast, is only 3rd turn rank, yet the reins alone cost 10 times as much as a Windspirit Valley Zephyr Beast. To forge this epic Taiyan gem, Feng Xiu fought through the dungeon, gathered 10 Laming Beast advancement gems, and fused them in a Tenphorone merge, barely producing this single Taiyan core. Now the gem was his, and the skill panel lit up at once. 1. Cloud Stride greatly boosts flight speed. From now on he could soar atop the Xianlei Sky Dragon. 2. Thunder Tribulation Mantle massively amplifies all lightning abilities. This was Feng Xiu's main reason for choosing the Taiyan path. The skill's name and multiplier had improved with every tier from Laming Beast to Taiyan Beast. 3. Dao Shattering Bolt, a lightning strike that pierces magical defenses, perfect for breaking shields. Epic might not be the end, Feng Xiu mused. Once the Xianlei Sky Dragon matured, he planned to draw a drop of dragon blood and push for an even higher grade. Meanwhile, the teaching charges for the Combat Dragon King secret art were exhausted, raising the skill from LV5 to LV6 max and confirming his theory. The final lesson was the only requirement. With that, both the Dragon Forming Staff and the Dragon King secret art hit max level, and the Combat Dragon Master 3rd turn advancement came into view. The goal was a perfect 10-star score. His phone alarm suddenly buzzed, reminding him of his appointment with General Moro. Feng Xiu shelved his plans. He would deliver the goods first and change class later. He drew out a void pearl, opened a portal in the Mulong ruins, and the gate that brought him here reversed itself. When the ripples faded, he stood in the Aurora Guild dorm at Yinhun Valley. After a quick tidy-up, he made for the military camp. Wang Qing still guarded the gate and led him into the command tent. A week has passed. What have you got? Morongwan skipped all pleasantries. Feng Xiu raised a hand, split open his profession space, and 22,000 yen clan transformation gems spilled out with a crash. Surprise flickered in Morongwan's eyes. You estimated a little over 10,000 at best. How did it double? I didn't count carefully before, Feng Xiu admitted. This time I totaled them and found the success rate had jumped past 20%. No matter, yen gems there can never be too many. Morongwan swept an arm and settled the military merits on the spot. After deducting the 40 million debt, Feng Xiu's account swelled by 180 million merits, and his rank leapt straight to senior colonel, the highest an Aurora Guild member could reach within the army. Stay in touch, Morongwan instructed. Once our forces seize the initiative and the Yin clan can't hold the front lines, Haoringguang will send you to the Outer Realm at the first opportunity. After leaving the barracks, Feng Xiu headed straight for the Aurora Guild and traded with the quartermaster for 2 rare elemental crystals. Ranked 53rd among thunder elements, Siguan Lightning cost 5 million merit points and would serve as nourishment for his heavenly Thunder Dragon Pearl. Ranked 11th among wind elements, Ancient Gale was priced at 100 million merit points. Feng Xiu planned to use it to strengthen his innate talent, Dangchen Qingshu Haolaying Wind. Thanks to his current rank of senior colonel, he enjoyed a 35% discount. The 2 elements would have totaled 105 million merit points, yet he paid only 68.25 million. More than 110 million still remained in his account, the numbers blinking on the holoscreen as if urging him to keep spending. With an expedition to the outer regions looming, he decided to finish gearing up and set his sights on the 4th advancement legendary set, Shintong Art. The set consisted of 5 pieces: tunic, trousers, gauntlets, boots, and helmet, each legendary in quality and granting 550 defense, 100 movement speed, and 60 to all attributes. Every piece carried the active skill Shintong. After activation, the next skill's final damage would double, with a 1-hour cooldown. A 3-piece bonus added 20 to all stats, while the complete set unlocked the passive Shintong power, boosting every skill effect by 30%. He no longer debated between agility-focused or mind-focused gear, and instead chose the all-stat set that benefited every one of his abilities. Legendary or not, the price still made him wince. The cheapest part cost 1 million merit points and the priciest 3 million, so the full set vaporized a cool 10 million. Legendary gear was notorious for its price swings, especially full sets, and none of the dungeons he had run had ever dropped a single piece. After this purchase, his balance shrank to just over 100 million. With nothing else in the catalog that caught his eye, he decided to wait for the next update before spending more. In the Aurora Guild Hall at Nightmare Soul Valley, he sat on a metal bench and waited. Soon the quartermaster delivered 2 crystals pulsing with strange energy and the Shintong set sealed in a dark silver case. Fangxiu verified everything, stowed the items in his pack, signed the holographic receipt, and walked out. His ethereal pearl was still on a 3-day cooldown, so teleporting to the dragon-taming ruins was impossible. Instead, he chose to return to Haiguang City and grind experience in the dark insect vortex. The 11 million experience he had banked was hardly vast, but once his 4th advancement finished, both he and the Xianlei Heavenly Dragon could jump 50 levels at once, an enormous boost in combat power. A ripple of space carried him from Nightmare Soul Valley's teleport square to the steel blue boulevard of Haiguang City. Heat mixed with sea breeze hit him before he could steady his stance, and a uniformed soldier hurried over, clearly having waited for his arrival. "Mr. Fangxiu, Vice Chairman Yang Guang requests your presence." The soldier saluted crisply. Yang Guang. Fangxiu recalled Li Bo mentioning that while he was fighting the blood-soaked Emperor Shark, it was this vice chairman who had opened Swordstar Bay, so Rong and Li Bo could lead the troops in clearing the area, an invaluable assist. The invitation almost certainly meant Yang Guang had a task in mind. With that, Fangxiu followed the soldier back to the Aurora Guild in Haiguang City. Fangxiu entered the Aurora Guild, took the stairs to the 3rd floor, and headed straight for the vice president's office. Thud. Thud raised his hand and knocked. "Come in." A calm, yet distant male voice answered. Fangxiu pushed the door open. The guard outside swung the heavy metal panel shut behind him. The moment it clicked closed, a familiar sense of spatial isolation washed over him. The barrier that blocked prying eyes was active again. His heart tightened. What important matter did Vice President Yang Guang want to discuss this time? Was it still about his talent? Soft lights filled the office. Bookshelves and filing cabinets lined the walls in perfect order, yet the air felt icy. A middle-aged man with rimless glasses sat behind the desk, arms folded, smiling as he looked Fangxiu up and down. The smile appeared warm, but a cold glint lurked in his eyes. No wonder he made it to vice president, Fang thought. Just like President Hao Ringguangslick wrapping, dubious contents. "Vice President Yang, what can I do for you?" Fang asked directly. "Nothing serious." Yang nodded with practiced courtesy. "I heard you killed a 6th-tier nightmare fiend and over 1,000 of its kin on your own at the front. I was curious and wanted to meet you." "Just meet?" Fang struggled to respond. Hao Ringguang and Murong Guan were always straightforward. This roundabout style felt awkward. Yang adjusted his glasses and continued gently. "I also heard you managed it with President Ringguang's Aurora Dragon King Pearl. Is that true?" The sudden shift put Fang on guard. Is he probing my real strength? Following Murong Guan's script, he replied, "Yes. The Dragon King Pearl helped me. I was lucky to defeat the fiend. Do you still have the pearl with you?" Before Yang finished the question, an eerie violet light flared in his eyes. A strange force seeped from the walls and rushed toward Fang's mind like a tide. "You are targeted by Yang Guang. LV-70 Puppet Art. Wind of Insight auto-triggers. Will check complete. Your willpower exceeds the attacker's. Mental assault negated. Backlash activated." Bang! A dull explosion. Blood and brain matter sprayed as a hole blew through Yang's forehead, shattering his skull. Fang stared in shock. He attacked me with a mental strike and got hit by my backlash? But why attack at all just for the Dragon King Pearl? The answer came an instant later. Gray smoke laced with violet light poured from the neck of the headless corpse. Nightmare miasma. Human flesh vanished into the smoke. Yang's body twisted and reformed, becoming a nightmare creature radiating malice. "So you can repel psychic attacks." A hoarse hiss emerged from the haze. "That means the Aurora Dragon King Pearl is really on you." Even through the miasma, Fang saw naked greed in those violet eyes. Unbelievable, the vice president of the Aurora Guild was a nightmare in disguise, and the guild was one of the southern frontier's main bastions against the Nightmare clan. "Hand over the Aurora Dragon King Pearl, and he'll let you join us as a nightmare ghoul." Yang lifted his hand and pulled a purple staff from his dimensional space. Fang saw it clearly. The tip held not a gem, but severed human heads. Fangxiu ignored Yang Guang and quietly took out the Wind King Spirit Orb. He wasn't surprised to learn the vice president was a nightmare. If it was a nightmare, he would simply kill it. Yang Guang let out a cold laugh that echoed through the sealed office. "Still struggling? Don't expect anyone to save you. The moment you open that door, I locked this entire space. One last chance. Hand over the Aurora Dragon King Orb, and he'll let you live as my nightmare thrall. Otherwise, he'll rip it from your soul chest myself." Fangxiu couldn't be bothered to answer. He raised his hand and unleashed sky-cleaving windblade. A flash of cyan light, a shining wheel formed in his palm. With a light push, it shot forward. Bang! Yang Guang's nightmare body threw up an invisible shield, but it lasted only a heartbeat. In the next instant his torso was severed at the waist. When the nightmare miasma dispersed, only a lifeless puppet crashed to the floor. A shocked voice filled the air. One strike shattered my shield and killed my substitute? You're a lot more than just the Aurora Dragon King orb. I've changed my mind. It'll turn you into my personal nightmare. Before the words finished, black mist surged from the four corners of the office. 4 six-circle nightmares howled into view, violet eyes glowing with a chilling light. Snake-like purple chains slithered from their feet and clamped onto Feng Xiu's limbs with a metallic snap. Feng Xiu hadn't even moved when the air erupted. Boom, 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 boom. You have been targeted by a Nightmare LV70 Dream Curse. Wind of Insight triggers automatically. Mental resistance check passed higher than attacker. Immunity activated. Backlash initiated. Nightmare LV70 slain. You gain 212,284 experience. Thunderclap Dragon gains 212,284 experience. The same prompt flashed 4 times in a row. Each nightmare was torn apart by the backlash the moment it cast its curse, and the purple chains crumbled with them. Though unharmed, Feng Xiu felt a chill crawl over his skin. There was more than one nightmare lurking in the Aurora Guild of Seaflare City. How had he ever managed to fall asleep in the dorms? Mental backlash? How? Yang Guang's voice trembled. Head thought the first failure was just underestimating the orb's boost, but having 4 six-circle nightmares wiped out at once shattered his confidence. A mental attack only backfires under one condition. The target's spirit must exceed the caster's. Feng Xiu was only 3rd circle. How could his mind overpower a 6-circle nightmare? Even with the Aurora Dragon King orb's boost? Legend said the Dragon King orbs could amplify base attributes, but wasn't Feng Xiu a sword-using class? Even a spellblade who trains both body and magic shouldn't have such an absurdly high spirit stat. Yang Guang gaped at Feng Xiu's numbers, but Feng Xiu had no intention of standing still and taking hits. He instantly shifted into the semi-humanoid form of the starry Bladefish King and barked, weakness penetration. Moonbright eyes swept the office. The skill exposed a living target's weak spot, a trick he often used to spot fake. Sure enough, among the ornaments behind the desk, a turquoise vase suddenly flared with a weakness marker. Sky-rending wind spirit slash. A turquoise wind will coalesce again. Realizing had been found out, Yang Guang slipped out of the vase, turned into nightmare miasma, and shot toward the ceiling. Feng Xiu raised a hand and hurled a windcleave kill after him. Boom. The energy blade pierced the sealed space, and the entire roof of the Aurora Guild Hall in Haiguang City was torn away by the blast. The thunderous crash rolled across the city, and residents everywhere looked up in shock. Midair, Yang Guang reverted to his true nightmare form. Bone staff clenched in his right hand as he glared downward, terror in his eyes. He had blocked the windcleave kill, yet the sheer force rattled him to the core. How could a mere 3rd-tier class wield power on par with a mythic talent? On the ground, Feng Xiu cast Blade Flight Seal on himself, tapped the pavement, and rocketed upward. Quit running. Stay where you are. Yang Guang swung the bone staff, and dozens of dark violet portals burst open in the sky. Nightmare miasma poured out like a tide as nightmare clansmen tumbled through. The first wave, dozens of specter nightmares, all showed 6th-tier levels above their heads and charged at Feng Xiu in formation. He can even open nightmare portals? Feng Xiu's heart lurched. If a king-rank nightmare appeared, Haiguang City would fall before the deep-sea invaders could even arrive. With no time to hesitate, he shouted, 8 Desolation, Wheel Annihilation. 8 colossal turquoise wheels of light formed an array and rolled forward, shredding every nightmare in their path. With the battlefield momentarily clear, he whipped out his phone and texted the Aurora King, Haoring Guang. Yang Guang is a nightmare. Haiguang City is under nightmare invasion. He hit send, dialed once for good measure, and stuffed the phone back into his pocket. Feng Xiu snapped his fingers. A profound thunder sky dragon slithered from his sleeve, snowy arcs of lightning coiling around its body and onto its master. It crouched on his shoulder, twin eyes blazing with electric light. At the same time, storm clouds boiled over Haiguang City, spreading until they blanketed the entire skyline. Heaven's wrath thunderfall. When the roof of the Aurora Guild's headquarters was torn away, the first to notice were its own members. The guards burst out of the lobby at once and looked up. A yawning hole gaped at the roof's center, above which coils of dark purple light flickered in a spiral. Dozens of portals hung in midair like torn wounds, and waves of nightmare spawn poured through them. Rally everyone and drive the nightmares back. Hong Jia, one of the officers in charge, shouted. The teams leapt into action. Some dashed into the main hall to hit the alarm. Others lugged supply crates to the front line. A few steered civilians toward the shelters. Still others activated battle arrays, swapped runic gear, or released their contracted beasts. They were frontier veterans. Most had been brawling here since Xiguang City's early days, when skirmishes broke out every other night. Amid the chaos, only Hong Jie stood her ground, eyes narrowed on a lone figure floating overhead. She recognized Feng Xiu at once. Yet the room that had been blasted apart belonged to Vice Chairman Yang Guang. Had the fight started there? And where was Yang Guang now? She had no time to wonder. Yang Guang's calm went unanswered, and a call to Auroral King Hao Ringguang was also tied up. At this critical moment, both key leaders were out of reach. A chill settled in her chest. If the nightmares had reached Xiguang, what had become of the defenses at Nightmare Soul Valley? Xiguang was humanity's logistical hub against the seaborne races. If the nightmares were here, had the sea folk joined forces with them? Worse, no alert had come from the front at all. The situation shifted by the second, and she shoved the questions aside. Beyond the guild members, the city held artisans, caravans, and free hunters, all of whom depended on Xiguang to survive. She clenched her teeth and ordered that the protection of civilians take top priority. Boom. A thunderclap split the sky. Moments earlier, Xiguang had been as bright as day. Now night swept over it in an instant. Black clouds churned, streaks of white-hot lightning shredding the overcast. Bolts as thick as a man's arm hammered down in succession, crackling through every nightmare brute that dared cross the city's boundary. The smell of charred flesh burst across the air. High above, Feng Xiu stood against the wind, pleased with his arcane thunder Tianlong. Heavenly wrath, lightning descent in area-wide suppression art, whose range and power depended entirely on the dragon's spirit stat. It might not kill a single elite foe outright, but for mowing down hordes like these, it was his most efficient clearing method. No need to grind dark insect vortices for XP anymore, he thought with delight. On the ground, Yang Guang stared at him, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A dragon? You've got a dragon pet too. Hao Ringguang, Feng's eye, every one of them had monstrous talent and obscene luck to match. Jealousy reddened Yang Guang's eyes. Go fight on your own, Feng Xiu said, patting the broad-scaled brow of the arcane thunder Tianlong. The dragon had few techniques, but terrifying raw power. Keeping it tethered to his side would only hold it back. Better to let the creature run wild. The Xianlei sky dragon affectionately nuzzled Feng Xiu's cheek, then soared upward, hurling a storm of blinding white lightning down from the heavens. Around the dragon's vast body, heavenly thunder, Xiangang, thunder flash, and thunderburst detonated in rapid succession. Thick storm clouds were torn apart, and electric arcs cascaded over Haiguang City like waterfalls, searing the air into twisting, incandescent columns. Feng Xiu raised a hand and produced another sixth-tier nightmare morph stone. Dragon Spirit Incantation. With a tap of his Dragon Soul staff, the stone cracked open and became a scale-covered, horned draconian wraith, which dropped from his palm and plunged toward the battlefield. Ordered to eliminate every fourth and fifth-tier nightmare, the dragon spirit swooped low, its bladed tail shearing through lesser fiends' throats in an instant. At its strength, it could only sweep away the rabble. The sixth-tier monsters still required Feng Xiu or the Xianlei Sky Dragon to intervene. He stretched out his crystalline left hand and opened it above the cloud tops. A pale blue star chart rippled outward like water, and 100 turtle royal starblade, forged from pure starlight, speared into the heart of Haiguang City. Under countless stunned gazes, the colossal sword gave a gentle sweep, yet slashed across the sky at blistering speed. No technique empowered its raw force, blinding starlight, and an edge honed to perfection alone carved a vacuum through the nightmare miasma that blotted out the sun. A dozen portals still spewed fiends, but with Feng Xiu and the Xianlei Sky Dragon suppressing them, only a handful made landfall, and those stragglers were torn apart by the dragon spirit in a heartbeat. Feng Xiu lifted his hand again. Wind severance coalesced in his palm as he locked onto Yang Guang, who hovered in midair. Maintaining a portal didn't require its creator to stand guard, but opening more than 10 at once and funneling an army through them was no permanent gate, certainly nothing Yang Guang could sustain without a royal title. Kill him and the channels would collapse. It was wiser to sever the source than to mop up an endless stream of fiends. Decision made, Feng Xiu thrust his left palm forward. Wind severance vanished, chaining into Windblade Kill and the eightfold Gale Wheel Araya refined combo from the Blade Lord. Interlocking rings of light howled forth. Even a sixth-tier nightmare demon could scarcely withstand them, and Feng Xiu doubted the frail-bodied nightmare could fare any better. In the distance, murderous light flickered in Yang Guang's eyes. Sensing an attack that could obliterate even his proxy body, he whipped his bone staff, unleashing dozens of violet energy dragons. They streaked outward, dragging nearby nightmare fiends in front of him, their flesh and bone forming a makeshift shield. In a blink, Feng Xiu's view filled with fresh experience prompts. He clicked his tongue. Using your own kind as shields? The nightmare race really has no shred of humanity. Though he parried the assault, Yang Guang's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on Feng Xiu. He was almost certain the opponent carried Hao Ringguang's Aurora Dragon King Pearl and possessed either legendary or mythic talent. A mythic-level prodigy, he sneered inwardly. If he could kill Feng Xiu, exposing his role as vice president would be a small price to pay for that pearl. Shrouded in endless nightmare miasma, he flashed his signature cold smile and raised the bone staff again. A black-purple rift split the air, forming a new dark violet portal. Yang Guang's voice came out hoarse and eager. Great Lord Kawu, I beg you to descend. From the dark purple portal, a massive gray-black hand shot out and gripped the frame, its force so great it almost crushed the gateway. A heartbeat later, a hulking figure nearly 2.5 meters tall, with shoulders broad as fortress walls, stepped through. Two long horns curved backward from its skull. Ash-colored skin sheathed a bare, humanoid torso, while the remains of black trousers hung in tatters below. Eyes the color of fresh blood blazed in the darkness. The instant it fully emerged, every yin in Haiguang City froze, then erupted into near hysterical frenzy woo. The roar, more quake than sound, rattled eardrums. Fang Xiu decided it was indeed a battle cry, for the creature before him was the Yin King, more precisely a king-rank powerhouse, the Bowu King, level 80. Within the Yin hierarchy, king rank was called Great Lord. At that stage the nightmare aura was completely restrained, and the being looked almost natural. Among humans, the equivalent would be a prodigy blessed with a mythic grade talent. The moment the Bowu King appeared, Yang Guang hurried forward to report, his voice low, yet burning with fervor. The king's gaze locked onto Fang Xiu as a picky chef might appraise a choice cut of meat. "Ah, I can indeed smell the flesh of a remarkable talent," he murmured, licking his cracked lips, clearly craving such a delicacy. Fang Xiu's heart sank. Trouble. If he faced only ordinary yen, numbers alone would not frighten him. At worst he could still escape. But a king-rank foe during his recent preparations for a fourth-order advancement, he had pored over reams of data comparing kings to regular professionals. A king's defining trait was a leap in life tier. Higher tier meant higher attribute growth. Dragons, for example, could not take classes yet were born with a terrifying 40-star composite growth. Humans needed 4 fully trained 40-star classes to match them. Upon coronation, a professional gained a massive one-time boost, erasing all weaknesses and pushing strengths to terrifying heights. This Bowu King was already level 80, 40 levels above Fang Xiu. Factoring in the post-coronation boost, even Fang Xiu's highest stat was probably lower than the king's lowest. Whether to fight or flee, initiative lay entirely with the enemy. He could only hang on and pray Hao Guang returned in time. The Bowu King stared at Fang Xiu, deciding whether to swallow him whole or pound him into pulp first. Seeing the Great Lord hesitate, Yang Guang urged, "Bowu Great Lord, the men of Jiguang Guild have surely alerted the Aurora King. We must kill the human now and withdraw." Before the words faded, the king cast Yang Guang a casual sidelong glance. That single look hit like a sledgehammer. Yin energy raged inside him, and dark purple blood slid down his chin. The king rumbled, "I spare you only for the Dream Master's sake. Remember that. True kings don't take orders from trash like you." King Buwu snorted. "Yes, Sir." Yang Guang answered feebly. He clamped a hand over the corner of his mouth, but blood still leaked through his fingers. Swallowing the pain, he glared at King Buwu with venomous eyes. Buwu shifted his gaze back to Fang Xiu and struck without hesitation. He clenched his right hand, and a black trident shrouded in nightmare mist formed out of thin air. With a light step in midair, he vanished as though erased from existence. Fang Xiu's pupils shrank. Instantly, he switched forms. Transform Iron Sigil Guard Clang. A deep metallic hum reverberated as jet black sigils wrapped around his body like armor. The next moment, a crushing force slammed toward him. Bu was trident whipped against the serpent scale phantom that flashed into place before him. The 9-scale phantom set's passive shed scale triggered, stripping away more than half the strike's power. Even so, less than a tenth of a second later, Fang Xiu felt his vision drop. Boom. He crashed through the roof of a 2-story house in Haiguang City. Concrete flew, the ground cracked like a spiderweb, and buildings within 10 meters collapsed in a cloud of dust. Flat on his back in the rubble, Fang Xiu wasn't unable to stand up, was buying time. King Buwu's might was terrifying. Shed scale cut the blow by 50%, and the Iron Sigil Guard form reduced the remainder by another 64%, leaving barely 1/5 of the original force. Even so, the 3 Wind Spirit shields on M1, 500 points total shattered completely. The Gale King Orb's Wind King shield lost nearly half its strength, dropping below 1,000 points. That shield normally equals Spirit 5, well over 2,600 points. In other words, after being cut to 20%, the hit still dealt more than 3,000 real damage. Without mitigation, it would have topped 15,000. "I wasn't even debuffed," Fang Xiu muttered. Even if he stripped 70% of an enemy's defense, he could never casually land 15,000 damage. Now he understood why king-rank fighters and ordinary professionals seemed worlds apart. The gap was absurd. High above, Buwu peered through the dust and saw Fang Xiu lying unscathed amid the ruins, shield still flickering. Surprise flashed in his eyes. One strike failed, then two. Crimson light flared in his pupils, and he vanished again. Boom. A titanic force slammed into Fang Xiu's former spot, blasting rubble outward. Haiguang City's paving stones crumbled to powder. This hit was heavier, fiercer, but the target was gone. From the swirling dust, 8 versions of Fang Xiu shot off in 8 directions. It was Serpent's 9 Scales, an active skill unlocked by the 5-piece 9-scale Phantom set, spawning 9 clones each with 10% of his stats. Moments before the second blow landed, Head triggered the skill, weaving his aura with 8 doppelgangers and fooling even a king-rank predator. A king may lack attribute weaknesses, but that doesn't mean his skills are flawless. Catch the one brief gap, and even a killing strike can be dodged. Ku Wu Wang drew his trident and swept his gaze across the battlefield. 8 copies of Feng Xiu were scattered around him. He let out a derisive snort low level, plenty of flashy tricks. He couldn't tell which one was real, but he didn't care. Head simply killed them all. With a sudden stomp of his right foot, boom, the ground split apart. Pitch-black nightmare energy erupted and instantly formed 8 serpents as thick as a man's arm. Hissing, they rocketed skyward and lunged toward the 8 retreat routes. The 7 decoys, possessing barely a tenth of the real Boda's stats, were laughably slow and served only to block sight. The shadow serpents swallowed each clone in a single gulp. Only one figure kept fleeing at full speed, the true Feng Xiu. For a 3-piece epic set, the 9-scale Phantom armor already did a respectable job of leaving illusions behind. Feng Xiu couldn't ask for more. He glanced back and flung a turquoise chakram windcutter kill. The spinning blade of air howled forward, ripping open the oncoming serpent. In the very next heartbeat, Ku Wu Wang ghosted in close, trident raised, that feral grin promising a living burial. Feng Xiu was ready. He recalled the Wind King gem into his class inventory, drew Galaxy from his belt, and shifted it into Tempest Hatchling, humanoid form. Before he could even see Ku Wu Wang clearly, a Storm Shatter Slash was already roaring out. At the same time, he triggered 2 items: Dragon's Roar and the Octo Thrower. The hurricane released by Galaxy seemed ready to tear the world apart. Yet Ku Wu Wang halted it with brute force, planting his trident and holding the gale in place before rending it in 2. As the storm collapsed, Feng Xiu's second wave crashed in. Ruhar! A sky-shaking dragon cry rolled across Haiguang City. The fleeing townsfolk blanched at the sound, but none dared look back. Only their panic-driven legs moved faster. Dragon might, bestial bellow, and raging wind fused into an invisible mountain that slammed down on Ku Wu Wang. His massive frame only shuddered. The draconic pressure and the gale broke harmlessly against his body. Only the roar, potent enough to knock out a 6th-tier night demon, pierced his eardrums at point-blank range, leaving him with nothing more than a ringing head. Splat! A sticky red mass slapped across his face. Ink splattered everywhere. With a snarl, he snatched it off, a palm-sized crimson octopus, still twitching between life and death. Crunch! He crushed it into paste. Feng Xiu winced inward. The Octo Thrower only had 3 charges, and that was the first. He failed to notice that the creature's face had turned as black as charcoal. Being smacked with a child's toy by a human, such naked humiliation for a king. Human, you dare mock and insult a monarch? Ku Wu Wang's voice rumbled up from the depths of the abyss. Those blood-red eyes flashed with murderous light. Feng Xiu looked like an enraged lion that had locked onto its prey. He had no time for taunts or insults. In a race war bloodbath, only one side could survive. If it was a duel to the death, he intended to make every second agony for his foe. Gale, Sword Demon. He raised his hand, triggering the skill. A teal hurricane wrapped around him like dark green armor, and a blurred, darting afterimage flickered at his back. Primal Majesty consumed, Transformation Stone. Infant Tempest Dragon, morphed to Storm Dragon King. Horns sprouted from his forehead, heavy wings ripped through the air, and a thick tail lashed up a roaring tide. The raging storm lifted him from the ground as his aura skyrocketed. Semi-humanoid Storm Dragon King form, all attributes 90. That epic-grade transformation stone had stayed with Feng Xiu for ages. Now it finally had its day in the spotlight. Across the battlefield, Bu Wu Wang showed no interest in the sudden Dragon King pressure. Dragon King or not, he still saw Feng Xiu as an ant he could crush with a single hand. He took one step and flashed in front of Feng Xiu, driving his trident straight down. Burning nightmare chi surged like black flames and instantly formed a python several meters long. Serpent Devour. Feng Xiu, who usually predicted incoming attacks, didn't dodge this time. Instead, he kept stacking buffs. He maxed out Xuanfeng condensed blade form, layered on a flying blade mark, and let the nightmare python swallow him whole. A heartbeat later, blinding white light exploded inside the serpent, shooting from the pendant at Feng Xiu's throat. Pure, scorching radiance pierced the swirling nightmare chi like a small sun rising over dim Haiguang City, blistering and irresistible. The light condensed into a gigantic fist that drifted toward Bu Wu Wang. It moved slowly, yet the surrounding space felt frozen. Bu Wu Wang could only watch it draw near, unable to lift a foot. He knew there was no evading that punch. Its owner was not the 3rd-tier youngster before him, but a human king-rank powerhouse Aurora King Haorenguang. The technique, Paradise King Fist, combined destruction, burning, and purification, and threatened the Nightmare Clan far more than any other king-rank strike. If he couldn't dodge, he had to meet it head-on. Block it! Block it! Block it! Black nightmare chi gushed from every pore, as though he had reverted to his primordial form before ascending to kinghood. Nightmare god Aegis. Billowing miasma swallowed his body and, in a blink, became a 5-meter turtle jet-black giant, his aura swelling several-fold. Even then, Bu Wang only dared to cross his arms and throw every ounce of strength into stopping the Paradise King fist. Boom! The blinding Heaven King fist, bright as the noonday sun, punched straight through Haiguang City and blew a vast hole in the transparent barrier formed by the city's grand array. Through the breach, towering columns of seawater roared inward, pounding the streets like countless iron hammers. In minutes, the city that once rested on the ocean floor would be completely submerged, yet no one had time to care about the view. Every soul was running for dear life. Fighters below Tier 3 mingled with the civilians, hauling the injured toward the nearest escape skiffs and lift shafts. Against the Yinzu warriors, all at least Tier 4, they were as helpless as lambs at a slaughterhouse. Those above Tier 3 dug in at the major crossroads, desperately blocking the Yinzu that kept spilling out of the portals. No one dared, or was qualified, to meddle in the duel between Fang Xiu and Ku Wu King. Every professional knew the truth whether you were Tier 1 or Tier 6. Charging a Yinzu king was suicide. The only one who might have stood a chance was Yang Guang, vice chair of the Jiguang Society's Haiguang branch, yet Hongjie searched everywhere without finding him. She could not know that Yang Guang was floating high in the air, arms spread wide. Sustaining dozens of pitch-black portals with his own power was the true source of the catastrophe. On the ground, the Heaven King fist had carved a scorched ravine, its trail burning, melting, and vaporizing everything it touched. Billows of black smoke rose, laced with a sinister nightmare miasma that seared the lungs and throat. Ku Wu King stood at the blast center, hands on his knees, sucking the blistering smoke into his lungs with each ragged breath. His body looked like molten metal, flesh sagged, sparks flared in the dark creases. I stopped it. I stopped it. So that's all the Aurora King has? He bellowed, chest heaving. Shokthi laughter died. A turquoise wheel of light had pierced his chest. Instinctively, he raised an arm and caught a second, larger wheel. Tiny arcs danced along its rim, bringing only a faint numbness. As a king, he had always crushed elemental attacks by reflex. Yet the giant wind will sheared off his palm, split his shoulder, and would have taken the arm if bone had not stopped it. 8 smaller wheels followed, spiraling along his arms, thighs, and head, slicing as they went. Within a few breaths, dark purple Yinzu blood spurted from a web of new wounds. He froze a king's body shredded by such a weak elemental strike. Then realization struck. The wheels carried an armor-breaking effect. No shell, no damage reduction skill could withstand it. That Tier 3 human. Ku Wu King glared through the churning smoke at the distant Fang Xiu. A mythic-grade talenter, perhaps he's carrying some relic of the Aurora King. The dread Martial King's hatred for Fang, Xiu and his craving for the man's flesh spiked to its limit. In the same instant his heart contracted, his entire body shuddered, and every instinct screamed of impending death. Thump! A long sword of condensed wind tore through the air without a sound, stabbed straight into his chest, and nailed him and the crumbling wall behind him in place. Crackling arcs of white lightning burst from the blade, racing across his flesh and bone. Hovering in midair, Fang Xiu glanced at the system readout and nodded with satisfaction, piercing wind flying sword. The technique enjoyed both wind element and sword skill bonuses. Its base damage was modest, but once amplified by every buff from his 2 classes, it had become his strongest single-target strike. More than 12,000 points against a monarch-level foe. The additional 1,000 points of lightning damage came from Xianlei Tianlong. The dragon had already returned to Fang Xiu's side, imbuing the flying sword with a heavenly thunder enchantment that layered extra lightning damage on top. Yet the Bu Wu King was still standing. That was nowhere near enough to kill a crown monarch. Since the first blow hadn't done the job, Fang Xiu had no intention of letting up. Storm Dragon King Cannon. Primal Majesty had upgraded the metamorphic stone, and the Wind Dragon Cannon had evolved alongside it. Even as he chained his skills, Fang Xiu morphed into an enormous azure dragon. Fang jaws yawned wide, devouring stray wind element and compressing it again and again until a blazing turquoise sphere pulsed deep in his throat. A heartbeat later, the sphere erupted into a shrieking pillar of wind, tearing through smoke and slamming squarely into the Bu Wu King's chest. Reeling, the king crossed his arms in a desperate block. The blast lacked the brute force of Hao Rengwang's earlier Heavenly King fist, but with his defenses shredded, he still felt death's icy breath. The wind pillar detonated, shredding everything within 100 meters, yet the damage fell short of the piercing wind flying sword. The earlier strike had hit a weak point and carried a critical multiplier. Clearly, a few such blows would not erase a monarch. One more. Primal unleashing roar of the 3 king dragons. A dragon's roar tore across the battlefield, killing every nightmare creature that dared approach. Before the echo faded, 2 translucent azure dragons appeared on Fang Xiu's flanks. 3 draconic heads rose in unison, then dove. Hurricanes within their bodies compressed into 3 massive beams that twisted together in a triple helix and crashed from the sky toward the Bu Wu King with annihilating force. Under the weight of that heaven's toppling pressure, the Bu Wu King trembled and truly smelled death. Move. Dodge. Now. He screamed inwardly, yet his stiff, battered body refused to respond. The ragged wound from the Heavenly King fist prevented any burst of speed, and Feng Xiu's relentless barrage gave him no opening. Worse still was the seemingly insignificant white lightning clinging to the wound-sealing flesh that tried to mend and pinning him to the brink of extinction. There was no way to dodge. The glacial blast hit the ground and rolled outward like a fleet of bulldozers, leveling everything within several hundred meters of Ku Wu Wang at its center. When the gale finally scattered, the core of the 3 kings Longji Tanshi was still alive, yet he could only remain on his knees, both palms pressed against the scorched earth to cling to the last shreds of dignity. Anyone could see he was spent. Feng Xiu looked up at the flickering crimson digits above Ku Wu Wang's head and sighed inwardly. A king-class body really is monstrous. Even after stripping his defenses, I still can't break 10,000 damage. In the same heartbeat, he snapped his sword around. Dang Tian Feng Ling Xia. Shitsi Jufeng Chiega. Sapphire wind wheels shot forward, a cross-shaped crescent of sword light right on their heels. Against a king-tier enemy, the slightest lapse meant death. Unless he knew the target was dead, Feng Xiu would never let up. Roar. In perfect sync with Feng Xiu's will, Xianlei Tianlong wheeled skyward, its bellows summoning rolling thunder. Tianlei Shu. Cloud banks stacked high, lightning poured like a silver waterfall, and the triple attack of wind, sword, and thunder crashed down, yet none of it struck Ku Wu Wang directly. Boom. Wind wheels, sword chi, and the lightning torrent shredded a living walla pack of Yanzu who had poured from Yangguang's portal. Howling, they closed ranks around Ku Wu Wang, letting the attacks rip their flesh apart. To the Yanzu, a single king outweighed millions of ordinary clansmen, and the kings agreed with that calculus. Amid the inky blood mist, the half-dead Ku Wu Wang reached out, seized the skull of a Xiong Yin before him, and yanked it to his mouth crack. He swallowed it whole. 1,201. Green numbers bounced above his head. Feng Xiu's eyelid twitched. He's healing? Xianlei Tianlong's thunder is supposed to suppress regeneration. Are those numbers already reduced? Killing a king really is hell. He kept pouring out damage, but although Dang Tian Feng Ling Xia tracked its target from above, Yangguang slipped about like an eel, warping through space, shoving clansmen into harm's way and diverting every lethal blow. In barely 30 seconds, Feng Xiu still hadn't torn through the Yinzu blood wall, while Ku Wu Wang had devoured enough to regain more than 20,000 health. At this rate, once the king recovered his combat strength, Feng Xiu would be the one to die. Jiguang Wang's Jiguang Bihu can block Tianeng Wangquan once at most. I've stalled this long already. Why isn't he here yet? The thought had barely formed when Feng Xiu sensed a razor-sharp sword intent rushing from the east. Looking up, he saw a 100-meter blade of pure light appear out of nowhere, descending with irresistible force to nail Ku Wu Wang to the earth. Such dense, flawless light energy made Feng Xiu breathe easier. Howrengguang Jiguang Wang had finally arrived. But since when was he a master swordsman? Ku Wu Wang raised his head. To him, the falling blade of light felt both alien and strangely familiar. The blow came as a colossal sword, yet none of the king-rank humans on the Night Fiend Gorge front specialized in light-based sword arts. What was familiar, however, was the blazing radiancy of force unique to the Aurora Society's secret realm, the Hall of Light, and it locked the surrounding space solid. Damn it! The Terror King cursed. He had only just regained movement, but the spatial seal mired him in place, leaving him to watch the great sword descend. He barked an order in his head. Night Fiends, get up there and block it. Hordes of Night Fiends surged forward, but before they could reach the blade, the purifying flames along its edge vaporized them without even a spark. Boom. The sword struck, and blinding aurora swallowed all of Haiguang City. Even with their backs to the light, everyone's vision went pure white. As the glow faded, Feng Xiu squinted and spotted an unexpected figure. He-chun. The youth's white trench coat snapped in the wind. Wings of light spread behind him like a snow-white angel. His right hand lowered a long sword, a metallic visor gleaming on his face exactly as Feng Xiu remembered. Sorry I'm a bit late, He-chun said, sheathing his blade with a smile. You made king rank? Feng Xiu ventured. He-chun's aura now blazed like the sun, once a dim bulb, now a burning star. Even more startling, the oppressive grandeur matched what Feng Xiu had felt from King Aurora, Howrengguang, and King Guanshan Murongguan. Mission accomplished, He-chun replied, still smiling. Before the words had faded, he flicked his sleeve and several light swords whipped through the air. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The blades pierced stone with crisp snaps. Feng Xiu followed their path. The Terror King was somehow still alive. The Night Fiend monarch looked like desiccated bone, jagged and hollow, black mist flickering like embers between the cracks. Shining nails pinned him to the ground. leaving him helpless. I left him one last breath. Go finish him, He-Chin said calmly. Fang Xiu looked at him, puzzled. The first time someone below king rank kills a king, heaven and earth grant a reward, He-Chin explained. I'm already a king, so it's useless to me. The prize is yours. Fang Xiu turned back to the Terror King. He had never heard of such a secret. Then I'll take it. He formed a cutting gale windblade. Sensing death, the Terror King writhed and roared, summon King Ichonao. He was calling to Yang Guang in the sky. Moments earlier the giant sword had nearly scared Yang into fleeing, but under orders he raised his bone staff again, straining to open a portal. Summoning a Night Fiend King was no simple feat. Without the monarch's consent the forced gate could be crushed instantly, killing the caster, but the Terror King's command was iron, and Yang Guang dared not disobey. Fang Xiu glanced up at the panicked Yang Guang, weighing whether to cut him down first. Another king would make the situation far messier. After all, He-Chun had only just ascended. Ignore him. Kill the Terror King first, He-Chun said with a gentle smile, signaling he would handle the rest. All right. Fang Xiu hurled the cutting gale windblade at the Terror King. Dread Warlord, LV80, slain. You receive 2,145,100 experience. Xianlei Tianlong receives 2,145,100 experience. A mortal has felled a morning star creature. Heaven and earth bestow their reward. Perfection grade talent King Piercer, doubling final damage against Morningstar foes. Sweet. Only when the stream of notifications stopped did Fang Xiu finally let out the breath had been holding. More than 2 million experience points, split evenly between him and Xianlei Tianlong, plus a perfection grade talent aimed specifically at King class enemies. Final damage doubled. The mere thought of it set his blood racing. He-Chin watched him with a mild smile, noting the excitement on Fang Xiu's face. In his mind, however, he drifted back to the day Aurora King Hao Ringguang first took him out to hunt a king rank opponent. Back then had been far more thrilled than Fang Xiu was now. A king had once seemed untouchable. He scooped up the life casket left behind by the dead warlord and tossed it to Fang Xiu. A king's casket usually hides something good. Take it back and crack it open. Fang Xiu accepted it without ceremony, stowing the box in his profession space. He remembered the caskets dropped by the merfolk but junk and low-tier gear, so he was quietly hoping this dread warlord might yield a pleasant surprise. Boom. A single drumbeat rolled across the sky above Haiguang City. Yang Guang tore open space once more, calling in a new king. Through the portal strode a nightmare king even bulkier than the last, a full 3 meters tall. Its upper body was so muscle-bound you could race horses on it, but its legs were thin as wire like a gym rat who only trained his upper half. Twin horns jutted high, tusks curled outward, and crimson eyes flashed with murderous light. Arms crossed over its chest, it looked like a show-off coach in a fitness ad. The name glowing above its head read, Grudge King, LV80. It surveyed the battlefield, spotted the bisected carcass of the dread warlord, and instead of raging burst into a shrill laugh. Oh, looks like I'm late. Dread's already dead? Ha. He-Chin spared it a glance and called to Fang Xiu. Come on, back to headquarters. Fang Xiu blinked. Dozens of nightmare portals still hung overhead, and another king had just arrived yet they were turning their backs and leaving? He opened his mouth to ask. A blazing sun detonated above Haiguang City. In the blink of an eye the torrent of light vaporized every nightmare soldier, the dozen-plus portals, and even Yang Guang himself. The mocking grin froze on the Grudge King's face. The newcomer was none other than the chairman of Aurora Society and the strongest king on the human deep-sea front, Aurora King, Hao Ringguang. He blinked in front of the Grudge King, clamped 5 fingers around its skull, and became a blazing meteor, streaking east toward the front lines. In a heartbeat, both figures vanished from sight. The east was where humans and deep-sea aliens clashed head-to-head. When did the chairman get here? Fang Xiu looked up, finally understanding why He-Chun had allowed Yang Guang to open the portals and summon the Grudge King in the first place. So the blow had been meant for the Aurora King. They touched down almost together. Fang Xiu had barely steadied himself when the guild master arrived right behind him. His delaying tactics had bought just enough time. Shoulder to shoulder, they raced toward the Aurora Guild headquarters. The guild tower at the heart of Haiguang City was almost unscathed. The moment the battle began, Hongjia organized both a counterattack and an evacuation, stopping the Nightmare Tribe's advance at the outer perimeter. Fang Xiu had chosen the southern district for his duel with the dread Martial King, and that quarter was now a scorched wasteland, while the east, west, and north had suffered only scattered collateral damage. Any nightmare that fell into the other districts was either torn apart by the Thunder Drake or cut down by the dragon spirits Fang Xiu summoned, keeping casualties within controllable limits. When it came to rebuilding, neither Fang Xiu nor He-Chun could help much. Hongjia had already set the plan in motion. 1. Earth Affinity professionals patched shattered walls and broken streets. 2. Array masters and water affinity fighters drained the backflowing seawater and redrew the city's defensive formation. 3. Healers from other branches poured in. As long as the patient isn't completely dead, the Aurora Guild would restore them to full health. Once the external crises were settled, Fang Xiu and He Chun went up to the third-floor conference room and chatted for half an hour. Suddenly, a burst of blinding white light flared into existence, and both men sprang to their feet. Guildmaster, teacher. The newcomer was Hao Guang. The instant he appeared, he gave Fang Xiu a deep bow. I'm sorry. My poor judgment put you in danger. In the past 30 minutes, he had slain the Hatred King and unraveled the entire plot behind the Haiguang incident. Guilt and fury churned inside him. A genius with a myth-grade talent had finally emerged under his command, only to be almost killed by one of their own. Even felling 2 nightmare monarchs could not calm his anger. It's all right, Guildmaster. I'm unharmed. In fact, I earned a mountain of experience and even received a reward from heaven and earth. Fang Xiu waved the apology away. Traitors are hard to eliminate completely. He Chun, just arriving, was still in the dark, so Fang Xiu laid out the whole story. When he heard that the mastermind was Yang Guang, He Chun was incredulous. Vice Guildmaster Yang has served the Aurora Guild for years. Besides, every city where we operate has a Mingjing. How could he have slipped past its scrutiny? A trace of sorrow crossed Hao Renguang's ashen face. He was probably parasitized and transformed by the Nightmare King's source seed. He Chun drew a sharp breath. The Nightmare King could condense seeds from his own origin power and turn any creature into a nightmare, but such seeds were painfully rare. According to military archives, the last time one was used was 50 years ago, against a titled general guarding Nightmare Soul Gorge. Wasting one on an untitled Yang Guang showed how seriously the Nightmare tribe regarded the Aurora Guild. As for how he dodged the Mingjing, we still don't know, Hao Renguang said grimly. I've ordered the Sanctum of Light to keep upgrading the mirrors and to launch a thorough audit of the guild leadership. This must never happen again. His fist clenched so hard it seemed to solidify his rage. Courtesy demands reciprocity. He let out a cold laugh. They plant spies in our ranks. We have moles in theirs. Since that's the game, let's push this war up another level. The moment he heard the word war, He Chin's eyes lit up. He was about to volunteer when Hao Renguang, reading his mind, cut him off with a wave. He Chun, escort Fang Xiu to the outer realm. Leave immediately. The war-torn realm lay 1,000 li beyond humanity's western border, a land forever shrouded in smoke and flame. A dozen races locked horns there, their front lines jagged as a saw. Blood and powder never stopped flowing, and many combatants died without ever knowing why they had fought. He Chin chose this chaos as the perfect place to hide Fang Xiu. According to the latest Human Intelligence Outpost reports, Fang Xiu now appeared on the Nightmare Clan's hunting list, his bounty higher than the combined rewards on 3 newly crowned kings. If he tried to leave through the southern Nightmare Valley front or the eastern Deep Sea front, the clan would mark him instantly. Only the restless turmoil of the far west offered a chance to slip through the cracks. Along the way, the pair occasionally brushed past Nightmare patrols, but with their morphing stones they slipped away unscathed and unnoticed. At last they crossed into the war-torn realm. Cresting the final ridge, He Chun stopped. I've walked you 1,000 li. From here, you're on your own. Thanks, Brother Chun, Fang Xiu said earnestly. He still remembered how He Chun had brought him into the Jiguang society and looked after him like an older brother. He Chun patted his shoulder, hesitated, then sighed. They'll be waiting for you at the Jiguang society. With that, he turned and headed down the mountain. He had wanted to escort Fang Xiu farther, but his teacher the Aurora King had forbidden it. A true path to power had to be cut by one's own hands, not sheltered by another's. Even so, before Fang Xiu set out, the Aurora King wrapped him in an extra layer of Aurora Ward and handed him a light court teleport scroll, instructing him to use it if he ever faced an inescapable crisis. Once He Chin's figure vanished, Fang Xiu let him go. Each of them had a road he alone could walk. He Chun, newly crowned, had a web of duties. Fang Xiu still had to claim his own crown. After He Chin's presence faded completely from his senses, Fang Xiu didn't rush into the battlefield. Instead, he found a secluded cave, took an ethereal pearl from his vocational space, and, in a flash of white light, teleported to the dragon-tending ruins. The moment he landed, he spotted a graceful figure nearby, crimson wings spread, scales glimmering in the sunlight. It was Lin Jinan, still in her dragonkin form. Well, fancy seeing you here, Fang Xiu called, waving. The thunderstorm wormling shot from his sleeve on a crackle of lightning and spiraled around Lin Jinan. Stroking the little dragon, she gave Fang Xiu a slow, amused once-over. So you've made the Nightmare Clan's hunting list? Impressive. Seems I picked the right partner. Fang Xiu answered her teasing with a shrug. The Jiguang Society's execution of 2 Nightmare Kings and the heavy price now on his head was old news across every human faction. He shifted the conversation. So, what brings you to the dragon-tending ruins today? I've already hit my 4th advancement, and am heading into a dungeon. We need to finish developing the 4th advancement instance in the dragon-taming ruins before you advance, or I won't even get the scraps once you do, Lin Jinan said. Her tone was half playful, half anxious, yet that was her most optimistic take. The Nightmare clan had put a bounty on Fangxiu equal to the value of 3 king-tier powerhouses. That terrifying price set at Al no one had spelled out as gifts, but everyone knew. Legendary at a minimum, quite possibly brushing mythic. If he grew smoothly, killing across tiers would be as easy as breathing. Rumor said he had once slain a 6th advancement Nightmare demon while he was only at 3rd. For him, dungeon difficulty was never the issue, only the entry-level cap caused trouble. Fangxiu merely smiled, accepting Lin Jinan's assessment. Once he completed his own 4th advancement and crowned king tier, no dungeon could stand in his way. This trip to the dragon-taming ruins was aimed precisely at that milestone. At present, both of his skills, Battle Dragon King's secret art and Dragon Transforming Treasure Staff, were already maxed out. Next came the 3rd advancement for Battle Dragon Rider. Once that succeeded and reached full mastery, he would tackle the 3rd advancement of Blade Lord, and then step into kingship. In short, only 2 promotions separated him from the crown. If possible, he planned to remain in the ruins until the job was done. There were too many kings outside, and without the title, he felt no sense of safety. I'm off to the dungeon. See you. With that, Lin Jinan patted the Thunderscale Sky Dragon's small head and leapt lightly off the altar. The dragon obediently returned to Fangxiu's side and folded its wings. Fangxiu sat cross-legged, not beginning his promotion immediately. Several preparations remained. First, he took out Guiding Thunder and fed it to the dragon's exclusive gear, the Sky Thunder Dragon Pearl. Sky Thunder Dragon Pearl, progress 100. Advancement successful. 10,000 Thunder Dragon Pearl Epic. 1. While carried by the Thunderscale Sky Dragon, lightning skills gain 150 effectiveness. 2. 3 seconds after dealing lightning damage, an extra 30 of the original damage is inflicted. 3. Can continue absorbing lightning-type spirit items to improve quality. Progress to Legendary. 2. Epic Grade. The advancement screen made Fangxiu breathe easier. That extra 2% had been a close call. Had it failed, he would have had to trouble Lin Jinan to find another exotic lightning element. Now the dragon's path to Dragon King required only one hard condition: reach level 50. Fangxiu's own coronation would coincide with the dragon's. Handing the 10,000 Thunder Dragon Pearl back as a toy, he produced another exotic element: Oblivion Wind. Effect: after use, all wind-type skills automatically gain the Oblivion Wind effect. Requirement: possess a wind-type skill, Spirit 500, Constitution 500. Description: obliterate demons and gods alike. Great extinction rides the wind. This Oblivion Wind was the highest strength element he possessed, even above Profound Steel Heaven-Shaking Lightning. If the fusion succeeded, his strength would rise another tier. Oblivion Wind used successfully. The exotic wind element devoured Pure Void Spirit Gale. Talent: Dust Sweeping Spirit Gale was perfectly upgraded to Great Extinction Legendary. New skill acquired: Obliterate. Wind skill: Sky Severing Gale 7-star / Legendary evolved into Wheel of Ruin 7-star Mythic. Grand Oblivion Legend grants full mastery over wind, doubling the effectiveness of every wind-based skill. Immunity to all debuffs whose power is lower than the user's spirit. Every wind skill automatically gains 2 extra traits. Banish evil damage against evil targets is doubled. Oblivion: all healing received by the target is reduced by 95. Annihilation passive, LV.6 max. Each hit strips 10 of the target's physical and magical defense for 10 minutes and permanently removes 10 durability from their gear. When both defenses reach 0, bonus wind damage equal to 10 of the lost defense is dealt. Wheel of Ruin 7-star Mythic skill, LV.15 max. Compresses annihilating wind into an ultra-thin, razor-sharp vortex that homes in on its target. Deals wind damage equal to Spirit 10, increases projectile speed by 300, has built-in homing, and inflicts ruin for 10 minutes. Mana cost: 400. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Ruin physical and magical defense 100. The screen was cluttered with yet another batch of flashy jargon and bewildering stats. Words like Oblivion, Ruin, and Annihilation alone were enough to make his scalp tingle. Without the system's handy tooltips, Fangxiu swore an ordinary player would need a semester of advanced calculus and runic linguistics just to decipher a high-tier class panel. Complicated or not, he still had to chew through it line by line. Only by understanding the skills could he unleash their full potential. He broke down the 3 nihilities one by one. 1. Oblivion: target's healing received is slashed by 95. 2. Annihilation: each hit removes 10 of the target's physical and magical defense for 10 minutes and permanently chips 10 gear durability. 3. Ruin: instantly crushes both defenses to 0. Those 3 terms alone could suffocate anyone, and all of them came from the 11th ranked Wind of Annihilation. After absorbing it, Fangxiu's perfect grade talent vaulted past the epic tier straight into legend, and his new legendary skill was forcibly upgraded to Mythic, Wheel of Ruin. Wheel of Ruin was his first mythic ability, terrifying in its simplicity: 100% defense reduction. The old ignored defense tag in his core kit now felt like child's play. Once defenses hit 0, Any further calculation dipped into negatives, translating into bonus damage. Struck by that wind vortex, an enemy wouldn't merely feel unarmored, they might as well have their very skin peeled away. Barring creatures of pure element or spectral beings, nearly every race carried some innate defense, and the result was easy to imagine. He mused that if he had absorbed the wind of annihilation before his duel with the dread Martial King, a single burst alongside Heaven's fist could have ended the fight instantly. Even if the king had somehow survived, the oblivion effect would have made self-healing almost impossible. Snapping back to the present, he confirmed that the thunder essence was fully consumed and the wind of annihilation was coursing through his body. The next step was his third advancement. First came the promotion of his 9-star second-tier class, Dragon Warden of the Battle Path. Using the 9-star legendary skill Battle Dragon King's secret art as the core and channeling it through the Dragon Forging Staff, he initiated the process. The procedure offered few surprises, but the result was still exhilarating. A 10-star class, Saint Dragon Warden, was born. Battle Dragon King's secret art immediately evolved into Saint Dragon Secret Art. All previous effects remained intact, but new abilities were layered on top, giving Feng Xiu another surge in power. By channeling a portion of his bonded dragon strength, he forged a metamorphosis gem that will grow in tandem with the dragon. In that instant, a brand new jewel was embedded in Feng Xiu's dragon molding staff, the Xianlei Tianlong Transformation Stone. Xianlei Tianlong Transformation Gem. Quality: epic. Effect: instantly transforms the user into a Xianlei Tianlong, granting 20 to all attributes and 3 skills: Heavenly Thunder Strike, Thunder Dragon Manifestation, and Divine Wrath. Thunderfall for 45 minutes. Description: a gem condensed from the essence of the Xianlei Tianlong. When activated, the bearer briefly becomes a noble dragon that commands supreme lightning. Let's see how well it scales. Feng Xiu muttered, eyeing the staff and deciding to let it temporarily replace the furious wind whelp. With the Saint Dragon secret art, he could already use the Xianlei Tianlong skills, but the old method required the full sequence of summon attack return to pet space. Now, by transforming directly, he could launch thunder abilities back-to-back, unleashing far greater firepower. The chief advantage of the Dragon Tamer clan's core technique is its lightning-fast leveling. The moment he crafted the Xianlei Tianlong Transformation Stone, his skill proficiency filled again, instantly meeting all requirements for the next advancement. Class change protocol initiated. Please select a core skill. Chosen core skill, 7-star Mythic Wheel of Ruin LV 15 max. Please select a secondary skill. Available. 1. 8-star Legendary Dragon Molding Staff LV 15 max. 2. 10-star Legendary Saint Dragon Secret Art LV 6 max. Edgeblade Lord is only a second-tier class, and the Dragon Molding Staff is still on the list, but Feng Xiu had already made up his mind. Chosen secondary skill, 10-star Legendary Saint Dragon Secret Art LV 6 max. Generating new class. Choose your final profession. 1. Wind Dragon Roar Mage 10-star unique. Type: Spellcaster. Description: the fiercest cutter of the Xuanfeng clan, heir to the power of the annihilating divine wind and favored by dragons. Wields wind and draconic might to unleash dragon-shaped devastation across wide areas, striking terror into every battlefield. 2. Dragon King of Wind Instructor 10-star unique. Type: Support. Description: the fiercest cutter of the Xuanfeng clan. After gaining draconic blood, he specialized in wind-based dragon skills, mastering several wind branches, and was appointed by the Dragon King to mentor all wind-aligned dragons. 3. Great Wind Annihilator 10-star unique. Type: Spellcaster. Description: the fiercest cutter of the Xuanfeng clan, who absorbed the power of the annihilating divine wind under draconic protection. Confronting chaotic energies, he clung to the wind's essence, developing skills of ultimate destruction. Prolonged exposure erodes his body. The dragons reinforce his flesh, yet a severe fragility remains an extreme damage class that sacrifices durability for lethal power. After some thought, Feng Xiu chose to switch to the Gale Obliterator class. Even though the class suffered from a fragile physique, its focus on pure, overwhelming damage suited him perfectly. He could always shore up constitution with his 2nd, 3rd, or even 5th future class. Besides, once he was crowned king, every stat gap would be flattened, so the drawback was hardly a concern. System notice: switching to Gale Obliterator transfer complete. Current class: Gale Obliterator unique. Wheel of Ruin upgraded to Draconic Wheel of Ruin. Class core acquired: Winds of Annihilation. Winds of Annihilation passive. Wind element skill: damage 150, movement speed 75, damage dealt further amplified by 20. A new set of class skills flashed across the panel. 1. Draconic Wheel of Ruin 10-star Mythic Skill, LV6. Imbues the all-erasing Wheel of Ruin with draconic power, triggering 2 explosions as its energy disperses. First, Spirit 12 wind damage. Second, 30 of the first explosion's damage. Flight speed 350, autolock and ruin status 10 minutes. Costs 300 mana, 3-second cooldown. 2. 16 Draconic Phantoms devour 10-star mythic skill, LV. 6. Tied to Draconic Wheel of Ruin. Condenses 16 Dragon Phantoms with God-devouring wind to consume the target. Each phantom applies damage amplification 20. Each phantom, spirit, 3 wind damage. Extra status. Annihilation Agony 20 damage per second, stacks to 16, lasts 1 minute. Cooldown 1 minute. 3. Mark of the Flying Blades 10-star mythic skill, LV. 6. Tied to Draconic Wheel of Ruin. Carves 2 wind-formed blade marks on the soles of the user's boots. Movement speed 200. Final damage 20. Grants flight. Duration 120 minutes, 3-minute cooldown. 4. Monsoon of Ruin 10-star mythic skill, passive, LV. 6 max. All wind damage multipliers 200. Flight speed 100. Final damage 10. 5. Extermination / 10-star mythic skill, LV. 6. Tied to Draconic Wheel of Ruin. Draws on stored God-devouring wind to form an oversized Draconic Wheel of Ruin and hurl it. Damage amplification 30. Spirit 16 wind damage. Flight speed 350. Costs 500 mana. Charges 88. 1 charge restored every 5 minutes. 6. Unlocks when Draconic Wheel of Ruin LV. 10. 7. Unlocks when Draconic Wheel of Ruin LV. 15. All skills gain substantial boosts in value and effect when leveled up. Once the interface updated, Fang Xiu's destructive potential visibly leapt a tier. He noticed Constitution, Strength, and Agility crushed to just half a star each, while Spirit soared to 8.5 stars, exactly the paper-thin body for extreme carnage that defines a Gale Obliterator. Gazing at the wildly lopsided stat bars, Fang Xiu grinned. Absolute specialization promised absolute exhilaration. Fang Xiu's mental power had hit an unprecedented 8.5 stars, nothing short of frightening. Back when he was a Blade Lord, the stat had only rated 4 stars. Now it had leapt to 8.5, more than doubling his base attribute. His spirit on the panel had soared past 350. With gear, skills, feedback from the Thunder Dragon, and transformation bonuses, the peak value broke 800. He quietly compared the number. Even a level 40 King tier fighter might not match it. The Gale Obliterator class gave him barely 2 stars of combined growth in strength, agility, and constitution, but he didn't care. His other classes could cover that gap. After confirming the numbers, he rose to test the new skills. Dragonbreaker Wheel, 16 Shadow Dragons devour. Annihilation / 1 after another they roared out. Dragon shadows churned through the ruins. Jade green energy slicing the stone walls with a shrill screech. The dragon-tending ruins offered no practice dummies. Yet from the arcs of his swings and the ripples of power, he could feel how much more destructive had become. But after casting Annihilation / 7 times in a row, he had to stop. His mana was spent. He pulled a mana potion from his class inventory and drained it. For this trip to the Outlands had crammed in a mountain of potions, most of them for mana, and his foresight had been right. Mana vanished long before health. As the bottle ran dry, a tricky problem surfaced. To earn his king title inside the ruins, he still had to push Dragonbreaker Wheel to level 15. The skill cost 300 mana with a 3-second cooldown. With just over 8,000 mana in the pool, he could manage fewer than 30 casts less than 90 seconds before going dry. If he relied on constant potion chugging, his stock wouldn't last. The safest way, just like before, was to borrow a set of Manerigan gear. Unfortunately, in his rush, had packed the potions and forgotten the gear. While he pondered, his eyes fell on the instance portal below the altar. Right then the gateway rippled. Lin Jinan stepped out, having finished a run and ready to dive back in. Lightning flashed and thunder cracked. Riding a violet bolt, Fang Xiu dropped from the air and landed in front of her. "What are you doing?" Lin Jinan hugged her arms on reflex. The heat in his eyes tripped every alarm she had. "Who'd I borrow some Manerigan gear? I want to train my skills in the ruins," Fang Xiu asked, embarrassed. "Sure." She exhaled in relief. Shed thought he was after something else. "How much Regan are we talking about?" "At least 100 per second. More if you've got it." That level of recovery was high-end. Most groups could barely scrape together a single piece. But as the new CEO of Lingji Corporation and the future matriarch of the Lin clan, Lin Jinan didn't hesitate. "I can do it, but you'll have to wait 3 days. The ethereal pearl is on cooldown." "Thanks, I owe you." For 3 straight days, Fang Xiu waited quietly in the Dragon Shepherd ruins. He kept himself going by chugging mana potions while training without pause, and by the time Lin Jinan arrived on the 3rd day with mana recovery gear, his own stock was nearly gone. It was no big deal. Lin Jinan hadn't just brought mana potions. She had hauled in a whole shipment of healing and status elixirs, enough varieties to form a small wall beside the altar. Strictly speaking, the cache wasn't prepared solely for Fang Xiu. She wanted to begin stockpiling here as groundwork for the organization she planned to found, but he was clearly the first to benefit. With this new supply depot, consumables would rarely trouble him again. In the outer territories, a single basic potion cost 10 times what it did in human lands. Traders from every race flocked to human territory each year, and healing potions were always the hottest commodity. Feng Xiu could afford them, but constant, convenient resupply had never been this easy. After dropping off the goods, Lin Jinan was ready to leave. Before setting out, she tossed a thick black notebook onto the center of the altar. From now on, we can use this to leave messages. Write down whatever materials you need or any help you want. Feng Xiu nodded. He often traveled the outer territories yet returned to human lands for intelligence, while Lin Jinan wanted him searching for rare resources out there. Phones still worked in human territory, but signal died the moment they crossed the border, making the notebook their most reliable link. A win-win plan, and Feng Xiu was all for it. Once she departed, silence reclaimed the ruins. Feng Xiu sat cross-legged before the altar and began his seclusion, pouring every ounce of focus into mastering the Annihilation Dragon Wheel. The goal was simple: reach King Tier before showing his face again. Only after starting did he grasp the skill's true difficulty. This 10-star mythic art was far tougher than he had imagined. Even with his exceptional insight and the shackle-free seeker talent, every advance felt like scaling a cliff. 20 full days passed before he forced the Annihilation Dragon Wheel from level 6 to level 10, the same progress most people achieved by taking a skill from level 1 to level 5, his fastest, yet most grueling breakthrough ever. The payoff was worth it. The instant the skill reached level 10, he automatically comprehended its first derivative technique. Annihilation Gale, mythic rank, 10 stars, level 10. Skill level equals Annihilation Dragon Wheel level. Summons a dragon of annihilation whose gale sweeps a 10,000 meter by 10,000 meter area continuously. Each second deals wind damage equal to twice the caster's spirit and applies an annihilation effect that ignores 100% of armor. Consumes 1000 mana per second. A 10-kilometer-wide storm that completely ignored defenses. This was the ultimate area clearer. If the battle outside Ghost Ridge Valley happened again, a single annihilation gale could wipe out 1,000 nightmare clansmen in one blow. Trouble could be brewing in Haiguang City. If the wind of annihilation comes crashing down, the entire skyline might crumble to dust in a heartbeat. 83 days after mastering the wind of annihilation, Feng Xiu finally pushed the Annihilation Dragon Wheel to LV15 max, and a new skill quietly awakened. Ender Annihilation 10-star mythic skill. LV15, skill level Annihilation Dragon Wheel level. Effect: summons, condenses, and compresses a god-snuffing gale infused with annihilating power, striking the target for mental power 40 wind damage, and applying an annihilation effect. Cost: 3000 MP. Cooldown: 1 hour. Mental power 40. Feng Xiu stared at the panel, grasping for the first time what true lethality meant. With a mental stat around 800, Ender Annihilation's base damage hit a staggering 32,000. Add in multipliers from skills, class cores, and talents, and breaking 100,000 would be effortless. Once I earn my crown, I hope a fellow king shows up so I can test this move. He reined in the urge, because a more critical milestone had arrived: the 4th advancement, the moment of becoming king. Jaw change protocol initiated. Please select a primary core skill. Selected. 10-star legendary skill Sacred Dragon Arcana LV6 max. Please select a secondary skill. Available. 10-star mythic skill Annihilation Dragon Wheel LV15 max. Selected. 10-star mythic skill Annihilation Dragon Wheel LV15 max. Generating available classes. Please choose from the following 3. 1. Lord of Annihilation Morningstar Unique, Strength Type. A Dragon Tamer powerhouse takes the first step toward kingship, rejecting pure draconic force in favor of perilous annihilation energy, walking this path with a trusted ally. The stronger the power grows, the higher the risks and hurdles. To spare its kin, it ventures alone into abyssal hell. Ages later, only legends whisper of a draconic king called the Lord of Annihilation lurking in the endless abyss. 2. Cataclysm Dragon Lord Morningstar Unique, Strength Type. A warrior who wields both draconic might and annihilation power faces the classic pre-crown dilemma: which force to trust? His answer: I choose both. With unparalleled brilliance, he forges an unprecedented path. Draconic power as the core, annihilation as the mantle, mastering catastrophe, becoming catastrophe, transcending catastrophe. 3. King of the Sacred Dragon Morningstar Unique, Balance Type. Favored heir of the Sacred Dragon clan, once enamored with annihilation, he returns to his roots at the pivotal moment of coronation. Turning annihilation into pure nourishment, he claims the Sacred Dragon throne, guarding the secrets and strength of sanctification. To be continued. Classic 3-way choice. Even at the king tier, you still decide what kind of ruler you want to be. Feng Xiu immediately ruled out Sacred Dragon. Kingi already had a balanced class slot and didn't need another. That left 2 power-focused options. 1. Sovereign of Ruina, single-minded pursuit of destruction taken to its limit. 2. Calamity Dragon Lore, destructive force perfectly blended with draconic might. Normally, Feng Xiu preferred to drill deep into one path. Besides, He held the future class Great Tempest Obliterator, which would also draw on ruinous power. Choosing Sovereign of Ruin now would crowd out his dragon lineage. After weighing everything, he made his choice. Class change in progress. Calamity Dragon Lord. Before the words had faded, a cyclone of ash rose at his feet, sparks crackling in the grit. In a heartbeat, the ashes coalesced into an eastern dragon that soared skyward. High above, the Heaven Thunder Dragon poked its head through the clouds, curiously eyeing this newcomer with a kindred aura. The Ashen Dragon suddenly dived, winding around Feng Xiu like a chain, and, unlike the harmless light shows of earlier promotions, began chewing at his flesh. His HP plummeted, 2 or 3 red numbers flashing each second, yet no single tick topped 20. This was the king's tribulation. The surrounding vision embodied the laws he had to master: destruction and dragonkind. The stronger the laws, the harsher the trial, and many elites had fallen here. Feng Xiu remained unruffled. The tribulation's damage scaled with the player's own stats, and his were so outrageous they could pass for a 6th-tier build. To him, this was nothing but drizzle. In less than a minute, the Ashen Dragon dissolved into motes of light, every trace of power in the sky flooding into his body. System messages poured in. Class change successful. Current class, Calamity Dragon Lord Unique. Sacred Dragon Mysteries Dragon of Calamity upgraded. Gain class core. I am the Cataclysm. Destruction Law Mastery 1. Dragon Law Mastery 1. Excess experience detected. Auto-leveling initiated. 41. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 42. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 43. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 44. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 45. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 46. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 47. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 48. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 49. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. 50. STR 7. AGI 4.5. Con 2. In 8.5. Feng Xiu was about to open his status panel when space in the dragon-taming ruins cracked with a sharp snap. A pillar of blinding white light crashed down, engulfing him completely. He knew this power well. It matched the heavenly reward he had received after slaying the dread Martial King. In that instant, he felt as though he were bathing in an endless hot spring, a vast, gentle force wrapping around him, cleansing and nourishing every inch of his body. No one knew how much time had passed before the pillar of white light finally faded. The wounds Feng Xiu suffered during the kingship tribulation vanished, replaced by a surge of even greater power. The translucent interface before him flickered, and a string of new notifications appeared. 1. Heaven and Earth Purification, all attribute, growth, stars 3. 2. Life, evolution complete. Common creature, king tier creature. 3. Calculation rules updated. Max HP and MP raised from 1 point Constitution Mind 10 to 1 point Constitution Mind 100. Feng Xiu let out a long, heated breath, a wave of comfort sweeping through his body. The hallmark of a king tier, Bainon near absence of weaknesses, was now fully manifest. With the blessing of heaven and earth, every attribute had jumped by 3 stars, the equivalent of 12 profession stars at once. A 10-star profession might sound impressive, but it was still a staggering 13 stars short of a true king. The leap in his life tier was even more astonishing. After ascending from a common to a king tier creature, the HP and MP multiplier soared from 110 to 1:100. In theory, anyone at his level who hadn't ascended would face at least 10 times less heal the walking world boss, plain and simple. Thrilled and curious, Feng Xiu pulled up his character panel. Feng Xiu. Race, human. Talents, infinite class change. Genesis mythic. Seeker of the Tao mythic. Great extinction legendary. Rending force rare. Thorn rider perfect. Level, 54th advancement. Classes. Great Gale Annihilator 3rd ADV, 10 star. Blade Demon of Wind 3rd ADV, 8 star. Dragon Shaping Scholar 3rd ADV, 8 star. Calamity Dragon Lord 4th ADV, Morning Star. Class Course. Wind Demon Blade. Annihilating Gale. Primal Outburst. I am Cataclysm. I am Cataclysm passive. Skill Radius 10,000. Final Damage 50. All attributes of allied dragons 50. Derivative skills. Cataclysmic Dragon's Might. Path of Ruin. Avatar of Calamity. Base attributes wearing 4th advancement Divine Arts set. Bonuses from Xianlei Heavenly Dragon and weapon excluded. HP 37,830 37,830. MP 69,330 69,330. Strength 628 10 star growth 10 per level. Agility 493 7.5 star growth, 7.5 per level. Constitution, 378 5-star growth, 5 per level. Mind, 693 11.5 star growth, 11.5 per level. Law Mastery, Law of Ruin 1. Dragon Law 1. Skill slots 4 5. 1. Wind Demon Sword Arts. 2. Dragon Shaping Staff. 3. Ruin Dragon Wheel. 4. Dragon of Calamity. Dragon of Calamity Morningstar Skill, LV 60 10,000. Permanently bound to one dragon. Telepathic link. Both parties gain 100 of each other's base attributes. All bound dragons gain Body of Calamity. Body of Calamity. Skill radius 10,000. Final damage 50. Every line and number burned on the interface like a brand, proclaiming that Feng Xiu had truly stepped into the realm of kings. Class skills: Cataclysmic Dragon's Might, Directive of Ruin, Avatar of Calamity. Directive of Ruin LV 6 max. Feng Xiu and all draconic followers gain 40 EXP efficiency, 20 combat awareness, and 20 final damage. Avatar of Calamity LV 6 max. Drawing on draconic power as its core and destructive power as its form, Feng Xiu temporarily transforms into the Calamity Dragon Lord, greatly boosting bonus stats, skill radius, and final damage. The magnitude of these boosts scales with the two laws he has mastered. The Draconic Law adds extra attributes, while the Law of Ruin further enlarges skill range and increases final damage again. Feeling the immense strength coursing through every bone and vein, Feng Xiu patiently read his entire character sheet twice. The Calamity Dragon Lord class can be summed up by one phrase: a 1,000,000% skill radius. In raw numbers, that means an attack zone 100 times larger. He ran a quick mental simulation. A single cast of Wheel of Ruin used to lock onto one target. Now it could cover 100 at once. The range multiplies, not the number of wheels. When he spotted that line in his stats, he immediately thought of the self-created move he unlocked at LV10, Winds of Ruin. Its original range was 10,000 meters by 10,000 meters. Now, it would balloon to 100,000 meters squared. Curious about the real-world effect, he decided to test it in the next dungeon run. Then there was the simple, brutal 50 final damage, pushing his DPS to a new peak. In short, the Calamity Dragon Lord boils down to 1. A ridiculously oversized strike zone. 2. Lethal power bordering on the absurd. Scrolling farther, all stat growth stars 3, and the Constituciento Spirit ratio jumps from 110 to 1 to 100. In a word, vicious. Rough math put his overall combat strength at easily 20 to 30 times higher, if not a full 100-fold. Yet Feng Xiu wasn't the only one ascending to kingship. The Xianlei Heavenly Thunder Dragon joined him. When the master becomes a king, the pet advances as well. Feng Xiu's level shot from 40 to 50, and the dragon followed suit. Requirements to evolve into a Dragon King. 1. Level 50. 2. Thunder Dragon Pearl upgraded to Epic Grade. The Xianlei Heavenly Thunder Dragon met both, but unlike a human, it didn't have to endure a king's calamity. Dragons, favored by heaven and earth, receive their reward outright. Feng Xiu looked up. The sky split open and a shaft of sacred white light poured down like a waterfall, enveloping the dragon completely. When the radiance faded and the creature descended, it looked almost reborn. Its body, once just over 3 meters long, now soared to 30 or 40, with broad wings that blotted out the sun. While not gigantic by Dragon King standards, it dwarfed its former self. More striking was the color shift. What had been golden from the Xiangang heaven-shaking thunder was now predominantly silver gray, with only the horns, claws, and eyes retaining their dazzling gold. A faint electric mist danced across its scales, adding an aura of mystery and majesty. Looks alone couldn't pinpoint its new strength, so Feng Xiu immediately opened the pet interface, determined to examine every stat in detail. Species: Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord, Dragonkin. Innate talent: Calamity Lightning, Legendary tier. Lightning skills gain 250 effectiveness. Paralysis chance rises by 75. Its duration is doubled, and every second of paralysis deals lightning damage equal to 1.5 spirit. Each tick has a 50 chance to bypass the target's magic defense and inflict true damage that cannot be healed by any skill below Morningstar grade. Level 50. Health: 139,300 139,300. Mana: 170,800 170,800. Strength: 650 base growth, 13 star, 13 strength per level. Agility: 650 base growth, 13 star, 13 agility per level. Vitality: 750 base growth, 15 star, 15 vitality per level. Spirit: 750 base growth, 15 star, 15 spirit per level. Bonus from Calamity Incarnate: 325 strength, 325 agility, 375 vitality, 375 spirit. Bonus from Dragon of Ruin: 518 strength, 383 agility, 268 vitality, 500 and 83 spirit. Rules mastered: Lightning 1, Ruin 1, Dragon 1. Skill set: Calamity Thunder Art, Calamity Lightning Enchant, Calamity Lightning Lure, Ten Direction Calamity Bolt, Manifest Thunder Dragon, Heavenly Might Calamity Descent. Exclusive gear: Myriad Thunder Heavenly Dragon Orb. The first thing Feng Xiu noticed on the new panel was the change in title. Dragon Lord is a rank above ordinary Dragon Kings, reserved for the very apex of their kind, the true prodigies. All of its attributes now enjoy a 3-star boost, and the base calculation for vitality and spirit has been raised to 1,100, the same privilege every monarch receives. Added to Feng Xiu's own stats, the numbers turned monstrous in an instant. Strength 1,278, Agility 1,143, Vitality 1,128, Spirit 1,443. Every primary attribute now breaks 1,000, and both health and mana soar past the 100,000 mark. Feng Xiu felt that if he fought the dread Martial King again, he could crush him without even using Aurora King's Heaven Fist. He kept scrolling through the Dragon Lord's panel, curious about the talent and skill changes after the Dark Thunder Heavenly Dragon evolved. Talent, skills, even the rules it had grasped, everything now carried a hint of annihilation, a clear result of the Dragon of Ruin class transfer. Feng Xiu would have to factor that in when planning its next advancement. He reached out a hand. Despite its loftier presence, the Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord still wound affectionately around him, rubbing its head against his palm. It could no longer hide in his sleeve, but fortunately it could transform into a cloud-stepping beast and serve as his mount. Otherwise it would be cooped up in the pet space and surely grow restless. Feng Xiu patted its head, rose, and headed down from the altar. "Come on," he said, "let's test our new power in the dungeon." West City, once the heart of the Dragon Shepherd clan, was where the king-rank powerhouse Jiuxiao Tianwanglong had been ambushed by generals of the demon and nightmare races. Fourth advancement, Nightmare difficulty. Feng Xiu stood at the crossroads of the so-called Dragon Shepherd ruins and decided the word ruins hardly applied. Lanterns still burned brightly on both sides of the street, firelight and shadow intertwining across the pavement. The ring of clashing steel, the wet splatter of flesh, and the thunder of artillery rolled over one another, all hinting at a place that should have been teeming with life if not for the thick cloud of corrosive nightmare miasma pressing down from above. The instance finished loading, and enemies closed in at once. On rooftops, beside tavern signs, even next to an ancient well, nightmare fiends and specters crowded every inch, their crimson eyes gleaming in the black fog. All of them were level 60, at minimum 5th advancement nightmares, yet they seemed frozen in time, locked in their most vicious poses. Only when Feng Xiu made the first move would the world resume. He was in no hurry. According to the intel, the ambush on Jiuxiao Tianwanglong involved not just nightmares, but demons as well. He had never seen a demon before, but finding one here proved easy. In the middle of the nightmare throng he spotted foes that looked distinctly different. Inferno Demon LV.65 Elite. HP, 70,000. These Inferno Demons were thick-set and powerful, more compact and lethal than any nightmare brute. Their 3-meter frames packed the strength of a colossal beast into tight cords of muscle, veins bulging, raw menace rolling off them even while they stood motionless. Unlike the nightmares, no dark mist swirled around their heads. Their features were almost human, save for 4 pairs of eyes arranged in 2 rows like the pips on an 8-bam tile. All 8 onyx pupils burned with inner fire. A quick count showed 32 Inferno Demons, perfectly dividing the 4 streets of the crossroads, 8 per direction. Behind the 8 directly ahead stood something far more dangerous. Warlord of the Wicked LV.65 Boss. HP, 350,000. This demon monarch looked like an enlarged Inferno Demon, a pair of flaming horns jutting from his brow. A blood-soaked black greytax rested on his shoulder, while his 4 pairs of blazing eyes stayed locked on Feng Xiu. A king-rank boss in a 4th advancement instance? Feng Xiu felt a flicker of alarm. If this warlord truly wielded full king-level power, the dungeon should have been rated for 6th advancement or higher. Facing an unsealed monarch at 4th advancement was sheer suicide. On nightmare difficulty the boss should be weakened. With the full version reserved for hell mode, yet the aura before him felt anything but weakened. Well, there was only one way to find out. Either way, it's not as if I can't win. Feng Xiu thrust a finger toward the sky. Wind of oblivion. Hurricane force gales exploded behind him, whipping ash and sparks into a seething inferno, the heat blooming like an instant hellscape. The moment the wind wall detonated, frozen space lurched back to life, and a killing aura surged outward. A dragonkin flashed in beside him. He wore a pale blue Dao robe and had a human frame, yet curved horns crowned his head and violet scales snaked from his collar to the backs of his hands. Clutching a jet-black longsword, he looked both resolute and ruthless. "I'll handle Xie Mo Zhanwang. You take care of the other nightmare and demon clans," he said, then streaked away as a bolt of lightning toward the center of the battlefield. Clang! The giant axe in Xie Mo Zanwang's hands crashed into the black sword. Dragon and demon whirled into a vortex, blades and axes flashing from ground to sky, while thunderous impacts boomed one after another. Fang Xiu instantly recognized the newcomer, Zhu Xiaotan Wanglong. A king-tier prodigy of the Dragon Shepherd clan, the instance prompt had warned was being besieged by nightmare and demon forces. The dungeon still carried only a 4th turn difficulty rating because the demon king, Xie Mo Zhanwang, was meant to be Jiuxiu's personal opponent. Fang Xiu merely had to clear out the rest. Even at the upper limit of a 4th turn instance, that setup meant little to a king rank like him. Damage numbers flooded the air, none lower than 20,000. With the 100% armor-piercing power of Oblivion, even a base multiplier of Spirit 2.2 from Wind of Oblivion was punching out 3,000 points a hit. On top of that came Class Core, Gale Annihilator Wind Skill Damage 150%. Passive, God Devouring Wind Wind Skill Damage 100%. Wind Dragon Twin Rings Combined Wind Skill Damage 100%. Cataclysm Dragonlord Core, I Am the Disaster Final Damage 50%. Plus several more amplification effects that pushed his lethality to terrifying heights. Before 2 seconds had passed, system messages blanketed his view. Defeated Ghostmare LV60, gained 20,000 EXP. Thunder Calamity Dragonlord gained 20,000 EXP. Defeated Ghostmare LV60, gained 20,000 EXP. Thunder Calamity Dragonlord gained 20,000 EXP. First the frail Ghost Marez fell, then the stronger Fiend Marez, and finally the Inferno Demons. Defeated Inferno Demon LV65 Elite, gained 45,000 EXP. Thunder Calamity Dragonlord gained 45,000 EXP. Instance clear time. For seconds record saved. In just 4 seconds, everything around him lay dead, save for Xie Mo Zhanwang still locked in combat with Zhu Xiaotan Wanglong. Even the level 65 Inferno Demon Elites with 70,000 HP lasted only 4 seconds in front of Fang Xiu. How to describe it? The whole fight felt like activating a one-shot cheat, an instant clear rush of exhilaration followed by the hollow emptiness that always comes after. This time, Fang Xiu wasn't in a hurry to farm. A dungeon that reset every 4 seconds had become mind-numbing. During the short stretch he spent fooling around at the respawn point, he tried 4 times to craft a blazing demon morph gem, and every attempt failed. Since routine grinding was both dull and unprofitable, he set his sights on the dungeon's top boss, the fiendish War King. If he could kill it, the corpse might make decent gem material. It was worth a shot. Annihilation Dragon Wheel. Fang Xiu lifted his hand as gray spiritual light raged toward him. The 1-meter-wide sky-cleaving wind cutter had evolved into the Annihilation Dragon Wheel after his class change, while the Disaster Dragon Lord title added a 10,000% range bonus. In a blink, a gray wheel nearly 200 meters across appeared in midair, whirling at high speed. A gray eastern dragon, forged from destructive power, hugged the rim, its tail fin flicking in time with the blade like the teeth of a mountain-splitting saw. That's a bit much, Fang Xiu thought. The reach is great, but tossing it takes up half the map. Next time I'm hitting a single target, I'd better shrink it to the old wind cutter size. He snapped his wrist and hurled the colossal wheel. Frozen space lurched back into motion. The 9-Heaven Dragon King popped into view, ready to speak, but Fang Xiu raised the Wind King's spirit orb to cut it off. The fiendish War King is mine. You clean out the other nightmare and demon mobs. Before he finished, he tapped the ground, triggered the flying blade mark buff, and dissolved into a gust of wind. The 9-Heaven Dragon King blinked. Those are my lines. The 1,200-meter-wide Annihilation Dragon will barreled down a street over 100 meters wide. Even the sprawling dragon-taming ruins couldn't contain it. Wherever the wheel and gray dragon passed, buildings and the nightmare and demon troops on the road were sliced in half like cardboard. At the far end, the fiendish War King finally reacted, raising his pitch-black great axe and chopping down. Zzz. The impact sounded like steel under a hydraulic saw. The wheel chewed against the axe, shoving the fiendish War King from the western crossroads all the way to the massive city gate before stopping. Boom. It exploded just before fading, and the blast cracked half the gate. Black smoke billowed as the fiendish War King roared out. His armor was merely scuffed, but his cherished great axe had been sheared in two. Its head split down the middle like a broken black mattock. Roar. The ruined weapon sent his killing intent soaring. Nothing short of Fang Xiu's death would satisfy him now. A beat later, Fang Xiu flickered into the sky above the boss. With a flick of his right hand, he let a second Annihilation Dragon Wheel fly. Unlike the earlier 200-meter Dragon Wheel of Ruination, the one before him was barely 2 meters across. Its size had plummeted, yet its speed had soared, flashing by as a streak of ash-gray light. The data panel no longer cautioned that wider coverage slows an attack, but in practice the trade-off between range and speed was unavoidable. Squelch the blade split flesh with a crisp snap. The Demon War King swung his battle axe, By now it was little more than a battered hoe trying to block the wheel. Yet the smaller dragon wheel, under Feng Xiu's precise control, proved astonishingly nimble. It slipped past the blow, spun midair, drilled into the warlord's chest, then burst out of his back. A crimson number floated up, 140,000. It wasn't even a weak point hit, yet the damage was savage. Feng Xiu's eyelid twitched. If he morphed into his Star Sword King fish form, activated weak point piercing, and chained it with his former wind shear now called Annihilation Slash, could probably one-shot this king tier foe. So Nightmare difficulty really had nerfed an enemy had never needed to face heat in any way. Fine head grind for a healthier key and meet the warlord's full version. With that thought, he went to work. Morph, Star Sword King fish, demi-human form. Weak point piercing, Annihilation Slash. A gray wolf 3 meters across formed in his palm. Just as he raised his arm to hurl it, a chill stabbed down his spine. Roar. A thunderous dragon cry shattered the stagnant air. The Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord, silent in the pet space since the instance began, burst into view, golden slit pupils flashing with dangerous arcs. In the same instant, a blurred figure emerged. A slender nightmare clansman with ash-white skin, hollow eyes beneath a black mask, and a sharp-boned spike in hand. The tag above its head read, King of Deathly Sorrow LV60 Boss. HP 243,000. Another king tier, and a nightmare at that. The slaughter of the heaven-piercing celestial dragon had always involved both demon and nightmare generals. There was never just one. However many showed up, the approach stayed the same. Feng Xiu raised both hands double Annihilation Slash streaked toward the Demon War King. The Dragon Wheel of Ruination followed, and a second Annihilation Slash screamed at the King of Deathly Sorrow. The Dragon Lord moved as well. Lightning danced in his golden eyes, and the nightmare cloud overhead was consumed by a denser gray thundercloud. Thunder Tribulation Drawl. Boom. The gray cloud detonated, and from the dragon's gaping maw poured torrents of gray lightning. This was no ordinary bolt, but thunderkey packed with annihilation, compressed so tightly it was almost liquid. The cascade roared down from the sky, hanging overhead like a blazing waterfall. Defeated Demon War King, LV, 65 Boss 210,000 EXP gained. Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord gained 210,000 EXP. Defeated King of Death and Sorrow, LV, 60 Boss 180,000 EXP gained. Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord gained 180,000 EXP. Lightning clashed with spinning dragon wheels, and the combined assault of Feng Xiu and the Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord left the enemies no time to react. The Demon War King was sliced to pieces by the Dragon Breaker wheel, while the King of Death and Sorrow vanished in a sea of lightning, reduced to a charred nightmare core. Neither monarch could lift a hand in defense. When the dust settled, Feng Xiu dove from the sky and, on landing, casually set up a palm-sized refined transformation gem array before checking the loot. The first thing that caught his eye was a battle axe, severed in two by the Dragon Breaker wheel, yet still radiating a bloody aura. Demonic Bloodbreaker Axe. Rarity, Epic. Effects, ATK 350, STR 70, Con 50. Bonus skills. 1. Breaker Axe links with any attack skill. Requires an extra 1-second charge. On hit, ignores 50 def and applies Shatter. Cooldown, 3 hours higher street shortens charge time. 2. Shatter and hit. Reduces the target equipment's durability by attackers STR 5, 50 damage to shields. When durability hits 0, deals fixed damage equal to STR 1. Durability, 800,800. Tier, 4th advancement. Flavor text, a high-grade replica of the axe once wielded by the Demon War King a millennium ago. Legend says he joined the Dragon Herd Extermination War and never returned. His descendants forged this weapon in his honor. 4th advancement epic weapon. Feng Xiu hefted the broken haft. He was no axe specialist, yet the STR and con bonuses fit his Calamity Dragon Lord class perfectly, surpassing the Blood Shark Bite head taken from the Bloody Emperor Shark. As for Breaker Axe, its 50 defense ignore was trivial beside the Dragon Breaker wheel, and he already possessed a Shatter-type talent called Rift Force. He stowed the axe in his class inventory either for personal use or the storage vault Lin Jinan had built. Anything tied to the demons and the Dragon Herd would draw unwanted scrutiny if dumped on the market. Once the Dragon Herd ruins were officially disclosed, he might sell it, but an epic weapon of this tier would scarcely impress him by then. Better to keep it as a bargaining chip when founding his own faction, emulating the exchange catalogs of Aurora Guild or the military. The King of Death and Sorrow dropped a simple crystal orb. It had no equipment slots, yet faint ripples of time and space pulsed within. Obsession of the Nine-Heaven Dragon King. Type, special item. Stat requirement, all attributes 2000. Class requirement, dragon-related class, Morningstar rank. Description, the final obsession of the Nine-Heaven Dragon King, who fell to a joint strike by demon and nightmare generals. After a millennium, it has condensed into a fragile pocket of time. Fulfill his last wish to receive a reward. A temporal pocket Feng Xiu recalled the Aurora Guild files, a one-time special instance whose objective isn't necessarily combat, but satisfying the strongest desire the fallen left behind. Clearing it means granting that final wish. The temporal hollow comes with a long list of harsh restrictions, born of powerful emotions, and allows only a single entry, waiting for someone who can actually clear the instance. Among those limits, the Jiuxiao Sky King Dragon's lingering will imposes the fewest conditions. The real hurdles are a Dawn rank class tied to the dragon race and all stats 2000. For most adventurers, the first demand alone is enough to make them give up, yet Feng Xiu happens to have a Dawn rank class linked to dragon blood. As for the 2000 point stat wall, he is 80% sure it was designed for the Dragon Tamer clan. Without their Dragonheart secret art and the innate boosts from bonding with dragons, almost no other race could meet it. Even with Feng Xiu's growth rate rivaling a true dragon's, and the extra stats from the Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord, he is still shy of the 2000 line. If he insists on forcing his way in, he'll need at least 20 more levels plus a full set of 6th Awakening legendary gear, or 10 more levels with every legendary piece at 15. A normal class would need a 7th or even 8th Awakening, or outright Imperator combat power, just to scrape by. With that in mind, he tosses Jiuxiao Sky King Dragon's obsession back into his class vault. He'll return when his numbers qualify. Meanwhile, the light of the refinement array fades. The Demon War King transformation gem fails, but unexpectedly produces a King of Death and Sorrow gem instead. Quality, epic. Effect, transforms the user into the King of Death and Sorrow, a nightmare commander of the Yuan race from 1,000 years ago. Agility 100. Grants skills, Death Control, Sorrow Control, Death Veil, Death Assassination. Duration, 1 hour. The flavor text is stirring. The gem condenses the king's final will, letting its wielder briefly command the forces of death and grief. Only epic? Feng Xiu frowns. Is he overestimating king rank enemies? Or can a king forge no better than epic? Or is the nightmare mode King of Death and Sorrow merely incomplete? Lowering the grade? To test it, he'll need to slay a true king himself and make a gem from the corpse. Even so, this epic stone is worth keeping. Death Control, 1 instant kill chance, modified by the stat gap. Instant kill ignores everything and strips all life. Sorrow Control, nearby creatures accumulate grief naturally, lowering their movement, attack speed, and reactions across the board. Death Veil, grants invisibility plus bonus move and attack speed. Concealment scales with agility. Death Assassination, strike a weak point to multiply the instant kill chance by 10. For an assassin, this is a dream skill package, especially the words instant kill, so brutally absolute Feng Xiu has never before seen ignores everything in an item description. Without hesitation, he sockets the King of Death and Sorrow into his evolving dragon staff, relegating the Merfolk transformation gem he used for makeshift stealth to cold storage. It barely used it anyway. The system now tallies the run. 2 minutes 14 seconds to clear the instance. Feng Xiu has taken the heads of 2 kings, and the Jiuxiao Sky King Dragon has already slaughtered every nightmare and demon in the area. Feng Xiu ran the blood-soaked grounds several more times. The Hellgrade key still refused to drop, so he finally called it quits and went to clear his head. He had been cooped up in the dragon-taming ruins for months, and the place was wearing on him. Before leaving, he swept through the other 2 4th-tier dungeons in the ruins, claiming the top rank in all 3. Those positions delivered a steady stream of enhancement stones every month. When he was still below 4th tier, Lin Jinan had monopolized them, but now it was finally his turn. The 2 extra dungeons were Tamino Monarch-class monsters, and several runs produced no hell keys either. Feng Xiu had assumed the drop rate would shrink only after a few keys appeared, yet it had been abysmal from the very start. The records on the dungeon monolith proved it. He was empty-handed, and so was Lin Jinan. After confirming the facts, he pulled out his ethereal stone. A gentle ripple in space carried him back to the cave he had used as an exit. Stepping outside, he drew a folded map from his class Storagia sketch of the outer realm that Chun had given him when he left human territory. It covered only the borderlands, but it was enough to guide his next move. Power up first. That had been the conclusion of his talk with the Aurora King, Hao Ringguang, and it was the heart of his mission. Hao's advice was simple: make a trip to Calamity City. Several times a year, the city hosted battles for domain stones, rare items that generated a territory skill based on the bearer's class and evolved with their star rank. In fights between equals, a domain stone was a game changer. With no more pressing destination, Feng Xiu set his sights on Calamity City. The stronghold sat at the center of the Warscar domain and was its lone sanctuary. No matter how deep the grudges between races, all violence was forbidden within its walls. Anyone who broke that rule would be branded an enemy of every clan and be torn apart. The real test was getting there. Every inch of ground outside the city was scorched by war and soaked in blood. Not long after leaving the cave, Feng Xiu saw 2 armies facing off on a nearby ridge. He had studied dossiers on more than a dozen major races of the Warscar domain, and both factions before him were on that list. One side belonged to the Daily, ape-like brutes with dark violet skin and corded muscles. They covered little more than their loins with scraps of cloth and swung giant clubs carved from beast bones. Tribal, omnivorous, and notoriously bloodthirsty, they spent most of their lives underground, so leaders were usually chosen from those who wielded earth affinity skills. The opposing force consisted of unicornkin. A snow-white equine body supported a human torso, yet the head was differentiated drill-like horn jutted from its brow. He wore silver armor and a helmet that revealed only the horn and his eyes. Compared with the scruffy Daily demons loitering nearby, these unicorn warriors looked like disciplined cavalry facing a gang of street thugs, superior in both bearing and equipment. Yet the odds were stacked against them. The unicorns formed 6 ranks, just over 100 strong, while more than 200 deep purple Daily demons already dotted the hillside, and fresh ones kept crawling from their burrows, swelling the mob to 300 in a heartbeat. 100 against 300 was daunting, but the unicorns did not flinch. They seemed accustomed to being outnumbered. After a quick realignment, the officer in the center marked by gold-braided epaulettes bellowed an order. Armor clanged, and the unicorn host surged forward. They compressed their lines into a compact, wedge-shaped column, each of 5 echelons with a clear roll. First rank lancers, every warrior gripping a long spear. At the signal they lowered their weapons, hindquarters coiled, hooves thundered, and the spear line shot forward like a white arrow at the Daily vanguard. Second rank Bladian shield fighters. Shield on the left, saber on the right. They plunged through the gaps the lancers opened. The instant a spear tore a hole, a blade flashed down for a clean decapitation. Third rank archers. They began with high, arcing volleys, switched to rapid fire as the distance closed, and when the enemy was on top of them, they drew long knives from their belts and joined the brawl. Fourth rank priests and mind mages. Before contact they cast blessings and shields over the host. Once the lines met, fireballs, ice storms, and chains of lightning crashed down, dropping swaths of purple bodies on the spot. Fifth rank guardian blades and shields, whose sole duty was to ring the priests and cut down anything that slipped through. Despite their edge in raw power and numbers, the Daily demons crumpled under this flawless choreography. The first line shattered, black-violet blood splattering the ground. The two forces clearly fought on different tiers. Even Fang Xiao, a veteran of countless clashes along the Yanhan Valley front, had never witnessed such precise cooperation at close range. The scene reminded him of the race's chief disparity. Daily demons, like dragons, are born with towering stats and need neither classes nor promotions. Unicorns, like humans, must study skill books and undergo class changes to raise their level cap. So the demons typically stand higher while unicorn levels trend low. Just when the unicorns thought they would snatch victory with scarcely a casualty, countless dark purple heads rose from distant grass and rock crevices more Daily demons, far exceeding the first 300. That initial wave had been bait, pinning the unicorns in close combat. While they still grappled with nearly 100 of the originals and their wedge was stalled, a new ring closed around them, sealing every unicorn in the center. The Daily demons were not tactically clueless after all. They understood the art of ambush as well as anyone. Fang Xiao stood where he was, feeling slightly awkward, because he too was inside the Daily encirclement. More and more dark purple Daily were pouring in, and the outer ring of their encirclement was closing fast. A company of 100 unicorn centaurs was still locked in a brutal fight with well over 100 of the creatures. The 300 Daily that scouts had reported were only the vanguard. Fresh enemies kept crawling from burrows beneath their feet, hurling themselves under the centaur's hooves. Centurion, what now? A bodyguard beside Flamehoof shouted. Flamehoof's brow tightened. Before the battle, he had ordered comrades skilled in earth magic to probe the ground with pulse of the ley lines, so no lair should have been missed. There was no time to find out what had gone wrong. He snapped back to the present and barked, pull the formation in, clear our interior first, then push forward with sword and shield. After cutting down several hundred Daily, the centaurs had taken losses of their own, yet at the order every warrior closed ranks without hesitation, slaughtering any enemy that had slipped inside. Sword and shield troopers then moved up to relieve the exhausted chargers, their half-human, half-horse bodies sliding forward as shields smashed and swept, knockback skills forcing the Daily away and carving out a 10-meter wide pocket of clear ground. Any farther, and they would be cut apart again. 10 meters was the limit. Charge. Break through everyone, with me. Flamehoof added. The chargers treated the 10-meter gap as a runway, lowered their lances, and triggered their charge skill. 10 meters was far too short for ordinary cavalry, but for born centaur warriors, it was plenty. In an instant they became a torrent of steel, ripping open the Dilly's densely packed front line. They had not advanced 30 meters when the earth quaked, and a thunderous boom split the air. A formidable colossus of rock and soil, a single fleshy eye embedded in its head, burst from the ground at the formation's center, the exact position of the third rank of archers. It sent one archer flying, slammed into the two beside him, and brought a stone arm crashing down, shattering the spellcaster's magic shields. and it was not alone. 4 more rose beside it, 5 monsters in all, like nails driven deep into the formation, making any unified advance impossible. Only the vanguard chargers were still moving forward, and without support they would soon be isolated, swallowed by the endless daily, and doomed. One-eyed stone demons. Flamehoof recognized them at once, his heart sinking. So the daily brought priests this time. No wonder the creatures who usually rely on sheer numbers are suddenly fighting smart. Within the Dalizu, those who wield earth element magic stand at the top, and these spellcasters are revered as the tribe's priests. Their brain and signature weapon is the Duyen Shimo, a 5-star earth summon known to strike terror into all who face it. Normally, the priests remain hidden in chilly underground shrines and never set foot outside. If one appears, it means the Dalizu are about to unleash a colossal campaign. Centurion, cut Eastwell cover you. Yantis bodyguards watched their comrades fall, then threw themselves forward to hack open a path with their own lives. There's no time. Yeni shook his head. Somewhere below, he could sense a priest lurking among the swarm of ordinary Dalizu, condensing a stone spear and waiting for any breakout attempt so it could pierce hoof and skull in a single strike. He had witnessed that nightmare on many battlefields. Among the unicorn folk, only an iron hoof champion could face a priest heathen, and the nearest reinforcements were hundreds of miles away. Yeni drew in the metallic tang of blood and roared, "Warriors, fight with me. Even in death, the spirit of the unicorn folk will never fade." The sacrifice-minded unicorns answered with a thunderous roar, clenched their weapons, and prepared to spill their last drop of blood on the hillside. Just then, a mellow yet scorching breeze drifted from the east. It carried a spicy sting, as though countless sparks crackled inside, ominous and deadly. Ark, the first Dalizu touched by the wind, shrieked as his right arm turned to ash, scattered by the breeze. The graying swept across his shoulder, chest, throat, and head. Within a heartbeat he vanished, as if he had never existed. At first only a few nearby Dalizu noticed. Most still glared at the unicorn folk. But in the blink of an eye, 1, 2, 10 hundreds, thousands dissolved the moment the breeze brushed past. Each gust needed less than a second to reduce its targets to dust, and the horrific ash wind raced across the battlefield. The priest hiding deep in a burrow sensed the power of annihilation in the wind before anyone else. It abandoned its kin and fled, but it made no difference. The gust erased flesh, soil, grass, and trees alike, a tidal wave that wiped everything clean. An instant later, priest and earth alike were gone. In mere seconds the war-torn field fell silent. On the barren hill stood only the shaken unicorn folk, surrounded by swirling gray wind that sent a chill through their bones. Centurion Yeni, one of the few unicorn mages, felt his legs tremble. He lifted his eyes toward the source of the breeze. A solitary figure was walking toward them. Feng Xiu was fairly satisfied with how devastating Gale performed. This time he was mainly testing the spell's area of effect. The dungeon room had been far too cramped. The moment the gale unfurled, the entire stage was wiped clean, so he headed outside to see whether the move was really as broken as he suspected. By default, devastating gale covers 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. With the disaster dragon lord core talent, I am cataclysm. It should, at least on paper, expand to 1,000 kilometers by 1,000. When he wiped out the dregs a moment ago, he held back, probing for the limit. The result showed a 100-fold increase, not a 1,000-fold. 10,000 m 10,000 m equals 100 square kilometers. Multiplied by 100 becomes 10,000 square kilometers. Even that, however, was staggering. A single casual sweep could erase 1/10 of a province spanning 100,000 square kilometers. The sense of being a walking natural disaster and nuclear warhead in the flesh hit him full force. Yet, devastating gale is a channeled spell, and sustained carnage means sustained mana burn. The drain is 1,000 MP per second. Feng Xiu's pool tops out at 144,330 MP, giving him roughly 144 seconds of uptime. His innate regeneration is his max divided by 1,000,144 MP per second. Against a 1,000 point drain, that trickle is negligible, laying bare humanity's elemental shortcomings. An elemental life form with the same stats could probably regenerate thousands every second. With gear that restored 1,000 MP per second, devastating gale could lock that entire 10,000 square kilometer swath into a permanent dead zone. Unfortunately, the recharge set from Lingji Corp offers only modest mana recovery, and every loan request is a bureaucratic nightmare. Feng Xiu quietly resolved to secure some genuine hydrogen equipment. Lost in thought, he wandered up to the unicorn orcs. When he was still 100 meters away, they all dropped to their knees in unison, forming a dark tide on the ground. Flamehoof, Centurion of the Iron Hoof tribe of unicorn orcs, extends the tribe's deepest respect to you, Lord Dragonkin. The leader declared, forehead practically buried in the soil. Feng Xiu saw nothing excessive in their tribute. After all, he had already assumed his Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord half-humanoid form before walking over. The metamorphosis gem that once housed the profound Thunder Sky Dragon has advanced alongside its host, becoming a Tribulation Thunder Dragon Lord, and now ranking as a legendary grade transformation gem. In the Outer Realm, dragons and dragonborn stand at the very pinnacle of the infinite worlds. Lawful races greet them with reverence, whereas evil factions, nightmare clans, and demonkind among them see them as trophies that must be hunted. The dust of battle had yet to settle when Feng Xiu clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "No need for formalities. Rise." He spoke not in Dongwang Common, but in the universal tongue heard throughout the infinite worlds. With a spiritual power well over 1,000, learning a language was as effortless for him as sharing a meal. At his words, Yinti and the surviving unicornkin rose from their half-kneel. "I wish to enter the city of 10,000 tribulations for the 10,000 tribulations trial," Feng Xiu said, without preamble. "Where do I claim a slot?" The trial is, in essence, a grand tournament for epic stones. Merely reaching the city is not enough. Only races of recognized standing in the Warfire Dominion may send their own and sponsor outsiders. The Unicornkin and the Daily tribe are two such races. Yinny answered at once. "Honored Dragonborn, our tribe still holds 3 quotas this year. If it pleases you, stay at our settlement. In a few days, our warriors leave for the city and would be honored to escort you." This arrangement suited Feng Xiu, and he nodded. "Please grant us a moment, sir. We must return our fallen to the embrace of Mother Earth," Yinti added respectfully. Feng Xiu lifted a hand in consent. Yinti then called to the 50-odd remaining soldiers, "Bury them where they fell, that their flesh and souls return to Mother Earth. The Unicornkin claim kinship with the soil, and dust to dust is their highest right." Half an hour later, more than half the 100 warriors who had stood ready before the battle now lay beneath the earth. Had Feng Xiu not appeared when he did, the survivors would likely have shared their fate. When the burials were done, Yinny walked ahead to lead the way. Seeing that Feng Xiu had no wings, he meant to offer the Dragonborn a ride on his own back. Before he could speak, Feng Xiu waved a hand. Lightning split the air, and a cloud-stepping beast took shape. Its hide was etched with black gold lightning patterns, its build that of a tiger, yet even more colossal. Each step looked capable of shattering the ground. What startled Yinny was not its power, but the aura it carried, one that exceeded his own station. Such an aura from a Dragonborn was expected, but from a cloud-stepping beast? Could the cloud-stepping beast also rank among the infinite world's apex races? Yinny wondered, resolving to seek the High Priest's counsel once they returned home. Feng Xiu rode the Taiyan beast, the form assumed by Lejia Longjun, following Yin Ti and the unicorn folk of the Iron Hoof tribe back to their settlement. The column wound across a scorched plain and over rocky hummocks, dry grass creaking under the infantry's iron shoes. At the front, Yin Ti walked beside Feng Xiu, dust billowing around them where the Taiyan beast stirred it into the sunset-lit air. "Have you ever taken part in the Wanja trial?" Yin Ti broke the silence. "I was fortunate enough to go once," Feng Xiu replied, raising an eyebrow. "That was 10 years ago, when your prince invited me." 10 years. Yin Ti nodded, sunlight flashing off his horn. "That matches our records." Feng Xiu seized the moment. "So what is the Wanja trial actually like?" Hao Ringguang gave me the location and the reward, but never explained how to obtain the domain stone. "It's a large public dungeon," Yin Ti said, keeping his pace. "Up to 200 beings enter at once and share the same battlefield. In the end, only one challenger clears the trial and earns the domain stone. So 200 people all fight in one arena?" Feng Xiu grimaced, recalling the battle royale of the Inter Academy competition. Yin Ti elaborated. 1. A public dungeon differs from a normal instance. In a regular run, each team occupies its own pocket space. A public dungeon throws every challenger into the same net. 2. Monsters and bosses are shared. Whoever lands the hits and takes the kill keeps the spoils. 3. Loot has no ownership. Gear can be stolen, materials snatched, and people often start fighting each other before the monster dies. 4. Victory isn't about wiping out rival challengers, but killing the Calamity Beast King. Only the one who fells that king-class beast clears the trial and claims the domain stone. "I understand," Feng Xiu said quietly, gaining a direct sense of the trial's peril. When the path eased into a slope, Yin Ti changed to a lighter topic. "Honored Dragonborn, where did you come from before reaching the war-torn lands?" "From the east, a very distant east," Feng Xiu answered calmly. "The east," Yin Ti frowned. "East of the war-torn lands lay human territory, beyond that the boundless sea. Then you must have crossed deep ocean." With dragonfolk long absent from these lands, his respect and curiosity only grew. A valley split by a stream appeared on the horizon, home to the Iron Hoof tribe. The two quickened their pace and reached the entrance in less than 20 minutes. A towering iron gate, 30 meters high, marked the valley mouth, its weather-stained plates scarred by countless battles. Earthen platforms on either side formed rough bastions where unicorn folk archers patrolled, bronze bows half drawn, arrowheads glinting. Spotting their returning comrades, the guards waved a flag and swung the gate open with a clang. Inside, The rush of water filled the air. Tents stood in loose clusters, beast hides and braziers hanging from log palisades. Firelight flickered crimson along the grooves of every horn. "Honored guest, please wait here while I inform the chieftain," Yin Ti said, planting his fists against his chest and bowing. Fang Xiu nodded, indicating he would wait. Yin Ti ordered his guards to protect their distinguished dragonborn guest, then walked alone toward the depths of the valley. While he was gone, Fang Xiu lingered at the entrance, studying his surroundings with interest. In his last life, he had toured countless human cultures, but this was his first close look at truly non-human architecture. On Earth, humans were the only intelligent species he had ever known. No matter how elaborate an animal's nest was, it could never be called a building. The unicorn centaur settlement in front of him was therefore a surprise, but not the kind he expected. The houses looked much like single-story cottages common to humans, ground-level structures with doors and windows. Cement had simply been replaced by neatly cut stone blocks set so tightly together that only earth element magic could have produced the seams. Through the lattice windows he saw beds, tables, stoves, and every other ordinary household fixture. Their upper bodies are humanoid, Fang Xiu reasoned, so the furniture makes sense. Then he noticed the absence of chairs. Unicorn centaurs either stood on four hooves or reclined on their sides. They rarely needed to sit. He drew quick conclusions. Their daily lives differed little from humans. Their architecture favored function over beauty, and their technology remained pre-industrial, no televisions, refrigerators, or phones. The thought left him curious about their pastimes. Even a king-class cultivator like himself still played mobile games and read novels in his downtime. About 10 minutes later, Yin Ti returned. He had left alone, but now 3 companions followed. One glance told Fang Xiu they were anything but ordinary. 2 were unicorn centaurs in silver robes, oak staves in hand. Long white beards hung to the junction of torso and equine back. Though elderly, they stood with calm dignity. Unicorn priests LV80. The third figure dwarfed Yin Ti, standing 3.5 meters tall when upright. His upper body was sheathed in black plate armor, his equine half wrapped in chain mail, the horseshoes plated in gleaming metal, and a massive ebony greatsword lay strapped across his back. Every step radiated an unseen pressure, the innate aura of a king-class life form dominating lesser beings. Fang Xiu recognized it immediately, for he possessed the same presence. This was the Ironhoof tribe's sole king-rank warrior, the Ironhoof King LV72. Thanks to the Guai Qi mask Hao Ringguang had given him, Fang Xiu had completely hidden his own king-level aura. The Dragon Scholar transformation alone could never have done that. As a result, the Ironhoof King failed to notice that an equal stood only a few steps away. Under the eyes of the entire group, the Ironhoof King strode up to Fang Xiu and greeted him in a deep voice. "Guest from the Dragon Clan, welcome to our valley." As his words faded, the unicorn centaurs on either side, along with the 2 priests, bowed low in respect to the visiting Dragon Scholar. After the formal welcome, the Ironhoof King led Fang Xiu into the valley. They walked side by side, chatting as Fang Xiu had earlier with Yinny. Only this time the king asked all the questions: origin, purpose, route, leaving nothing out. Fang Xiu answered honestly. He had come from the distant east for one reason only: to enter the Suntabejan Tin Tribulation trial and fight for a domain stone. Yinny had already reported this, but the Ironhoof King wanted to hear it himself and found nothing suspicious. Without the lure of domain stones, this war-torn land would never attract outsiders. Satisfied, the king waved a massive hand and readily granted him a recommendation for the trial. The gift was not just in honor of his draconic blood. Fang Xiu had rescued more than 50 unicorn folk from the Daili clan, and a single slot was a small price for those lives. He also told Fang Xiu that in 3 days the tribe's warriors would march for Tribulation City, and that he was welcome to travel with them. Night fell, and a lavish feast flared up at the center of the camp. The pit fire roared, fat sizzled, and a mutton shank thicker than Fang Xiu's arm turned golden outside while staying tender within. A final dusting of hot spices sent an irresistible aroma through the air. Fang Xiu tore off a chunk. Crisp skin and firm meat merged with a rush of heat and juice, and he polished off 2 whole shanks in moments. The Ironhoof King, ever the hearty host, raised a great wooden bowl and kept refilling Fang Xiu's cup, determined to drink the guest under the table. Sensing danger, Fang Xiu feigned drunkenness and barely escaped the champion drinker's lethal hospitality. The next ordeal was even more awkward. The king ordered a young, delicate unicorn maiden to attend Fang Xiu for the night, clearly hoping for a dragon steed romance. Even in his pretend stupor, Fang Xiu refused at once. The king was puzzled. Rumors said dragons were notoriously uninhibited. Was the dragonborn an exception? Only when he reached the spacious stone house prepared for him did Fang Xiu finally relax. An absurd idea flashed through his mind. If he took his true dragon form, could he actually sire offspring with a unicorn woman? Probably not, but what if he could? With shape-shifting gems, he might raise a clutch of pure-blood hatchlings. He shook his head at himself. Even if it were possible, each gem had a time limit. Without the permanent transformation granted by an ancient shapeshifter's core, how many gems would it take to raise even one hatchling? Better to spend his resources on growing stronger. Stretching out on the thick fur bed, he opened his personal interface and went over his plans. Beyond the 10 tribulation trial and the hunt for a domain stone, two other matters now demanded his attention. 1. The first order of business was to learn his fifth skill. Grinding proficiency had always felt like hard labor to Feng Xiu, so he wanted the new skill online as soon as possible. Only then could he start pushing its numbers upward. In the class hierarchy, the rank after king is sovereign. The promotion test is identical, but the required skill rating jumps from 10-star to morning star. Most players have to go through a first and second rebirth before their two core skills reach morning star. Feng Xiu, however, carried the Genesis grade talent unlimited reclass. His fifth skill would match his fifth class, so by normal estimates, he should crown himself king at his fourth rebirth. From there, a fifth rebirth and the sovereign title would follow naturally. 2. He ran the math at lightning speed. Unlimited reclass truly shines only after the king tier. Even if the talent was still partially sealed, reaching sovereign in 5 rebirths looked well within reach. By the same logic, Emperor status would simply raise the skill cap one notch further from Morningstar to Radiant Moon. That pointed to a 6th rebirth for the Emperor title. If things went smoothly, a 7th might even let him brush against divinity. The idea that he could glimpse a godhead after just 7 rebirths sent a thrill through him. Yet he knew it remained speculation until he actually stood at that threshold. 3. The second task was to dump as much proficiency as possible into the Morningstar skill Calamity Dragon, the base ability of his king rank class, Calamity Dragon Lord. Ever since the class change, he had been puzzling out how to advance the skill. Unlike traditional attack or support abilities, anything tied to Dragonheart Arcana had to be guessed at. Earlier skills had gained extra effects with each class change, giving him at least a hint. This time, though, the upgrade from Sacred Dragon Arcana to Calamity Dragon offered nothing new beyond raw numbers, leaving him completely in the dark. Worse still, earlier core skills started at LV1 with a 1-point experience requirement. Calamity Dragon began at a brutal 10,000 XP, as if the game wanted to collect all the progress he had saved up till now in a single bill. Feng Xiu had no idea where the ceiling lay and feared the later XP curve would be even uglier. 4. While he was still scratching his head, the data panel suddenly flickered. The 170.1000 bar had climbed to 151.0000. When had that happened? He pulled up the log and quickly found a record from his earlier kill of a LV50 Thonic Dwarf with Shattering Gale. Defeated Thonic Dwarf LV50, Calamity Dragon Proficiency 1. So hunting Thonic Dwarves fed the skill directly? Feng Xiu frowned in thought. There was no inherent link between that race and Calamity Dragon, so maybe any living kill counted? But he had run dungeon after dungeon in the dragon taming ruins since the class change of monsters. He had wiped out their far outnumbered these dwarves, yet not a single point had registered. Did dungeon mobs count only as memory phantoms and not real life forms? 5. He decided to run more controlled tests to verify the idea. If he could never pin down a rule, then he would simply have to hope the Thonic dwarves existed in large enough numbers for him to brute force the skill to max. The thought put a cold gleam in his eyes as targets belonged to an evil faction, and destroying them carried no guilt whatsoever. Feng Xiu spent 3 days with the Unicorn Orc tribe. On the first day, as soon as he entered the valley, the Ironhoof King dragged him to the bonfire, slammed a metal keg onto the flames with a hiss of sparks, and the air filled with a spicy, fruity aroma. Grease from the roasting meat ran down the orc's arms while the fire cast a crimson dance across his fangs. The Ironhoof King beamed. Come on, drink up. The liquor scorched on the way down, but hit later like muffled thunder, obviously spiked with something special. The Ironhoof King clearly planned to drink his draconic guest under the table. Yet after 3 days, Feng Xiu not only stayed upright, but even gained 5 points in every attribute. The blazing 9 sovereigns fruit blended into the brew was indeed extraordinary. A specialty of the Warfire Dominion. It boosts the body so powerfully that even monarchs take notice, though it also makes one topple faster. Without his 1,000+ constitution, Feng Xiu would have been flat on his back. On the second night, they passed cups until the orc drummers nodded off. The Ironhoof King's eyes were slits, his face redder than the roast. Yet he kept pushing his bone goblet toward Feng Xiu. On the third evening, he rose unsteadily, realizing he was one sip from collapse, while Feng Xiu showed only a faint blush and spoke as calmly as ever. I'm level 72, and he's only 50. The Ironhoof King fretted. Dragonfolk supposedly lacked the full, terrifying physique of true dragons, yet reality had just slapped him. Still couldn't outdrink a young dragonkin. The hard drinking, however, only tightened their bond. Arm in arm, they laughed loud and long. The Ironhoof King clapped Feng Xiu's shoulder. Brother, I'm counting on you for this journey in ITLL. Let these youngsters see the world. When departure day came, he escorted Feng Xiu to the valley gate himself. 3 days of shared drink had chained them like iron. Slapping the Dragonkin's pauldron, he grinned. With a friend like you, I feel I've traded up. Fang Xiu returned the gesture with a smiley all-attribute boost like that was a favor he wouldn't forget. Turning to his tribe, the Ironhoof King laid down the rules. Yinti, on the road you obey Lord Longjia above all. You have one mission: escort him to the Valley of 10,000 Tribulations. Longjia was the draconic name Fang Xiu had chosen. Yes, my king. Yinti straightened, his armor shining a dark gleam in the sun. Fang Xiu had once pulled him from a pool of blood, and his gratitude ran deep. The unicorn orc unit replenished after heavy losses now stood under his command. More than 100 warriors lined up at the gate, hooves thudding, killing intent held in check. After confirming supplies en route, Fang Xiu swung onto his step cloud beast. The silvery gray mount looked like condensed mist, cloud patterns rippling under its hooves as it walked on air with steady speed. Yinti led the column behind him, and the imposing escort set off. Their destination lay in the heart of the Warfire Dominion, while the Unicorn Orc Valley sat in the southeast, so they would head northwest all the way. Before leaving, the Ironhoof King had given Fang Xiu a map. Place names and bearings were marked, but there was no scale. Even Fang Xiu couldn't judge the distance. At our pace, Yinti said, 10 days with normal marches, 7 if we go without sleep. 20 days remained before the trial of 10,000 calamities began, so time was on their side. Since not everyone in the column boasted a 4-figure constitution, Fang Xiu chose not to force a sleepless march. Fang Xiu had been on the so-called realm of war for less than half an hour before he fully grasped how the land had earned its name. He and the Unicornkin had just crossed a jagged mountain ridge when the carnage on the far slope rushed into view, a swirling red maelstrom where 3 different armies were butchering one another. Water-slick lizardkin with blue scales fired arrows in quick succession. Humanoid flame spirits, bodies forged of living fire, churned out blazing torrents, and the burly Daily warriors had fought before plowed straight through the chaos on brute strength alone. This was no two-sided alliance against a common foe, it was a total 3-way melee. A lizardkin arrow pierced a Dilly's chest, but before the archer could finish the kill, a fireball ignited them both. The triumphant flame spirit was then tackled and torn apart by another Daily. Every combatant saw only mortal enemies, willing to die so long as the other died first, as though driven by some irreconcilable blood feud. Squinting at the scene, Fang Xiu asked Yinti, do the Unicornkin have any allies among the flame spirits or lizardkin? Even as he spoke, he vaulted off the cloud step beast. The Wind King's spirit pearl slipped from his inventory and hovered at his side, meant to test a theory had formed days earlier. None, Yinti answered without hesitation. Our only friends are the forest folk who obsess over planting trees. The flame spirits live for war. We've battled them more times than I can count. Lizardkin lurk in swamps and jungles. We seldom cross paths, but they raid small Unicornkin villages whenever they can. Perfect, Fang Xiu said. He pointed, and the Wind King's spirit pearl spun with a banshee howl. Wind of annihilation. A scorching southeast gale slammed across the battlefield, already awash in blood and flame, as though someone had dumped oil onto a blaze. The Daily warriors facing away from Fang Xiu took the brunt of it. Their screams were strangled mid-cry as flesh and bone burst apart and crumbled to ash. Defeated Daily, LV 55. Gained 25,414 EXP. Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord gained 25,414 EXP. Defeated Daily, LV 55. Calamity Dragon Skill Proficiency 1. Relief flickered through Fang Xiu. Calamity Dragon's proficiency was climbing normally. With the Daily obliterated, the wind of annihilation roared onward, swallowing flame spirits and lizardkin alike. Blue scales shredded like paper under the wind blades, reducing the lizardkin to cinders before they could scream. Flame spirits blew apart into drifting embers. Defeated Flame Spirit, LV 60. Calamity Dragon Skill Proficiency 1. Defeated Lizardkin, LV 47. Calamity Dragon Skill Proficiency 1. One notification after another confirmed his hunch. Calamity Dragon's growth was not limited to daily kills. Any sentient life would do. So that's it, he muttered. The Calamity Dragon, Lord of Disaster, grows stronger by harvesting real lives no matter whose. Soldiers of the Daily, the Yinling, and the lizard fiends were swept away by the wind of annihilation. Moments ago the battlefield had been a cacophony of explosions and torn flesh. Now only the drone of sand skimming over barren ground remained, as though life itself had been drained from the earth. The veteran squad that had once watched Fang Xiu slaughter 1,000 Daily warriors beside Yinti took the scene in stride, back straight like spears on parade, their respect for him climbing even higher. The raw recruits recently folded into Yantis' 100-strong unit, however, gaped in shock. The wind of annihilation was far deadlier than they had imagined. Not even the Ironhoof tribe's own king, the true Ironhoof sovereign, could kill so quickly. In the recruit's eyes, all was now laced with fear. Unmoved by the shifting emotions around him, Fang Xiu drifted down onto the broad back of the Taiyan beast and motioned for the army to keep marching. The wind of annihilation had scoured the field clean, peeling away layers of topsoil and reducing weapons and armor to dust, so no one needed to tidy up. As the unicorn folk resumed their journey, Feng Xiu lowered his gaze to the combat notifications, still calculating how much mastery his skill Calamity Dragon had just consumed. The combined enemy force had again topped 1,000 bodies, and when the fight ended, Calamity Dragon's mastery jumped to 34 out of 10, 00019 points in a single clash, for more than the last time. Feng Xiu began charting the intervals between those 19 prompts. Sometimes a message appeared after 50 kills, sometimes nothing happened even after 60. After repeated comparisons, he reached a conclusion: mastery depended not only on numbers. The higher the enemy's level, the greater the gain. That was tremendous news. If mastery rose strictly at 1 point per 50 kills, he would need to wipe out at least 500,000 lives to max out a 10th sand point cap, turning himself into a modern-day Bai Qi of the Endless Realm. But if he targeted high-level creatures, the grind would accelerate exponentially. What if he managed to slay a king-rank opponent? How much mastery would that award? The thought set his blood on fire. Feng Xiu was glad he had ventured into the realm of warfire. Nowhere in human territory offered such prime leveling opportunities. On the fronts of Yanhun Valley or the deep-sea battlefield, wiping out 50,000 5th or 6th tier elites in one strike would send not just kings, but emperors after him. Only a place like the realm of warfire, where countless factions fought endless skirmishes, could let him hone Calamity Dragon in relative silence. Over the next few days, he stumbled into 1 or 2 battles almost every day. Chaotic melees among multiple races, reckless brutes who mistook the unicorn folk for easy prey, and hostile troops that merely crossed paths with his column. No matter the species, so long as they were neither unicorn folk nor allies of humanity, Feng Xiu exterminated them all. A battlefield recognizes neither right nor wrong. If you want to survive, you simply kill whoever stands before you. 12 days later, 2 days past Yin, his original Tindui estimate, Feng Xiu finally reached the heart of the war-torn domain, the city of 10,000 tribulations. Through a string of ambushes and counter-ambushes, the proficiency of his skill Calamity Dragon had soared from 341,000 to 376,10000. The increase was hardly spectacular, yet for a Morningstar skill it was respectable. After all, bringing the 10-star skill Annihilation Dragon Wheel to full mastery had taken 100 days, so 300 days for Calamity Dragon sounded reasonable. The closer he came to the city, the rarer the skirmishes became. From afar he could see a pitch-black wall of steel spanning the gorge like an enormous sluice gate, cutting the valley clean in two. That was the gate of the city of 10,000 tribulations. Beneath him, the cloud-treading beast clattered over broken rock as the ironclad ramparts grew ever larger. Yet this was not the entrance reserved for the unicorn folk who traveled with him. The city had 13 gates, each allotted to a different race. The one before him belonged to the savage beasts. Averaging 5 meters in height and 3 in shoulder breadth, they required a portal built to their scale. A frame 20 meters tall, lintels 10 meters apart, wide enough for 3 of the giants to stride through side by side, without crowding. Feng Xiu headed east along the wall until he reached the gate assigned to the unicorn folk. Awaiting him there stood a unicorn king, his long hair and beard already snow-white, clad in a white robe trimmed with gold. He held an oak staff set with a sapphire, and the ivory horn on his brow shone bright as he waited in silence. "Honored Dragonkin," he greeted, "my name is Sheng Jiao, High Priest of the Sacred Horn clan of the Unicorn Folk. On behalf of my people, I welcome you." His gaze lingered briefly on the cloud-treading beast beneath Feng Xiu, his manners impeccable. Clearly the Iron Hoof King had sent word ahead. "I am Longjia. Thank you for your escort. Traveling with your people has been my honor," Feng Xiu replied courteously, sizing up the High Priest. The system tag above the elder's head read, King of Sacred Words, LV-87. Back at the Iron Hoof tribe, Feng Xiu had learned how the unicorn folk divided themselves into clans. Iron Hoof, Blazing Mane, Wind-Chasing Tail, and so on. Only the Sacred Horn clan dwelt in the ancestral lands and hosted the royal line. Sheng Jiao's presence as high priest made it plain that the unicorn folk valued Feng Xiu as far more than a dragon who enjoys good wine. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sheng Jiao led Feng Xiu through the gate and into the city of 10,000 tribulations. Walking through the streets of Wanja city, Feng Xiu observed everything around him. Compared with the barren, utilitarian valley camp of the Taidi tribe, these lanes felt far more developed. Low single-story houses still lined both sides, yet courtyards and flower beds had been added. Hanging baskets swayed beneath the eaves, and the air carried the mingled scents of grass and blossoms. Wherever he looked, fresh colors and a lively atmosphere greeted him. Beyond the homes, shops hung with wooden signs, armories, item stores, potion stalls offered anything a traveler might need. One thing, however, was impossible to miss. Every passerby was a unicornkin. Not a single outsider could be seen. The only distinction among them lay in the color of their coats. In the Taidi tribe, almost every unicornkin was white, but here pitch black, brown, gray, and other hues were common. Is this the Unicornkin quarter? Fang Xiu asked softly. Sheng Jiao, sensing his curiosity, explained, yes. Although Wanja City claims to gather every race of the Zhanhua Dominion, in practice, each gate opens onto that race's own district. The whole city is divided into 13 territories of equal size. We rarely set foot in another race's land. We do not invade, and we do not interfere. Fang Xiu nodded. The Zhanhua Dominion was even more fragmented than he had expected. He had imagined that the one city where conflict was forbidden would be a hub of mingling and free trade. Yet the 13 gates and their matching districts kept the peoples rigidly apart. From above, the place would probably look like a pizza cut into equal slices, with no chance for the toppings to mingle. Then what about beings who don't belong to those 13 races? He asked. Which gate do they use, and where can they stay or do business? They may choose any gate they wish, Sheng Jiao replied. Combat is strictly banned in Wanja City, so no one will trouble them. Outsiders can walk through any of the 13 districts or go straight to the city center, where a tract of land is reserved for foreign merchants. Many traders from other realms live there year-round, and we visit them whenever we need something special. Fang Xiu finally understood. Trade among the 13 races still existed, but it flowed through the outsiders stationed at the center. Before long, Sheng Jiao brought him to their arranged Lajinga two-story house with its own garden, standing conspicuously amid the sea of single-story homes. It was clearly reserved for honored guests of other races. Yenti and the other unicornkin took the surrounding cottages, encircling the villa like silent guards. Once they were settled, Sheng Jiao announced a banquet, and Fang Xiu gladly accepted. After nightfall, the celebration unfolded among braziers and long tables made of beast bone. The aroma of roasted meat mingled with the bite of strong liquor, and he took the chance to meet a number of powerful unicornkin warriors. Besides Sheng Jiao, the city's other two unicornkin, Lord Shuiying and Jue Feng, also appeared to exchange greetings. Though neither matched Sheng Jiao's strength, they were clearly superior to the king of the Taidi tribe, each standing at level 75. While they talked, Sheng Jiao and the other two tried to pry into Fang Xiu's background, just as Ironhoof King had done. When Fang Xiu spoke with Ironhoof King earlier, he had already crafted an airtight cover story. He claimed to come from a small draconic offshoot clan in the Endless Sea and was merely traveling on land. The tale sounded mysterious and was impossible to verify, and the thick dragon aura in his body could fool any monarch with a keen sense of smell. Even so, Fang Xiu had no interest in forging close ties with these unicorn monarchs. Although the morph gem and mask of guile were enough to fool even a peak monarch like Aurora King, he himself, as a dragon-form scholar, had yet to reach the monarch realm. Caution never hurts, especially in the outer regions where unknown artifacts abound and one misstep could ruin everything. Besides, his true goal on this trip was the Domain Stone, not a lasting alliance with the unicorn race. If he ever needed friends, he would do so under his human identity. Thus, when Sheng Jiao sent a second banquet invitation the next day, Fang Xiu politely declined. His excuse was perfectly reasonable. He wanted to wander around Doom City and visit the central auction house to pick up some equipment. At the moment, the only Tier 4 legendary items he owned were the pieces of the Divine Art set. Rings, a pair of Tier 2 epic wind dragon rings highly compatible with his draconic form. Together they grant a full 100% wind damage bonus and come with the Dragon Roar skill, so he has no intention of replacing them. Necklace. Aurora Aegis. Its protective effect has slipped since he neared monarchhood, but it still works. Gauntlets. Heaven King Fist's respectable firepower and an instant 10,000 HP heal. That healing is negligible against his 6-figure health pool, yet as a Tier 3 legendary item with solid base stats, it stays for now. What truly needs upgrading are his weapons. He currently carries 1. The Tier 2 Epic Sword Galaxy. 2. The Tier 3 Legendary Wind King Spirit Pearl. 3. The Tier 3 Epic Saber Bloodshark Bite. Galaxy was supposed to hit 15 with the Swordstar Upgrade Stone after the Tier 2 dungeon ranking settled, then be promoted to Tier 3. But his progression was too fast that is already Tier 4, so investing further in a Tier 2 weapon makes little sense. A Tier 4 legendary sword would serve him better. Looking back, he should have spent those billions of military merits on a Tier 4 divine weapon before leaving the army. The Wind King Spirit Pearl can tide him over in the short term, but it will be swapped out once he finds a better Tier 4 legendary. As for Bloodshark Bite, few foes can survive the Dragon Wheel of Ruin long enough to reach melee range, so the saber mostly rests at his waist. Upgrading it is optional. Therefore, his main target at the auction is a Tier 4 sword epic, at the very least, legendary if possible. Sheng Jiao did not stop him from visiting the auction house. Instead, he assigned Yeni to accompany Fang Xiu so someone would be on hand if he needed anything. Leaving the Unicorn Quarter behind, Fang Xiu walked toward the heart of the city of 10,000 tribulations. For the first time, he truly took in this melting pot of a city. Lizard folk dragging heavy tails, flame spirits radiating crimson heat, gray-skinned delay muttering in the shadows, broad-shouldered beastmen, vampires hidden beneath cloaks that revealed only their fangs. Creatures he had seen and never seen, slain and yet to be slain, crowded the same street, giving vivid meaning to the word biodiversity and, to his surprise, entertaining him. The beastmen interested him most. Tiger folk, bear folk, fox folk, kobolds common enough across the Northern Human Alliance. Strictly speaking, unicorn people belong to the same lineage. Legend said a powerful unicorn had once taken human form and left descendants. At the city center, the tiger folk and fox folk stood out. Tiger folk were massive and fierce. Fong remembered that one of the 13 council seats belonged to them. Fox folk, their allies and near vassals, appeared in two shapes. One nearly human save for upright ears and a swishing tail, the other sporting a full fox's Visagian appearance Fong found unsettling, preferring faces closer to human. He studied them while they studied him. Dragons and dragonkin were celebrities in the infinite worlds. Their arrival always turned heads. With a flick of his mind, Fong sensed several tales, mostly delay and vampires. The city's ironclad ban on violence kept them at bay, and he had no interest in chasing them off. Amid the spectacle, Fong and Flamehoof reached their goal, the city's sole auction house. Flamehoof claimed it was founded by a mysterious heavyweight, the same figure who had built the city and enforced the no-fighting rule 5 centuries ago. To lay down laws in the land of war and make 13 great clans obey, that person had to be at least emperor class, perhaps an apex emperor. Inside, they were greeted by a human attendant. Fong saw at once the man's blood was purely human, not a beast man concealing traits, and every servant in the hall was the same. Could the lawgiver have been human? The land of war bordered human territory. The idea was plausible. Even more striking was the modern feel of the place. LCD screens scrolling lot numbers, computers humming softly, a water dispenser dripping in the corner, devices Fong had seen only in human lands. Are you human? He asked. Yes, the attendant replied. From the human territories? Indeed. Which country? I've traveled among the humans. The Eastern Radiance Kingdom of the Human Alliance. Fong lifted an eyebrow, so they were compatriots. Switching to Eastern Radiance speech, he jerked his chin toward the other attendants. Them too? Hearing his native tongue, the attendant from Dongwon Kingdom showed a hint of surprise and nodded. Yes, we're all members of the Jianyuan Trading Company, here for work. Fong Xiu silently memorized the unfamiliar name Jianyuan Trading Company, most likely located in northern Dongwon Kingdom. When he visited the Dragon Shepherd ruins, he might ask Lin Jinan to investigate. The attendant handed over a catalog bound in gilt. These are the latest items up for auction at the Wanja auction house. Wanja was famously selective. Only items above a certain grade qualified. 2 auctions were held each month, mid-month and month-end, both based on the human calendar. Other races who lost track could simply look up at the giant hourglass on the wall. The next auction was in 7 days, 1 day before the Wanja trials. They really know how to do business, Fong Xiu thought, admiring their timing. Offloading combat gear on the eve of the trials would surely inflate prices. He flipped through the catalog. 5-turn legendary weapon, Earthquake Tyrant Hammer. 6-turn epic armor, Blazing Fire King's Mail. Special item capable of blocking a monarch-level strike, Cloak. Exotic element that makes water 100 times heavier, 1,000-fold water. The selection was dazzling, yet Fong Xiu soon reached the final page. It wasn't that the items were few, but that their tiers were overwhelmingly high. Most ranged from 5 to 7 turn, with even an 8-turn divine artifact on offer. The weakest alien soldiers he had seen so far were 4th turn, but that tier wouldn't dare touch the auction stock. Actual bidders would be the prodigies and leaders of every race, all hovering between 5 and 7 turn. Fong Xiu beckoned the attendant. Do you have any 4th turn weapons or gear? What quality are you looking for, sir? Legendary. Certainly. We do carry 4th turn legendary stock, though they rarely make the official listings. He'll prepare a separate catalog for you. The attendant worked quickly. In under 3 minutes, he projected a light screen displaying 7 4th turn legendary swords. Fong Xiu's gaze locked onto one of them. Name, Windfrost Bloodshadow. Quality, legendary. Base attributes, attack 420, agility 75, spirit 75. Special bonuses, 10 lifesteal on attacks, attack speed 100, wind skill damage 50. Passive skill Windfrost Blood. Each strike releases sword chi of blood, ice, and wind, dealing extra damage equal to all attributes 1. Tier, 4th turn. Durability, 1,200-1,200. Description, in a realm of eternal cold, the spirit of the frost wind strayed onto the path of the blood fiend, consuming its soul in endless slaughter. After a millennium of tempering, it became an ice stone infused with blood, gales, and frost. Forged by a master smith, it finally emerged as this blade. With a single swing, the 3 forces erupt in unison. Windfrost Bloodshadow boosted agility and spirit, and even added extra wind element damage. Fong Xiu could tell at a glance that this sword had been made for a magic swordsman. It was exactly what he wanted. Once he had it, he would no longer need to swap gear all the time. Windfrost Bloodshadow's base attack and agility were far higher than those of his current Star River, and although its spirit was 25 points lower than the Wind King's Spirit Orb, the higher wind skill bonus neatly filled that gap. A slight loss of spirit was no big deal, he calculated. If he dumped every enhancement stone he had into the weapon, its reinforcement level and its spirit would rise naturally. One weapon that served two classes but only needed to be upgraded once. Economical and efficient. Then he looked at the built-in skill. Each strike dealt blood, ice, and wind elemental Sordora damage. His current kit couldn't amplify blood or ice, but it could massively boost wind and Sordora damage. Besides, the skill's damage formula was all attributes 1. Honestly, the only person who could use this sword better would be a magic swordsman who had mastered blood, ice, and wind simultaneously, an almost impossible requirement. His next 4th class upgrade would most likely be Wind Sword Demon, shifting his focus away from Great Wind Annihilator. Decision made, buy it. The very next second, he saw the price, 1.13 million Warflame Mana Stones. Warflame Mana Stones were the realm of Warflame's exclusive currency, as well as a special mineral. The official description was blunt. Special item. Consuming it grants a certain amount of experience. One short line, with a note that the stones could ignite the wielder's lust for battle. The realm's various races used them as money and as consumables to level up their soldiers. The description mentioned no side effects, yet the continent's endless wars made Feng Xiu suspect the stones were deeply tied to the chaos there. If he could read between the lines, so could the locals. Was 1.13 million expensive? He had no idea. The Unicorner clan had been footing his meal bills for days, and he hadn't touched his wallet, or rather, he had none. He raised a hand to call a steward. I'd like to auction a weapon. What's the procedure? What tier and quality, please? 7th advancement, epic grade. Please follow me to a private lounge. We'll have an appraiser price it for you. The steward gestured politely and led Feng Xiu toward a waiting room. Yin Ti tried to follow, but was blocked by the steward. For privacy reasons, only the consignee may enter. Yin Ti, wait for me in the hall, Feng Xiu said, sparing the steward the trouble. Yes, sir. Yin Ti stepped aside. The Endless Calamity auction house was nothing if not efficient. Barely 2 minutes after Feng Xiu sat down, a middle-aged human pushed open the door. Good day, honored guest. Li Heng, an appraiser with Endless Calamity. Seeing the dragon horns above Feng Xiu's head, Li Heng froze for a heartbeat, then snapped straight into work mode. Please take out the item you intend to auction. Feng Xiu raised his hand, reached into his class space, and gave a slight flick of his fingers. A trident as black as ink slid into view. Its deep metallic sheen shimmered under the lights like a resting beast, sending a chill through the room. Item name, Obsidian Heart-Piercing Trident. Rarity, Epic. Tier, 7th Revolution. Stats, Attack 1045, Agility 150, Strength 112, Constitution 83, Attack Speed 125, Ignore Defense 50. Skills. 1. Obsidian Passive Durability 500. 2. On hit applies a random Morningstar level debuff. Current durability, 2945-3500. Description, forged from the heart of the Obsidian Rock King, it can pierce any defense. The king's dying resentment defiled the once pure obsidian, turning it into corrupt power. Anyone impaled by this weapon is cursed. This was the very weapon Ku Wu Wang had wielded while hunting Feng Xiu, and Feng Xiu had taken it along with the king's life vessel. Ku Wu Wang had stashed the weapon in his class space even in death, letting Feng Xiu claim an unexpected prize. The trident's tier, however, was far beyond Feng Xiu's current level, so he decided to sell it. Unlike gear from the Mulong ruins, the Obsidian Heart-Piercing Trident contained no references to sensitive races such as the Yin clan or the Demon clan, so it would raise few suspicions. Besides, the rumored owner behind Wanja auction house was a powerful human cultivator, which gave Feng Xiu extra confidence. Appraiser Li Heng wore silver-patterned gloves that blocked negative effects, yet he still dared not touch a 7th Revolution weapon directly. He circled the trident, eyes scanning its surface while sweat beaded on his forehead. After several minutes of scrutiny, he finally spoke. Would you like to put it up for auction, or sell it straight to the house? What are the starting bid, the expected hammer price, and the direct purchase offer? Feng Xiu suddenly spoke in the language of the Dongwang Kingdom. The Dongwang accent was rarely heard in Wanja City. Li Heng looked up in surprise, then switched to the same tongue. You've been to Dongwang, sir? I lived there for more than 10 years, Feng Xiu replied casually. Li Heng nodded, did a quick calculation, and offered 2 options. Starting bid, 10 million Warfire Demon Stones. A 7th Revolution epic weapon usually closes between 15 and 17 million, but the house takes a 10% fee. If you prefer a direct sale, I can offer 13 million. Feng Xiu stroked his chin. If Li Heng wasn't exaggerating the final price, either option was acceptable. He had seen similar weapons in the catalog, and the numbers matched. 13 million for a direct buy was fair, since the house would only earn more if it sold for at least 15 million. Lowering his voice, Li Heng added, if you have time, I'd recommend the auction. With the Wanja trial coming up, high-level gear usually climbs in price. Just a suggestion. The extra reminder likely came from hearing Feng Xiu's familiar accent. Feng Xiu nodded. He had never attended an auction in person, and the experience might be useful. If I consign this weapon, will I get a seat at the auction? Certainly. Any item valued at 10 million or more earns its owner a private box, Li Heng assured him. Very well, auction it for me, Feng Xiu said. On the day of the auction, Feng Xiu declined Shang Jiao's invitation to watch together and stayed alone in the private lounge the Wanja auction house had prepared for him. The room was softly lit, and a wall-sized holoscreen dominated the space in front of him. On the left, a human auctioneer and formal were introduced each new lot in an even tone. On the right, a panel displayed the item stats alongside a bold increase bid button. The scene was nothing like the bustling auction hall he had pictured. He had imagined squeezing in with hundreds of bidders, listening to the auctioneer whip up excitement while buyers battled back and forth with raised paddles. Instead, every participant sat hidden in an isolated lounge, tapping bids into a screensafe, silent, and eerily reminiscent of a live stream sales pitch, the kind that might break into a 3, 2, 1 buy now. At any moment, Feng Xiu understood why Wanja operated this way. In the war-torn frontier, anyone spotted leaving with treasure or a fortune would be ambushed the instant they stepped outside Wanja City's barrier. Still, for someone who enjoyed the thrill of a crowd, the atmosphere felt a bit tame. He lounged on the sofa, glancing from the screen to the coffee table. Resting at its center lay an unusual longsword. The blade, a translucent pale blue ice crystal, held a crimson vein that ran from the hilt to the tip like a living artery. A gem charged with wind energy was set into the guard, and a faint chill radiated from the weapon. This was Fengshuang Shuiying. Because the obsidian Guanxin halberd was also up for bid tonight, the auction house had made an exception, letting him buy Fengshuang Shuiying in advance and promising to deduct its cost directly from the halberd's final price once it sold. Now, while keeping half an eye on the bidding progress, he began upgrading his new blade. Feng Xiu had 83 Tier 4 upgrade stones in total. 30 came from 3 Tier 4 dungeons inside the dragon-tending ruins, with one settlement already tallied on the way. 40 were loot from several side dungeons he cleared while traveling from the Ironhoof tribe to Wanja City. 3 more dungeons had been completed after the month-end settlement, and next month they would reward him with another 30 stones of the same tier. The final 13 were synthesized from lower-tier stones he had been hoarding. This time, he decided to go all in. Spend 1 Tier 4 upgrade stone to enhance Fengshuang Shuiying? Confirm. Enhancement succeeded. Spend 2 Tier 4 upgrade stones to enhance Fengshuang Shuiying? Confirm. Enhancement succeeded. Spend 11 Tier 4 upgrade stones to enhance Fengshuang Shuiying? Current success rate, 50. Confirm. Enhancement failed. Spend 11 Tier 4 upgrade stones again to enhance Fengshuang Shuiying? Current success rate, 50. Confirm. Enhancement succeeded. He pushed the sword all the way to 11, suffering only a single failure at the 11th attempt. When he counted his remaining materials, 6 Tier 4 stones were still in reserve. Luck was on his side. Once the weapon crossed the 5 threshold, a faint aura shimmered over the blade, marking its entry into the light arm class. Feng Xiu picked up Fengshuang Shuiying and examined its new stats with satisfaction. Fengshuang Shuiying 11, legendary grade. Attack 882, agility 157, spirit 157, 10 lifesteal on hit, attack speed 100, wind element skill damage 50, movement speed 30. The blade shimmers with a deep blue, ice crystal hue, while a dark crimson glow pulses along its spine. A single tremor of the edge sends wisps of frost and blood-red mist curling into the air. Its passive skill, Wind Frost Blood, spawns sword auras of blood, ice, and wind with every swing, dealing extra damage equal to all attributes 1 tier. At 4th evolution, the durability reaches 25202-520, enough to last through a drawn-out fight. As for its origin, a frostwind spirit in the extreme cold lands once fell to blood demon corruption, burning its own soul to ash in a mindless slaughter. 1,000 years later, the lingering powers of blood, frost, and gale fused into an ice stone. A master smith refined that stone and, through secret rites, forged the weapon now known as Fengshuang Zhang. Single slash unleashes all 3 elements at once. After being enhanced to 11, the sword's soul bonded to Feng Xiu, boosting base attack, bonus stats, and durability by 110. The 30 movement speed bonus awakened at 10. Pushing it to 15 would unlock an exclusive skill. That, however, is easier said than done. Even with perfect luck, climbing from 11 to 15 would devour 54 4th evolution enhancement stones, and the success rate drops sharply at each step. After weighing his options, Feng Xiu decided to hold off and upgrade the rest of his gear first. He figured he would linger in the 4th evolution stage for some time, so stockpiling stones made more sense. Once resources allowed, he could push Fengshuang Shuiying to 15, perhaps even carry it straight through the 5th evolution and into the 6th. The auction resumed. The next lot was a rare 7th evolution epic polearmed obsidian heart piercer halberd. Its stats were projected onto the light screen to the right of the hall. As the previous item found a buyer, the proceedings moved quickly, and soon the obsidian heart piercer reached the block exactly the weapon Feng Xiao meant to claim. On stage, the auctioneer launched into an enthusiastic sales pitch. The obsidian heart piercer halberd boosts strength, agility, and constitution, making it ideal for fighters who rely on a well-rounded style. Its blistering attack speed bonus and a terrifying 50% armor penetration let it live up to its name, driving clean through an enemy's heart. Even a glancing blow inflicts a Morningstar grade debuff, a decisive edge even in a champion's duel. Such power is rarely seen. The Wanja auction spared no effort to secure this treasure and is offering it tonight, on the eve of the Wanja trials. On stage, the auctioneer raised the jet black, cold gleaming halberd high, his voice full of fervor. Whoever claims this weapon will dominate the Wanja trials, he called, weaving in tales of the weapon spearing through countless fiends, seasoning each sentence with blessing-like praise and an extra buff for effect until the hall hummed with excitement. Opening bid, 10 million blazing warstones, he announced, slamming the gavel. Each raise no less than 100,000. Place your bids. As the gavel struck, Feng Xiao watched the numbers on the light screen beside him soar. 10.5 million, 12 million, 13.1 million. In seconds, the bids burst past 16 million, charging like an unbridled warhorse. Dazzling figures flickered on the screen while bidders lowered their voices, whispering frantically. Once the price topped 16 million, the jump shrank to tentative 2 or 300,000 increments. Li Heng was right, Feng Xiao mused. It's worth about 15 to 17 million. With the trials tomorrow, it might max out at 18, maybe 19. No sooner had he decided than the screen flashed. A sudden, bold 20 million appeared, and the rolling bids ground to a halt. The final gavel fell at 20 million. After the 10% commission, Feng Xiao pocketed 18 million. Had he sold directly to Wanja Auction House, he would have cleared only 13 million, so he was 5 million ahead. Even after paying Windfrost Bloodshadow the agreed 1.13 million, he still had 16.87 million on hand, more than enough to bid boldly on whatever came next. With the obsidian heart-piercing halberd gone, attendants carried the next lot onto the stage, a shimmering silver potion bottle rather than a weapon or piece of gear. Eternal Mana Flask. Special item. Effect. Restores 100 mana instantly when consumed. While stored in a class space, natural mana regeneration rate 100. Uses 33. Recharge. Recovers 1 charge per month. Description. The flask holds eternal power, drawing ambient mana and converting it into liquid energy to strengthen its owner. Opening bid. 5 million Warfire Mana Stones. Items that fully refill mana at once are uncommon, but what truly makes mages drool is the line doubles natural mana regeneration while stored. Feng Xiao currently regenerates 144 mana per second. With the Eternal Flask, he would tick up to 288. The pool of potential buyers, however, was narrow. For classes with low mana caps or those who rely on martial skills, the flask is little better than an ordinary potion. 3 swigs, a month-long cooldown, and precious inventory space occupied. 5 million Warfire Stones could stock an entire warehouse of blue potions. The ones who genuinely need it are top-tier mages who have already ascended to king rank and burn through mana like whales swallowing seawater. Yet such kings are rare, and most spellcasters at that level boast mana pools well over 100,000 enough for any single battle. The 100 regen is really just a training convenience. If the passive were something meatier, like restores a flat 100 mana per second, the Eternal Flask might command a sky-high price in today's market. The auctioneer extolled its virtues at full volume, but the hall stayed quiet. Half a minute after bidding opened, only a handful of numbers flickered on the board. 6.5 million. A ripple of surprise spread. Mages clearly had deep pockets. 6.5 million would buy a 6th evolution epic weapon. Just as everyone assumed the flask would close at that price, the number climbed again. 7 million. A single jump of 500,000 drew sharp breath. Someone else was still in? 7.1 million. The bidder who had just been outdone at 6.5 million clearly refused to concede. Testing the waters, he added another 100,000. The 6.6 million had barely flashed on the screen before a new offer bulldozed it with 7.5 million. Once the price hit that figure, the digital display seemed to freeze, the numbers unmoving. 30 seconds later, the gavel came down hard, and the auctioneer announced the sale. Less than 5 minutes after, a servant from Wanja Auction House arrived at Feng Xiao's box, both hands cradling an ebony case etched with mithril runes. The moment the lid opened, the Eternal Mana Flask, no larger than an adult fist, unleashed a surge of magic so dense it was almost visible. This was the trophy Feng Xiao had just secured. For most king-tier combatants, 100% natural mana regeneration rate was merely a luxury, but for Feng Xiao, it was crucial. He had long envisioned it. If he could recover 1,000 mana points every second, the wind of annihilation could remain permanently active. That would turn 10,000 square kilometers around him into a dead zone the moment he set foot there. Occasional gusts of the wind of annihilation were already terrifying. If they never abated, they would finally match his conviction that I am the cataclysm. Any gear tied to rapid mana recovery always landed on his must-buy list, and a passive item that only needed to sit in his class space was even more irresistible. 7.5 million Warfire Mana Stones was a bargain. He would have gone Allen even if the price had climbed to 15 million. After paying for the Eternal Mana Flask, Feng Xiu still had 9.37 million Warfire Mana Stones left. He planned to keep the momentum and stock up, but page after page of the catalog offered nothing that caught his eye. What really made him frown, though, was that the latest batch didn't include a single skill scroll. He hadn't settled on a fifth class. The idea was to pick a scroll first and build the class around it if the right one appeared. The framework could be locked in at once. He had asked a servant about it, and was told that skill scrolls were always scarce in the land of Warfire. Even Wanja auction house struggled to gather top-tier parchments. Legendary scrolls were the worst. Unless the major clans were desperate for resources, they kept such books to train their own prodigies, never letting them reach the market. From Feng Xiu's current perspective, epic scrolls were already subpar. His fourth skill was legendary, so the fifth had to be at least legendary, preferably mythic. Yet in all his time here he had seen the mythic grade only once, and that was on his own innate talent, which convinced him that the tier carried a special weight in the land of Warfire. When the auction ended, Feng Xiu left his box. Walking along the corridor into the main hall, he ran into Sheng Jiao and several young members of the Unicorn folk. Did the auction treat you well? Sheng Jiao asked with a courteous smile. Not bad, Feng Xiu answered truthfully. Sheng Jiao nodded and gestured ahead. Excellent. Let's head back to the Unicorn folk compound. With that, he led the way toward the exit. At this moment, every gaze in the hall converged on Feng Xiu. Dragonkin blood was striking enough on its own, and with rumors of a dragonborn visitor swirling through Wanja City, those who had only heard the name were now staring hard at the real thing. More than a few malignant races were already drooling over dragon blood, the greed in their eyes almost tangible. But Sheng Jiao walked steadily at the front, his noble yet daunting aura keeping the would-be predators in check. The unicorn folk rank high among the 13 great races of the Warfire domain, and provoking them would be folly. Feng Xiu accepted every greedy or curious look with unhurried steps and a faint uptick at the corner of his mouth, murmuring to himself, patience. The real show starts tomorrow. The next morning, the trial of 10,000 tribulations began. Its entrance stood at the very heart of the city, before a time-worn palace whose only intact feature was its massive gate. Thick teal bricks framed the doorway, their gilded edges gleaming under the fierce sun like liquid gold. The gate, usually sealed, now yawned open. Suspended in its center was a pale blue teleportation vortex, slowly turning as though eager to swallow every challenger who dared step through. 13 kings ringed the portal, forming a living wall of steel. Among them was Sacred Horn, the unicorn high priest familiar to Feng Xiu. Each king represented one of the 13 strongest clans of the war-scorched lands. Together they guarded the gateway, cutting down any intruder without sanction and, just as importantly, keeping one another honest. Feng Xiu waited in the middle of the unicorn contingent for the full roster of 200 candidates to assemble. Beside him stood Flame Hoof and 9 other unicorn youths, their coats of many hues yet all of them the clan's finest. As he waited, Feng Xiu's gaze drifted over the other delegations, quietly assessing the competition. Only 200 beings may enter each trial. The 13 major clans receive 10 guaranteed slots apiece, 130 in total. Of the remaining 70, each clan controls 4 recommendation slots, one of which brought Feng Xiu here. The last 18 places belong solely to the city's auction house. Sacred Horn had once explained that most great clans seldom use all 4 recommendations, instead selling them to the auction, where minor tribes purchase them for staggering sums of Warfire Spirit Stones. That fact had surprised Feng Xiu, especially that the city lord commanded 18 slots, more than any single clan, proof that the lord's power could rival 1 or even 2 of the majors. Soon all 13 delegations arrived, the hunched, fearsome Daily, the towering, gentle man-beasts, the broad-shouldered, sharp-eyed tiger folk, the flamine-shrouded, hot-tempered Infernalsaveri, one a prodigy of their race. Their gear and auras were leagues above those of ordinary clansmen. Feng Xiu counted 5 at the King Realm, all level 70, 6th advancement, the same tier as his elder brother, He Chen, though their presence still fell short of He Chen's, for even among kings there are heights within heights. Perhaps these kings had been elevated by some special means. Even the Land of War offers Battlefire Demon Cores, items that grant experience instantly, so Feng Xiu would not be surprised to find artifacts that could forcibly raise someone to king-level strength. In addition to elite troops from the 13 races, countless other species had gathered, many of them outsiders to the Land of War. To his surprise, Feng Xiu even spotted 5 humans, 3 men, and 2 women, each clad in reinforced, glowing armor, and clearly first-class fighters. Once the 13 monarchs confirmed that everyone had arrived, they stepped aside to signal the start of the trial. The 200-strong party marched grandly toward the teleportation gate. Along the way, two lizard folk tried to slip into the quota holders' ranks, but before they reached the arch, twin ice arrows nailed them to the ground. Their blood froze on contact, and moments later two lifelike scarlet ice statues decorated the square. The shooter was a Yeti king from the northern reaches of the Land of War, a gorilla-sized creature hidden beneath thick white fur and renowned for its ice magic. The roar of the crowd dropped to a murmur. Fighting let alone killing is forbidden inside Cataclysm City, so the square is normally bloodless. Now every onlooker understood the importance of the Cataclysm trial. Anyone who caused trouble at this moment would be executed on the spot, city laws or not. The procession never slowed. For veterans taking their second or third Cataclysm trial, the scene was familiar. Each opening of the trial lured petty criminals who thought they could dodge a monarch's gaze, and every time a few corpses were left at the gate as a warning. As they passed the monarchs, Sheng Jiao of the Unicornkin whispered to Fang Xiu, Lord Longjia, if you meet any of our people inside, please look after them. Fang Xiu already held the Unicornkin in high regard and nodded. He would help if the chance arose. Other monarchs also fixed their eyes on him. The tiger folk and wild beast kings watched with curiosity, while the vampire and Diluc kings eyed him with unconcealed hunger. Stepping through the portal, Fang Xiu's vision was swallowed by darkness. When light returned, he stood in a pristine rainforest. Ancient trees arched overhead, shrubs crowded the earth, and a damp breeze carried the scent of rich soil and fresh grass to his nose. An untouched forest, he muttered, though his eyes stayed on the floating system prompt. Cataclysm Trial Public Instance. Background. A nameless race sought the path to the heavens and angered the gods. Cursed from birth to death, every member of that race endured endless calamities. To resist the curse and continue their ascent, they developed a unique power called the domain. Though the race has long since vanished, the power endures. Participant limit, 200200. Time limit, 15 days. An unnamed race was punished by the gods for attempting to scale the heavens. Reading this, Fang Xiu frowned. He lowered his gaze and ran his fingertips across the page. Most beings would sigh at the tragedy and turn the page, but Fang Xiu knew the truth behind the Mulong clan's downfall, and the similarity hit him hard. That nameless race and the Mulong clan were far too alike. So alike, eerily alike, he mused. The Mulong had pursued godhood, while this race sought the heavens. Whether the two goals converged was unclear, yet their fates matched exactly. Both were ruthlessly crushed by the gods. 3 long emperors of the Mulong were ambushed, one dying on the spot, and the nameless race was cursed from its birth, doomed to face endless calamities. Ascending to the heavens or becoming a god, both seemed taboo. The more he thought, the colder he felt. Then another chilling detail struck him. Why was the race unnamed at all? If it were merely lost to time, some trace should remain. After all, relics of the Mulong from 10,000 years ago still existed. If not age, the only answer was deliberate erasure by the gods, stripping the name from every record, as if rewriting time and causality itself. A thought sparked. Should my 5th skill involve divination? After him crowned, I might really touch the laws of causality. The idea vanished as quickly as it came, and he pulled himself back to the issue at hand. Their curse and their namelessness didn't concern him directly. What mattered was the power they left behind. Domain. The instance description said domain was created by that race to resist calamity and keep climbing toward the heavens. Calamities born of a divine curse demanded formidable power to counter them. Imagining himself wielding a domain someday filled Fang Xiu with fierce anticipation. He raised his hand and drew a yellowed parchment from his class, spaced the map of the Wanja trial. No one could trace the trial's origin. Some even claimed it was older than Wanja city itself, since the city took its name from the trial. For 5 centuries, countless teams across the Zhanhua Dominion had ventured inside, yet the landscape never changed, allowing generations of explorers to piece together a nearly complete map. The parchment in Fang Xiu's hand was a confidential version refined by the unicorn orcs from ancestral notes. Had he not carried dragonkin blood, they would never have handed over the original, nor allowed him to share a single word. The map showed the Wanja trial sprawling across nearly half the Zhanhua Dominion. At its very center stood the ruins left by that nameless race, the same site where Yini had told him the Jieshou king resided. Everyone who coveted a domain stone rushed toward the ruins the instant they entered the instance. Fang Xiu was no exception. With a thought, he raised a hand and branded a flying blade seal onto his own body. A razor-sharp glyph flashed, and he shot skyward. Before he could head for the ruins at the world's center, he first had to determine where he was. The map drawn by the unicorn orcs was dotted with over 100 distinctive landmarks, confirming any one of them would be enough to pinpoint his position. Rising higher, Fang Xiu pushed through a buffeting wind. It didn't take long to spot his first unmistakable landmark: the 3 sacred trees. 3 ancient giants stood on a jutting rock platform, roots tangled, trunks proud and straight, rising above the forest canopy like cranes among chickens. According to the map, the three sacred trees lay northeast of the ruins and not far away. When the 200 competitors had been scattered across the Wanja trial, luck had clearly favored Fang Xiu. With his bearings fixed, he chose to reach the three sacred trees first and use them to recalibrate his course. He swept an arm, and Lejia Longjun answered the summons, morphing in an instant into a cloud-treading beast clad in silver armor. The flying blade seal flared on the creature as well, blades of light weaving with lightning until man and mount radiated lethal intent. Fang Xiu swung into the saddle and patted its back. Let's go. Boom. A silver streak tore across the sky of the Wanja trial, so fast it seemed to leave a blazing whip mark across the heavens. At the same moment, in the trial ground's northwest corner, on scorched, barren earth, a pool of crimson blood spread in silence. Suddenly, a dark red gem at the puddle's center gleamed. The blood began to boil, erupting like a spring. In under 30 seconds, the surging torrent condensed into a roughly human shape. A thin membrane sealed the surface, trapping the scalding plasma while thread-like fibers stretched into muscles. Where a face should have been, two deep black hollows stood in place of eyes. The blood-slick arm reached into its profession space and pulled out a black cloak. On this battlefield, grotesque sights were common, and anyone familiar with the 13 races recognized the ability at once blood source reconstitution, innate to the Blood Clan. By borrowing another's blood, the Blood Clan could reset or enhance its attributes and even siphon off part of the donor's power. Lord, I have completed the blood source reconstitution. Alone on the wasteland, the Blood Clan knelt, voice respectful. Pop. A crisp sound like a cork being pulled echoed as the vampire's palms split open, the fissure forming a mouth. Go. Find that draken and bring me its blood. Yes, my lord. The vampire rose and lifted its head, inhaling deeply through a nose that did not exist. Blood Clan skill sanguine scent activated. The weak required a sample of blood, but the strong needed only to have passed within a kilometer of their quarry. Once the scent was imprinted, they could pursue it across hundreds of leagues. Fragrant, sweet, and heavy with power. Head east. The mouth in its palm spoke again. As you command. With that, the vampire's legs dissolved into liquid, and its entire body lunged skyward, streaking away as a crimson blur toward the east. Elsewhere in the Wanja trial, 9 other members of the Blood Clan were doing the very same thing. The gray ring of the Annihilation Dragon wheel sliced through the sky, pierced the bear-shaped Calamity Beast, and disappeared. Calamity Beast LV-60 defeated. Domain Power 1. The heavens fell silent, and the ground remained perfectly clean. Calamity Beasts have no physical bodies. They are condensed energy. Once destroyed, they leave nothing behind, not even enough residue for a single morph gem. Fang Xiu retracted his gaze, feeling a twinge of regret. Calamity Beasts are unique to the trial of myriad tribulations and differ completely from the living creatures found in ordinary instances. They are pure energy, neither flesh nor illusion. When slain, their power dissolves into pale blue threads that flow into the victor. A moment ago, Fang Xiu's strike reduced the bear-shaped beast to a wisp of blue light that sank into his chest, leaving not even a scrap on the ground. Those blue strands contain domain power, the key resource for shaping a personal domain. Not everyone who enters the trial sets their sights on the lone Calamity Beast King. The gulf between a king-tier combatant and a regular professional is vast, and few prodigies are willing to gamble their lives. Most choose the safer path, hunting common Calamity Beasts to stockpile domain power. Once they accumulate 1,000 points, they can forge a secondary domain. Although weaker than a true domain born from the Beast King's domain stone, it is still enough to transform someone who has yet to ascend to king tier. Later, after becoming a king themselves, they can return to seize a domain stone. The older secondary domain will be absorbed, pushing their strength even higher. Because of this, Fang Xiu never let a Calamity Beast escape and even disposed of a few covetous outsiders along the way. Seeing he was only 4th advancement, level 50, they assumed the young dragonkin would be easy prey. In truth, their assumption was reasonable. Within the trial, level 50 is the lowest threshold, while the elites from the Warscarred lands usually start at 6th advancement, level 70, with some even reaching 7th advancement. That 20-level gap tempted many to make a move after all. Dragonkin bodies are filled with valuable materials. But Fang Xiu welcomed the ambushes. Each 6th advancement elite he killed granted his destruction power another point of mastery, and if a king-tier enemy showed up, he would only look forward to the extra profit. At the moment, he was the Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord, yet he kept the form of a cloud-treading beast. The transformation itself offered little speed, but the blade mark sigil multiplied his movement efficiency. What would take a unicorn tribesman several days on foot took Fang Xiu only a few hours, and now he stood before the ruins. From high above, the ruins of an unnamed race resembled a colossal fortress. Tier upon tier of teal bricks rose in layered walls, their corners gilded in gold that caught the sun and wove cold blue-green with blinding brilliance. Yet time had carved mottled scars into the stone, lending the stronghold of venerable, time-worn gravity. Feng Xiu landed on the elevated platform at the fortress' exact center and surveyed his surroundings. The circular dais was empty. He couldn't sense even the faintest trace of the Calamity Beast King. He pulled out the map the Unicorn tribe had given him. It clearly marked the Beast King's lair at the fortress heart right beneath his feet. Could it be underground? Feng Xiu wondered. Saint Horn had never mentioned descending below ground, only that the Beast King will appear once you reach the ruin's center. The space beneath the platform likely led into the ruins, but it was also possible someone had already slain the Beast King. He recalled an old tale. Years ago, a fantastically lucky creature had been teleported straight into these ruins at the start of the 10,000 Calamities trial, only to be smashed to pulp by the Beast King in a single blow. If someone truly had defeated the Beast King ahead of time, the instance would have ended at once, and everyone would have been forced out. Clearly, that theory didn't stand. While he pondered, a pitch-black fireball suddenly streaked through the sky. Boom. It crashed into the platform's center, sending up rolling black smoke. Flames fanned outward 3 meters on the wind before abruptly snuffing out. When the smoke cleared, a towering figure emerged, edge-headed and man-bodied, black fur striped with white, chainmail clinking, a heavy gold-backed broadsword slung over one shoulder, exuding a savage, overbearing aura. Black Tiger Overlord, LV-70. The blood-red name floating above its head, coupled with its dense power, proclaimed a genuine king-tier fighter, nothing like the 5 lesser kings Feng Xiu had met earlier, who'd relied on arcane tricks to inflate their strength. After landing, the Black Tiger Overlord, like Feng Xiu, scanned the area, clearly also searching for the Beast King. Hey, Dragonkin, you see the Beast King anywhere? It rasped, chin lifted. I'm looking too, Feng Xiu replied, spreading his hands. At that, the tiger's brows nodded. The Beast King should be right here, why isn't he? Did some brat beat us to him? Nownless. Unless what? Feng Xiu prompted. Unless it still has to choose a domain lord. The tiger warrior folded its arms, then explained, normally, when we enter the trial, the Beast King already exists as the domain lord of these ruins. Kill him, grab the domain stone, and you take over the domain. But if he hasn't shown up yet, the ruins will soon erupt with domain power and pick a new lord from whoever's nearby. Cut that one down, and you still get the stone. For someone so fierce, the tiger was surprisingly methodical. Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. What if one of us becomes the domain lord? The Black Tiger Overlord's eyes gleamed with battle lust. Then we wipe out every other creature inside the domain, lock it down, and evolve it. So, when are you planning to form your domain? Feng Xiu asked offhandedly as he pressed 2 fingers together, conjuring a pitch-black dragon wheel of annihilation in his palm. The metallic blade spun slowly, its hum carving a shrill arc through the air. Tension snapped taut between man and tiger, as if blades might clash in the very next heartbeat. Then, right at the brink of violence, the Black Tiger Overlord suddenly flipped its gilded cleaver flat, sheathed it with a clang, and backed away several paces, thick tail flicking. It seemed to have found the perfect seat for the show about to begin. Keeping his stance toward the tiger, Feng Xiu whipped around. The dragon will screamed in a crescent path and chopped behind him. The sound of steel meeting flesh was as soft as a zipper, as smooth as a butcher's knife gliding through pigskin. A fully armored Daily warrior never even had time to shout. The blade entered at the right carotid and exited at the left hip, cleaving armor and body alike. The two halves hit the ground with a slap, blood spraying everywhere, and the Daily never understood why death had come so abruptly. Sharp reflexes, came a contemptuous compliment from afar. A Daily no taller than 1.5 meters strode along the edge of the platform, a wand set with a yellow gemstone glowing earthy brown in his hand. Arrogance filled his slit pupils. A status prompt flickered across Feng Xiu's vision. Earth Prophet LV-70. Feng Xiu was certain. This was the Daily King who had entered the 10,000 Calamity trial, a rare earth element priest, and surely a master of formidable geomancy. 8 fierce Daily warriors flanked him, 2 elite 7th-tier fighters at level 75 and 6 6th-tier fighters at level 70. Counting the one Feng Xiu had just bisected, the Earth Prophet had clearly mustered his clan the instant he set foot in the trial. Old Black Tiger, if you're not interested in the dragonfolk, step back. The Earth Prophet barked, obvious wariness in his voice. The Black Tiger Overlord seemed genuinely cowed. It retreated to the edge of the ruined platform, raised a massive paw in a cupped salute, and silently indicated, have at it, ill, just watch. With the tiger's tacit consent, the Earth Prophet fixed his gaze on Feng Xiu. The tip of his wand flared ochre as he snapped, go. All 8 Daily lunged at once. Sending 6 6th-tier and 2 7th-tier fighters against a mere 4th-tier dragonkin showed how seriously the Earth Prophet took Feng Zed. Even that caution proved insufficient. Winds of annihilation. Feng Xiu thrust an arm forward, and his chi erupted. A searing gale roared from his back like a crimson tide. The 6 6th-tier Daily dissolved on contact, as though plunging into a bottomless portal. Bodies, armor, and weapons stripped to ash that drifted across the sky. Had it not been for that gray snow, onlookers might have thought they had simply teleported away. Ugh, the two 7th-tier warriors, bolstered by higher cultivation, endured a heartbeat longer, managing only half a scream before the storm reached them as well. The moment 8 members of the Delay clan were wiped out, Dadi Xianzi's face changed dramatically. You wield the law. You can't be just 4th tier. Feng Xiu answered with a cryptic smile. Outwardly, he was an ordinary tier 4 professional. Only his king-level aura was hidden. Standing behind him, Heihu Bawang looked even more shocked. Dadi Xinji could sense that Feng Xiu's strike carried the power of a law, though he could not identify which one. Heihu Bawang, however, recognized it at once. Before earning his own crown, he had trained under a king who possessed the very same law, the law of annihilation. Heihu Bawang frowned. Not all laws are equal. The basic ones are elemental wind, water, earth, and fire. A step higher lie ice, lightning, steel, light, and darkness. At the very apex stand annihilation, time, space, and causality. Anyone who grasps one of these supreme laws is a born prodigy, destined to sweep aside opponents of the same rank. On the circular dais at the heart of the ruins, Feng Xiu's battle with the Delay raged on. The instant obliteration of several 6th and 7th-tier Delay did nothing to shake Dadi Xianzi's determination to kill him. Yet once he acknowledged Feng Xiu as a fellow king, his earlier arrogance vanished. The wind of annihilation roared toward him. Refusing to take it heeded, Dadi Xinji merged his feet with the ground and slid backward as if on a board. While retreating, he whipped his topaz staff through the air. Dozens of millstone-sized stone spikes formed and shot toward Feng Xiunli to crumble into ash the moment they crossed within 10 meters of him. Dadi Xinji was horrified. An attack imbued with law had been erased in an instant. Among kings, combat is largely a contest of laws. A strike infused with law is far deadlier than the skill itself. If Feng Xiu's wind could annihilate his stone spikes so effortlessly, Feng Xiu's law was clearly superior. With the wind of annihilation nearly upon him and the shattered spikes as a warning, Dadi Xinji chose not to block it. He plunged his topaz staff into the platform. A vast ochre magic circle bloomed beneath his feet, and torrents of yellow sand poured forth, surging into the annihilating wind like a river. Sand and wind alike disintegrated into gray dust, yet the sand seemed limitless, flowing without end. While holding the wind at bay, the flood of sand cocooned Dadi Xinji and hurled him skyward. Seconds later, he vanished from Feng Xiu's sight, replaced by a sand colossus 100 meters tall. The giant wore steel armor and a war helm, brandished a black axe, and glared with blood-red eyes that burned within swirling caverns of sand. Flowing Sand Rock Golem King LV 70 HP, 1,000,000. Summoning skill? Feng Xiu wondered. The creature in front of him boasted a full 1,000,000 hit points, a tier rarely seen on the battlefield. His thoughts jumped back to the one-eyed stone golem a Dili priest had conjured when he first entered the realm of blazing war only. Now the golem was clearly upgraded. Larger, more imposing, clad in heavy armor, and sporting 2 eyes instead of 1. Once the quicksand rock golem king finished forming, the magic circle beneath its feet dimmed, and the sand that had been blocking annihilating gale vanished. The howling wind shredded 3 to 4,000 HP per second with its 100% armor break effect, yet the damage was far lower than an ordinary Dili tribesman would have taken. Feng Xiu knew why resistance. Just as flame spirits showed dramatic differences in damage from water or fire skills of equal strength, sometimes even being healed by flames, this rock monarch's resistance to wind was clearly high. The golem king fixed its gaze on Feng Xiu and raised a massive fist. It even carried a gigantic axe, yet decided to punch first. Feng Xiu didn't bother to guess why. Testing time was nearly over. He lifted his hand, and a colossal rupture dragon wheel larger than the golem itself condensed overhead and rotated lightly. Track. The wheel sliced off the entire arm, erasing more than 25,000 HP in an instant. The answer appeared a second later. The severed arm reformed midair into a gleaming quicksand blade that lunged straight at Feng Xiu. As long as the main body endured, a weapon forged from its own substance wouldn't be easily erased by annihilating gale. Extinction slice, times 8. Feng Xiu arched a brow. 8 gray light wheels, each even larger than the rupture dragon wheel, erupted with a shriek that tore the air. The first will split the sand blade in 2. The next 7 followed, shredding those halves into quarters, sixths, eighths until only a dozen fragments remained. It wasn't just the weapon falling apart. The quicksand rock golem king was as well. The 8 extinction slices slammed into its steel-like armor, which folded like paper, while the sand body underneath offered no resistance at all. The wheels carved through the so-called king as if it were nothing more than meat on a butcher's block. Within seconds, Feng Xiu witnessed the entire disassembly. Fortunately, the golem king was made of sand. If not, the swirling particles would have been blood, and the scene far too gruesome for children. Because the extinction blades met almost no resistance while slicing through the quicksand, none of them vanished after striking. Under Feng Xiu's control, they kept cutting over and over. Even after the quicksand rock golem king had been reduced to a pile of sand, 8 extinction blades continued chopping at it, as if mincing meat. The Black Tiger Overlord, watching from behind Feng Xiu, was stunned. It was simply too brutal. The Overlord could scarcely imagine what would happen if Feng Xiu used the same technique on him. If the blades were only as large as the ones that had shredded the Golem King, he might still dodge, but he clearly remembered the smaller gray discs Feng Xiu had used earlier to slice through the Daili tribe. Just thinking about that terrifying cutting power, infused with the law of destruction, made his fur stand on end. With well over 1,000,000 hit points, the Quicksand Rock Golem King was shredded by the alternating extinction blades and the wind of destruction, and its health bar emptied in less than 20 seconds. Cough, cough. At the far edge of the collapsing sand pile, the Earth Oracle coughed while reforming his body from drifting grains of sand. He had never imagined his Golem King could be broken so quickly. Against other kings, its high defense, high resistances, and enormous health pool usually left opponents helpless even after they exhausted every trick. Yet it had been turned to dust in 20 seconds. Only now did the Earth Oracle grasp the full extent of Feng Xiu's destructive power. Don't think you can beat me that easily. The Earth Oracle snarled, ready to fight to the death. He slammed his yellow gem staff on the ground. 2 massive sand hands erupted beneath Feng Xiu and clamped onto his ankles, while a stone pillar shot up between his legs, trying to impale him. Attacking from below? That's low, Feng Xiu said. He stomped hard, unleashing more than 1,000 points of strength. The sand hands and pillar shattered, and even the platform of the ruin quivered. When Feng Xiu looked up, the Earth Oracle had already activated an earth-melding spell, attempting to flee. "I'm not foolish enough to stand and fight after seeing the power of a dragonborn," the Oracle thought. But Feng Xiu was prepared. At some point, fist-sized eastern dragons made of wind, cloaked in gray destruction energy, had appeared around him. 16 dragon shadow devourers blinked through the air, encircling the Earth Oracle before he could sink into the ground. One after another, the 16 dragons lunged and bit. Aark! The agonized wail echoed across the entire ruin. Unlike the Golem King, the Earth Oracle lacked wind resistance and immunity to pain. As a king-rank combatant, he possessed 10 times the health of an ordinary fighter, so each dragon that pierced his body dealt over 10,000 damage, yet could not kill him outright. Only when the 6th dragon bit through him did the Earth Oracle, riddled with bloody holes, finally collapse, as though released. Killed Earth Oracle LV-70, gained 1,745,100 experience. Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord gained 1,745,100 experience. Calamity Dragon Proficiency 100, current proficiency, for 7710000. Only 100 proficiency points? Feng Xiu frowned at the pop-up. One king was worth just 100. To max out Devastation Dragon, he still had to cut down 99 more opponents of the same rank, roughly 90 to go. But where was he supposed to find that many kings? He turned and stared at the Black Tiger Overlord. The Black Tiger Overlord backed away a few steps, spreading his hands to show he meant no harm. "Easy, friend. I'm not looking for a fight." Feng Xiu gave a slight nod, but didn't draw his blade. While the two powerhouses faced off, the air suddenly rippled, and they both looked up. For terrifying auras streaked in from the 4 directions, converging above the ruined platform. Sand burst skyward and stone slabs split as they landed. The first figure was of the Flame Spirit clan. Unlike the usual orange-eared blaze, his entire body burned in dark violet fire, like a soul-devouring lantern. He was their king, Demon Flame Lord, LV-70. The second was a king of the Witheredwood clan. Masters of Shadow, they resemble humans, yet their skin looks like dead black timber. He wore a black cloak, a long sword at his hip, his body seemingly wrapped in living vine armor. Soul-draining Wood King, LV-70. The third aura belonged to the Moonram clan. By day they look like ordinary goat folk, but at night their white fleece turns jet black, a silver crescent appears on their brows, horns lengthen, and their power soars. The one landing on the platform was their king. Madcleaver Ram King, LV-70. Thick white wool covered him, a waterfall-like beard hung from his chin, and he wielded a long-handled battle axe. Yet his face held a kindly elder's warmth. The last aura was not a single entity, but a squad of bloodkin. 10 massive spheres of blood slammed to the ground, then morphed into humanoid forms, black cloaks snapping into place. Same height, same faces, same gear, even the same level. Bloodkin, LV-70. Once the squad settled, 10 pairs of crimson eyes locked on Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu scanned the field. The Black Tiger Overlord still stood. The Earth Seer head just slain lay at his feet. Counting the king's head seen at the entrance, he was now one short of the original 5 kings list. The thought ended in a thunderous rumble. In the distance a cloud of dust surged forward, and a beast the size of a small hill trudged toward the platform, gripping a spiked club. Bulging muscles and feral menace marked the final king. Great Might Brute Lord, LV-70. The kings were complete. Fang Xiu strolled to the edge of the ruins where the sandstone golem king's remains lay. Under countless watching eyes he stooped, picked up the phylactery of the Earth Seer head just slain, weighed it in his hand, then tossed it into his class inventory. The surrounding clans studied Fang Xiu in silence. Some had witnessed the recent clash, others hadn't, yet all had felt the unmistakable surge of law when the two forces collided. Moments ago the human might still have looked like easy prey, now he was clearly qualified to sit with the other kings. After landing on the dais, each king claimed a corner, keeping dozens of meters apart. No one spoke, and no one struck. Li Man Dejun, huge even for his kind, stayed off the platform. From the outer rim, he glowered down at the contestants, his sheer bulk making the air feel solid. The hush broke when the Moon Goat King, Yang Wang, turned with a genial smile and asked He Hu Ba Wang, Old Black Tiger, where's the Jiesho Wang? All eyes snapped to the Tiger Overlord. He Hu Ba Wang answered honestly, I came in with this dragonkin. The Jiesho Wang was gone when we arrived. I'd guess it's busy reforming its domain core. Their casual tone suggested familiarity, yet the words instantly tightened the mood. The plan to gang up on the Jiesho Wang was shot. Whoever first became domain lord would now be the one the others had to kill for the domain stone. Boom. A thunderous roar rose from beneath the platform. The entire ruin trembled, as if a colossal mechanism had come alive. Blue-green lights spilled from the cracks and climbed the walls. Beneath Fang Xiu's feet strange sigils surfaced, half-script, half-pattern, impossible to read. He had seen ancient dragon herder glyphs before, but not these. Pulling out his phone, he snapped photo after photo, could always ask Lin Jinan or a professor of ancient scripts back home to sort them out later. The shutter clicks drew curious looks. Most kings had seen these little blackboards at the Myriad Tribulations auction house, but had no idea how they worked. The sight of a tourist-like human cheerfully taking pictures while a circle of apex predators looked on felt like a Stone Age tribe meeting a smartphone. The sigils pulsed and ebbed like waves. After a few breaths the glow faded. Dong! A spear of white light shot 1,000 meters skyward from the center of the dais, then burst into invisible ripples that covered the ruins. Within minutes a milky veil sealed the entire site. Every king sensed a rising power, but could not trace its source. A strand of white light rose beneath Fang Xiu's feet and wrapped around him. Pale gold text flashed before his eyes. Prompt. You have been chosen as domain lord of the Void Territory and granted partial sovereign authority. Partial domain lord authority. 1. Spatial shift. Instantly move to any location within the territory. Cooldown, 1 minute. 2. Spatial freeze. Lock a section of space for 10 seconds. The higher the target's power attribute, the shorter the duration. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Domain power, 1210-000. Seize the domain power of other living beings within range. Tip. The domain's boundary cannot extend beyond the dungeon. Note. Leaving the domain automatically strips the domain master of their authority and all accumulated domain power. Void domain. Spatial shift, spatial lock. Fang Xiu stared at the light screen floating before him and instantly realized the ruin had chosen him as its new domain master. A heartbeat later, the eyes of the 5 lords and the vampire squad snapped toward him. A pale glow shimmered around them as well, but theirs flickered like dying candles, nothing compared with the blinding radiance blazing around him, and none of them carried a trace of domain master authority. In that split second, Lord Moyen, King Jilling, and Grand Duke Lyman attacked on reflex. Lord Moyen flicked his hand, hurling a dark violet fireball as wide as a person's torso. The orb was so tightly packed with energy that it left a burning tail and streaked forward like a meteor. King Jilling's right arm morphed into wood. His withered yet razor-sharp palm stretched into a spear and hissed toward Fang Xiu's chest. Grand Duke Lyman raised a fist that swelled into a stone hammer, smashing down with a thunderous shockwave. Boom! The 3 terrifying forces converged, explosions chaining together in rapid succession. Yet before the smoke cleared, they realized their strikes had missed. Fang Xiu hadn't dodged, had been erased from the spot, as if the world itself had deleted him. Seems to be a spatial domain, muttered Yang Wang, who had yet to move, stroking his beard. Although the reemergence of a domain master was rare, it wasn't unheard of over the past few centuries. Each carried a power inseparably linked to a single element, though that element varied from one bearer to the next. At the mention of spatial, Lord Moyen stamped the ground. Flame jetted beneath him, launching him skyward like a rocket so he could scour the ruin from above. King Jilling produced an ancient wooden flute from his personal space. Its piercing notes sent carnivorous flowers bursting from the soil across the ruin. Barbed vines spread like a web, staking territory while sniffing for Fang Xiu's scent. The silent vampire squad moved in unison, sprinting in the same direction. Clearly they'd picked up a lead as well. Only Yang Wang of the Moonram clan and the Black Tiger Overlord remained atop the platform. Old Ram, I'm out of here. If you're still breathing afterward, Drinks are on me, the Black Tiger Overlord called, turning his back on the platform and striding toward the ruin's edge. Huangzhan lifted an eyebrow. Leaving already? Aren't you going to fight for the domain master's seat? Maybe next time. The Black Tiger Overlord thought of the destruction Luo Fangxiu had displayed earlier and now the newfound spatial domain. Only one word ran through his mind. Damn. Two top-tier attributes stacked together couldn't even imagine the Dragon Man's combat power. Let someone else chase the title. He valued his life more. After a few steps he paused, looked back, and lowered his voice. That guy's absurdly strong. If you can't beat him, run. He didn't try to persuade his old friend to bow out, knew Huangzhan's nature too well. Beneath that mild exterior lay a ferocity capable of splitting mountains. The name Mad Cleaver hadn't come from slicing fruit. Huangzhan Yangwang watched the Black Tiger Overlord's departing figure, brow furrowed, and eyes narrowing in thought. Just how powerful was this dragonkin? He had made He Laohu, that belligerent brute, lose his fighting spirit in an instant. Realizing this, Huangzhan Yangwang stopped rushing to hunt for Fangxiu and chose to observe instead, eager to gauge the dragonkin's true strength. On the outskirts of the ruins, Fangxiu had just blinked over with the domain lord ability spatial shift. The experience was uncanny, as though the very forces of heaven and earth obeyed Heimer rather, as though the entire realm lay under his control. A domain lord's authority extended far beyond the two listed skills spatial shift and spatial freeze. It granted absolute dominion over the domain itself. Fangxiu could sense every creature's movements within its bounds as if they were acting right beneath his eyelids. The first to find him was Moyan. From the highest point of the ruins, Moyan locked onto Fang desiredly difficult, since Fangxiu made no effort to hide. The instant he located his target, Moyan raised his right hand and condensed the fire element into a dark purple flaming javelin, then hurled it straight at Fangxiu. Whoosh! The infernal flame javelin tore through the air with a shrill whistle, its blazing tail carving a brilliant arc across the sky. Fangxiu countered with a desolation dragon wheel. The millstone-sized wheel slammed Hedon into the javelin. Fire was already a violent force, and the power of desolation within the wheel was just as savage. When the two raging energies collided, the result could only be an even fiercer explosion. Boom! Flames erupted and black smoke billowed. An instant later, Fangxiu burst out of the smoke at staggering speed, rocketing toward Moyan in the sky. At some point, the Frostblood Shadow Blade had appeared in his right hand. Seeing that Fangxiu was charging rather than fleeing, Moyan grinned. The temperature around him spiked as he drew his own weapon from his clasp, Spasea's spear, forged from molten heartstone. The moment it touched his flames, it became a lance of pure fire. He leveled the tip at Fangxiu, and a massive fire serpent sprang forth, circled him once, and lunged straight for its prey. Fangxiu's altitude rose sharply. When only 200 meters remained and the fire serpent's jaws were about to close, he activated Windborn, Sword Demon. Blade Mark and Gale Slash flared, propelling him forward with near teleporting speed. He skipped the remaining distance and slipped past the serpent's bite, appearing right in front of Moyan. A veteran of countless battles, Moyan reflexively lifted his arms to defend only to freeze in place. Spatial freeze. Fangxiu invoked the second aspect of his domain lord authority, solidifying the space around Moyan and binding him tighter than any rope. Terminus annihilation. Fangxiu's left hand clamped onto Moyan's head. In his palm bloomed an orb of energy like a miniature black hole, a cyclone of compressed annihilative force. Its aura alone could make any living creature suffocate, and now that terror pressed directly against Moyan's skull. Moyan, LV70, slain. Gained 1,852,100 experience points. Lei Jielongjun gained 1,852,100 experience points. Calamity Dragon proficiency 112, current proficiency 58910,000. Domain power 2,347. Fangxiu caught Moyan's life casket with one hand. In the same motion, he shoved the charred corpse into his class storage, whose stasis locked down every lingering trace of power in an instanta near-divine trick for a caster with mediocre strength stats. He had ended a king-tier opponent without breaking a sweat, and even in his final heartbeat Moyan never imagined he would be erased so casually. Because the kill took place high in the air, every other king-rank combatant saw it clearly. The ease with which Fangxiu one-shot Moyan shattered their expectations, forcing them to reassess his threat level. Manzi, we need to work together. Jilling Muwang shouted from a jagged ruin, calling across to the halted Li Mandajuan. Li Mandajuan gave a slight nod, accepting the proposal. They could fight later over who would claim Fangxiu's head. For now, teaming up meant they were less likely to share Moyan's fate. Within this domain, the dungeon's constraints bound everyone equally. Gluttonous Blossom Cannon. Jilling Muwang pressed his palms together, unleashing the full force of Woodlaw. The carnivorous vines filling most of the ruins abruptly stopped spreading. Every blossom tilted upward, gaping maws opening as ghastly energy gathered between chalk-white fangs. Boom, boom, boom. More than 1,000 dark green spheres shot skyward, homing unerringly on Feng Xiu. Winds of ruin. Feng Xiu inverted his palm, and a cyclone of ashen annihilation plunged downward. The core skill of his eye and the cataclysm class erupted, engulfing the entire ruin in a heartbeat. The air felt dragged into a searing forge. The 1,000 gluttonous blossom shells detonated in mid-flight. Black clouds swarmed overhead, and Feng Xiu stood atop the storm like a demon god. The heat forced Li Mandajuan, poised to strike, to halt in midair. He yanked a blue fishskin coat from his class space and threw it on, its percentage-based magic resistance barely fending off the temperature. Around Jilling Muwang, wisps of annihilating smoke kept rising. He hurriedly raised an entangling thorn ward. Pale green briars curled into a shield, yet its integrity plummeted under the winds of ruin. I'll kill him now. Jilling Muwang shouted in panic. I know. Li Mandajuan roared through clenched teeth. Even with the fishskin coat, he would not last long. He slammed his chest and let out a deafening howl. Savage howl of the wild. A tide of violent sound waves surged toward the heavens, strong enough to stun most foes. Yet the technique was useless against Feng Xiu. Thanks to the celestial ether gale coursing through great oblivion, he was immune to any negative effect from a lower mind stat. Li Mandajuan's mental attribute was pitiful to begin with, so a stun was out of the question. The shockwave merely shattered 2 layers of the wind element shields swirling around Feng Xiu. As Li Mandajuan charged, the Jilingwood King took advantage of his still intact shield and struck as well. Wood Spirit Light Cannon. He shouted. A fist-sized emerald seed smacked onto the metallic floor. Though the surface was far too hard for roots, an unseen force hurried the seed's growth. In a blink it split, sprouted, and spread vines until a flower tens of meters across swelled into being. Layer after layer of petals opened, and at the center gaped a dark muzzle ready to spit annihilation. The plant barely paused to gather power. Luminous veins raced across stem and leaves, draining elemental energy from every direction. A heartbeat later, boom, a blinding beam punched toward the sky, aimed straight at Feng Xiu, leaving only a searing white afterimage behind. Feng Xiu didn't flinch. With a casual flick, he hurled the Pomi Dragon Wheel, a shard of ashen light that crashed heat into the beam. The impact flattened the air with a thunderous blast, blooming into a rolling fireball, yet the beam held firm. The Wood Spirit Light Cannon was clearly the Jilingwood King's trump card. Through the billowing smoke, Feng Xiu flashed forward, surfing the wind at breakneck speed. He raised his hand again, but the Dragon Wheel's 16 Dragon Shadow Devourer extermination cut needed 5 minutes to cool down, and he had just used it. Even so, the gray wheel surged ahead, trailed by 16 draconic phantoms, diving out of the smoke to lock onto the Jilingwood King. Li Mandajuan, seeing his roar fail, switched tactics and hurled a punch at Feng Xiu. Yet the same bulk and constitution that gave him monstrous strength also slowed him down. With the mark of flying blades active, Feng Xiu's agility was absurdly high. In his eyes, Li Mandajuan moved in slow motion. Without strong crowd control, a pure strength build is just a moving target before an agility powerhouse, and Li Mandajuan's wild roar did nothing against Feng Xiu's maxed out stats. Gripping Windfrost Blood Shadow, Feng Xiu ran through an entire wind swordsman combo, as though sparring with a wooden dummy swift slash, Sun Wind Essence Blade, Cross Cyclone Cut, Storm Rupture Strike. Each swing released 2 extra sword auras, one from the Essence Blade, razor sharp, the other from Windfrost Blood Shadow, fusing wind, ice, and blood into a dazzling arc like fire burning inside crystal ice. Feng Xiu's attributes had long since topped 5,000. The auras alone struck with skill-level force, carving bloody trenches across Li Mandajuan's colossal body. Roar! An even more savage bellow shook the air. At last Li Mandajuan stopped holding back and unleashed his ultimate ancient spirit possession. His body swelled from hundreds of meters tall to thousands, muscles rising like mountain ridges. A silver sheen coated his skin, and both offense and defense skyrocketed. Die! He snarled. Fire burned in his eyes. Heavy knuckle guards materialized around his fists, crackling with destructive force as he swung in a berserk frenzy. It was hard to believe so huge a creature could punch fast enough to blur into overlapping shadows. Surrounded by phantom fists rushing in from every direction, Feng Xiu calmly triggered spatial shift. The power came from his domain of space, and it would be ready again in only 60 seconds. In the blink of an eye he vanished, leaving every punch to strike nothing but thin air, weaker than hitting a pile of cotton. A normal fighter would have shattered his own knuckles throwing such force at emptiness. Li Mandajuan lost his target and stumbled, nearly falling. His massive fist crashed into the ruin's wall. The stone didn't even chip, but his knuckles split open and blood trickled down between his fingers. Feng Xiu glanced at the unblemished surface and thought, this place is tougher than it looks. Even my rending wind can't scratch the floor or the buildings. But what really excited him was the spatial shift itself. A skill that let you kill and travel at the same time. Ready again, after only a minute, there was almost nothing it couldn't solve. According to Heihu Bawang, if I wipe out every living thing inside a domain, I can seize the whole thing, which means I could even claim the domain of space. Feng Xiu rubbed his chin, eyes gleaming. The thought had just formed when he froze. Wait, where's Heihu Bawang? Instinctively, he looked to his right. About 200 meters away, Heihu Bawang was sneaking toward the exit. Feeling Feng Xiu's gaze, the creature forced an awkward grin and unconsciously slowed down. Heh, heh, you don't actually have to kill everything in here. Heihu Bawang laughed nervously. Once we leave the domain, the power we took automatically flows back to the domain lord. Feng Xiu shrugged. I preferred you when you were still acting tough. But since you know your place, I'll let you go. Thanks. Heihu Bawang bolted, streaking out of the ruins in seconds. Entity has exited the ruin. Domain power revoked. Domain lord 2524 power. The message flashed across Feng Xiu's vision. Just as Heihu Bawang had said, the moment someone left, the power reverted to the lord. Outside, Heihu Bawang finally slowed, then turned and shouted, Buddy, the new domain you get is shaped by your own class. You won't inherit the original one. Based on my class. Feng Xiu raised his brows. That meant he would lose the domain of space, but I have 4 classes. Does that mean I could forge for different domains? Meanwhile, far away, Li Man Dajuan finally locked onto Feng Xiu's new position. He took a giant stride, and, even from more than a kilometer away, hurled a fist so large it blotted out the sky. Feng Xiu flicked his wrist and loosed a dragon wheel of ruin, a violet-black blade of wind that shredded the phantom fist. Then he reached into his class inventory, pulled out the eternal mana flask, and took a swig. The mana he had drained maintaining the rending wind instantly refilled. Again, he soared higher and wove through the barrage of fists, as graceful as a swordsman riding his blade through the clouds. Every dodge missed by a hair's breadth, but he remained completely in control. In a heartbeat, the gap closed to 100 meters. Feng Xiu slipped past Li Man Dajian's sweeping punch, tapped the brute's arm with the tip of his toe, and borrowed the force to accelerate, turning himself into a lance of golden light aimed at the giant's face. The gruesome memory of his comrade Moyen Jun being one-shot flashed through Li Man Dajian's mind. He raised his arms to block on pure reflex. Cold light flashed in Feng Xiu's eyes. Its useless gale-piercing flying sword. Feng Shuang Shuiing shot from Feng Xiu's hand like a blade of frozen wind. Before Li Man Dajuan could react, the streak of light pierced his skull with surgical precision. Bang! A gaping exit wound burst open, followed by an 80,000 point damage indicator. The hit outclassed even Feng Xiu's Endbringer destruction, thanks to the Windpiercer flying sword's bonuses to wind and blade attributes, further amplified by the cores of the Wind Sword Demon, the Great Gale Annihilator, and the innate talent Grand Oblivion. Yet Li Man Dajuan still refused to die. Grah! Staggering and clutching his ruined head, he tried to ram his way out of the sky domain's boundary and flee the dungeon. A hole in the head and he can still run? Feng Xiu snorted. Too late for that. Extinction slash. 2 massive gray light wheels, each larger than Li Man Dajuan himself, sithed across the ruins and slammed into his back. Crunch, flesh and bone split apart. An shaped wound opened from shoulder to hip in both directions, quartering him in an instant. Killed Li Man Dajuan, LV, 70. Gained 2,251,100 experience. Lei Jialongjun gained 2,251,100 experience. Calamity Dragon proficiency 17276110000. Domain power 2741. Another boss down. Feng Xiu recalled Feng Shuang Shuiing with a swirl of air, pocketed Li Man Dajian's soul casket, and sent the remains into his class space. He turned toward Ji Ling Mu Wang, who had barely moved since the battle began. Perched atop a high platform, Ji Ling Mu Wang strained to keep a thorny barrier intact. Unlike the thick-skinned Li Man Dajuan, the plant monarch was frail, its shield weak and resistance low. Normally, it would root itself to siphon nutrients for health and mana, but the ruined stone floor was too smooth and solid to penetrate. It was on its last legs. Feng Xiu chuckled. Let me do you a favor. He pointed a finger at the wooden monarch. Thunderclouds churned in the otherwise clear sky. Tribulation bolt. Boom. A silver-gray waterfall of lightning crashed down, hammering the fragile barrier. Within 2 seconds, the shield shattered, and Ji Ling Mu Wang vanished beneath the storm. Killed Ji Ling Mu Wang, LV, 70. Gained 1,678,500 experience. Lei Jialongjun gained 1,678,500 experience. Calamity Dragon proficiency 102,86,310,000. Domain power 2012. A want to kill. The ruin fell silent. Shattered walls swayed in the wind while dust drifted down. Feng Xiu landed beside the remains of Ji Ling Mu Wang, bent over, and with a flick of his hand sent both corpse and life casket into his class inventory as streaks of light. Since entering the 10 Calamity trial, he had already taken 4 king-level heads to Di Xianji, Imo Yanjun, Li Man Dajuan, and now Ji Ling Mu Wang. The profit from the life caskets was still uncertain, but the bodies alone were worth a fortune. After advancing to Dragon Form Scholar, his success rate for the engraved stone golem transformation array had risen above 20%, roughly 1 creation out of every 4 attempts. Whether that would eventually yield a new king-grade shell, and which king it might mimic, remained to be seen. Either way, another shell could only help. Stowing his spoils, he lifted his gaze to the empty street ahead, his voice ringing between the rubble. You've watched long enough. Not planning to move? A gray blur slipped out. A tall Moonram clansman, battle axe in hand, crept from behind a broken building. Quangzhan Yangwang. Scratching his horns, he asked awkwardly, "A mind a quick spar?" Fang Xiu's answer was absolute. "If we fight, it ends in victory or death." Quangzhan Yangwang shrank back. "Then forget it. He'll be on my way." He spun around and fled, axe clanging against his armor. Back when Fang Xiu had slain 3 kings, the ram had understood why the Black Tiger Overlord chose to avoid him. Dragon blood ranked at the pinnacle of the infinite worlds, and even a human hybrid still stood above peers. He himself was average at best. Forcing the issue would only leave him, like Li Man Dajinon, more corpse in Fang Xiu's inventory. Better to share a drink with the Black Tiger. As Quangzhan Yangwang crossed the boundary of the ruin, a system notice appeared. Lifeform has left the ruin. Domain power revoked. Domain master's power 2611. Fang Xiu dismissed the prompt without giving chase. The Moonram clan lived on the opposite side of the war-torn realm and had no direct conflict with humanity. They were an order-bound race, unlike the indiscriminate slaughterers among the Delai. The beast tribes, however, had struck first and would pay the price. He turned toward a shimmering pool of blood on the roadside, his voice calm, yet edged. Quangzhan Yangwang is gone. Your turn. Still hiding? Li Man Dajian's blood had splashed across half the ruin, staining the street deep red, and at first glance this puddle looked ordinary. Fang Xiu added softly, "Everything within my domain is under my control." You slipped into Li Man Dajian's body and flowed out with his blood, pretending to be an innocent stain. It won't work. The words had barely fallen when the surrounding blood surged with a hiss, drawing together in an instant. Before him stood a towering figure fashioned entirely of liquid crimson. Muscles were etched in whirls of flowing blood, and its eyes were hollow black pits, like bottomless wells. "Curse this domain power," the bloodkin brute muttered, disgust twisting his face. "I wanted to kill you painlessly, but now I'll have to crush you the hard way." Fang Xiu narrowed his eyes, frowning. Moments ago he had sensed a 10-man bloodkin squad, yet in the blink of an eye, only 1 king remained. The level 70 bloodline devourer was yet another 6-fold ascended monarch. Its aura surged and dipped erratically at its weakest. It was no different from the ordinary vampires Fang Xiu had felled earlier, but at its strongest it made his heart tighten. The entire ruin lay under its sway. The only thing still alive was this bloodline devourer, the final boss of the trial of 10,000 calamities. In a wash of crimson light, a new humanoid skeleton rapidly took shape. The devourer straightened, flared its fangs, and inhaled deeply, then sniffed the air like a hunting hound. No matter how many times I sample it, dragon blood always smells divine. Ecstasy crossed its face. When it lowered its head again, the twin black voids that served as eyes brimmed with greed. "Is it after my dragon blood?" Fang Xiu lifted a brow. Vampires live on blood, and the blood of dragons, the apex beings of the infinite worlds, has always been their ultimate prize. Once I drain the dragon blood from your veins, you'll become the 5th emperor of the war-torn realm, and our clan will finally rise. Be good, let me eat you. A savage grin twisted the devourer's features. Corded arms curled into talons, and with a thunderous stomp it morphed into a gigantic, blood-red hellhound. Waves of blood rolled as the hound's head dived, its cavernous jaws snapping for Fang Xiu. A muscle-bound brute whose gender is anyone's guess actually called me good boy? Fang Xiu felt goosebumps crawl over his skin. He raised a hand, and the doomsday dragon will screamed forward. It carved through the hound's skull as if through air. Blood splattered, then instantly wove itself back together, the massive jaws lunging on, unscathed. A vampire's body is nothing but blood, practically a water element life form. As long as it controls the flow, it can evade any strike. To kill it, I have to find the blood core. Thoughts racing, Fang Xiu tapped a foot and darted back. In the same breath his arms snapped wide, and 16 dragon-devouring shadows roared forth, not the fist-sized wormlings of before, but colossal gray dragons 100 meters long and several meters thick. The spectral beasts spiraled around him, then thundered toward the bloodline devourer. Wind attribute power shredded every current of blood. Before Fang Xiu's eyes the devourer was torn apart by 16 gray dragons, its blood mist and the dragon phantoms annihilating one another. Is it over? No blood core, no system prompt, and a monarch doesn't perish from one blow. Fang Xiu's eyes narrowed. At that instant his senses caught a tremor, a blood pool left on the floor after Li Mandagen's death. Every droplet quivered, lifting from the ground and the walls. A heartbeat later, the airborne droplets became a storm of crimson bolts, screaming toward Feng Xiu. Each drop was a bullet. Spatial shift. The air warped, and in a blink Feng Xiu materialized a kilometer above the ground. Below him, the spot he had just occupied was carpeted with droplets of blood, each one packed with the punch of a bullet, even a shell. They smashed together in sprays of sparks, their crackling fusing into a steady roar. If the ruins weren't built from near-indestructible materials, they'd already be rubble. Suspended in midair, Feng Xiu looked down, a chill running through him. A moment's delay would have left even his iron guard body in tatters. The explosions paused. The blood on the ground froze, pivoted, then whipped upward as towering crimson lances screaming for him. I've got to find the blood core, and fast. Spatial shift needs a full minute to reset. There's no second escape. He flashed through his surveillance logs. Since becoming domain master, had watched every corner of the ruins. The Bloodspawn's only move had been to hide inside Lord Lyman when the latter swelled with power. Could the core be inside Lyman's body? No, his corpse is in a profession space, and living matter can't survive there. If the core is the creature's life source, it never went in. So where is it? The domain walls seal the inside from the outside. If the core were beyond them, no one could direct the blood inside. Yet the droplets are clearly controlled. Then it hit him. Maybe there is no blood core. The storm of blood itself might be the blood drinker's true body. The winds of annihilation had raged around him from the start, yet the droplets ignored oblivion as if wrapped in a higher law. Should I just blanket the place with skills? With I Am the Cataclysm, I could pack the ruins with destroyer dragon wheels and 16 dragon shadows, but that still might not erase these freakish droplets. A reckless idea struck him. Shapeshift, Blood Emperor Shark, semi-humanoid form. His draconic frame morphed, shark-patterned scales sheathed his skin, and a salty tang flooded the air. Feng Xiu thrust out a clawed hand. Blood-devouring bite. A technique that usually governed blood within 100 meters now, supercharged by I Am the Cataclysm, blanketed the entire sky over the ruins. The blood rain froze, then reversed at terrifying speed, hurtling toward him. Inside each droplet he sensed frantic motion, writhing like living things trying to break free of his pull. You're not getting away, he growled, razor fangs bared. In less than 30 seconds he siphoned every drop of blood from the ruins, compressing it into a colossal shark's head floating before him. The crimson shark head writhed, and from its depths a humanoid form emerged, the blood drinker. You're no dragonkin. The bloodline siphoner roared, his voice thick with fury, certain he had been deceived. Did I ever claim I was one of you? Feng Xiu chuckled, closing his right hand in a sudden grasp. Bang! A colossal, fully formed shark head surged forward, reeking of blood. Its jaws clamped shut with a crunch, then shattered in an instant. System Vampire LV-70 slain. 117,250 EXP gained. Legia Longjun received 117,250 EXP. Doom Dragon Proficiency 1, current 86410,000. Domain Power 112. System Vampire LV-70 slain. 117,250 EXP gained. Legia Longjun received 117,250 EXP. Doom Dragon Proficiency 1, current 86510,000. Domain Power 112. All creatures within the ruin have been eliminated or expelled. You may now attempt to forge a domain. Every notice read the same: ordinary blood clan defeated. So it wasn't the bloodline siphoner after all, but that 10-man squad? Feng Xiu paused, then reasoned it out. They had probably used a possession-type secret art, seizing 10 kin bodies to enter the Wanja trial. The wildly fluctuating aura he sensed earlier fit the theory perfectly. One thing was certain: the true bloodline siphoner king was still alive. Looks like he'll have one more fight when I get out. He stayed calm. Once he left the Wanja trial, he already intended to quit the Zhanhua territory, and he had 1,000 ways to slip past the king's eyes. Touching down, he shed the Blood Emperor shark form and returned to Legia Longjun, silver blue scales crackling with lightning. Settling cross-legged on the ruin's dais, he opened his panel. Let's see what forging a domain is all about. Wanja City, Blood Clan Quarters. In the center of a chill room lay a dark red lake of blood, as still as glass. Bubbles suddenly surged at the center, and a crimson humanoid shape coalesced from the depths. The figure reached into his class space, drew out a blood-red robe, draped it over his shoulders, and stepped barefoot onto the lake's surface before settling into a nearby chair. He lifted a goblet brimming with fresh blood, drained it in one swallow. Yet his face remained bleak. Not a draconian, but a shark man? He muttered, and the temperature seemed to drop even further. Dragon blood had slipped through his fingers, and 10 promising juniors were gone, as well a council of elders would seize the chance to strike. That was minor. What truly irked him was that the upstart had tricked him with the dragon's aura. With dragon blood, I could have ascended straight to the imperial realm. Now he licked his lips, savoring the tang he had caught in the trial ground. That shark controls blood, too. The flavor isn't bad. If I cannot have dragon blood, shark blood will do. Eyes icy. The bloodline siphoner stood and walked out of the room. Domain power, 13,355, 10,000. You have reached and exceeded the 10,000 domain power required to condense a domain. Consume 10,000 domain power and condense your domain? Yes. The instant Feng Xiu confirmed, crystal clear orbs of energy burst from within him like stars escaping a shell. Each orb was pure domain power drawn from the kings he had defeated. They whirled around him with a sizzling hum, heralding the coming metamorphosis. Within a few heartbeats, the countless lights compressed into 4 cores, 1 large, 3 small, each glowing with a distinct hue. 1. A pristine white sphere laced with a faint cyan edge, sharp and spotless. 2. A half-transparent orb pulsing with elusive golden light. 3. An emerald mass shrouded in thick gray mist, its aura deep and ancient. 4. The largest core, entirely golden yet intertwined with pitch-black power, heavy as an abyss. With a dull boom, the 4 cores slammed into Feng Xiu's chest. Turbulent energy raged inside him, fusing and repelling in turn before reshaping themselves into 5 purer nuclei: white, translucent, green, gold, and gray-black. The golden and gray-black cores remained enormous, as though they ruled all the others. A sudden, volcanic pressure spread through his chest, as if the 5 spheres might rip free at any moment. An even stronger force lifted him off the platform and held him suspended in midair. Roar! Unable to restrain the boiling power, Feng Xiu threw back his head and howled. At once the 5-colored spheres shattered into a vast tidal wave of energy that rushed outward from his body. The sky domain that had blanketed the entire ruins of 10,000 tribulations evaporated, replaced by 5 distinct auras. Edge as keen as a sword, chill as a storm wind, primeval antiquity, annihilating ruin, and the regal might of dragons. 5 domains stacked atop one another, merged, and coalesced into a new field of staggering complexity and strength, utterly eclipsing the previous sky domain. He drifted downward, and even before his feet touched stone, he felt a familiar, yet far more intense sense of control. Swordki could split mountains and rivers, tempests could rend the heavens, ancient pressure could crush time and space, destructive force could erase all life, and draconic majesty could bend every creature to his will. A single clenched fist might shatter the world. A single glance could scatter all within the domain to dust. In this moment, Feng Xiu seemed nothing less than divine. Domain condensation complete. Domain acquired. Desolation Dragon Domain. Feng Xiu opened his status panel. Desolation Dragon Domain. 1. Within the domain, attack 10, sword Dao law 100. 2. Transformation attributes 10, origin law 100. 3. Speed 10, wind law 100. 4. All attributes 1, dragon law 10. 5. Damage amplification 1, destruction law 10. Note: while active, the domain consumes 5 domain power per second. When inactive, it regenerates 1 domain power per second. Domain skill: Heaven Earth Collapse Dragon's Roar. Its effect scales with sword Dao, origin, wind, destruction, and dragon laws. Activating it expends all mana and temporarily drains both law power and domain power. Feng Xiu decided Black Tiger Overlord had been mistaken. The domain you condense isn't tied to your class. It's determined by your attributes and your laws. Heihu Bawang had no second class. He only knew that the domain he condensed shared the same power as his current profession and would shift whenever he changed classes, so he assumed the two were connected. The outcome before him, however, far surpassed expectations. Though it was not the speculated 4 grand domains, it was much stronger. A domain channels the power of laws to amplify every related attribute directly. Even with 0 law energy, it grants a baseline 10 boost. With just 1 mastery, the bonus rockets to 110. At full command of a single law, attributes soar 100-fold. Feng Xiu compared the numbers and reached one conclusion: the effect was downright absurd. Beyond the domain, Feng Xiu finally obtained a true ultimate. Heaven and Earth Annihilation Dragon's Roar, an Allen strike that merges his full strength under the laws of sword, primordial, wind, ruin, and dragon. Its damage is unlisted, yet the cost says everything. It burns every point of mana and temporarily drains all law and domain power. He even considered that if the Shuemai Shunkses ambushed him outside, he might simply unleash this move instead of dodging. Mana was no problem. Thanks to the Eternal Mana Flask, he had already taken 2 swigs and still had 1 left. What intrigued him was the state he would enter after temporarily emptying all law and domain power. His stat screen now showed a new bar under domain. Domain power 3, 320100000. The cap had expanded from 10,000 to 100,000. After forging the domain, he had 3,355 points remaining, and maintaining it had consumed 35. Unlike ordinary skills, a domain spends domain power, not mana. At a recovery rate of 1 point per second, Topping off the bar would take a little over a day. In a true fight, though, a full 100,000 points would let him battle for more than 5 hours. Against king-tier foes, that was ample when Mo Yanjun, Li Mandajuan, and Jiling Mu Wang joined forces. Fang Xiu dispatched them in minutes. The domain was still humming, yet every task in the trial of 10,000 tribulations was finished. It was time to leave, but one final job remained. Fang Xiu shot into the sky, pulled his domain back to the edge of his vision, and began snapping photos of the ruins with his phone. He focused on structures carved with text, especially the massive stele beside the dais about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Such monuments usually record great events or serve as a civilization's calling card. If he could decipher it, the history of this mysterious race would come into sharp relief. After taking the pictures, Fang Xiu finally exited the instance. The scene dissolved from the ruins of the 10,000 Tribulations trial back to the bustling streets of 10,000 Tribulations City. Crowds of aliens, merchants, and mercenaries flowed past, every curious gaze landing on Fang Xiaoth Dragonborn, who had just cleared the instance and instantly became the day's hottest news. He paused beneath the stone arch that marked the trial entrance. The 13 kings who had once guarded it were long gone. With 15 days left before the instance closed, none of them would waste time standing watch. Straightening his robe, Fang Xiu headed directly for the Unicorn District. Not far behind, informants from every faction hurriedly recorded the headline Fang Xiu the Dragonborn has cleared the instance and rushed the report back to their masters. A tense pressure hung over the Unicorn Quarter. Behind its stone walls, dozens of unicorn warriors in silvery gray scale armor had formed a spear-and-axe barricade around the clan's inner courtyard, the residence of their king and 3 elders. Though they stayed on high alert when Fang Xiu appeared, they still saluted respectfully. "Honored guest, you're here," one warrior murmured. "What happened?" Fang Xiu asked, his gaze sweeping over the gleaming weapons. "A vampire lord forced his way in just moments ago." "A vampire lord?" Instantly Fang Xiu pictured the bloodline drainer. So, the enemy had found him. Without hesitating, he strode toward the courtyard. The guards let him pass. Inside the spacious hall, only 2 figures waited: Sagehorn, king of holy speech, seated at the head, and the bloodline drainer himself. Compared with the incarnation Fang Xiu had fought in the trial, this vampire was 10 levels stronger, level 80, clearly the original body. As Fang Xiu entered, the vampire's eyes blazed crimson and a hateful smile curled across his lips. "Perfect timing," he sneered. "Sagehorn, your honored guest is here. But did you know he's no dragonborn at all? He's a deep-sea sharkin using some trinket to masquerade as a dragon." "A sharkin?" Fang Xiu's heart skipped a beat. He instantly saw the mix-up. The vampire had watched him switch from Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord to Blood Emperor Shark and concluded that Fang Xiu was really Sharkin in disguise, never guessing he might be wearing more than one mask himself. Before Fang Xiu could answer, Sagehorn set down his teacup and replied in a calm, even voice, "I know." "You know?" The vampire bolted upright, staring at Sagehorn in disbelief. "And you unicorns still treat him as an honored guest?" Fang Xiu was just as surprised Sagehorn had already seen through him. "How?" "We honor him for reasons other than being a dragon," Sagehorn said, unhurriedly sipping his tea. "Then why?" The vampire pressed. "What concern is that of yours?" Sagehorn lifted his gaze, mild yet final. The vampire fell silent. His entire plan ally with the unicorns to seize Fang Xiu, or at least force them to expel him, crumbled with that single sentence. Sagehorn gestured toward the door. "If that is your only purpose here, please leave. Do not disturb our guest again." "Fine." The vampire spat, wheeling around. As he passed Fang Xiu, his scarlet eyes promised murder, but he did nothing. In 10,000 Tribulation City, no one king or otherwise could draw blood. After the bloodline siphoner left, Sheng Jiao raised a hand in greeting. "Welcome back, honored guest. It seems you've opened your domain. Congratulations." No sooner had he spoken than an elegant wicker chair materialized to his right. Fang Xiu dispensed with further ceremony and sat down. Although questions churned in his mind, he wasn't sure where to begin. Noticing his hesitation, Sheng Jiao smiled. "If you have any questions, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know." Fang Xiu paused, then voiced the doubt that bothered him most. You know I'm not Dragonkin, right?" He worried Sheng Jiao had only paid lip service to the siphoner's claim of "I know," and that his own question might expose him. Sheng Jiao nodded candidly. "Of course. I realized you weren't Dragonkin the moment I met you. Then why treat me as a distinguished guest?" Fang Xiu asked, even more curious. "Simply because I rescued over 50 unicorn warriors? That's one reason," Sheng Jiao replied solemnly. "But more important is that, although you're not Dragonkin, your mount is a true dragon." Only then did Fang Xiu remember arriving at the city of 10,000 Tribulations on the Cloud Strider form of the Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord. So had been seen through from the start. "You can see through disguises?" he asked. Sheng Jiao nodded. "Yes. In addition, I practice divination. My readings showed that your arrival would be a rare opportunity for the Unicorn clan." "Divination, so he really is the High Priest." Since his identity was already exposed, Fang Xiu let his dragonkin guise dissolve and reverted to his human form. Actually, I came today to say goodbye, he said. Sheng Jiao seemed prepared, answering as smoothly as if rehearsed. Then I wish you a safe journey and glory in battle. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. You divined I was leaving? Sheng Jiao shook his head, then nodded. My divination senses only the general flow of someone's fate, not every detail. But outsiders who come to this war-torn land usually seek the tribulation trials. Since you've opened your domain, it's natural you'd depart. No extra augury was needed. Fair enough. Fang Xiu chuckled. Can your divination show what lies ahead for me in the near future? It can, Sheng Jiao said, studying him. Great fortune awaits. As he spoke, an invisible force pressed lightly on Fang Xiu's shoulder before merging into his body. Instinctively, Fang Xiu opened his status screen and saw a new line. Sacred speech. Luck 2, duration 180 days. Luck 2. His heart skipped a beat. Luck was a hidden attribute influencing every probability negative status triggers, enhancement success rates, loot drop something every being longed to raise. Sheng Jiao explained, Sacred speech is one of my class abilities. My class is king of sacred speech. Whatever I say can bestow blessings or cast curses. Only now did Fang Xiu fully grasp why Sheng Jiao was the Unicorn clan's high priest piercing disguises, divining fate, blessing, or cursing with a word. With such a figure, how could a tribe not thrive? Sheng Jiao smiled. By the way, if you're not in a hurry, I can share my insights on domain research. They might help you take your disguises to the next level. Fang Xiu remained in the city of 10,000 calamities for another month. Throughout that month, he spent nearly every day with Sheng Jiao, drilling the finer points of domain manipulation. In the end, there was only one real lesson. Learn to shrink the area of effect. Sheng Jiao had warned him from the start that, if left unchecked, a domain expands haphazardly. The stronger the wielder, the wider the spread, and the faster it drains energy per second. For that reason, compression is mandatory study for every domain lord, and across the war-torn lands, it is considered basic training. Daily practice produced results that were visible to the naked eye. After a month, Fang Xiu could compress a domain that once blanketed the entire city down to a sphere barely 1 meter around his body. With that reduction, the drain fell from 5 points per second to just 1/10 of a point. His stock of 100,000 points would now fuel the domain nonstop for well over 10 days. And that was still far from the limit. Sheng Jiao could squeeze his domain to within 5 millimeters of his skin, an invisible film clinging to him. The naked eye could not detect it, and even another domain lord would miss it unless they were almost touching. Sheng Jiao explained that in this ultra-compressed state the domain consumes virtually no energy. Because the domain lord remains at its center, every attribute bonus granted by the domain stays active as long as it is maintained, effectively turning the entire field into a passive skill that travels with its owner. Only when the user wants to cast domain techniques or envelop an opponent does the radius need to be expanded again. Short of true invisibility, Sheng Jiao considered it the finest method of concealment. The Unicorn Orc tribe had even conducted controlled tests. When an uncrowned professional activated a compressed domain, a monarch would struggle to locate the target without visual confirmation. Mental probes or perception skills merely touched a blank space, as though the domain lord had slipped into another dimension. Whether beings at emperor level or higher could pierce the veil in a single glance was beyond Sheng Jiao's experience, so he could not say. Fang Xiu wondered if this was also how those nameless races had weathered the cataclysms. The dungeon's notes on domain properties, combined with the concealment he had just experienced, made him question the field's true purpose. Whatever the answer, the technique was invaluable to him. With a compressed domain and his shape-shifting gem, no monarch could see through his disguise unless they forcibly tore his domain apart. As for everyone else, the aura they sensed would be whatever he chose to reveal. After mastering domain control, Fang Xiu prepared to leave. He walked to the Unicorn Orc's quarters to bid Sheng Jiao farewell. Leaving already? Sheng Jiao looked up. Yes. Fang Xiu nodded. Where will you go? I haven't decided. I plan to roam the war-torn lands for a while. He spoke honestly. Hao Renguang had sent him here with only one objective: the city of 10,000 calamities. In Hao's estimation, Fang Xiu would need at least a year or two in the city before he had any chance of mastering a domain. Who could have predicted he would ascend to the throne at the 4th advancement and display such terrifying power? What Hao Renguang had expected to be a long-haul grind turned into a blistering speedrun. The moment the trial of 10,000 calamities ended, Fang Xiu found himself without a clear goal. He decided to roam the land of war and max out every skill under Dragon of Calamity as fast as possible. Chaos ruled the Outlands, but nowhere matched the land of war. Life was cheap there, making it the perfect arena for harvesting lives and honing skills. At the center of 10,000 Calamity City lay a vast teleportation plaza, and the Unicorn clan maintained a private gate there. Sheng Jiao stood before it and raised his hand. I can send you anywhere you want. Fang Xiu shook his head. No, I'm walking out through the main gate. Sheng Jiao frowned. The Vampire King hasn't backed down. He's teamed up with other monarchs and is keeping a close eye on you. Well, that's rare, Feng Xiu chuckled. The tribes of the Land of War usually fight alone, yet they've formed an alliance just for me. His tone held some surprise, but even more excitement. I know they're waiting. That's exactly why I'm leaving through the gate. During the past few days, had seen outsiders seldom glimpsed in the unicorn quarter vampires, earth dwellers, and more. They had come for one reason, to watch the shark man. Bloodsuckers never dropped a grudge, and Feng Xiu was eager for trouble. Without it, how could he fast-track Dragon of Calamity? Xingjiao saw through the monarch's motives. Their alliance is only temporary. Once they get what they want, they'll turn on each other and fight to the death. They'll give them real peace, Feng Xiu smirked. Wipe them all out, and they'll never have the chance to betray one another. Start to finish, it's still cooperation. Since Feng Xiu's mind was made up, Xingjiao stopped arguing. He nodded and produced a length of unicorn horn pure silver, its tip shimmering. Even shifting it in his palm carved a sliver of light that seemed to cut through space. Horn of Sundering. Special item effect. Shatters all spatial skills below Bright Moon tier. Description. Forged from the horn of a unicorn monarch who once mastered the laws of space. It can pierce any spatial barrier or seal. It's useless in my hands. Take it. Feng Xiu accepted it without ceremony. Thank you. If you ever need me, just say the word. Breaking spatial locks was invaluable. If the bloodsuckers were gathering monarchs, they'd surely weave an inescapable net. Without spatial seals, it wasn't much of a net. He already carried 2 items for spatial movement now. With the Horn of Sundering, he had another ace. After securing Feng Xiu's promise, Xingjiao smiled and handed over a smooth jade bead. This is how we'll stay in touch. The bead did nothing but emit a gentle glow. Their agreement was simple. If the light flared, it meant the unicorn clan faced a crisis even an emperor couldn't solve, and Feng Xiu was to come at once. Catastrophes that could stump a unicorn emperor were exceedingly rare, and a monarch-level Feng Xiu might still be powerless. Yet Xingjiao's faith never lay in Feng Xiu's present strength. He believed in Feng Xiu's future. Feng Xiu left the unicorn tribe and headed for the gate of the city of 10,000 calamities. Dark figures surged like a tide not far behind him. He gave a short, scornful laugh. An entire pack of tagalongs who had never even brushed the threshold of the king tier, yet they felt entitled to tail him. Feng Xiu mused. If I stepped straight through the city's central portal now, could that bloodline leech stop me mid-transfer? The notion passed. He kept strolling at an unhurried pace, pausing to study the carvings on the walls just to slow himself further. By now, his enemies should have finished gathering their troops. He was giving the bloodline leech time on purpose, waiting for more kings to show up. Outside the city, the sky was clear, yet an oppressive weight pressed down from nowhere enough to make any ordinary traveler turn and flee. Feng Xiu walked on undisturbed, left the city of 10,000 calamities behind, and covered several more kilometers. Nothing but wasteland lay ahead. Even the wind sounded hollow. Then the light vanishedly gray clouds spread like an overturned bowl. An instant later, pitch-black chains burst from the void, bristling like thorns to seal off the 100 meters around him. At the ends of those chains, dozens of figures appeared in a loose semicircle. Feng Xiu took them in at a glance. Earthsplitter King, LV-70. Demented Reaper, LV-77. Flameburst King, LV-72. 2 Earthborn, 2 Flame Spirits, 1 Withered Wood, 2 Soul Eaters, 2 Celestial Demons, and 3 Bloods. 12 in all, every one a king. 3 were 6th rank, the rest 7th rank. The Earthborn, Flame Spirit, and Withered Wood clans, the same races whose kings he had killed, had indeed turned up in force. The barbarians were missing, but the Soul Eaters and Celestial Demons had taken their place. No matter, anyone who chose to stand against him was the enemy. You're certainly confident, the Bloodline Leech said, expressionless, standing front and center. He had assembled this squad to take down both Feng Xiu and the 3 Unicorn Kings, yet here was Feng Xiu alone, neither running nor calling for help. To him, that wasn't confidence, it was arrogance. Feng Xiu couldn't be bothered to answer. He spread his arms, and buffs layered over him in a thunderous cascade. The Windblade Devil's flying blade sigil shimmered around him. A phantom thunder dragon rose, wreathed in lightning, and then a true dragon with jade gold scales split the air. The Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord burst from its pet space, coiling around its master while amplifying itself as well. A dragon. A true dragon. The Bloodline Leech's eyes nearly bulged. He had assumed Feng Xiu was just a shark masquerading as a draconian. He never imagined the man actually owned a genuine dragon. Every other king showed the same quick, greedy glint at that very moment. The Flame Spirit and Withered Wood monarchs had no real quarrel with the shark folk. They had come solely to avenge their fallen kin. Yet the instant a true dragon rose into the sky, every gaze fixed upon it, and their killing intent locked onto Feng Xiu. Shattered Dragon Domain open. Feng Xiu slammed his palms together before his chest. A murky, oppressive field burst from him like a breached dam, twisting the void and making space collapse piece by piece. Everyone knew that trespassing inside another's domain was courting death. The only counter was to meet domain with domain. The 12 kings, scions of the great clans of the war-scarred lands, were already domain lords and prepared to unfold their personal worlds with a single thought. Before they could act, Feng Xiao and the Thunder Calamity Dragon King threw back their heads, and two piercing dragon roars detonated across the sky. Dragon roar, dual resonance. At the roar's impact, the ground split, the heavens convulsed, and even space itself seemed to wrinkle. The spectacle was so terrifying that Wanja city, hundreds of li away, shook to its core. Inside the city, panic spread among the many races. More than 1,000 figures rushed to the walls and towers to watch. At the gate, Sheng Jiao and two other unicorn kings had been standing motionless for some time, their eyes fixed on the distant battlefield. High Priest, can that dragonkin really escape when 12 kings have him surrounded? The king named Zhuefeng asked hesitantly. Bloodshadow laughed aloud. The three ancient elders of the Blood clan have joined in. The net is already woven, will not get away. I only wonder how long he can last. Sheng Jiao's expression did not change. This battle will end soon, he replied calmly, a remark that answered Bloodshadow while hinting at something more. At the battlefield's center, the 12 kings were about to cast their domains when a world-shaking roar rang out, and darkness swallowed their sight. This was no mere sonic attack. Whether one could hear was irrelevant. A dragon's roar was the manifestation of draconic majesty, and sound was only its carrier. Feng Xiao was already a king, and the Thunder Calamity Dragon King had been one for ages. The innate might of their elevated life level could sweep aside any race present. The 12 kings were shaken not in body but in soul, and in the instant their minds went blank, life and death were decided. Heaven and earth shatter, dragons cry. Divine might, calamity, lightning descends. Feng Xiao and the Thunder Calamity Dragon King unleashed their most devastating strikes. In an instant the sky darkened. Pitch black clouds churned, lightning carved through them like blades, and thunder boomed like funeral bells. With every detonation, annihilating bolts fell from the cloud tops, and the earth for thousands of meters around shattered, turned to flying sand, and was baked into ash. From the collapsing ground, a black and gold energy dragon's head burst forth. Its massive jaws yawned wide. Roar! The draconic head swallowed Feng Xiao and the 12 kings at once, and surged upward into the thunderclouds. The 12 kings had barely shaken off the earlier stupor when they were plunged into even fiercer terror and confusion. Gale force winds tore at their bodies, blades of chaotic energy sliced their flesh, yet these wounds were trivial. The true threat was the boundless dragon's might and the shattering force gathering inside the draconic head, a power capable of breaking any defense. When the dragon head slammed into the thunderclouds, it exploded with a deafening crash. Billowing black smoke was instantly blown apart as dazzling lightning speared through the clouds, ripping a rift dozens of kilometers long across the sky. The blinding white light illuminated every upturned face as if it were day. Beneath the blazing rift, Feng Xiao and the Thunder Calamity Dragon King descended from the heights, surveying the shattered land below. Bathed in the radiant glow, they looked every inch like gods. Kill. Blazing Flame King LV72 5,223,100 EXP gained. Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord, 5,223,100 EXP. Calamity Dragon Proficiency, 1091 95410 Kill. Bloodline Leech LV 86,327,800 EXP gained. Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord, 6,327,800 EXP. Calamity Dragon Proficiency, 1,546 50010 Kill. Havoc Bringer LV 77 5,912,000 EXP gained. Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord, 5,912,000 EXP. Calamity Dragon Proficiency, 1,377 01210 Level Up. Calamity Dragon LV 6 LV 7 Max. Law of Destruction 110. Dragonkin Law 110. Densely packed notifications flared in front of Feng Xiao's eyes. Apart from the kill rewards, the surge in Calamity Dragon Proficiency was the most striking. A quick glance told him that 9 of the 12 monarchs were dead. 1 Dryad King and 2 Vampire Lords had managed to flee. The Dryad King and 2 Vampire Elites had slipped away earlier. The Bloodline Leech was the only vampire casualty. 3 survivors weren't surprising. Monarchs always carried a few life-saving cards. Sadly, those cards were useless against his domain skill, Heaven and Earth Shatter. Dragon's Roar, so 9 kings died in a heartbeat. One-shotting 9 monarchs was satisfying enough, but their contributions were even better. A 6th-tier king yielded barely 100 proficiency points, while a 7th tier started at 1,000 and could hit 1,500. The Bloodline Leech had supplied a record 1,546. With 2 6th-tier and 7 7th-tier kills, plus the 800-plus points head banked earlier, the bar maxed instantly. Calamity Dragon jumped straight to LV7 max, and both the Law of Destruction and Dragonkin Law soared from 1% to 10%. That upgrade finally let him schedule Wine Sword Demon's fourth job change. The thought left him feeling utterly refreshed. Nice, he murmured. Wind howled and thunder rolled. Feng Xiu raised his hand, wrapped the 9 soul cores in a cyclone, and stowed them in his palm. As for the 9 monarch corpses, the intertwined laws of destruction and dragonkin tore them apart. A dragon head rammed the remains into the thunderclouds, and the thunder calamity dragon lord's lightning reduced flesh to ash, ash to mist, until nothing was left. Any hope of fashioning morph stones vanished. Only the 9 indestructible soul cores remained. Next time I hunt kings, I'd better skip heaven and earth shatter. Dragons roar too wasteful, he reminded himself, slipping the cores into his class inventory. He turned and peered through the roiling clouds toward the city of 10,000 tribulations. Several formidable auras were stirring inside, but he had no interest in a drawn-out fight. He uncorked the eternal mana flask, took a long swig, and refilled his empty mana bar. Then he carved another flying blade mark on the Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord. Lightning cloaked his body, a whirlwind roared, and together they streaked away as a bolt of violet thunder. Within the city of 10,000 tribulations, every spectator stood frozen in disbelief. They first heard several thunderous dragon roars, then watched in disbelief as an enormous draconic head swallowed a dozen kings in a single gulp. In that instant, every royal aura vanished. When the dust cleared and sunlight pierced the torn clouds, only the Dragon Man drifted down from midair, one arm dangling a heavy string of life caskets. So those dozen kings are all dead? Wiped out in one move by that dragon expert? But he looks around level 50. At best 5th turn. Has he even been crowned yet? Inside the city, creatures of every race erupted in animated debate. Even if he's 5th turn and already a king, there's no way he could obliterate those 7th turn veterans with one blow, right? Maybe he's suppressing his level, hiding his aura? Skeptical voices followed. Nothing strange at all. This is the Dragon Clan. A self-proclaimed know-it-all stepped forward, speaking with flamboyant pride. The top race of the infinite worlds is no joke. For dragons, killing us lesser breeds across tiers is as easy as drinking water. Don't talk about some elder who's merely a clan king. Even if you brought the soul kings of several clans, or a true emperor himself, the result would be the same. Those who knew the dragon's background could tell he was an overzealous fanboy, but to most residents of Wanja City, many of whom had lived centuries without ever seeing a dragon, Feng Xiu's display was persuasive enough. The spectators included not only common folk, but also the city's unengaged or surviving kings of various races, among them rulers from the factions whose champions Feng Xiu had just slain. The moment the fighting stopped, swarms of kings shot into the sky and sped toward the battlefield. In front of the Unicorn Men's Gate, the kings Zhuefeng and Shuiying were too stunned to speak. Events had unfolded in the exact opposite way they had predicted. There was no desperate melee, no easy encirclement of Feng Xiu by 12 kings. At the first clash, everyone who barred his path was crushed. Only the great priest Xingjiao remained composed. He had already declared that the battle would end swiftly. Great priest, should we help him? Sensing several kings flying toward Feng Xiu, Zhuefeng asked anxiously. That strike was terrifying. Feng Xiu must have spent a huge amount of energy. If he gets besieged again, he could be in real danger. Xingjiao gently shook his head and turned away. No need. They won't dare chase him. Besides, I divined his future supreme good fortune. Once again, reality proved Xingjiao right. Among the kings who had rushed out were indeed some hoping to strike, while Feng Xiu was weak. But when they reached the shattered battlefield and saw the abyss more than a kilometer wide gouged into the ground, they froze in midair. That move is horrifying. If it landed on me, I'd be dead for sure. He must be spent. There's no way he can unleash it again. If we kill him now, the spoils would be immense. But what if he can use it one more time? After a brief exchange, the kings simply stared at one another. None of them dared advance. They hovered above the yawning pit, yet not a single king found the courage to pursue Feng Xiu any farther. The dragon-tending ruins. After leaving the site where he had slain 9 kings, Feng Xiu raced toward the human frontier for more than an hour before easing his speed. The rush of wind around him subsided, and once he was sure no pursuers were present, he slipped into a rocky hollow ringed by jagged boulders. Dense trees and scattered stones made the nook almost impossible to spot. Raising his hand, he summoned the empty spirit pearl. Light flickered across its surface, opening a rift in space. Without hesitation, he stepped through and reappeared inside the dragon-tending ruins. By now, the proficiency of Dragon of Calamity had long since maxed out, meaning every requirement for the Windblade Demon Swordsman's 4th advancement was complete. At his previous promotion, he had noticed that, unlike other skills that began at level 0, Dragon of Calamity had started at level 1. He had assumed that once he reached Morningstar, its cap would rise to level 10 and had braced himself for the grind of 9 brutal levels. After all, each level demanded an absurd amount of proficiency, so he had treated the task as a debt incurred during his rapid ascent to the king tier. To his surprise, only 1 extra level was needed to reach the ceiling. Ecstatic, he cheered inwardly. Dragonheart Arcana is amazing. The Dragon Tending lineage is amazing. If every promotion before and after the King tier required only a single level of proficiency, their advancement speed must be terrifying. No wonder it took the combined might of the Nightmare, Demon, Charm, and Mirage clans to contend with the Dragon Tenders, who boasted 3 Dragon Emperors. Now that Dragon of Calamity was maxed out, Fang Xiu was one step closer to the 5th advancement he had planned. Yet becoming a king at a low level had drawbacks. Skill proficiency barely rose, and his tier felt locked in place. Determined not to waste time, he strode onto the altar at the center of the ruins, sat cross-legged, and began the 4th advancement ritual. The life cores taken from the 9 kings were set aside for now. A king's life core could be as much curse as treasure, and those he collected in the 10,000 tribulations had nearly made him vomit blood on the spot. Compared with a class advancement, loot could wait. Drawing a deep breath, he cleared his thoughts and sank his spirit into the system interface. Commencing class advancement. A system window appeared. Select your core skill. He instantly chose the 8-star Epic Skill Wine Demon Sword, Arts, LV 15 Max. Select your secondary skill. Only one option remained. Morning Star Skill Dragon of Calamity, LV 7 Max. During his 2nd advancement, he had used Combat Morph. The 3rd had taken Wind Shear. And now, at the 4th, every other choice had been consumed. Dragon of Calamity was all that remained. Confirm. The window vanished, and a new class template began to form. Generating class options. Please choose from the following. 1. Dragon Slayer Sword King Morning Star Unique. Class type, Agility. Description. In the pursuit of greater power, the Wind Demon Swordsman turned his blade against one of the universe's premier races, the dragons. After countless clashes that left him on the brink of death, he forged sword techniques tailored to dragonkind, brushing the edge of a powerful law. By sheer luck, he decapitated a dragon king whose strength was already spent. Consuming its heart, he gained power to rival the dragons themselves. From that moment, he embarked on the path of dragon slaying and became a true king. Yet this also made him the target of every dragon alive, until he became the sword of a great power who stood in direct opposition to their race. 2. King of Agony Morningstar Unique Mental Class. Branded the Sword Demon, this warrior brushed against the power of calamity by chance. Enticed by its aura of destruction, he grasped the exceedingly rare law of pain, drawing strength from the suffering of others. Fortunately, he had once been a law-abiding human. A sliver of reason kept him from preying on his own kind. He strode into the abyssal hell instead, feeding that terrifying law on the wails of evil and chaotic creatures. No one knows when he will finally cross the last line and fall completely into darkness. 3. Sect of Soul-Cleaving Blades Morningstar Unique Agility Class. Having mastered the Wind Demon Sword Arts, this swordsman pursued ever higher realms of technique. On the brink of earning the Sword King title, he questioned himself. What blade am I truly seeking? What is the essence of the way of the sword? With these doubts, he roamed the infinite worlds, issuing life and death challenges to champions of every race. After oceans of blood and countless shattered battlefields, he found his answer. From birth, a sword is a weapon. The way of the sword is, by nature, the way of killing. From then on, he entered the path of slaughter to temper his sword, and used the sword to perfect his path. Looking back, he had been as weak as a mayfly, honing strike after strike until he could rival the ancient dragons themselves. Now his blade has a single purpose. Before his sword, all beings are equal, whether mighty or meek. Choose one of the 3 king tier classes. Fang Xiu stared at the jaw change screen. First he saw that the 4th advancement of Wind Sword Demon indeed ended at king tier, and he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Reaching king required only 10 stars plus 10 stars, without tacking on another Morningstar grade prerequisite like the absurd 8-star Epic Skill Calamity Dragon. At last, the lowly 1-star Common Skill Swordsmanship could catch up with the rest of his build. Now came the true choice. 1 Mental Class, King of Agony. The Law of Pain sounded apocalyptic and echoed his Lord of Calamity Dragons. The class type alone ruled it out. 2 Agility Class, Dragon Slayer King. Yet another specialization aimed at dragons. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, recalling the Dragon Slayer branch that had cropped up when he became a dragon scholar. As a top race in the infinite worlds, dragons have always been prime targets for research and the hunt. 3 Agility Class, Sect of Soul-Cleaving Blades. The description was striking. Enter the path of slaughter to temper the sword. Before this blade, all life is equal. All life is equal, Fang Xiu murmured. First interpretation, match the strong with strength. Meet the weak with weakness, forcing an even fight. Second interpretation, the swordsman smiles coldly. I'm not singling out any race. Every race is trash before my sword. The first felt strange, the second, irresistibly cool. After a moment's thought, he locked in the 3rd class without hesitation. Let me see what this is all about. Changing class to Sect of Soul-Cleaving Blades. Please wait. After making his choice, a razor-sharp ripple spread from where Fang Xiu stood, as though an invisible blade had sliced through the air with a low hum. The edge was so keen it felt capable of tearing the heavens apart. Killing intent burst forth and rolled outward from him, churning the dust in unseen shock waves. The king-conferring tribulation descended at once. The first time it had already failed to stop him, and now, with his attributes skyrocketed and his footing firmly in the realm of kings, the calamity was nothing but a formality. The pitiful damage numbers that floated above his head could not even outpace his natural regeneration. Within 2 minutes the edge vanished, the killing aura retracted, and all power fused inside his body. The tribulation was over. System notifications popped up one after another. Class change successful. Current class, Spirit Severing Swordmaster Unique. Wind Demon Sword Technique has evolved into Path of the Slayer. New class core acquired, Reaping Edge. Comprehension of the Sword Tao, 1. Comprehension of the Slaughter Tao, 1. Before the glow of the class change faded, space inside the dragon-taming ruins split open. A dazzling pillar of irresistible white light dropped from the sky and slammed into Feng Xiao. It was heaven's reward, pure, gentle power that bathed his flesh and soul like a warm spring. He had felt this energy before, though this time it was slightly weaker than during his first coronation. Soon the white light poured completely into his body, and the reward ended. His skin now carried an amber sheen, shimmering softly. New messages appeared. Heavenly baptism complete. All attribute growth stars 1. All attribute growth stars 1. Feng Xiao nodded in satisfaction. After spending time with the unicorn orcs, he had fully grasped the rhythm of kinghood. The first success in each major realm, king, emperor, sovereign, brought the richest reward, while later breakthroughs in the same realm would see heaven's gift diluted. The first time had given him 3 stars, this time only 1. For most professionals, a second coronation marked a second advanced class, but for him, it was merely his second king-grade class, with a third, fourth, and more still to come. Exhaling slowly, he opened his personal status window. Name, Feng Xiao. Race, human. Talents, infinite class change, Genesis Seeker mythic, Great Annihilation legendary, Rending Force rare, Sting Rider perfect. Level, 50. 4th tier classes. 1. Gale Annihilator tier 3, 10 star. 2. Spirit Severing Sword Master tier 4, Dawn star. 3. Draconic Scholar tier 3, 8 star. 4. Lord of Calamity Dragons tier 4, Dawn star. Class cores, Reaping Edge, Winds of Oblivion, Primal Outburst, I Am Cataclysm. Reaping Edge, sword damage 200, attack speed 200, converts 30 of damage dealt into HP, for each different race slain, sword damage 1 maximum 300. Attached class skills, Fate Sever, Sword Intent, Sword Spirit Shield, Sword Demon Form. Health, 120,000. Mana, 150,000. Strength, 1,328. Growth, 11 stars, 11 strength per level. Agility, 1,293. Growth, 10.5 stars, 10.5 agility per level. Vitality, 1,178. Growth, 6 stars, 6 vitality per level. Spirit, 1,493. Growth, 12.5 stars, 12.5 spirit per level. These values do not include bonuses from domains or weapons. Laws mastered. Law of Annihilation, 10. Dragonkin Law, 10. Sword Law 1. Slaughter Law 1. Skill slots, 45. Sword of Carnage. Dragon Transforming Staff. Annihilation Dragon Wheel. Dragon of Calamity. Detailed skills. A. Sword of Carnage Morning Star, LV61300. Sword damage 200, 30 chance to crit, 5 chance for a lethal strike, 20 lifesteal on hit. B. Life Sever Morning Star, LV6 max. Guaranteed hit, deals physical damage equal to attack power agility 6. Killing the target instantly resets the cooldown. Cost, 1000 mana, cooldown, 30 seconds. C. Sword Intent Morning Star, LV6 max, passive. Every attack carries Sword Intent. Attack range agility 1 meter, bonus damage attack power 3 agility 2. Killing any living being permanently grants 1 to all attributes, up to 10,000 Slaughter Law currently 1. D. Sword Spirit Shield Morning Star, LV6 max, passive. Gains 1 stack of Sword Spirit Shield every minute. Each stack, shield value agility 5 and 10 movement speed, up to 3 stacks. Each one of Sword Law increases shield effectiveness by 20. E. Sword Demon Metamorphosis Morning Star, LV6 max, active. Gathers the world's killing aura and becomes a sword demon for 1 hour. Cooldown, 30 days. Sword Demon Form. Movement speed 300, sword damage 300. Feng Xiao stared at the panel, going over every line. He soon pinpointed the heart of the spirit-slaying sword sect. Each time you kill a creature of a different race, sword damage 1, up to 300. Direct, brutal, and lethal. What he lacks right now is raw damage. The Calamity Dragon Lord grants a 50 boost to final damage, but leans toward attack range 10,000. And its supporting skills come from the 10-star class Gale Obliterator. Only by combining the Gale Obliterator's aggression with the Great Extinction talent has he barely managed to outpace an average king. If he had switched to Spirit-Slaying Sword sect back on the ancient altar, Feng Xiu would never have needed Spatial Shift or Spatial Freeze. Against a king, 2 swings would have been enough to decide the fight. His total number of skills has dropped, yet their power has skyrocketed. Life Sever, guaranteed hit, instant kill, cooldown reset on kill. Sword Intent, permanent stat stacking. Sword Spirit Shield, shield value scales sharply with Sword Law. Sword Demon Metamorphosis, an outrageous 300 boost to both movement speed and sword damage. The thought made his scalp prickle. If an enemy appeared right now, he would seize the chance to see these numbers in action. If ordinary kings fall in 1 or 2 strokes, does that mean my offense is already on par with an emperor? Standing beside the charred trench carved by his sword aura, Feng Xiu began to measure himself against that higher realm. Regular kings no longer offered any challenge, so the urge to fight above his rank came naturally. Yet he had never seen a true emperor with his own eyes and lacked any real benchmark. Maybe I should visit the Unicorn Orc tribe and meet their emperor, the idea flashed through his mind. His relationship with them was friendly enough that, as long as he showed proper respect, he would likely be granted an audience. On paper, the Land of War has 4 known emperors, each belonging to the Unicorn Orcs, the Savage Beasts, the Moon Sheep, and the Flame Spirits. Feng Xiu doubted the list was complete. If there were only 4, their overwhelming might would have divided the 13 races among them long ago, instead of allowing the current free-for-all. He had no ties to either the Savage Beasts or the Flame Spirits. In fact, he had killed their kings in previous clashes. The Flame Spirits had suffered. The Mozdu alone had taken 3 of their kings, roughly 1/5 of their upper echelon, if every race averaged 15 kings. By any measure, that was a crippling blow. They'll have to watch out for the Flame Spirits while I roam the Land of War, he concluded with a flicker of unease. And they weren't the only threat. He had slain 1 Blood Clan king and maimed 2 more, while the dragons were hypersensitive to the trace of dragon blood in his veins. The list of enemies was growing. The slightest ripple could trigger a manhunt. Still, those concerns could wait. Before I leave the Land of War, I'll first pay a visit to the Unicorn Orc Emperor. With that decision made, he refocused on his most pressing task, finding a 5th skill. Only 2 of his classes had yet to reach 4th advancement, the 8-star Dragon Scholar and the 10-star Gale Annihilator. The former had already borrowed skills from Spirit Severing Sword Master and Calamity Dragon to advance, but its low star rating prevented it from crowning as a king. It would have to wait until either the Gale Annihilator or his future 5th skill took that step. As for the Gale Annihilator, it could not be crowned unless the 5th skills class also reached 10 stars. In other words, the next jump in power hinged entirely on that elusive 5th skill. Unfortunately, the Wanja auction house had yet to produce a suitable skill scroll. Before leaving the dragon taming ruins, Feng Xiu planned to leave Lin Jinan a message, asking him to keep an eye out. His standards were modest. Anything of legendary grade would do. He had 2 more matters to settle before he set out. First, he needed to take stock of his loot. He retrieved the life caskets of 9 fallen kings from his class space and opened them one after another. He had already cracked the 4 caskets taken during the Wanja trials, but they had yielded nothing more than potions, throwing weapons, and even a few flashy yet useless outfits. Because a casket pulled items at random from the victim's class space, the results were always a grab bag of wildly uneven value. If Feng Xiu ever lost a battle, there was a real chance that his own casket would spit out an ear-cleaning spoon or a bag of hot pot seasoning. Truly worthwhile treasures were few and far between. Feng Xiu still thought the only reason had pulled the Dread Warlord's weapon from its life vault last time was pure dumb luck. This round he didn't have enough tickets for a temple, so he hit 9-shot instead. A burst of brilliant light flared, and 9 items dropped into his pack one after another. 1 flint, 2 wineglass, 3 withered wood command talisman, 4 fresh moon, 5 enchant lifesteal, 69 more flints and wine glasses plain filler. When the roll finished, he skimmed the list and grinned. Throw out the 2 junk pieces, and the other 3 were all prime loot. Withered wood command talisman special item. Effect: summons a withered wood primordial soldier with 70 of the user's total stats for 1 day. Charges: 11. Skills: withered wood hammer, rooted essence drain, root snare, primordial spirit cannon. Note: a secret art of the withered wood clan that briefly calls forth great power. Feng Xiu had never cared for single-use summons, but 70 of total stats meant everything, not just base numbers. With the obscene sheet he had now, this talisman could act as a top-tier bruiser, stronger than any creature his dragon spirit hex could call. Enchant lifesteal epic. Effect: enchants a weapon, granting 20 passive lifesteal. Uses 11. Note: a masterpiece from a vampiric enchanter. The blood is too corruptive for the weapon to accept any further power afterward. High-grade enchants were almost mythical. Even the Aurora Guild and the Military Exchange only stocked a handful of epic scrolls, and nobody wasted one on low-tier gear. Feng Xiu weighed his own curve. Second and third class changes came fast, weapons changed even faster, so had always held off on enchanting. Now that he had one in hand, he slapped it onto Frostwind Bloodshadow without hesitation. Crimson runes crawled along the Bloodenscient complete. Once he boosted this sword to 15, he wouldn't switch it out even if he stalled at 4th or 5th advancement. Fresh Moon Helmet, Legendary, 6th advancement. Stats: Defense 200, Constitution 50, Agility 50. Special: Immune to all Morningstar level and lower debuffs. Passive: Fresh Moon. If afflicted with Lunar Frenzy, automatically converts it to Lunar King's Feast, raising all attributes by level 1. Durability: 254140000. Note: Forged from the broken horn of the Moonram Saint. Turns harmful frenzy into positive amplification and is revered as a sacred relic of the Moonram clan. A 6th advancement legendary helm. It was the first time Feng Xiu had ever seen gear this rare, let alone something labeled a relic. From the description, it belonged to the Moonram clan. None of the kings had slain were Moonram themselves. One of them must have looted it first, and then had taken it off their corpse. Feng Xiu gazed at the Moon of Serenity in his hand, wondering what to do with it. The 6th-tier relic glimmered with a pale blue light as it lay in his palm. Its silver-white surface was covered in ancient, delicate lunar runes, and the cold that seeped from it cut to the bone. Beautiful as it was, he knew it wasn't right for him. 1. By the time he advanced far enough to use 6th-tier gear, who knew how many years would have passed? 2. Its racial skill only worked for the Yang clan. In an outsider's hands it would be no better than a standard 6th-tier epic item, maybe even worse. So selling it was the only real option. He quickly weighed his choices. As a Yang holy relic, it would bring a fine price at the Wanja auction house. Or he could trade it for a favor from the Yang clan, and a clan guarded by an emperor-class powerhouse was worth more than gold. Among the 13 warring races, the Yang were orderly, and, like the unicorn kin and tiger folk, considered reasonable. A holy relic made the perfect calling card if you wanted their help. First, though, he had to learn how much they actually valued it. If they didn't care for the relic, he wouldn't get a favor out of them and its auction price would fall. 2. Stowing the Moon of Serenity in his class inventory, he turned to leave for the dragon taming ruins, planning to claim first place in this month's 4th-tier dungeon. Just then a surge of spatial energy flared behind him, and a portal snapped open. Feng Xiu spun around. From the deep red vortex stepped a girl in scarlet battle gear, the heels of her metal boots clicking against the floor. Well, fancy meeting you, Lin Jinan said with a casual wave. Perfect timing. I need a favor, Feng Xiu replied. What is it? I'm looking for a 5-star legendary skill book. Does the company vault have one? I can trade for it. Feng Xiu had stopped dreaming about mythic-grade skills. To date, he hadn't even heard of anyone obtaining a genuine mythic skill outside of class advancement. A 5-star legendary book would be enough. Lin Jinan spread her hands. No luck. I used the company's last one. Before my 4th advancement, I checked the vault, only that single book was left. It suited me, so I took it. Nothing new has come in since. Feng Xiu thought for a moment. Can you reach out to He Chun or guild leader Hao of Jiguang Society? Maybe they or the military have stock. If they've got several, send me the list and stats. Both Jiguang Society and the military dwarfed Lingji Corporation in resources, especially the military, backed by the entire Dongwang nation. If the war-torn lands and dragon-taming ruins hadn't been signaled dead zones, he'd have redeemed one long ago with his 100 million military merits. Still, the skill book had to match his class, so he wanted options. Sure, Lin Jinan agreed, then added, oh right, back in Qingshan City, didn't you get an Iron Citadel treasure map from Zhang Fugui? Her reminder jogged his memory. He reached into his class inventory and drew out a dark gold parchment scroll. Iron Citadel treasure map. Special item. Description: a treasure map of the Iron Citadel. Only the bearer of the map may enter the Steel Emperor's vault. Zhang Fugui had given it to Feng Xiu after the interschool tournament. He had one half of the treasure map from another investment manager on a bet, and happened to own the other half himself, so the two pieces formed a complete map. Zhang Fugui, having finished his 5th advancement, was no longer eligible to enter the City of Steel, so he solemnly handed the map to Feng Xiu and offered a brief explanation. The City of Steel was a legacy site left behind by ancient champions. It opened once every 3 years, and only 4th-tier professionals were allowed inside. After receiving the map, Feng Xiu did his homework. Each time the gates opened, someone emerged with powerful skill books and rare gear, and this map was the key to a hidden vault within the city. If the Nightmare Clan hadn't interfered, he would have gone there the moment he reached 4th tier. Now he was on the war-torn western border of Dongwang, and the City of Steel was about to reopen. Lin Jinan asked bluntly, are you going or not? If you're not, they'll trade you something for the map. Feng Xiu stroked his chin. It opens once every 3 years. When's the next time? This June, about a month and a half from now, Lin Jinan reminded him. A month and a half. Feng Xiu looked up, weighing his options. The war zone lay on Donghuang's eastern frontier, while the City of Steel sat at the northernmost tip, on the border of the Shieling Kingdom 10,000 miles away. Still, legacy ruins were famed for spewing out skill books, and the 4th-tier entry requirement meant the loot would be at least 4 to 6-star quality. Any legendary grade skill, whether 5 or 6 stars, would be a massive boost. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Jinan raised an eyebrow. If you decide to go, I can make it happen. They'll take an ethereal pearl ahead of you, lock in a beacon, then hand the pearl to you in the Dragon Tamer ruins. With it, you can teleport straight to the City of Steel. Boss, you're amazing. Fang Xiu gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. A pearl key to the City of Steel meant he could pop back and forth anytime. No more wasting days on airships or public portals. Save the flattery. I have a condition. Lin Jinan folded her arms. I want the fiery dragon seal inside the City of Steel. Fiery dragon seal? Fang Xiu arched a brow. The clan archives say the Yin Dragon branch of the Dragon Shepherd tribe was on good terms with the City of Steel, and the fiery dragon seal symbolized their friendship. It's also a Yin Dragon only item. Lin Jinan's expression turned serious. I'm not even sure it's still there. If we can't find it, so be it. Deal. It was race-specific anyway, and useless to him. Fang Xiu agreed without hesitation. They quickly finalized their trade and itinerary, exchanged a few more details about the City of Steel, and went their separate ways. Lin Jinan had come to the Dragon Tamer ruins hoping to climb to 2nd place on the dungeon leaderboards. When she saw her supply of enhancement stones plummet at the start-off month payout, she knew Fang Xiu had reached 4th advancement and cemented his hold on 1st place. If she couldn't take the top spot, 2nd would steady income from enhancement stones was something she had no reason to pass up. Over the next month or so, Fang Xiu moved back and forth between the dragon taming ruins and the war-torn realm. After maxing out Catastrophe Dragon, he was forced into even more bloodshed by a new core skill. Reaping Blade. Its attributes wouldn't fully stack until he personally ended the lives of 300 different races. The war-torn realm, still steeped in chaos and gore, was the perfect hunting ground. Instead of keeping his draconic form, Fang Xiu adopted the Nightmare Clan's King of Death's Lament guise and activated the stealth art Death Eclipse. No one short of an emperor could sense him, and even an emperor had to spot the fleeting blur of his passing to see through it. Most victims were already collapsing, throats slit by a black flash, before they realized anything was wrong. The realm's tangled mix of races and factions made filling his quota easy. A little over a month later, the list was complete. 300 races wiped out, and his sword damage stat had surged by 300%. Yet his slaughter sword Dao had crawled from level 6, 0 points, to a mere 5. At that pace, reaching level 7 would take 5 years longer than it had taken him to advance from 1st rank to 4th rank and claim a king's title. He refused to accept that. He went Allen with the sword memory pearls left in his class, space 4 small, 1 medium. By the rules, each small pearl added 1 proficiency point, the medium 10. He hesitated. If Slaughter Dao broke through to the Morningstar tier, would the pearls weaken as before? Still, as long as they could add points, grinding was only a matter of time. He also decided another raid on the Sword Soul Tomb was in order. Had left more than 1,000 sword souls there last time. Harvesting them should easily cover the 300-point gap at level 6. Killing wasn't his only task. He kept gathering information, and as expected, the Blood, Flame Spirit, Earth Fiend, and several other factions were all hunting the name Fang Xiu. Every part of a dragon is treasure, and everyone wanted a share. Fang Xiu was convinced an emperor was pulling the strings. His record of one-shotting 9 kings and blasting apart 3 more was too daunting for ordinary kings. Fortunately, the emperor had yet to act personally, and as long as Fang Xiu didn't reveal his draconic form, that adversary could spend a lifetime and never catch him. 2 days before Iron City opened, Fang Xiu was still in the war-torn realm. He returned to Wanja City and rented a room in a tavern near the center. After nightfall, in a private booth, he met He Hu Baowang and Kuang Zhanyang Wang, whom had encountered during the Wanja trial. Kuang Zhanyang Wang had arranged the meeting. He Hu Baowang was simply there for support. The reason they had arranged to meet Fang Xiu was simple. He carried the Moon Ram clan's sacred relic, the Lustral Moon. Before the gray mists over 10,000 Calamity City had even dispersed, he had slipped in, followed his intel, and located the Moon Ram's enclave. Knowing these gentle yet stubborn folk treated the loss of their relic as a matter of life and death, he went straight to the only acquaintance he had among them, King Kuangzhan. Inside the broad stone hall, King Kuangzhan's horned helm chipped and battered bowed as he accepted the silver-white gem that glimmered with a faint blue light. Thank you, Lord Longjia. You will forever be a friend of the Moon Rams. The cold radiance danced across the Ram King's dark armor. After bowing 3 times, he offered tangible repayment. Our sovereign, Emperor Sheng Xianhua, is willing to take the field for you once. Fang Xiu arched a brow. The reward was far beyond his expectations. The emperor himself? Is this relic truly that precious? The lustral moon is different. King Kuangzhan lowered his voice. Its creator, the Moon Ram Sage, was the emperor's mother. She forged it with her own horns and lifeblood in her final moments. It is the last keepsake she left him. Fang Xiu understood the value lay not in the relic itself, but in bloodline and sentiment. The Ram King changed tack. Lord Longjia, do you need the emperor now? To stop Qingyang Yinzuan from hunting you? Fang Xiu paused, then pieced it together. So a sovereign really was tracking him. The name alone marked the pursuer as a member of the Flame Spirit clan. Seeing his doubt, King Quanzhan explained, "You struck down 3 Flame Spirit kings in a row. Their emperor is furious. The Blood Clan is paying handsomely to help him, and the Earth Fiends and Witheredwood clan have joined in. Once they pinpoint you, Qingyang Yinzuan will unleash the inferno of the setting sunfire that burns everything." Fang Xiu stroked his chin and muttered, "Inferno of the setting sun, huh? Sounds impressive. Wonder where it ranks among exotic fire elements." He waved a hand, declining the Emperor's aid for now. "No need. If I stay out of sight, he still has to find me first." The mask of Wraith could reshape his face. His domain hid his aura, and he had piles of transformation gems. Switching races daily cost him nothing. Still, the Ram King looked uneasy. A sovereign's power reaches heaven and earth. Qingyang Yinzuan can, they say, ignite that fire in any corner of a battlefield. "Please be careful, Lord Longjia. Whole map range." Fang Xiu chuckled. "Thanks for the warning, but I have my own plans." The torches flickered in the hall. The relic's silver glow was already tucked away inside the Ram King's cloak, replaced by an undercurrent of killing intent. Fang Xiu narrowed his eyes and reached a quiet conclusion. It would be far more satisfying to kill Qingyang Yinzuan himself. At the northernmost edge of the Shieling Kingdom, a jet-black fortress of steel towers above snow-clad mountains. This is the City of Steel, a marvel forged 5,000 years ago by the emperor-level warrior known as the Iron Emperor, yet one that slid into decline 3 millennia ago. As to why it fell, the chronicles disagree. Both humans and non-humans have searched for answers, but their findings remain pitifully scant. Thus, like its dark shell, the ancient city is draped in a heavy shroud of mystery. At the foot of the mountains lies Iron Gate Town. Magnificent, Lin Jinan breathed, her voice clear even as the icy wind tore at it. She had twisted her long black hair into a coil, fixed with a mutton-fat jade hairpin, and wore only a thin suit of bright crimson armor. Snowflakes whirled against the metal plates and sizzled to mist the instant they touched the edges. Passers-by were wrapped in bedding like cloaks. One look at her attire made them shiver on her behalf. Yet Lin Jinan, who carried the blood of the Flame Dragon Queen, felt no chill at all. "It's hard to imagine how prosperous humanity must have been back then," Fang Xiu murmured. He stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the same titanic city. To their eyes, the City of Steel was vast and austere, its surviving defense weapons looming through the wind and snow. What truly unnerved onlookers, however, was the formation that blanketed the entire metropolis. Legend says that 1,000 years ago an Emperor-rank master tried to force his way in and was grievously injured by the array before he even touched the gate. Whether the tale is true or not, it shows that a mere monarch cannot break these defenses, or the Shieling Kingdom would have emptied the city long ago. "Come on, let's get some rest tonight. When the gates open in the morning, we'll go in and take a look." Lin Jinan stretched, her boots stamping crisp prints in the snow, then headed for the inn they had already booked. Fang Xiu nodded and followed. After returning the fresh moon, he had used the ethereal pearl Lin Jinan left at the dragon-tending ruins to teleport straight to Iron Gate Town. With the gates still closed, the two decided to wander about and get a feel for the place. For both of them, it was the first visit to the far north of the Shieling Kingdom. Compared with the Eastern Empire, it felt like a different world. Flurries of snow brought a biting cold, and the indigenous residents lent the region an even stronger foreign flavor. Along the way, Fang Xiu didn't see a single pure-blooded human. The streets were filled mostly with beastkin, especially cold-resistant races such as the gray bears and the snow wolves. Thick fur shielded them from the harsh climate, allowing them to take root here more easily than humans. Aside from beastkin, 2 other large non-human races also inhabit this land. The first are the ice spirits, beings of crystalline frost formed entirely from cold, elemental energy. Legend says they have feuded for generations with the flame spirits of the war-blazed lands, though Fang Xiu suspected the rumor was exaggerated given the distance of thousands of miles between the two realms. Still, the ice spirits have long been allied with the Shieling Kingdom, gentle in temperament, and standing in stark contrast to the warlike flame spirits. The second group is the Yetis, hulking creatures wrapped in dense white fur. They average over 2.5 meters tall, possess massive arms and formidable strength, and most are born with command of ice-based powers. Neither of the 2 non-human races could ever switch classes. They were simply born superior. Time in town was small. The walk from the station to the hotel took barely 10 minutes, and Lin Jinan and Fang Xiu arrived at their booking at a brisk pace. The settlement served as the last outpost before Steel City. On ordinary days, only a handful of merchants came through, looking to buy frost element monster materials. Only when Steel City opened did the streets suddenly explode with life. 5 hotels had been built in town, offering a little over 1,000 rooms, yet even that could not absorb the seasonal flood of visitors. The major factions had blocked off almost everything long in advance, making a reservation all but impossible for a normal adventurer. Lin Jinan and Fang Xiu managed to secure 2 single rooms only because Lingji Corporation had pulled some strings for them. The lobby lights danced across a steady stream of guests, a gray rhino man dragging a trunk of, or foxfolk merchants whispering over prices, towering tiger folk weaving through the crowd. Fang Xiu noticed that the tiger folk here mostly had white or icy blue coats, a sharp contrast to the black and gold ones he had seen in the Warlands. Miss Lin, a young man hurried down the stairs from the second floor. Gold-rimmed glasses accentuated his sharp features, and his white suit was pressed to perfection. Frosting runes shimmered at his cuff. She was almost certainly a cold element professional. Lin Jinan gave a faint nod, clearly acquainted with him. Ignoring her reserve, the young man fell in beside her with enthusiasm. Miss Lin, you're heading for Steel City too, right? Perfect. We can team up. I've got loads of inside information. His words poured out like a machine gun, but they met only a single icy reply. No. Lin Jinan took Fang Xiu's arm, slipped around the young man, and walked straight into the elevator. The man in the white suit was left frozen in place, embarrassment pinning him to the floor. Halfway up, Fang Xiu couldn't resist a chuckle. Who was that? Another one of your admirers? In his mind, he had already pictured the full soap opera plot. Fake boyfriend, jealous rival, forced showdown. Lin Jinan shot him a surprised glance. You don't know him? Should I? Fang Xiu scratched his head. Half of that Steel City treasure map in your hand used to be his. Understanding dawned. Zhang Fuguei had mentioned earlier that Fang Xiu had one half a map from another investment manager in a wager. The loser, it turned out, was the man in the white suit who also happened to be one of Lin Jinan's employees. No wonder he was trying so hard to get close. Beep. Lin Jinan's phone lit up. She glanced at the message and slid the device back into her pocket. Swordlight King has finished the index. Now that you're on human turf, he sent it straight to you. Take a look. Will do. Fang Xiu agreed readily. The Swordlight King mentioned in the text was He Chun. Like how Rengwang's title of Aurora King, it served both as an honorific and as the name of his profession. Shilling Nation was nominally under human jurisdiction and used the same network, so now that they were within its borders, Fang Xiu's phone was working again. That night, Fang Xiu and He Chun talked on the phone. As evening deepened, neon from the surrounding skyscrapers painted streaks of light across the window, while a familiar voice filled the handset. One of them sat in a frontline camp on the war-torn border, the other in an officer's dormitory in Donghuang's capital, yet during their 2-hour call it felt as if they were sharing the same table. The moment the line connected, He Chun learned that Fang Xiu had not only completed his 4th advancement, but had also opened a domain in the war zone, and he burst out laughing. When Fang Xiu heard He Chun had been officially granted the title King of Sword Light, he was just as thrilled. The title brought He Chun all the privileges of a king-rank combatant and named him the youngest honorary president in the history of the Aurora Society. If the current Aurora King, Hao Rengguang, were not still in his prime, Fang Xiu was sure the master would already have handed real authority to his protege rather than a ceremonial post. Hao Rengguang was holding back partly because he had yet to step down, and partly because He Chun was still young enough to aim for the emperor tier. If the breakthrough failed, he could still build a new power base later. Amid laughter and banter, the two made a plan. Meet in the city of 10,000 tribulations for a drink in the coming weeks. He Chun would head there for the tribulation trial to condense his domain, so their routes would overlap. After the call, He Chun compiled every 5-star legendary skill book he could access and sent the catalog to Fang Xiu through an encrypted channel. The sources included not only the Aurora Society and military stockpiles, but even the royal treasury of Donghuang during his investiture. The royal family had let him pick treasures without a spending cap. The final list contained a staggering 37 5-star legendary skill books. Fang Xiu read through the catalog, frowning as he filtered the options. For laws, he wanted rare attributes such as space or time. Identical laws grew far stronger at king rank. He already had wind, so common elements like fire or water would only waste precious slots. For his class makeup, he needed defensive, support, and life-type skills to round out what he had. His melee physical class was Soul-Cleaving Swordmaster. His range caster class was Tempest Annihilator. Dragon Scholar counted as a life class, yet still packed combat power. Calamity Dragon, judging by its skills and stats, belonged to the Beastmaster path and was likewise a combat-oriented life class. In short, life classes were already the majority. If he treated himself as a full party, damage rolls were covered. What he lacked were a dedicated tank and a healer buffer. Among the 37 books, very few met those needs at once. It was 3 in the morning before he finally closed the terminal. Only 2 titles on the empty desktop were still highlighted as final candidates. He didn't study them yet. As had thought earlier, the choice could wait. At 7:32 a.m., a sudden thunderous boom jerked him out of shallow sleep. Black clouds loomed outside the window, and lightning split the sky. Rubbing his aching brow, Fang Xiu replayed last night's sorting. Had narrowed the list to 2 books, but still planned to delay. Steel City was a legacy ruin open to 4th-tier professionals. There might be a 5-star skill book inside. He would clear it first, then decide which skill would become his fifth based on what he found. As for whether he would get crushed in Steel City just because he hadn't learned a fifth skill, what a joke. Has the entire infinite world ever produced a four-cycle king? Feng Xiu sneered at the thought. Right now he could wipe out an ordinary seven-cycle king without breaking a sweat. Calling those uncrowned four-cycle types ants would be flattering them. Thud thud. An urgent knock echoed through the room, and before Feng Xiu could rise, Lin Jinan's voice came from outside the door. The gate to Steel City is open lobby in 5 minutes. On it. Feng Xiu shot out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. Steel City's gate opened once every 3 years and stayed open for only 7 days. June 3rd was the one constant. Whether it happened at dawn or in the dead of night was anyone's guess. 5 minutes later Feng Xiu arrived in the lobby wearing his arcane combat suit, Frostwind Bloodshadow hanging at his waist. The place was a flood of people. Everyone was here for Steel City, and inside the ruins everything was taken by force. Getting in first meant an edge. Lin Jinan rose from a sofa and thrust a steaming bag of buns into his hand. Northern Shilling's specialty Icefong pork buns. Eat while they're hot, and keep moving. Feng Xiu fell in beside her, opened the bag, and found over a dozen fist-sized buns. Clearly the young lady knew his appetite well. Outside, the street was already jam-packed. The sky was even worse, crowded with beastkin and other races flying toward the mountains. More than 1,000 voices rose under the newborn dawn, surging toward the black iron fortress atop the snowy peak. A spectacle so vast it felt as if the heavens themselves were trembling. Lin Jinan pulled him into an open patch, reached into her profession space, and drew out a set of reins. With a gentle tug, a black-winged stallion materialized. Fei Ying, purely a transport mount with no combat ability, yet so costly it served as a badge of status. Do you have another flying mount? If not, ride behind me, she said, implying that summoning the Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord would be too conspicuous. Feng Xiu let the chance to ride with the beauty slide. He snapped his fingers, and a Cloud Treader beast leapt from his profession space. A mighty aura spread out, and the surrounding crowd instinctively made way. Back in the war-torn lands the Cloud Treader was too recognizable, so the Dragon Lord rarely used that form. But here at the northern edge of Shilling there was no risk of exposure. Reverting to the Cloud Treader was ideal. Lin Jinan stared in surprise at the massive spirit beast. She had seen only the Dragon Lord's true body and never imagined he could transform. Swinging onto the Cloud Treader, Feng Xiu rose beside Lin Jinan, and together they flew toward Steel City on the distant mountain ridge. At the entrance to the Iron City, a 10-meter-tall black rampart rose from the snowy plain, an unbreakable shield of steel. Seen up close, its surface bristled with gun ports as wide as millstones, deep and lightless. Today that giant shield had parted in the middle, leaving a gap large enough for an army. The gate had opened, and living beings were pouring through like a tide. Not everyone could pass the barrier. Now and then a creature brushed the threshold and slammed into something invisible, skull cracking against an unseen wall. The veterans barely spared them a glance. Every time Iron City opened, doubters appeared, some still below 4th turn, others already beyond it, trying to force their way in. Those below 4th turn hit the barrier first and were trampled into paste by the crowd behind them. Those above were hurled back, but their sturdy bodies let them scramble free. The gate stood wide, yet no trace of spell or array could be found. They fumed, but the fact remained: rules are rules. If you are too weak, you have no right to enter. Riding the surge of bodies, Feng Xiu and Lin Jinan slipped through the gate. Inside, the palette shifted at once to cold silver. Endless buildings, all forged from refined steel, had stood for 5 millennia without a spot of rust. In the post-snow sunlight, they glittered like a river of metal stretching to the horizon. When the crowd reached a plaza, the many races scattered to begin their separate hunts. Figures darted through silver alleys, tracing a living painting on a sheet of burnished metal. Flight was forbidden in Iron City, another constraint of its hidden arrays. Feng Xiu and Lin Jinan stowed their mounts, exchanged a glance, and split up. The rules banned parties, and any fortune went to whoever found it first. Only the weak need guarding. The truly strong never share their spoils. Both ranked among the top 4th turn professionals, and traveling together would only dilute their gains. Feng Xiu veered right, Lin Jinan left. Raising his hand, Feng Xiu cast a mark of the flying blade, and his body shot forward like a gale. The people nearby heard only the whistle of wind as he vanished. A speed king stacked with that mark was almost impossible to detect when he chose to slip into the shadows. His next move was to plunge deeper, find a quiet corner, and follow the directions on his treasure map. Yet barely a few minutes after leaving the crowd, he came to an abrupt halt. A familiar figure had entered his sights, not an old comrade, but a nightmare from a former battlefield. A 2-meter-tall humanoid puppet stood motionless in a doorway. Its silver-white frame gleamed with a chill light, and the runes carved into its surface were the very same Feng Xiu had once seen etched into his own flesh. A reniched iron sentinel. Feng Xiu stared in shock at the puppet standing a short distance away. Its entire body was forged from gunmetal alloy, and the lines running across its frame mirrored his own rune iron guard form almost perfectly, save for the pair of cold sapphire eyes. After the initial jolt, he noticed the glowing text above its head, Steel Sentinel LV-60 Elite. So it isn't a rune iron guard? He murmured, brow arching. Even if it was technically different, the resemblance was too exact to be coincidence. The build, the joints, the very patterning. The crucial point lay in the runic array covering its shell. To test his hunch, he pulled out the long-unused rune iron guard transformation stone and whispered the trigger. Armor snapped over his body, runes flared, and he strode across the metal floor straight toward the Steel Sentinel. Blue light blazed in the puppet's eyes, gears shrieked as if someone had hit a power switch, and it lunged, a steel fist driving at his face. Either it lacks a friend or foe protocol, or it's decided him not one of its own, he thought, but he didn't back off. His figure blurred. In a ghost-like flash he was at the puppet's side, fingers clamping around its helmet. Pure brute force erupted crack, and the alloy skull shattered in his palm. No blood, of course, just shards of metal scattering across the floor with bright metallic clinks. When the fight ended, he crouched to compare the runes on his armor with those etched into the broken shell. A data screen flickered up, similarity 80%. Knew it, he muttered. The runic system was almost identical, differing only at a few nodes probably to support alternate modules. Memory stirred. During his class change to Ancient Shapeshifter, he had read about a branch called Rune Wardens, said to guard an ancient runic domain. Could the Steel City and that domain belong to the same era? If so, the two were definitely linked. He had never dug deep into those ruins, so the full connection would have to wait. Academic cross-referencing of lost civilizations was a hobby, not the mission. Right now, he needed to scour Steel City. Before entering, he and Lin Jinan had reviewed intel. Steel City was a legacy ruin, a giant trial ground where each challenge granted treasures left by bygone heroes' gear, rare items, even complete skill sets. Steel Sentinels often served as one leg of the trial. That meant the fallen Sentinel had probably been guarding a reward. He planted a simple array using refined transformation stones to mark the spot, then headed for the structure behind the puppet. Past a heavy iron archway stood a counter welded from steel plates, and in its center rested a pure silver chest, its surface gleaming with a chilly reflection. He flipped the latch. Click, the lock popped, the lid rose, and a shield suffused with blue light lay nestled on velvet. Flow pattern steel shield. Rarity, epic. Stats, defense 250, constitution 25, strength 20. Passive skill, flow binding runes reduces all incoming damage by 25%. Tier, 5th advancement. Durability, 3000-3000. Description, forged by Steel City's master craftsman. The addition of water flow runes dramatically boosts its protective power, making it a rare and formidable shield. A 5th advancement epic? Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. This tier of gear wasn't unheard of for him. Nightmare-level runs of the 4th advancement dragon-taming ruins occasionally dropped pieces like it. But in Steel City, taking down a single level 60 elite and opening its chest directly yielded an epic? What are the bosses guarding, than legendary sets? He stowed the ripple steel shield in his pack. With the shield secured, Feng Xiu glanced back at the fallen Iron Sentinel. Beside the alloy corpse, a silver gem streaked with pale blue lines lay among the rubble, glinting with an icy light. Not bad, he thought, summoning a gust of wind affinity energy that pulled the gem into his palm. An information panel materialized at once. Transformation Gem Iron Guardian. Rarity, rare. Effect, transforms the user into an Iron Guardian. Constitution 20, grants skills Runic Flesh and Iron Hammer Fist. Duration, 30 minutes. Description, a gem infused with the power of an Iron Guardian, allowing its bearer a brief taste of steel-like defense. Skill details. 1. Runic Flesh reduces physical and magical damage taken by 50. 2. Iron Hammer Fist delivers a heavy blow that scales with the strength attribute. Runic Flesh. Feng Xiu rubbed his chin, noting the key point. For a mere 2-star rare skill to provide percentage damage reduction, there lay the secret behind the Guardian's astounding defenses. He slipped the gem into his backpack and compared the stats. The Iron Guardian's mitigation still fell short of his existing runic Iron Sentinel gem, so it was of no immediate use. Yet a thought quickly took shape. He could hunt a boss-level Iron Guardian and craft an epic or even legendary transformation gem. Its damage reduction might surpass the Sentinel's. Eyes brightening at the prospect, he decided to search for stronger prey. The area was deserted, other explorers lagged far behind. Feng Xiu produced the treasure map for reference. The parchment rapidly hardened under his fingertips, becoming a heavy yellow steel plate. Set into its center was a crystal panel reminiscent of an LED screen, with glowing runes lining either side much like a tablet encased in metal. Moments later, a sectional map of the Steel City appeared. In the upper left, a large red dot pulsed. Elsewhere, a blue dot blinked in and out. Feng Xiu took a step, and the blue dot moved in tandem. Instantly deduced that the blue represented himself, while the red marked the treasure's location. With the route confirmed, he broke into a run toward the red dot. Cutting down any runebound constructs he encountered. Both guardians and loot were his for the taking. 5,000 years ago, Steel City had been colossal. Even now it rivaled a modern provincial capital. Boosted by Gale's step, he crossed half the city in short order and arrived at the map's destination. A towering steel palace rose before him. Farther toward the city's heart stood an even grander structure. Legend held it was the Iron Emperor's throne hall, still unopened to this day. The palace in front of him ranked just below that central seat of power. Across the entire Steel City, only 3 buildings matched this one in scale. Feng Xiu had already spotted 2 on his way here, and with the palace before him, the count was complete. By checking his tablet, Feng Xiu discovered 8 palaces of identical size. They formed a ring around the central hall, standing guard like satellites, and his instincts told him something valuable was hidden here. When he stepped within 100 meters of the nearest iron palace, the tablet flew from his hand and locked into a recessed slot at the center of the gate. A deafening rumble followed as ancient bearings and gears awakened, pushing open the colossal doors that had been sealed for millennia. Although the interior was pitch black, Feng Xiu could still make out a massive, reniched automaton far larger and more intricate than any Iron Guardian he had seen before. 90% chance that's a boss, he thought as he strode inside. The heavy doors slammed shut behind him. The hall large enough for 2 basketball courts lit up at once as stone lamps flared like chandeliers. At the far end, a crimson status bar hovered above the automaton. Runeforged Warlord, LV-60 boss. Just as he expected a boss. Behind it, a human skeleton sat upright on a black iron bench. It wore a blue robe embroidered with gold. Half of its skull was replaced by polished steel, a ruby gleamed in its right eye socket, and its left arm was a silver-gray prosthesis. Both skeletal hands held an ancient iron coffer, clearly the reward for defeating the boss. A deep, aged voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Human descendant, show me your strength, and prove you deserve my legacy. The words were spoken in the common tongue of the infinite worlds, and Feng Xiu understood them perfectly. Human descendant? He glanced at the skeleton, puzzled. Could the owner of this palace really have been human? All records said the Steel City was built by orcs. Even the Iron Emperor was of Orcish blood. As the voice faded, the rune-forged warlord powered up. Its sapphire eyes blazed, and it lumbered forward until only 10 meters remained. High-pressure steam blasted from its back, hurling the massive frame ahead. Its right arm rose. Another jet hissed from the elbow, and an iron fist roared toward Feng Xiu's head. More and more like a robot, he mused, intrigued but unimpressed by the warlord's power. He caught the incoming fist and squeezed. Metal shattered like glass. Drawing Windfrost Blood Shadow, he slashed diagonally, splitting the warlord in 2 as easily as slicing tofu. Rune-forged warlord, LV-60 boss defeated. Experience gained, 100,000. Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord gains 100,000 EXP. The elderly voice echoed again, this time filled with surprise. A king's aura? A 4th-tier professional who's already ascended to kingship. The elderly voice, metallic and echoing, began in a low rumble, then rose octave by octave in sheer disbelief. Feng Xiu was stunned as well. He had assumed the voice was nothing more than a pre-recorded broadcast, just another automated system that played whenever an intruder tripped a switch. He swept his eyes across the silent, cavernous hall of steel, a dome polished to a mirror sheen, pillars studded with rivets, and walls inlaid with dim energy lamps. No visible source of sound existed, yet the voice seemed to seep from every steel plate at once, surrounding him from all directions. Whoosh! A faint crackle of flame shattered the stillness. On a pitch-black bench by the wall, a pale blue fire flared inside the hollow skull of a human skeleton. A heartbeat later snapped, vertebrae straightened, the entire frame springing upright like a drawn bow. A dark red gem glimmered in the mechanized skull's left socket, blinking as though the skeleton were studying Feng Xiu. The voice was coming from this thing. Who are you? Feng Xiu asked, voice low. His right hand gripped Windfrost Blood Shadow, the blade's tip lifting slightly. One hint of hostility, and he would strike. Easy, easy. The skeleton raised a withered hand in a placating wave. I'm just an old human who died a few millennia ago. How could I harm you now? Feng Xiu believed none of it. Creatures that stayed alive for thousands of years after death were precisely the ones he needed to guard against. Before crossing into the infinite worlds, he had read plenty of Xinxia novels. Body snatching and rebirth were familiar tropes. He had never met anyone who truly mastered such arts. But the universe contained soul laws, and an ancient monster skilled in possession was always possible. Wow, youngsters are so wary. Seeing Feng Xiu still wound tight, the skeleton lifted an arm in a mock sigh. No lungs in these bones. Can't even sigh properly, but I get it. Straightening, it declared, name's Luo Yu, commander of the 6th Legion under the Iron Emperor. The bones struck a parade ground stance, 1 foot forward, arms spread wide as if accepting applause. Clap, clap. Applause echoed from the vaulted ceiling, clearly piped in through hidden speakers. Feng Xiu didn't move. He treated it as background noise. Embarrassed, Luo Yu relaxed and let the pose drop. I've given you my name, Junior. Yours? Fang Xiao. That's it. No titles, no sect, no achievements. Even if I told you, you'd never have heard of them, Fang Xiao replied. Fair enough. Luo Yu scratched the smooth crown of his skull, finger bones tapping a dry staccato. All right, I'll keep this brief. Human youngster, will you accept the Iron Emperor's legacy? At the word legacy, his tone turned weighty. Drumbeats mixed with the grind of gears seemed to roll through the air, making the atmosphere tremble. Fang Xiao had come to the Steel City precisely for that inheritance. But the scene before him was anything but simple. While he weighed his options, Luo Yu suddenly clapped his skeletal palms together. Boom. An invisible shockwave spread outward from him, rolling like a scarlet carpet laid for a monarch and slamming toward Fang Xiao. The pressure was mountain heavy, forcing Fang Xiao's shoulders down and squeezing his chest, reminding him of facing the dread martial king before earning his own crown. Royal suppression. Could Luo Yu be? Buzz. Above Luo Yu's skull appeared a line of pale gold text. Runic Steelbone Sovereign LV90. So he really was a sovereign, and level 90 at that. Do you believe I can keep you in check now? Luo Yu asked, hands on hips, tone resigned. If you hadn't been so suspicious, I wouldn't have bothered showing my cards. If Luo Yu chose to act, Fang Xiao could not resist. Accepting the reality before him, Fang Xiao nodded his acknowledgement. Level 90 emperors are several leagues above the level 70 or 80 kings. Fang Xiao had always felt that against opponents in their 70s or 80s he could flit about at leisure and crush them at will. Yet the moment an enemy stepped into the emperor tier, his chances dropped sharply, especially against Luo Yu, who was already level 90. Every class advancement opens a gulf that feels impossible to cross, and the higher you climb, the wider that gulf becomes. What puzzled Fang Xiao even more was that he could plainly see the name and level hovering above Luo Yu's head. Members of the same race should never be able to view that data. When he first met Luo Yu, the space above the skeleton's skull had been blank. One reason, he never dreamed the bones could still move. Even skeleton beasts and wraiths always display a name and level. Could this be an ability unique to emperors? I trust you, but could we have a duel? Fang Xiao asked suddenly. I've never met an emperor in combat, and I want to feel the difference. He needed a friendly spar to measure his own power. As for the resplendent Sunflame Lord who was chasing him, that would be a fight to the death, and he wouldn't take it on unless he was fully prepared. Luo Yu eyed him skeptically. Was the kid testing him? Or did he really just want a taste of an emperor's might? After a brief pause, Luo Yu nodded. Very well. I'll let you experience the Iron Legion's strength. Follow me. With a casual wave, the steel bench Luo Yu had been sitting on sank into the floor, revealing a spiral staircase leading downward. Luo Yu stepped onto it first, Fang Xiao close behind. As they descended, Luo Yu muttered under his breath, no telling how many millennia I've slept. I wonder if the lands beneath the Rune-Forged Zone have changed. The Rune-Forged Zone? Fang Xiao's heart skipped. That was exactly where the Rune-Forged Iron Guard were stationed. So the Iron City really was connected to it. In fact, it had to be straight below. The staircase was long. They walked for more than 2 minutes before reaching a broad, level corridor. Dazzling white light ahead forced Fang Xiao to squint. They passed through the hallway and emerged into a vast chamber. A massive wall of thick, transparent glass stood before them. Beyond it, a pillar of brilliance shot skyward from the depths of an unfathomable pit. The energy spilling from that beam made Fang Xiao's soul tremble. Whatever stood at its center existed on a plane far above his own. Within the light, he could just make out the silhouette of a gigantic humanoid figure. Looks like a Gundam, Fang Xiao thought. If it was an enormous steel guardian, what else could it be? Luo Yu jutted his chin toward the pillar. Know who that is? Who? Fang Xiao played along. From Luo Yu's tone, there clearly was something inside. Take a guess. Only kids like guessing games, Fang Xiao replied automatically. Ugh, boring. Luo Yu shot him a displeased look. People like you definitely don't have girlfriends. Seeing Fang Xiao remain unmoved, Luo Yu finally lowered his voice, a hint of pride and mystery creeping in. That's a god straight from the celestial realm. A god. Fang Xiao jerked around, once more fixating on the pillar of light that had plunged from the sky. It was a spear piercing heaven and earth, the pressure it radiated utterly dwarfing him far beyond a single tier of power. Yet Luo Yu had spoken of it offhandedly as a god, a label Fang Xiao could hardly accept. A god. That title stood above emperors, appearing only in ancient legend. Yet now one was manifest before his eyes. Fang Xiao himself was merely a king. He had only just seen a sovereign end that had been a corpse. He had not encountered a true emperor, and already something even more frightening had appeared. The gap made his scalp tingle. Don't be so surprised, and don't revere it, Luo Yu said, clearly pleased with Fang Xiao's shock. He patted him on the shoulder like an elder. A so-called god is just someone who got there first, pushing mastery of a particular law to 100%. They were ordinary beings once. Master a law completely, and you become a god. Fang Xiao asked again. Luo Yu nodded, then added, but our boss says that 100% is only the foundation. If hitting that number were enough to ascend, had have become a god long ago. That boss was the Steel Emperor, a legend who had already perfected a law. Feng Xiu stored the information away. He still had no concrete sense of what complete mastery meant, but anyone who achieved it had to stand at the pinnacle of the emperor rank. By the way, Feng Xiu pressed, you said this is a celestial god. Why is it trapped here? Long story. Make it short. Easy. Luo Yu shrugged. Our boss used himself as bait, drew it down from the upper realm, and sealed it right here. Whenever Luo Yu mentioned the Steel Emperor, pride filled his voice. To lure a god, the emperor must possess something even divinity coveted. To subdue one, he needed power that broke the limits of rank. Feng Xiu's curiosity about the Steel Emperor burned even brighter. Luo Yu pushed open a door and led Feng Xiu along a corridor to a vast circular platform. There was no railing at its edge. Looking over, Feng Xiu saw countless rune puppets arrayed below steel guardians and rune-forged war kings stretched beyond sight. Unlike the low-tier puppets outside the city, every guardian and war king here was at least level 90, their king and sovereign class auras swirling into a storm of steel. If this legion marched out of Steel City, it could sweep through the entire human alliance, so long as no Emperor-class force intervened. These are just practice toys for our boss, Luo Yu said, glancing around before nodding toward the far wall. The real monsters are over there. Feng Xiu followed his gaze and saw a rune puppet as tall as a 10-story building. Encased in jet black armor, it sat on a throne embedded in the wall, hands on the armrests, staring down like a true monarch. Prime Steel Imperial Puppet, LV, 100 and even 100. It was the first time Feng Xiu had ever seen a life form at that level, and his heart skipped a beat. The Imperial Puppet is our boss' proudest creation, Luo Yu said, unable to hide his pride. Each one can fight on par with an ordinary emperor. And this hall held 11 more of them. They lined the cavern walls in an unbroken ring, silent sentinels that seemed to seal the chamber shut. The rubies that served as their eyes were dim now, yet every stone was fixed on the column of light in the center, more precisely, on the god imprisoned within it. 12 imperial golems stood like palace guards, and reniched puppets filled the floor. Feng Xiu looked around and felt as if had stumbled into a living version of Qin Shi Huang's terracotta army. Apparently, he and the first emperor shared a serious passion for figurines. This is where we'll start. Luo Yu jumped onto the circular platform, his bone-plated boots clicking against the rune-inscribed metal. This is our Iron Legion commander's training arena. The surrounding runes provide enough protection for Emperor-class combat. Feng Xiu nodded. Azure light traced the lines beneath his feet. Then I won't hold back. Before the words faded, his domain erupted, engulfing the entire platform in a heartbeat. Air compressed under invisible pressure. Even the dust hung motionless. Luo Yu's skull showed no expression, yet the soul fire in his socket shot up. A divine domain. How can you wield power reserved for gods? Feng Xiu paused, hand frozen mid-strike. Luo Yu closed his eyes, sensed carefully, then waved it off. No, it's not a true god domain. The aura's too weak, just similar. Go on. Careful. This is my strongest move, Feng Xiu warned. Bring it. Luo Yu stayed relaxed. A 4th tier, level 50 king's strongest move? He was a level 90 emperor. If Feng Xiu were level 100, maybe he'd worry, but 50? One hand would do. He pictured a stylish counterattack and the awe in Feng Xiu's eyes. His soul fire flickered with anticipation. Seeing that confidence, Feng Xiu cleared his mind and unleashed the laws. World's End-Dragon Roar. Destructive power detonated at the platform's center. Ordinary ground would have crumbled to sand and blown away, yet the rune-laced metal didn't budge, only faint golden sigils flowing across it. Luo Yu stroked his chin. Law of ruin, dragon law, sword law, and slaughter law? Not bad, kid. You've collected a few. Then, roar. A single dragon cry shook the cavern. Black gold energy formed a massive dragon head that lunged as if to swallow Luo Yu in the very air. Its breath howled with blade-laden wind, twisting his body and pelting him with a storm of sword light. Unlike the version used on the 12 Kings, this world's End-Dragon Roar now held the sword and slaughter laws as well, doubling its force. The once subtle blade aura hidden in the wind had hardened into dense sword intent, eager to carve Luo Yu into 1,000 pieces. Terrifying laws intertwined. The rubies in Luo Yu's metal skull bulged as if they'd pop free. No lungs were needed, yet his jaws clacked uncontrollably. Luo Yu, holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. The dragon's roaring maw snapped shut in midair, and a deafening blast followed. Black smoke billowed upward, shrouding the entire platform in an instant. Feng Xiu raised a hand, slicing the smokescreen apart with blades of wind. Luo Yu's silhouette reappeared. It hung above a spell formation woven from dense runic lines. The once polished white bones were now dust-streaked, the scattered sparks around him lending a rather battered look. How's the power? Feng Xiu asked casually, like a chef checking a diner's opinion. Not bad, I suppose, but it didn't put a scratch on me. Luo Yu shot back, wings of bone fluttering as he drifted down. Is the gap between emperors and kings really that wide? Feng Xiu muttered, rubbing his chin. Clearly, he had underestimated an emperor. His plan to deal with the setting sun flame sovereign would have to wait. Luo Yu cleared his throat and tapped his chest with a bony finger. Don't lump this legion commander in with ordinary emperors. Your attack failed to hurt me, true, but it's more than enough to kill a run-off-the-mill emperor. That brightened Fang Xiu's mood. At least his domain technique could threaten, even execute, an emperor. Now he just had to figure out how to hold one in place long enough to land the blow. My fifth skill right. You promised me the Iron Emperor's legacy, he said, getting back to business. I did. Luo Yu's expression grew complicated. By rights, since you awakened my palace and passed its trial, you should inherit my personal legacy. But your talent crowning yourself king at the fourth advancement is something I've never seen. Even our leader would feel humbled. My legacy is unworthy of you, so I've decided you should inherit our leaders instead. Fang Xiu had guessed as much, yet another question lingered. Why leave these legacies at all? Why else? We're earthborn races. Luo Yu sighed, then laid the secret bare. The gods sealed the passage between the mortal world and the heavens. They want humanity forever barred from divinity. To break that seal and reopen the way, our leader meant to unite every race that walks the land and challenge the gods. The captive deity you saw is the linchpin of that research, finding the gods' weaknesses. Fang Xiu believed him without hesitation. The extinction of the dragon-tending clan and other nameless races proved there were lofty beings blocking all who sought stronger skies, beings known as gods. Perhaps it's early for you to hear this. Only an emperor can truly feel the shackles from the heavens, Luo Yu said, shaking his head. I believe you, and am willing to accept the Iron Emperor's legacy, Fang Xiu replied solemnly. With his gifts, a fifth advancement to emperor and a sixth to sovereign were well within reach. Aligning with the Iron Emperor early could only help. Luo Yu spread his skeletal wings and beckoned. Follow me. Luo Yu turned and led the way. The two of them headed for the vast central cavern where the deity supposedly dwelt. Far inside, the light was dim. A cold wind carrying the metallic tang of rust slipped through cracks in the distant stone walls, brushed the hems of their clothes, and sent a low, mournful whistle through the dark. They walked in silence until Fang Xiu suddenly voiced the question that had been nagging at him. From what you just said, the Iron Emperor isn't dead. He remembered Luo Yu's earlier remark that the Iron Emperor still sought godhood. If that was true, the man had to be alive, certainly not a mere afterimage like Luo Yu. Luo Yu gave a soft snort that echoed off the empty walls. Of course he's alive. Our boss is a ancient millennium genius. A few thousand years are nothing more than an itch to him. Then where is he now? Fang Xiu pressed. That I have no idea, Luo Yu admitted, shaking his head. He ordered us to guard this deity, leave behind a legacy, and train more warriors. After giving those instructions, he departed alone without telling us where he was going. All he said was to wait for the day we would storm the celestial realm. While they spoke, the two men reached a column of light at the cavern's center. The incandescent beam poured like a waterfall, illuminating countless runes carved into the surrounding rock. At its heart sat a throne bearing a black, steel-forged statue, clad in an ornate dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem. The handsome, imposing figure was unmistakably the Iron Emperor. Go on, Luo Yu said, pointing to the statue. Stand beneath our boss. If he approves, he'll grant you his legacy. Fang Xiu nodded and stepped forward, but the moment he entered the statue's 10-meter radius, 7 faint shadows materialized and barred his path. Luo Yu, one of them barked. Why aren't you in your own legacy hall? Why do you drag someone here? Not just anyone can receive the boss inheritance. This youngster's good-looking, sure, but does he really have what it takes? Shut your damn mouths. Luo Yu snapped. Feel his power first, then talk to me. The 7 shadows exchanged looks, then extended their senses. A moment later, the cavern filled with sharp intakes of breath. What the where'd this monster come from? 4th tier, already crowned king? No way. Someone with even greater talent than the boss. Even the 9-nether prodigy the boss praised never hit king rank at tier 4. Kid, be honest, how many mythic grade gifts do you have? With his nose in the air, Luo Yu struck a proud pose. Anyone else got a problem now? The shadows went silent, then burst into noisy chatter. Luo Yu, you finally did something right. I'll admit, Itty, you've always had the best dumb luck of us all. Quiet. Luo Yu barked, hands on his hips. You're just jealous. Then he looked at Fang Xiu. Go ahead. Accept the boss inheritance. The shadows offered no further resistance. Fang Xiu strode forward and stopped beneath the Iron Emperor's statue. Cold, metallic reflections filled his vision as he tilted his head back and met the unyielding eyes carved in steel. Buzz. A blinding silver streak burst from the statue's chest like a river in flood, streaming straight into Fang Xiu's body. At the same time, a pale blue prompt flickered before his eyes. Do you wish to accept the Iron Emperor's legacy 5-star mythic skill Demonic Forge? Although he had planned to settle for a 5-star legendary skill book, Fang Xiu never expected the Iron Emperor's legacy to be a 5-star mythic skill. The name labeled it as a life-type forging ability, but anything that reached mythic rank had to conceal extraordinary power. Fang Xiu reached into the silvery glow without hesitation and accepted it. A stream of silver light poured into his body, his skin gleaming like molten steel as he stood like an iron sentinel. When the radiance faded a few seconds later, a new entry appeared on his skill panel: Demonic Forge Mastery. He opened it at once. Demonic Forge Mastery, 5-star mythic skill, LV 60500. Effect: activates the demonic furnace, allowing the user to forge weapons and armor regardless of the material's quality or level, with the finished item automatically set to the highest grade of any material used. So it was indeed a forging skill, but the clauses ignore material quality and level, and finished item equals the best grade of the materials were outrageous. Fang Xiu knew that a forger's worth was normally judged by the tier and quality of the gear they could produce. A 4th-tier smith capable of crafting flawless 5th-tier gear is already hailed as a master. Someone who can produce epic equipment is revered as a divine artificer. Beyond epic lie legendary and mythic tiers, yet no one has ever forged a mythic item. A conventional smith can, at best, create a legendary piece equal to their own tier. For example, a 4th-tier artisan can never touch 5th-tier legendary quality. With Demonic Forge Mastery, however, Fang Xiu only needed 10th-tier mythic-grade materials to churn out 10th-tier mythic equipment on the spot. In other words, he had gone from a complete novice to the theoretically strongest smith on the continent in a single leap. Was this the true terror of an innate mythic skill? Fang Xiu felt its power already surpassed mythic. Brushing the threshold of the Morningstar rank reserved for newly crowned King Snow, it was closer to the Blazing Sun rank that only Imperial-level legends could reach. And this was merely the starting point. Demonic Forge Mastery could still evolve with every future class advancement. What skill did you pull from the boss legacy? Luo Yu asked, tapping his shoulder when he saw Fang Xiu spacing out. The Iron Emperor had left behind an absurd number of inheritances in every star tier, never restricted by the recipient's level. The other 7 shadowy figures crowded around as well, their eyes burning with curiosity. A 5-star mythic skill called Demonic Forge Mastery, Fang Xiu answered truthfully. The air went dead silent. Luo Yu and the 7 shadows froze as if struck mute. Is it not a good skill? Fang Xiu asked, bewildered. It's good, so good it's unbelievable. Luo Yu drew a long breath, his eyes a tangle of emotions. That was the boss signature skill. Fang Xiu was just as stunned. Core class skills are things like the Calamity Dragon wielded by the Dragon Lord of Disaster, the Path of the Slaughterblade mastered by the Spirit-Slaying Sword Sect, the Dragon Transmutation Staff of the Dragon Scholar, and the Annihilation Wheel of the Tempest Eradicator. Such abilities are considered the very soul of a profession, and now the Iron Emperor has handed his own demonic forging art to Fang Xiu on act that gives away his most precious power. Isn't the boss demonic forging art ranked Solar Radiance? How did it turn into a 5-star mythic? Could a mere 5-star mythic pack the boss kind of punch? TSK, that's real generosity, gotta love it. The 7 shadowy figures huddled together, whispering. Can you tell us what it actually does? Luo Yu asked, looking up. Fang Xiu openly projected the entire skill interface. He would be changing classes again anyway, and the abilities form would evolve in time. The 7 shades and Luo Yu quickly reached a verdict. Fang Xiu had received only a stripped-down base version that retained the core forging function, without any of the extra effects the Iron Emperor had distilled from other skills. The boss wants you to carve your own path, Luo Yu said after a pause, and the shades nodded in agreement. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. A 5-star mythic was still far from Solar Radiance, but he was already standing on a giant's shoulders. Future class changes would let him stack new bonuses onto the demonic forging art, and once it hit Solar Radiance, it wouldn't lose to the Iron Emperor's original. He glanced around and changed the subject. So anything else? If not, it'll be on my way. With the skill he had dreamed of finally in hand, he was itching to test it. The demonic forging art was a crafting ability, and the only way to raise its mastery was by making gear. As long as he had materials, the levels would skyrocket. Materials were the last thing he lacked. Backed by Lin Jinan, the deep-pocketed CEO of Lingji Corporation, and with the Aurora Society and the military in his corner, pushing for his 4th rebirth was just around the corner. Luo Yu and the shades noticed his impatience. Tiger, how much stock do we still have in the warehouse? Luo Yu suddenly asked. The shade called Tiger shrugged. Plenty. The boss only took the legendary grade stuff when he left. Then open the warehouse, Luo Yu ordered, then turned to Fang Xiu. Mastery comes from crafting. Grab some supplies before you go. Thanks a ton, Fang Xiu said, grateful. Who would turn down free materials? It saved him the trouble of having Lin Jinan mobilize her own stock, and meant he could start leveling immediately. The shadow called Tiger led Fang Xiu to the warehouse of Steel City. Along the way, Fang Xiu surmised that this was probably one of the 8 palaces guarding the central royal cour that had clearly ascended from a lower level before being brought here. Luo Yu did not accompany them. The palace guardian's duty was done, and he had to return to his post and await the next lucky challenger who held a treasure map. Long ago, the 8 Legion commanders of the Iron Legion each released a treasure map, guarding them with rune puppets and scattering them throughout Steel City. Whenever a trial began, a map would vanish, only to reappear later and repeat the cycle. Thousands of years had passed since the Iron Emperor left the city. Hundreds of prodigies had opened palaces and cleared trials, yet only 3 had been deemed worthy of inheriting the Emperor's legacy, and Feng Xiu alone had obtained the Emperor's core skill inheritance. Here we are, Steel City's warehouse. Tiger pushed open the rear door of the palace, revealing a space the size of a football field. Every wall was cast in silvery gray metal, and the floor was etched with dense energy rune storage arrays. Countless materials were sorted with military precision. 1. Ores and gemstones in every shade, taking up nearly half the floor. 2. Claws, fur, and scales from various creatures, still gleaming as if freshly harvested. 3. Exotic flowers and herbs, vibrant and seemingly just picked. Feng Xiu casually lifted a blue-white chunk of raw or perfect grade. Then he picked up a crimson crystal shardepic grade. Plants that should have long since wilted remained lush, proof of the warehouse's timestasis field. This is Warehouse 3, Tiger declared. Use whatever you like. If you exhaust it, it'll open the next one. Thanks, Feng Xiu said, then asked, if I'm not forging right away, can I just take everything with me? I need proper blueprints and molds. I can't craft decent gear out of thin air. Tiger flicked his tail and laughed, low and hearty. Steel City opens for only 7 days at a time. In those 7 days, you can burn through every resource in here. When you leave, they'll send you off with enough to fill 3 more warehouses. 3 warehouses. All this size. Feng Xiu almost dropped the crystal in shock. Of course, Tiger said, chin tilted as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. How rich is this city exactly? That's the Emperor's legacy. Feng Xiu surveyed the scene, a football field-sized warehouse packed with perfect and epic-grade materials. 7 days to squander it all, plus 3 times the haul to take home. It was like feasting at a Manhan banquet and still taking the leftovers. Lingji Corporation? Child's play. From now on, Lin Jinan was nothing but a pauper next to him. I don't have any schematics for forging gear or weapons. No problem. They'll give you copies of every blueprint in Iron City weapons, armor, accessories, puppets, treasures, everything. The Tiger's casual wave, nothing more than a flick of the wrist, struck Feng Xiu like a mountain rearing out of the earth, its momentum impossible to refuse. Then I won't be shy about it. Feng Xiu rubbed his fists against his palms, eyes gleaming with impatience. No need for courtesy. The Tiger's hearty laugh rang through the hall. For a future emperor, this is nothing at all. His tone was so certain it felt as though he could already see Feng Xiu standing at the very peak. To a colossus like Iron City, the cost was no more than a ladle of water scooped from a river, yet the potential return was limitless. Barely 15 minutes later, the Tiger personally delivered a chest packed with crystal chips that glinted like ice, the data carriers for every design Iron City possessed. From first-tier common blades to 10th-tier mythic weapons, the entire catalog lay inside. A mythic weapon of the 10th tier demands equally mythic materials, the kind so rare that even an emperor might spend a lifetime without completing a full set. The cache also included detailed plans for countless rune puppets, but Feng Xiu had no way to build them yet. The ideal method fused the rune pattern directly into one's own skills, and he had none of the required abilities. Unless he asked Luo Yu or the Tiger for a rune-type skill book, those diagrams would stay reference only. After a quick scan, he pulled out the blueprint titled 5th Tier Epic Windshadow Longsword to test his newly acquired skill, Demonic Godsmithing. Blueprint confirmed, he headed for the storeroom to hunt for materials. Unlike modern human smiths who measure ingredients to the gram, Iron City's drawings read more like flexible formulas. They listed only the required properties, never insisting on a specific or, and even mass and volume could be adjusted to match the final shape and size. Overnight, his options multiplied beyond counting. In under 3 minutes, Feng Xiu had gathered the essentials. 1. A shard of Galecrag rock, veined and sharp, brimming with fierce wind energy. 2. 7 golden feathers from a swift-winged falcon, light yet tough, perfect for channeling air currents. 3. A bar of thorned Huang gold alloy, pale golden with faint veins, prized for both ductility and lethality. Demonic Godsmithing. He barked, calling on the new skill for the very first time. At his shout, a furnace the height of a 3-story building flickered into being. What began as a hazy mirage solidified in a blink, glowing red-hot, waves of heat streaming from walls that looked baked for a millennium. 2 colossal palms were etched into the shell, as if some unseen giant were cradling the entire forge, mist curling around it in a shroud of mystery. Feng Xiu glanced around. There was nothing grotesque or demonic about it. In fact, the design was almost cute in its simplicity. He had no attachment to appearances, so he merely shrugged and tossed all the main materials and auxiliaries straight into the hearth. Compared with the endless hammering, quenching, and edge-sharpening of traditional smithing, demonic godsmithing was almost laughably brutal. Dump everything into the furnace, then hit begin forging on the panel. Staring at that lone button, Fang Xiu had a strange thought. Wasn't this basically the same as throwing rice, water, and toppings into a rice cooker and pushing cook? So, perhaps a swordsman who can't operate a rice cooker will never make a decent smith. Spend 1,000 mana to start forging? Without hesitation, Fang Xiu tapped yes. 1,000 mana drained away in an instant, and his sight seemed to pierce the furnace's thick walls. It felt like X-ray vision. Everything inside was laid bare. There were no flames, yet the heat was fierce enough to warp the air. The materials he had just thrown in melted within a single breath, turning into liquid energy. Each alloy glowed with its own hue, or from Gale Peak Mountain mingled with swiftwind feathers to form a clear azure light, while crimson aurum flowed like molten gold. To his surprise, the energy answered his every command. The liquid spiraled and condensed under the guidance of his mind, like clay molded by pure will. Following the blueprint, Fang Xiu layered the energies, shaping a sword blade, spine, and guard formed with meticulous precision. 2 minutes later, the furnace powered down. Notice, forging complete. The lid swung open, and a 3-foot sword burst into the air. Its body shone emerald, etched with 7 feather markings. A thin current of wind curled around its razor edge, gathering at a golden hilt. Notice, epic grade weapon forged unnamed. Demon God Forging Mastery 500. Skill level increased. Current level, 701,000. Yes, that's a hefty chunk of mastery. Catching the sword, Fang Xiu opened his status panel. Name, unnamed. Quality, epic. Stats, ATK 400, agility 60, strength 30, attack speed 120. Passive skill Razor Wind Feathers. 1. Basic attacks deal bonus wind damage equal to agility 1. 2. 3 chance to inflict bleed, causing DOT and 10 damage taken by the target. Tier, 5th advancement. Durability, 10001000. Description, forged with Gale Peak or as its core, and sealed with both wind and metal essence. Each swing unleashes lethal sword gales, earning it the title of a peerless weapon. Nice stats, Fang Xiu nodded, satisfied. It couldn't yet rival the unrefined legendary weapon Bloodshadow of Frost and Wind, but among swords of the same tier and quality, this one was leagues ahead. High attack, frightening speed, dual bonuses to agility and strength, plus a damage-boosting passive. Any 5th-tier swordsman would drool over it. Demon God Forging really is terrifying. He named the weapon Qingyu Sword, as no one had ever crafted a blade with this combination of materials and technique. The first smith always claimed the naming rights. With a casual twist of his wrist, Fang Xiu stored the Qingyu Sword in his profession space. As the first piece forged with Demon God Forging, it would stay as a keepsake for now, at least. Materials, after all, cost him nothing. The first forging session was clumsy and almost absurd, yet the outcome was surprisingly good. When the Demon God Furnace finished its cycle, the system awarded skill proficiency 500, bumping Fang Xiu's demonic blacksmithing up by 1 level. Fang Xiu quickly realized that such a big gain was probably tied to the rank and quality of the Azure Plume sword. Most smiths would be called masters for producing a 5-rotation epic weapon, yet for him it was worth only a single level. Clearly, earning more proficiency in the future would become exponentially harder. After a brief field test of demonic blacksmithing, he poured all his attention into the 7-day infinite materials window that remained. The plan was simple. No new recipes, just forge the Azure Plume sword again and again. The 3 leftover materials were still piled beside the furnace, ready to go. He tossed the 3 materials into the Demon God Furnace, and the flames roared. A few minutes later, 2 system prompts appeared in rapid succession. Successfully forged epic weapon Azure Plume sword. Demonic blacksmithing proficiency 500. Successfully forged epic weapon Azure Plume sword. Demonic blacksmithing proficiency 500. Demonic blacksmithing level up. Current level, 802,000. The skill description on the panel remained unchanged, but Fang Xiu could feel his control over the Demon God Furnace growing more intuitive, while mana costs fell in tandem. At Furnace LV 6, forging 1 Azure Plume sword consumed 1,000 mana. Each additional level shaved off 50. For most 4th rotation smiths, this would reshape their combat style, yet for Fang Xiu, already a crowned king, it was merely a luxury. Time slipped by as he lost himself in the repetitive but efficient cycle. Within a few hours, demonic blacksmithing had reached LV 15 with ease. Change class on the spot. Commencing class change. The system interface flared to life. Please choose a core skill for the class change. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu locked in the 5-star mythic skill demonic blacksmithing LV 15 max as his core. Generating profession. Please choose from the following. 1. Holy Smith 7-star unique, defensive. Remove the demonic essence from the Demon God Furnace, converting it into a sacred furnace. All items forged thereafter gain a measure of divinity. Divinity slightly reduces base stats but enhances attached skill effects and grants extra damage to demons. 2. Fiend Smith 7-star unique, defensive. Strip the furnace of its divinity, converting it into a fiendish furnace. All items forged thereafter gain demonic essence. Demonic essence grants higher base stats and bonus damage to gods, but introduces negative side effects. 3. Demon Godsmith 7-star unique, defensive. Retain and balance both divinity and demonic essence within the furnace, letting their powers coexist in delicate equilibrium and occasionally produce unexpected surprises. Feng Xiu examined the 3 classes with painstaking care. Streams of stats and descriptions scrolled across the light screen, and he compared every entry 3 times to confirm that each one was a standard defensive class, exactly as he had planned. Defensive classes grant extra stamina growth stars, and with this final piece, he would complete his set of growth classes for all 4 primary attributes and follow his predetermined promotion route. Because he could choose only one, the real watershed lay in the class's essence. Holy Forge Master aligned with the divine race. Fiend Forge Master aligned with the demonic race. Demon God Forge Master meant for those with grander ambitions. He wanted both divinity and demonhood. Feng Xiu disliked both gods and demons these days, so he hit the confirm button for Demon God Forge Master without a moment's hesitation. Changing class. Class change successful. Current class, unique Demon God Forge Master. Original class skill Demon God Smithing has evolved into Demon God Furnace. Class core acquired, Demon God Smelter. Demon God Smelter core passive. 1. Damage dealt to divine and demonic races 20. 2. Damage taken from divine and demonic races 20. 3. Grants the skill, Slag Demon. Demon God Furnace 7-star mythic skill LV60700. After activation, the furnace can forge equipment regardless of material quality or level. The finished item's grade equals the highest grade among the materials. 5 chance to add divinity to the equipment. 5 chance to add demonhood to the equipment. Slag Demon 7-star mythic skill LV6 max. Condenses slag poured from the Demon God Furnace into a demon ally. Costs 500 mana, lasts 30 minutes, cooldown 15 minutes. Summon stats, Strength 250, Agility 250, Vitality 250, Spirit 250. Innate abilities. Slag Body. Stats rise in tandem with the amount of slag in the furnace. Demon God's Remnant. When taking lethal damage, retains 1 HP. The torrent of class data surged through his body like liquid fire. Feng Xiu stretched instinctively, feeling his stamina climb in real time. He opened his status panel at once. Demon God Forge Master growth stars. Strength 1 star. Agility 1 star. Spirit 1 star. Vitality 4 stars. Previously, his vitality growth sat at only 2 stars courtesy of the balanced class Dragon Scholar, but now it jumped to 4, the equivalent of an extra 100 vitality points, or a full 10,000 HP. In total, his stamina growth had climbed to an impressive 8 stars. He refocused on the class core and its true nature, Demon God Smelter. At first, he had assumed the class merely blended divinity and demonhood. Only now did he realize that having both meant melting them together and devouring them, treating gods and demons alike as fuel for his furnace. The sheer audacity thrilled him. The skill's mechanics had changed little, merely adding 25% procs. The odds sounded low, but a thought struck him. If the furnace could add divinity or demonhood separately, could there be a hidden result that added both at once? He intended to find out soon. Apart from its core class skills, the Demon Forger offers only one additional ability, a summoning spell called Slag Demon. The description hints that this Slag Demon is a melee tank that grows over time, so Feng Xiu is quietly excited about it. Becoming a Demon Forger is just a new starting point. His real goal is to max out the Demon Furnace skill. Once that happens, he can trigger a second advancement instantly, just as he did at the Dragon Tending Ruins. He has already chosen the extra skill for that stage, the max-level version of Calamity Dragon, the core skill of the Calamity Dragonlord class. The third advancement is mapped out as well. Killing Sword Dao, the core skill of the Spirit-slaying Sword Sect. That promotion, however, can't be done in Iron City. He'll have to travel to the Sword Soul Tomb, gather enough sword memory orbs, and cap Killing Sword Dao there. With the blueprint settled, he fires up the Demon Furnace again and tries to forge a 5th-tier epic weapon, the Azure Feather Sword. System message, epic weapon Azure Feather Sword forged successfully. Demon Furnace proficiency 50. 50 points, only a tenth of what he used to earn. Feng Xiu feels a chill. Not only has proficiency gain been slashed, the amount required for each upgrade keeps climbing. The slowdown is far worse than a simple tenfold drop. There is still a way forward. If a 5th-tier epic yields so little proficiency, he just needs to craft something higher tier. Yet inside the Vault Tiger opened, 5th-tier materials are piled sky-high, while the rarer stuff is scattered and scarce. To keep grinding proficiency quickly, Feng Xiu has to find out whether Tiger owns another cache filled with top-grade materials. With that in mind, he strides toward the vault doors. He steps through the spatial gate and into the vast main hall, where a fierce battle is underway. Someone else has clearly used a treasure map to unlock the Steel Palace and is now facing the trial. Unlike Luo Yu, who relied on rune golems, Legion Commander Tiger prefers to test challengers personally. standing 3 meters tall in his tiger-born half-beast form. Tiger is a wall of muscle wreathed in pale blue flames. Each sweep of his arm sends a blast of heat rolling across the hall. He attacks with obvious relish, while his two opponents, also young tiger folk, one black-furred and one white-furred, coordinate smoothly, keeping the fight temporarily at a stalemate. Why are you out already? Tiger snaps his tail to knock the pair back and calls to Fang Xiu. My proficiency gain has stalled. Is there another vault with higher-grade materials? Fang Xiu asks bluntly. There is. He'll open it for you. Tiger starts to add, finish them off first, but instead lifts a Handan enormous claw of pale blue fire, rips through the air, and plucks the two young tigers up like chicks. He then turns and leads Fang Xiu toward a different storage space, stocked with superior materials. Dangling in midair, the captured tiger folk are utterly bewildered. A moment ago they could spar with the commander. Now a human shows up and they're pinned with one hand. Had the whole fight been just a warm-up? And wasn't this trial supposed to start only when someone unlocked it with a treasure map? How is there already a human inside? Their young tiger heads spin with oversized questions. Do you want those two young tigers as your followers? The spectral tiger asked after opening the treasury for Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu could more or less guess its intention. This tiger, now a wraith, had probably been a half-beast of the tiger clan in life, and hoped he would take the two tiger cubs under his wing. Fang Xiu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. They can't really help me. He didn't know their class ranking, but they certainly hadn't reached king tier. Even if they were tier 4, 10-star, they were of no use to someone who was already tier 4, king rank himself. Got it, the tiger said with a nod. It didn't press the issue and turned back to play with the still confused cubs. Fang Xiu stepped into a new material vault and immediately checked the quality of the stock. Everything was 2 full grades higher than last time. Most were tier 7, with a few tier 8 pieces and even some rare tier 9 materials. The worst quality was perfect, the best epic. Let's test the waters with tier 7 epic resources first, he muttered. From Iron City's design archive, he selected a sword blueprint, not a long sword this time, but a great sword, a good chance to try something different. After choosing the plan and materials, he followed the same steps he had used for the 5-star epic Azure Feather Sword, fed everything into the Demon God Forge, and began smithing. The high-grade materials melted into a silvery liquid almost instantly, the process no slower despite the leap in tier just as the forge's description promised. It ignored both quality and level. That reminded Fang Xiu of the 2 mythic-grade blazing Emperor Dragon skeletons in the Dragon Pasture ruins. He stroked his chin. Maybe it was time to attempt a genuine mythic weapon. The thought had barely formed when his mental power shaped the molten metal into the outline of a great sword, and the forging was done. In that instant, a deep violet-black beam shot up from the forge's base and poured into the blade, followed by a pillar of platinum light from above that merged with it. System messages flashed wildly. Notification: forging successful. Notification: weapon granted demonic nature. Notification: weapon granted divine nature. Notification: demonic and divine natures have fused into dual nature of the demon god, negating any weakening effects. Notification: epic grade weapon forged unnamed. Demon God Forge proficiency 2000. Demon God Forge skill leveled up. Current level 713501400. Nice, both divine and demonic traits at once. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, amused by his luck. He had planned to mass-produce items to test the odds, but the jackpot came on only the second try. Sticking with the blueprint's title, he christened the greatsword Jitianqi and began to study its stats in detail. Sky-severing ruler. Quality: epic. Stats: attack 1080, defense 500, strength 200, constitution 200. Active skill: Sky Sever. Raise the weapon to block 80 of frontal damage for 1 minute. Cooldown 1 day. Tier: 7th transformation. Durability: 5000. Description: this greatsword channels the power to split the heavens. Lacking a sharp tip, its flat edge resembles a ruler, hence the name. 2 antagonistic forces, like water and fire, coil along its engravings yet remain in perfect balance, endowing the sky-severing ruler with brutal might. Demonic divine duality. All attributes 30. When Sky Sever is activated, gain an additional 1000 points of physical and magical defense. Impressive, Fang Xiu exclaimed. He had handled plenty of 7th-tier epic weapons before, but even the obsidian heart-piercing halberd he once took from the Dread Martial King and later sold at the 10 Calamities auction house couldn't compare with the sky-severing ruler, and that's without counting its demonic divine boost. With the extra 30%, only 7th-tier legendary weapons could hope to rival it. If I can't find a better weapon when I hit the 7th transformation, he'll just use this sky-severing ruler, he mused, then shook his head. But by then he'll probably have moved on. More important to him than the weapon itself was the mountain of proficiency he gained from forging it 2,000 points. The thought made his whole body hum, as if the jump from 1st to 2nd tier would happen faster than learning his very first skills. He stowed the sky-severing ruler in his profession warehouse and hurried back to the workbench. The second forging still yielded 2,000 experience points, but the miracle of combined demonic and divine energy did not recur. With a 5% chance to add demonic traits and another 5% chance to add divine traits, the odds of both triggering at once were only 0.25, about 1 in 400. Fangxiu knew those drop rates all too well. Even so, each attempt added 2,000 proficiency to his Demon God Furnace skill. Long before the 400th try, the skill had already maxed out. Prompt Demon God Furnace has reached LV 15 max. New skill unlocked. Furnace Ward. Furnace Ward 7-star mythic skill, LV 6 max. Condense a shield worth 1/3 of your maximum health by channeling Demon God power. Costs 1,000 mana, lasts 30 minutes, cool down 1 minute. Recasting refreshes the shield instead of stacking. A shield, huh? Works for me, Fangxiu nodded. Forgers leaned toward defense anyway, so a barrier made sense. What surprised him was the absence of a skill at LV 10, but recalling the Dragonheart secret arts, he guessed high-grade skills came with their own quirks. With the skill maxed, his second advancement was ready. Advancement in progress. Please select a core skill for your new class. Core skill chosen. Demon God Furnace, 7-star mythic, LV 15 max. Please select a secondary skill. Available options. 1. Killing Sword Dao, Morningstar grade, LV 6. 2. Calamity Dragon, Morningstar grade, LV 7 max. 3. Ruination Dragon Wheel, 10-star mythic, LV 15 max. 4. Transforming Dragon Staff, 8-star legendary, LV 15 max. Secondary skill chosen. Calamity Dragon, Morningstar grade, LV 7 max. Generating class. Please choose from the following options. 1. Devourer of Gods and Demons, unique 10-star, power class. A demon-forged smith is reborn as Dragonkin by the infusion of mighty dragon blood. With the Calamity Dragon Lord's power and the Supreme Dragon Emperor's blessing, he draws the furnace's primal essence and becomes the sworn enemy of both gods and demons, wielding the terrifying ability to devour them alive. 2. Dragonsmith of the Demon Forge, unique 10-star, defense class. By defecting to the dragon race on a stroke of fate, the demon-forged smith channels draconic power into his furnace. From then on, every piece of gear he crafts can carry divine, demonic, and now draconic might, turning him into the dragon's most promising artisan. 3. Calamity Blacksmith, unique 10-star, power class. Prolonged exposure to divinity and depravity tears the demon-forged smith's mind in two, splitting him into a god-faced side and a demon-faced side. Corrupted further by the force of calamity, he becomes an embodiment of disaster, wielding his furnace as a warhammer and spreading ruin wherever he goes. Fangxiu studied the three options without rushing to choose. He propped his chin on one hand, letting his eyes drift across the glowing screen. He had already projected the ceiling of the Morningstar tier. By stacking the 8-star skill of the 12-star class Windblade Demon with the Morningstar skill of the Calamity Dragon Lord, he could barely graze that threshold. Even with its 7-star mythic skill, the demon-forged smith fell just short when paired with the same Morningstar ability. He had indulged in a faint hope. If the demon-forged smith could be crowned at the second advancement, then the third could leap straight to Emperor with Slaughter Sword Dao. Reality, however, refused to play along. Still, once the demon furnace hit its fourth advancement, he was sure he could reach the Imperial Realm in one step. The thought curled his lips into an involuntary smile. He had expected to need a fifth advancement. Gaining one whole tier ahead of schedule set his blood surging. Crimson Sun Flame Sovereign. Just you wait, he murmured, licking lips that had gone slightly dry with excitement. A chill glint flashed through his eyes and disappeared. Turning back to the three branches of the second advancement, he summed them up at once. Devourer of Gods and Demons, natural predator of divines and fiends, a species counterclass akin to a humanity eradicator. Dragonsmith of the Demon Forgian, all-purpose upgrade, now able to imbue gear with draconic, divine, and demonic power. Calamity Blacksmith, a split-minded lunatic who swings his furnace like a hammer and revels in ruin. Fangxiu eliminated the Calamity Blacksmith immediately. He had no wish to turn himself into a two-faced madman. That left the Devourer and the Dragonsmith. Both names sounded imposing enough for Morningstar or even Radiant Moon tier, yet they were still only 10-star classes mythic level branding at its finest. After weighing them, Fangxiu fixed his gaze on the Dragonsmith of the Demon Forge. He drew a deep breath and made his decision. In the end, Fangxiu chose the Dragonsmith of the Demon Forge. He widened his horizon. The Demon Furnace could target gods and demons, but that was never meant to be its whole story. Fangxiu still wanted the specialization for Demonic Forge to focus on the furnace itself. In his eyes, only the Demon Dragon Artificer branch handled defense, and his original plan was to fill a true tank slot, so the decision was instant. A burst of radiant light marked the change class change in progress success. The system panel refreshed at once. 1. Current class, Demon Dragon Artificer unique. 2. Demonic Forge upgraded to Divine Furnace. 3. Class core, Draconic Smelter. Draconic Smelter. Damage dealt to Celestials and Fiends 25. Damage taken from Celestials and Fiends 25. When wielding gear that grants Draconic power, that item's attributes 20. Attached skills. Divine Furnace Tinstar Mythic, LV601000. Activates the furnace, ignoring material quality and level while forging gear. The finished item always matches the highest grade among all materials used. 6 chance to add divinity, 6 chance to add demonic nature, 6 chance to add draconic power. Slag Demon Stat Boost. Furnace Ward Shield Boost. Dragonblood Crucible Tinstar Mythic, LV6 Max. Allows dragon blood to be infused into the furnace, granting finished gear a draconic aura. Cooldown, 30 days. Stat growth updated as well. Strength, Vitality, Spirit, Agility 2 extra stars and Vitality, mint a free 100 Vitality, roughly 10,000 more HP. The skill panel received minor buffs. Divine Furnace gained the Add Draconic Power option, and the proc rate for Divinity and Demonic Nature each went up by 1. Slag Demon's base stats rose from 250 to 350. Furnace Ward's shield now equals half of max HP instead of 1/3. A steady, across-the-board upgrade. The only drawback was Dragonblood Crucible's 30-day cooldown, so Fangxiu drew his main weapon, Chillwind Bloodshadow Might, as well. Start the timer now. All he needed was the Dragon Blood. He glanced at the Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord resting in his pet space. He had avoided bleeding the dragon before because it was still small. Now the creature was a full-grown WYRM, scales gleaming and wings fully formed. You're a big dragon now. A little blood won't hurt, right? Fangxiu asked with a gentle smile. The dragon caught his true intent, golden pupils full of grievance. So you fatten me up for slaughter? Of course not. Fangxiu patted its horn. I'll grill your favorite plasma fish afterward. Whatever blood you give, I'll replace. In his mind, he was already planning how to coax the beast into donating every month. Once a month you want my blood? The Thunder Calamity Dragon bristled, wings snapping open. Regular donations are good for your health, Fangxiu replied smoothly. The dragon still looked unconvinced, but unable to resist its master's promised benefits. It finally submitted and let the blood be drawn. The Dragonblood Crucible filled the demonic crucible with the blood of Lei Jialongjun, then immersed Frostwind Bloodshadow inside. Enhancement initiated. Tongues of crimson gold flame writhed as searing fire raced along the crucible walls, dragon blood and icy steel twisting together in the blaze. In barely 2 minutes, every drop of blood was consumed by Frostwind Bloodshadow. The blade's surface glittered with frost crystals, while the shadow of a gray eastern dragon coiled along the spine, ready to burst into the sky at any moment. Fangxiu grabbed the hilt at once and called up the stats panel. Frostwind Bloodshadow 11 quality, legendary. Attack 882. Agility 177. Spirit 177. Lifesteal on hit 10. Attack speed 100. Wind skill damage 50. Movement speed 30. Passive skill Frostwind Blood. Basic attacks release sword energy dealing blood, ice, and wind damage equal to total attributes 1. Tier, 4th advancement. Durability, 25202-520. Description: the spirit of Frostwind from the land of eternal ice fell to the blood demon path and burned its soul away in endless slaughter. After 1,000 years it condensed into an ice stone infused with blood, gales, and frost, and was finally forged into a sword by a master smith. One swing unleashes all 3 forces at once. Enchantment, lifesteal on hit 20. Dragonkin power, attacks may inflict fear. After enhancement, soulbound. A quick glance gave Fangxiu 2 conclusions. 1. Apart from the fear effect, Dragonkin power only adds 20 agility and 20 spirit, so the raw boost from the weapon alone isn't outrageous. 2. However, his new class core passive reads, while wielding equipment imbued with Dragonkin power, all stats on that gear are increased by 20. Therefore, the real numbers should be: attack 966, agility 192, spirit 192. The 20 bonus is based on the pre-enhancement value of 420, not the current 882. Even so, nearly 1,000 attack and almost 402 attributes rival the base stats of an ordinary 7th advancement epic weapon. Ridiculously strong. With this in hand, I can start preparing to forge a 5th advancement legendary set and push the Dragonblood Crucible to the next tier, Fangxiu decided. Sheathing Frostwind Bloodshadow, sitting cross-legged again, and continuing to forge 7th advancement gear. Notification after notification chimed. Epic weapon forged Sky-Severing Ruler. Demonic smithing proficiency 50. Demonic smithing skill leveled up, current level 650-1000. But efficiency plummeted not to 1/10, but to 1/40th of what it had been. Each level also raised the proficiency cap. Fangxiu frowned. I have to speed this up. The demonic crucible must be maxed before Steel City closes, or I won't be able to rush the 3rd advancement the moment I leave. Outside, the world was already drenched in blood. Inside Steel City, Roars and the clash of metal echoed without pause, blades and shadows weaving a hellish tapestry. Greed lay bare on every face, driving them to snatch the treasures scattered across the ground. There were only two ways to claim them. Personally defeat the trial's rune golems that guarded each prize or be killed trying. One option is to complete the trial on your own, while the other is to seize the reward from someone who has already succeeded. The first is mere competition, the second is sheer slaughter, and blood is bound to be spilled. For veterans who have set foot in the City of Steel, this scene is all too familiar. The start of every season brings the same carnage. On the roof of a crumbling high-rise, a broad-shouldered, boulder-sized Yeti rested a spiked club on its shoulder and looked down. The streets within several hundred meters lay exposed beneath its gaze. Black eyes glinted beneath thick, white fur, as though they could split the ground apart. Around the brute, dozens of leaner yet equally savage Yetis formed a loose phalanx, brandishing long swords, war hammers, and heavy bows. The sole outsider was a human immaculate in a white suit, gold-rimmed glasses framing a refined face. He Dongjun, an investment manager from Lingji Corporation. Had Feng Xiu been here, he would have recognized this man at a glance as the manager he and Lin Jinan had met at the hotel entrance. Now He Dongjun's eyes were keener than a hawk's, hungrier than the Yetis around him, as he scanned the ruins for a single figure. "Don't you try to trick us," the giant Yeti growled, swinging its club and spraying gravel across the roof. "Does that woman have the City of Steel treasure map or not? If she doesn't, we've wasted our time, and you'll pay for what our brothers could have earned." At that threat, every Yeti turned a murderous glare on him, ready to tear him limb from limb. The killing intent pressed in like an Arctic tide, chilling He Dongjun to the bone despite his layers of clothing. "She has it, I swear she does." He wiped sweat from his brow, adjusted his glasses, and searched the rubble even more urgently for his boss, Lin Jinan. Ever since losing the City of Steel map, He Dongjun had tried every trick to retrieve it from Zhang Fuguei, but all in vain. Recently, he heard that Lin Jinan had held a private meeting with Zhang Fuguei, apparently about the City of Steel. Yesterday, he had even spotted Lin Jinan rushing through Iron Gate Town. All signs pointed to one conclusion. The half-map that had once been his was now in her hands. Zhang Fuguei, already a Tier 5 professional, could no longer enter the City of Steel. If he had the map, the most logical move would be to trade it to Lin Jinan for a handsome reward. The facts fit. The man had started advancing rapidly after their meeting. All evidence convinced He Dongjun he was right. So he called in favors and contacted the notorious Snow Monster Valley clan near Iron Gate Town, agreeing to join forces to seize the map. They were a step too late to intercept Lin Jinan before the city opened, so now they could only wait outside. In 7 days, she would have to emerge. By then the map would be spent, but He Dongjun could still force her to hand over whatever profits she had won inside. That thought made him glance at the savage Yetis beside him, and a chill ran through his chest. He was already knocked to the bowstring. There was no turning back. Busy days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Over 7 days, Feng Xiu used mountains of materials to raise the demonic crucible's proficiency to the maximum level. Just like the original Infernal Furnace, the new skill unveils a secondary ability only at level 15. Slag Armor, 10-star mythic skill, level 6 max. When activated, the Furnace Demon becomes a suit of armor, granting 10 of its total attributes and converting 100 of its health into a shield for 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 hour. Feng Xiu had assumed the Furnace Demon was merely a walking shield. He never expected it to double as armor. For now, the Slag Demon is not a sovereign creature. Its constitution to health ratio is only 1 to 10, and it barely has a few thousand hit points, so the shield is thinner than the Sword Spirit barrier. Even so, a 10 boost to all stats is nothing to scoff at, and that figure will climb as the Slag Demon evolves. He might as well treat it as a piece of gear that grows with him. He rose to his feet and left the special vault. His business in Iron City was finished. It was time to go. Outside, the old tiger and the black and white tigerkin were still seated where he had left them. 7 days had passed, and the 2 younger tigers had clearly made the cut. When they saw Feng Xiu, they leapt up and bowed low, eyes shining with awe, as though they were greeting someone who could steer the course of an era. Feng Xiu looked at the old tiger. The tiger spoke first. "I gave them a few pointers and told them you will become one of this era's supreme powers. They are to make sure the tigerkin never stand against you." His voice was deep and solemn. "I was once the tiger sovereign. Though I fell 1,000 years ago, I still want my clan to survive and thrive." The white tigerkin stepped forward and lowered his head. "Please honor us with your name. Once we leave, we will hurry to the royal court and report to the current Tiger King. You will be our most honored guest." Feng Xiu had never minded making friends. Humans and Tigerkin had always been on good terms, so the offer was perfectly acceptable. His only concern was that the old tiger might leak the news of his fourth awakening and impending coronation among beings who had lived for millennia. His domain was still considered immature. "Feng Xiu of the human race," he replied. "Thank you, honored one." The white tiger committed the name to memory, then bowed alongside the black tiger and withdrew at the old tiger's signal. "Go on ahead." I still have something to discuss with Feng Xiu, the old tiger said with a wave of his paw. Yes, ancestor. The two tigers answered, then turned and left. The heavy iron gates of the palace swung open. Outside, the clash of steel and the roar of exploding energy thundered like a brutal war. The palace doors are open. Two tigerkin are coming out. A distant voice howled. They must have Iron City's legacy. Kill them and take it. The uproar was cut off as the gates closed again, each lock sliding into place with a reverberating clang. Throughout the entire process, the old tiger never spared the doorway a glance, nor did he show the slightest worry that his kin might be hunted by the creatures outside. Facing Feng Xiu, the tiger reached into a pocket of space, drew out a tawny amber gem and a spatial ring, and handed them to him. As I mentioned earlier, I was once an emperor of the tiger clan. In life, I cared only for my people's prosperity. Now I am long dead, a mere shade sent by the great emperor to guard the Iron City, unable to leave. His gaze was steady, his voice heavy with the years. Should the tiger clan face danger, I hope you will lend your strength. This gem is our clan's greatest treasure, please accept it. The ring holds the contents of all 3 warehouses in the Iron City. As his words faded, a line of pale gold text opened before Feng Xiu. Tiger Soul Jade. Category, Special Item. Quality, Mythic. Effect, when fused with a weapon, grants Tiger Soul Ferocity. Description, forged from the collective soul force released when the ancient Tiger Emperor fell, it seethes with murderous power. Any weapon merged with it becomes a peerless instrument of destruction. Additional trait Tiger Soul Ferocity. Final damage 100. Attacks carry the power of the Tiger Soul. A mythic grade material. Feng Xiu's brows lifted. The old tiger was paying a steep price just to secure his help someday. Then he'll gladly accept, Feng Xiu said, taking the gem and the ring. A material of this caliber deserved nothing less than a mythic weapon. Frost Shadow Blood Edge was only legendary, far beneath it. He would need to wait until his 5th or 6th advancement, when he lingered longer at that tier, to draw out its full worth. Seeing him pocket the items, the tiger visibly relaxed. Feng Xiu's talent was obvious, barring disaster. He would one day dominate an era as the Iron Emperor once had, perhaps even surpass him. Winning his favor before his true rise was a priceless opportunity for the Tiger clan. For my clan, this is all I can do, the tiger murmured, half in self-mockery. Boom. The great doors of the Iron Palace swung open again, and the earlier uproar was gone. Feng Xiu stepped outside into a field of blood. A hulking yeti lay disemboweled. A snow wolf had been torn in half at the waist, white bone jutting. A great ice bear's thick pelt had been ripped away, flesh and gore exposed. Dark red blood coursed over the iron-paved ground, mingling with shards of ice left by fallen ice spirits, congealing into viscous crimson slush ghastly to behold. Amid the heaps of corpses stood 2 half-beast tigers, one black, one white, their bodies drenched in blood. Savage light burned in their eyes, and a primal, violent aura rolled off them, cowing all around. Dozens of figures watched from afar in terror, yet none dared take a step closer. At Feng Xiu's appearance, the black and white tigers withdrew their killing intent and bowed. In the next instant, they shot forward like crossing bolts of black and white lightning, 2 armored war machines grinding every potential threat to paste, clearing a path for him. The battle turned this brutal? Feng Xiu thought, startled. When he had entered the city, the factions had not been slaughtering one another with such abandon. The once gleaming silver metropolis was now shrouded in dark red mist, a vision of hell. A city of silver had become a city of blood. The air reeked of metallic sweetness and frozen horror, making each breath an effort. Feng Xiu moved on, pacing the blood-soaked road the twin terrors had carved, heading for the gates of the Iron City. The Iron Palace that housed the tigers stood in the southeastern corner of Iron City, not far from the open main gate. Feng Xiu left the palace without facing a single attack the moment he arrived. The tiger folk by Hu and He, who had already butchered every creature in their way. They deliberately slowed their pace, walking alongside him and clearing a tidy, blood-stained path, even though he hardly needed such protection. The closer they drew to the gate, the denser the crowd became, and only then did Bai Hu and He who sheathed their blades. It was the final day Iron City would remain open. With only a few hours left before the gates closed, everyone was hurrying out. No one dared pick a fight at the threshold once those doors shut. Your fate was anyone's guess. Some had been trapped inside for 3 years until the next opening. Countless others were never heard from again. No one was willing to wager their life. Outside the gate, Bai Hu and He who cupped their fists to Feng Xiu from 100 meters away, then blurred into afterimages and vanished into the snowy peaks. Feng Xiu pulled out his phone and called Lin Jinan. She answered instantly. I'm out. Where are you? I got out too and am heading back to the hotel. Let's meet. Boom. A shockwave shattered the silence of the snowfield. The blast thundered through his phone and rolled down the mountainside toward Iron Gate Town. The entire mountain quaked as though it meant to hurl the sky aside. The sky held. Of course, what broke loose was the snow crowning the peaks. Ice walls cracked, and an avalanche roared down in a blinding white curtain. Inside Iron City, Thick metal walls muffled any disturbance, but outside, nothing checked the blast, and an explosion that size was bound to trigger an avalanche. Creatures reacted at once. Anything with wings took to the air, the swift dashed down the valley, and the cautious simply retreated back into the city. Feng Xiu drew a sigil across his brow, the flying blade rune flaring to life. A sonic boom cracked beneath his feet as he shot toward the blast site. Ahead, the fiery outline of an eastern dragon was taking shape, its coils flashing with blazing scales. Lin Jinan's call had already dropped clearly, she was in trouble. Seconds later, Feng Xiu hovered above the spectral dragon. On the forested slope below, the blast had scorched a blackened clearing, vaporizing every flake of snow and sending a plume of white steam skyward. Lin Jinan stood in crimson armor, bone-white dragon wings flared behind her. In her left hand, she hefted a broad-bladed spear, whose tip still licked with flame. Opposite her, the human youth He Dongjun blocked the path with several dozen yeti, the bodies of their fallen lying strewn about. Young lady, hand over the legacy you took from the Iron City treasure map, and he'll let you walk away, He Dongjun said coldly. The legacy from the treasure map? I don't have anything like that. Lin Jinan frowned, utterly puzzled. Where had he heard such nonsense? She did want the legacy, of course, but she honestly didn't have it. Humph, you can't fool me. Before you came to the City of Steel, you met with Zhang Fugui. He's on his 5th turn and can't get back inside, so he must have handed the treasure map to you. Arms crossed, He Dongjun sneered, giving Lin Jinan no chance to explain. Lin raised a brow. Zhang Fugui's map, she thought. Great, in the unlucky one taking all the heat for Feng Xiu. A sharp whoosh split the air. A figure dropped from the sky, landing hard enough to shatter a slab of ice. Feng Xiu. What's going on? He asked casually as he touched down. Lin spread her hands. They want the legacy hidden in the map Zhang Fugui gave you. She didn't finish. He Dongjun's gaze had snapped to Feng Xiu. He recognized the student had made a name for himself in the Inter-Academy tournament, yet he still felt Feng was a poor bet. If Zhang Fugui had really handed Feng the map, it would be a total loss. Giving it to Lin, on the other hand, could pay off. But Lin's admission changed the game. Hand over the legacy, or none of you leave alive. He Dongjun's order sent dozens of snow fiends skittering out, forming a half-moon encirclement. Armor of ice scraped and clacked, cold seeping into every inch of air. Feng Xiu glanced around, none of them a king-class fighter. No point wasting words. Tap. He snapped his fingers. Wind of oblivion. A scorching current swept out in utter silence. Ground cracked, bedrock vaporized. In a blink, He Dongjun and all the snow fiends disintegrated like dust, gone before a scream could form. A yawning pit and charred fissures proved to Lin Jinan that it hadn't been an illusion. She managed half a sentence. Your power. Feng Xiu tossed something her way. A golden seal traced a graceful arc, crimson dragon motifs gleaming in the frostlit air. The Inferno Dragon seal you wanted, he said offhandedly. Lin caught it, turned it over, confirmed it, and couldn't hide her shock. She had searched the City of Steel for 7 straight days without finding a single clue about an alliance between the two clans, and Feng Xiu just produced the seal. You actually found it? Feng brushed off his hands, pulling an exaggeratedly weary face. Of course, it only took every ounce of strength I had. In truth, he had borrowed it from Old Tiger on a whim. The City of Steel had once signed a pact with the Flame Dragon clan. The seal was merely a clan-exclusive, 5th turn, epic-grade trinket. The city's design archives held the blueprint child's play to reproduce. The chip you used to bring me here isn't quite enough, Feng murmured with a bright smile. I'd like one more favor. What favor? Lin asked before she could stop herself. Take the ethereal orb to the Sword Soul Tomb of the Aurora Society. Entrance to the Sword Soul Tomb. The delivery's done, I'm heading out. Lin Jinan pushed a fist-sized, milky white ethereal pearl into He Chen's palm and turned away without hesitation. Thanks for the help, He Chen said sincerely. No need. He's already paid me. Lin waved, the heels of her boots clicking crisply on the damp blue stone. To get this pearl to Feng Xiu, she had traveled from the northern tip of Shilling Kingdom all the way to the southern border of Dongwang, practically cutting straight across both nations. Relaying through major teleport gates had kept the trip to 2 days, but the constant Stopango jumps had nearly made her sick. Now she had to return to Nightmare Soul Valley, head back to Qingshan City, and finally reach the Dragon Pasture ruins to tell Feng Xiu the beacon's set. Thinking of another string of teleports, Lin swore she'd rather ride a flying mount next time than go through this again. When she was out of sight, He Chen raised a hand. The laws of light and sword intertwined, forming a concealed barrier that sealed off the surrounding hundreds of meters. He waited patiently for Feng Xiu to arrive. A dozen minutes later, the ethereal pearl in his palm flickered. Light flared, and a figure coalesced. Brother Chen, long time no see. Feng Xiu landed lightly, a smile under sword-shaped brows. Too long. He Chen bumped fists with him, studying him closely. Since their parting, Feng Xiu seemed far more confident, clearly head crossed blades with many prodigies. Razor-sharp sword intent leaked from him, Yet his true energy signature was sealed as though buried in the deepest sea. He couldn't read his cultivation at all. Just a week before, Fang Xiu hadn't mentioned that had already reached the king realm. You've grown stronger again, He said, handing over the sword soul pearl head prepared. Fang Xiu offered a modest grin. Not much. Just crowned myself king twice, and took down a few other kings still a long road ahead. Get in there, and be quick. I didn't ask the military to clear the area, so keep your identity hidden, He warned, scanning the surroundings. After the recent battle at Nightmare Soul Valley, Yin scouts had infiltrated less, but Yang Guang's fate was still a reminderno room for complacency. Got it. See you soon. Fang Xiu tightened his grip on the sword soul pearl and strode toward the dungeon gate. Instance, Sword Soul Tomb. An ancient graveyard that once buried countless swordsmen and their beloved blades. When the Yin invaded, humans and Yin fought here. The overflowing battle lust and undying killing intent forged a seed's word born of innumerable sword souls. Entry requirement: at least one sword type skill in your skill bar. Public instance: all challengers share the same space and are randomly dropped on the outer perimeter. Difficulty cannot be selected. A sword soul pearl is required for entry. Consume item? Yes. The moment he confirmed, the world spun. Dark clouds pressed low, the air stifling, needle-fine rain falling. The bleak landscape was almost identical to Nightmare Soul Valley, except for one thing. The entire place was saturated with a ferocious sword aura powerful enough to crush everything, yet keen enough to cleave it apart. Fang Xiu sensed the aura clearly, yet none of it fixed on him as if the tomb didn't recognize him as a swordsman yet. He knew exactly why. Wrapped in the power of his domain, he erased every trace of his presence, as though he had melted into the very space around him, and the sword aura no longer treated him as a target. When Fang Xiu dismissed the domain, the invisible blades in the air bore down at once, sharper than ever, like countless swords aimed straight at him. The duel of sword wills had begun. This time, however, Fang Xiu was far from the sorry state had been in before. For the Blade of Living Souls when had been a Tier 2, 6-star combatant, the surrounding sword aura was a real trial. To a Morning-starring, soul-severing sword master, it felt no more dangerous than a light drizzle. It didn't even polish his edge, let alone raise his sword skill proficiency. He could only hope that as he pressed deeper, the aura would stiffen and finally pose a threat, anything to sharpen his blade. Scanning the distance, he spotted a sword soul perched on a rotting black wooden memorial tablet. Its pale blue, translucent face wore a vacant expression, betraying no emotion and showing no awareness of his approach. Wind-piercing spirit blade, sword soul, LV-48, HP 20002000, just a rune-off-the-mill spirit. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu flicked out a ruination dragon wheel. By the time the spirit sensed danger, the gray-green disc had already sliced its ethereal body in two. The apparition vanished, leaving nothing but the broken sword that had once housed it. No sword memory pearl? Fang Xiu frowned. Aside from the short sword, the ground was bare. Last time Head visited the Sword Soul Barrow, every spirit had dropped a pearl. Why not now? Was the level gap too wide? That made no sense. Was level 50, the spirit 48. Maybe his lower level back then had boosted the drop rate? He wasn't sure. Infinite World mimicked mini-game rules, yet it was no game. Level never altered drop rates. Only specific skills, and the hidden luck stat did. Since the Holy Horn blessing, his luck should be higher than before. To test it, he hunted a few more spirits. 5 kills yielded 1 small sword memory pearl. Terrible odds. Rubbing his chin, he weighed the differences between then and now. Level, combat power, unless the issue was form. That spark of insight sent him into motion. Time for a test. Fang Xiu morphed into the sword soul of the resplendent flicker blade and attacked again. 3 spirits in a row drop, drop, drop. Each yielded only a small sword memory pearl, but that was because they were common spirits. Conclusion confirmed. A sword soul slain by a fellow sword soul always drops a pearl. No wonder. Last time, every kill yielded 1. Today he needed 5 kills for a single pearl. Clearly, other adventurers don't see drops as often as he once thought. He felt lucky Head resisted unleashing Ruination Wind at the entrance and steamrolling everything in sight. Otherwise Head have missed a trove of pearls. But now, time to sweep Ruination Wind. Let's go. Inside the inner ring of the Sword Spirit Graveyard, General Tijian, posted here by the army, was dueling a semi-transparent black sword spirit. Neither used any yuan force, relying only on technique. Their blades flickered like lightning, skimming past each other's protective sword aura without ever going for the kill. Suddenly the black sword spirit halted, stepped back, and slid his long sword into its sheath. Finished already? General Tijian kept his arm extended, still eager for more. A very strong sword spirit is coming, the dark figure said, looking into the depths, his silhouette swaying in midair. How strong? I don't know, he replied, shaking his head. At least king level. Sword spirits can reach king level? Was it born here? Tijian found the idea absurd. I'm talking about raw power. Whether it actually holds the title, I have no idea. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I've never seen it before. The black spirit frowned in thought. Then let's go meet him. Taijian's eyes lit up. No need. He's already coming. The spirit lifted his gaze again. In the distant sky, a sword spirit bathed in razor-sharp aura streaked past, so fast it blurred. Wherever it flew, grass, flowers, and trees turned to ash. The ground split open, as if a herald of ruin had arrived. Invisible force swept up every sword memory pearl left by fallen spirits. Each orb sank into the newcomer's palm and vanished. The path he carved looked like a meteor tearing the night, crossing their view in an instant. It's heading for the center of the grave. General Taijian stared, sensing an aura several times stronger than his own king level and likely top tier. It's after the demon sword. The black spirit realized, flaring into a streak of sword light toward the deepest zone. Taijian hurried after him. Under the vaulted sky of the sword spirit graveyard, Fang Xiu had already etched the mark of flying blades onto himself and was hurtling through the air. As his speed soared, the surrounding sword pressure rose exponentially, yet it still couldn't weigh him down. Not enough. Come on, let it hit harder, he growled. The wind of ruin churned around him like a bulldozer, shredding spirits, plants, and stones alike and gouging a deep trench in the earth. The nearer he drew to the core, the denser the sword's spirits became. Within moments, he had slain hundreds and gathered more than 100 sword memory pearls, but he couldn't be bothered to count far from enough. Suddenly Fang Xiu sensed a terrifying edge flare in the distance. A blade light scythed toward him from the depths of the grave. He drew Windfrost Bloodshadow with a backhand motion and answered with a slash. He used none of the sword's active arts. Relying solely on its passive intent, he poured his own sword Dao into the strike, turning it into a dazzling, razor-sharp arc. Clang! The two currents of sword ki collided heat-in, shrieking like grinding steel and spewing blinding sparks. Boom! The clash finally exploded. The blade aura Fang Xiu released was split by his opponent's strike. As it shattered, it detonated, consuming the other surge of sword energy as well. A thought flashed through his mind. Hidden deep inside the Sword Soul tomb, there was indeed at least one veteran, king-level master of the sword. The enemy's command of sword laws far exceeded his own, but that didn't surprise him. He had only just changed classes to soul-severing sword sect, and his mastery of both the slaughter laws and sword laws was stuck at 1%, the very beginning. Even so, he blocked the attack. Laws reflect insight, not raw power. Backed by attributes far beyond those of his rank, Fang Xiu's sword aura erupted the instant it collapsed, tearing the opponent's strike to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into the tomb's true depths. A familiar scene unfolded, a pitch-black abyss with a dark long sword lying across it, and around the chasm stood thousands of sword souls, each a level 70-plus boss ranked like stone monuments. The moment Fang Xiu appeared, every sword soul turned, their icy gazes hardening into killing intent. Whoosh! Hundreds upon hundreds of sword beams roared toward him like a tidal wave, enough to erase a king in an instant. He remembered being forced out of the dungeon last time by the same pincers of sword energy. Now his body accelerated, shooting skyward like an arrow loosed from the string. Most of the sword beams lacked tracking ability, and he slipped past them with ease. Looking down into the abyss, he sheathed Frostwind Bloodshadow, spread his arms, and unleashed his power. Annihilation Dragon Wheel. Extinction Slash. Annihilation Dragon Wheel. Colossal dragon wheels large enough to blanket the entire chasm plunged from the sky, their spinning edges able to rend the heavens, slamming straight into the sword souls below. His goal was simple: wipe out every last one of them. He didn't know how many levels the slaughter sword path would ultimately require, nor exactly how much the sword memory orbs they dropped would help, but the conclusion was clear: the more, the better. Could the Annihilation Dragon Wheel destroy level 70 bosses? The answer was obvious. Although the Great Gale Obliterator class had not yet reached king rank, its extreme offense and the bonus from Calamity Dragon Lord already pushed its damage beyond that of ordinary kings. More importantly, the class originated from draconic skills. Every move carried dragon might, and stacked with the dragon laws, he commanded each dragon will contained king-level law power. Dozens of dragon wheels and extinction slashes rained down in succession, and the Sword Soul tomb boiled over. The ground heaved like a dragon turning in its sleep. Forces of annihilation tore the sky apart, and a crushing dragon aura descended like a giant hand ready to obliterate everything in a heartbeat. Kill notifications flooded Fang Xiu's vision, too many to count. Level 70 Sword Soul bosses? Without the crown of a king, they were nothing more than ants. By the time General Taijian and the Black Sword Soul reached the heart of the Jianhun tomb, the place had been reduced to an apocalyptic wasteland. Splintered stone whirled through the air, fissures scored the ground, and ashen rings of light carved blazing arcs overhead, as if intent on stripping the land to bare cinders. The power raging through the ruins had wiped out every trace of life. The two intruders held their breath, rooted to the spot. One more step forward, and the storm of annihilation would tear them apart. Are you sure a single sword soul caused all this? General Taijian asked in a hushed voice. Within those ominous blue-gray rings he sensed no sword intent at only an oppressive draconic aura and the scent of utter destruction. The black sword soul was already stunned. Sword souls are born of blades and normally can only mimic their former master's techniques. A sword soul that wielded power from another discipline was something it had never seen, yet the force before it dwarfed every sword soul it knew. If it's this strong, why hasn't it appeared before? Could it be from the outside? The black sword soul muttered. The question left General Taijian even more bewildered. The instance was sealed. No sword soul could simply wander in. An army garrisoned the perimeter, and any disturbance would have been reported, yet no one had warned them about today's special guest. So you're suggesting someone smuggled an external sword soul into the Jinhun tomb? General Taijian asked. You tell me. I haven't a clue, the black sword soul replied with a helpless shrug. Then how about we go and ask that sword soul where it came from? The general proposed. Be my guest, I'm not going anywhere near it, the black sword soul said, shaking its head hard. Then why bother asking? The general grumbled, though he, too, dared not move any closer. High above, the ashen rings finally stilled. The annihilating edge skill ended its cast and entered cooldown. Fang Xiu flicked his fingers, calling up a gust that swept away the glowing debris and stored every fallen sword memory pearl in his class inventory. These pearls had dropped from level 70 boss sword souls, the largest Fang Xiu had ever seen, each fist-sized and shot through with faint sword patterns. He picked one up and examined it. Sword memory pearl large. Special item. Effect. Increases proficiency with sword skills and carries a rather low chance of granting a sword-related talent. Note, the higher the star rating of the skill, the smaller the proficiency gain. Description. Contains a sword master's understanding of the blade. Only those acknowledged by a sword soul may inherit these memories. Compared with small and medium sword memory pearls, the only difference lay in the probability line. Extremely low for the smaller sizes, rather low for the large. The odds were still poor, but Fang Xiu didn't mind. With enough pearls, even the slimmest chance would eventually trigger. The number of large sword memory pearls in his inventory was already surging toward 4 digits. Even at a 0.1% chance, he liked his odds. While he was happily counting his haul, a tremor rose from the abyss beneath his feet. In Fang Xiu's eyes, a sword soul was a massive stream of light. Once slain, that stream collapsed and, drawn by an unseen force, poured into the chasm. The light of more than 1,000 boss-level sword souls had filled the gorge in an instant, yet within a single breath it began to recede, as if a hidden gate at the bottom had been flung wide. But this wasn't some hidden floodgate breaking open. In his sword spirit form, Fang Xiu saw everything with crystal clarity. At the bottom of the abyss, the dormant black sword spun like a whirlpool, swallowing every drifting thread of light. Whoosh! Suddenly sated, the black sword shot out of the chasm like a bolt of dark lightning. The moment it rose to Fang Xiu's eye level, waves of inky light unfurled along the blade. Each strand was impossibly thin yet perfectly ordered, at once resembling fishing lines, the yarn of a loom, and most of all bundles of writhing muscle fibers, because they were weaving a brand new body. An arm took shape first, wrapped in the dark filaments, followed by the torso, legs, the second arm, and finally the head. In mere seconds a tall swordsman stood alive before him. Lean, all black, roughly 1.90 meters, its head encased in a gray, helm-like shell, its right hand gripping the black blade, its aura so deep it was unreadable. It was no living man, but a sword spirit. Demonic sword spirit LV 100 boss. HP, 5 million 5 million. A level 100 sword spirit boss? Fang Xiu's heart skipped a beat. So the grave of sword spirits still hid a creature of this tier. His gut told him it wasn't born merely because he had cleared the field. All sword spirit energy here originated from this black sword, and it could manifest in this form whenever it wished. Level 100, 5 million HP. Fang Xiu could almost swear the thing possessed king-class power, perhaps even emperor class. As the thought passed, the demonic sword spirit lifted a hand and pointed at him. An invisible pull enveloped Fang Xiu, as if trying to rip his soul from his body. A soul targeting skill? The instant the idea flashed across his mind, he switched forms, abandoning the splendid gleam sword spirit state for the half-humanoid form of the stellar sword king fish. The transformation instantly weakened the tearing force. A sword spirit form boosted swordsmanship but left his soul exposed, offering almost no defense against spiritual attacks. This demonic sword spirit was clearly the true ruler of the grave, able to manipulate and strike at the very essence of sword spirits. Sensing the sudden disappearance of sword spirit energy within Fang Xiu, the demonic sword spirit tilted its head, as if pondering the change. Its thought process was brutally simple. If it couldn't figure something out, it would simply kill. In the next heartbeat, a black blur tore through the air, the demonic sword spirit lunging at him like a streak of shadowed lightning. Fang Xiu stood his ground, holding Feng Shuang swaying across his body, eyes locked on the oncoming darkness as silver light blazed in his pupils. Weak point pierce. Yet, to his shock, the enemy had no weak points at all. Even in full flight, its form revealed not the slightest opening. Realization struck him at once. This spirit's mastery of the sword far outstripped his own. If he could face it hidden as a fellow swordsman, the proficiency of his killing sword Dao would soar. He drew a long breath, tightened his grip on fengshuang shuiying, every nerve taut, and prepared to answer the demonic sword spirit's onslaught with the full discipline of a soul-slaying sword sect cultivator. Clang! The black longsword and fengshuang shuiying slammed together in midair at blistering speed. The demon sword spirit wielded its blade with lithe, lethal grace, every strike flowing straight from instinct, bound by no fixed form, yet anchored to a single creed speed. Feng Xiu fought the same way. Once known as the sword hero, the living blade, the windborn sword demon, and now master of the soul-slaying sword sect, he had always walked the agile path. His swordplay was made for velocity. Two quick blades collided overhead, moving so fast they seemed to outrun their own steel. Any practitioner below the king tier would see nothing but sudden rifts in space and a storm of metallic crashes, the duelists themselves invisible. Even strength-type sword kings could barely follow the flow. Iron Sword General, Black Sword Spirit, what are they even doing up there? Can you see a thing? Obviously not. The Black Spirit pouted, clearly aggrieved. And you? Same. The two spectators, one human, one sword spirit, stared at the empty sky, sensing the ferocity of the clash, yet unable to trace even a single stroke. High above, Feng Xiu erupted at full speed, his assault crackling like lightning. His swordcraft lagged a shade behind his foes, but raw attributes and the flying blade seal bridged the gap, while sword spirit shield and furnace guard widened his margin for error. For now, he and the demon sword spirit were deadlocked, exactly as he intended. By trading blows, he meant to dissect the spirit's sword Dao. He opened his status panel and saw his killing sword Dao climbing before his eyes, an upgrade only moments away. The demon sword spirit sensed his intent. As his sparring partner, it had watched his understanding sharpen in evolution as obvious to a swordsman as the leap from a small fireball to a large one. A black current rippled along the demon blade. In the very next heartbeat, the spirit accelerated, and its attack snapped into recognizable forms. It flashed around Feng Xiu, each shift leaving behind a clone of condensed sword essence, every copy wielding a different technique. In the span of a single breath, dozens of phantoms encircled him, sealing every escape. Alarm flashed through Feng Xiu's mind. Skill alone would no longer suffice. Life rend. He slid fengshuang shuiying into its scabbard, then drew in a thunderbolt blur. Blade and body fused, and to the spirit's eyes he became a streak of blood-red lightning. Zing! Zing! The hiss of steel slicing air echoed across the sky. Feng Xiu's figure flickered through the air without pause. With every flash he appeared beside another avatar of the demon sword soul, his blade work shifting endlessly, slash, thrust, sweep, smash, hook, each strike slicing clean through the spirit form. Reap Fate's terrifying trait resurfaced. After a kill, it could chain onto the same target and was guaranteed to hit. Feng Xiu had tested it countless times. Once the marker locked, even if he shut his eyes and swung the wrong way, the strike would still tear through space to connect. Only two conditions could break it: the target occupying a different dimension or being beyond maximum range. Yet the class core of the Calamity Dragon, I Am Disaster, had stretched that range so far he still hadn't found its limit. The sky full of avatars had become an endless series of springboards for Reap Fate. In a heartbeat, the avatars were obliterated, their radiance scattering like sparks. The demon sword soul erupted in fury, stamped once, and shot up to the roof of the sword soul tomb. Raising the blade high, it pointed at the heavens. With a howl, new forms emerged, but this time it wasn't the soul that split, it was the sword itself. 10,000 demon swords blinked into existence across the sky, each one exuding the exact same lethal aura as the original. The sword soul glanced downward, lifted a hand, and the massed blades crashed earthward, a deluge that blotted out the sun. 10,000 sword art? Feng Xiu recalled a flashy move from a single-player game. Yet the instant the sword shadows closed in, the air around him became an ocean of murderous kino, weaker than the combined strike of thousands of level 70 sword soul bosses from earlier. Every sword locked onto him, their power aligned to perfection, outwardly a rain of blades. In truth, one sword composed of 10,000. That's brutal. Feng Xiu swallowed. At minimum, a glorious moon-tier technique, maybe even radiant sun ear. Keep holding back and I'm done for. He switched from Stellar Sword Kingfish, half-form, to Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord, half-form. Clapping his palms before his chest, he unleashed his domain in a tidal surge, instantly engulfing the 10,000 demon swords and their master. Ultimate skill, domain technique. Heaven Earth Shatter Dragon's Roar. Centered on Feng Xiu, a vortex of annihilation spiraled outward, ripping everything apart. Space warped, sword shadows disintegrated. At the same moment, from the abyss where the true demon sword lay, a soul-rending dragon scream erupted. A colossal draconic head of pure energy burst from the depths, roaring as it lunged skyward, jaws gaping to crush the rain of demon swords and the sword's soul along with them. A dragon's head seized the swarm of demonic blades, hurtled into the sky, and detonated. Sword aura, draconic might, and annihilating power slammed together in midair like three massive hammers striking the heavens, releasing a howling tide of pitch-black energy. A tempest swept across the entire grave of sword souls. Every plant around the central abyss was ripped out by the roots, leaving only dark, polished bedrock behind. Within the churning black mist, a frigid gleam sliced through the haze clang. Two swords crossed, scattering sparks. The obsidian longsword in the sword soul's grasp met Fang Xiu's wind-frost blood shadow, the metallic screech cutting through the air. Fang Xiu's eyes narrowed. Dragon's roar, sundering heaven and earth was, according to Luo Yu, a strike capable of killing an ordinary emperor, yet it had failed to finish this sword's soul and the spirit was already counterattacking. Had it actually reached the emperor tier? Its rhythm said otherwise. The answer surfaced at once. Demonic sword soul LV 100 boss. HP 3,370,000 5 million. Cold numbers hovered before him. Dragon's roar had inflicted over 1.6 million damage, enough to cost him 10 lives. Any king, even most emperors, would have been obliterated. Yet this sword soul boasted 5 million health, vitality eclipsing an emperor's. Whatever the reason, no matter how thick the hide, he'll carve through it. Fang Xiu growled, sweeping his blade aside. Sword devil form. His sword intent ignited like gunpowder, bursting outward. A razor-sharp pressure pierced the clouds, killing intent thundering like war drums. Alarmed, the sword soul stamped on empty air, retreating in haste. It had barely reached safety when ink-black radiance engulfed Fang Xiu, even staining Windfrost blood shadow. Moments later, a demon king loomed before the sword's soul, skin dark violet, legs lithe and powerful, shoulders broad as city walls. The great sword in his hand had grown several times larger, ice and shadow intertwining along the edge, its lethal aura visible to the naked eye. A helm of flowing darkness hid his face, revealing only two deep, glowing eyes. Fang Xiu's eyes. Sword devil form. Movement speed 300. Sword damage 300. The sword soul felt his power surge by several orders, not just in numbers, but in a sword intent that pierced the heavens, a will that could not be denied. Whoosh, the figure vanished from its senses. An instant later, a frost greatsword wreathed in black light burst through its chest. The feedback along the blade was solid and undeniable. The sword devil muttered, "No heart figures, it isn't a real body." As the words fell, the sword's soul convulsed. Only then did it realize it had been impaled, and, even now, it could do nothing but stagger backward. Before the sword spirit could retreat, Fang Xiu's greatsword swept up and cleanly severed its left arm. The spirit's body was no flesh and blood. No crimson spurted from the stump, and with its ethereal energy, it could have regrown the limb in an instant. Unfortunately, Fang Xiu's second strike was already following through. In the spirit's perception, Fang Xiu's figure flickered, and a heartbeat later its head, woven from threads of light, spun into the air. Frostwind blood shadow traced a pale arc. The blade had yet to land, but the mere edge of its aura splintered the spirit's form. This cut was only the overture. Fang Xiu's obsidian eyes blazed like twin suns. Frostwind blood shadow blurred to match every thought, carving wildly. In a single breath, the sword spirit was slashed thousands of times. Its body, once braided from spirit threads, scattered like tofu diced by a master chef so fine it could have been ladled straight into broth. Such lightning cuts were no skill but the raw limit of Fang Xiu's speed. Starblade charge. Somehow he had already shifted back to his star sword kingfisher human form, power coiled in his legs. A snap of the wrist sent Frostwind blood shadow shooting forward. Clang. Midair, the sword struck the lone black, demonic blade. Starlight burst from the impact, a comet punching through dark cloud, driving the demon's sword into the exposed bedrock and carving a deep groove. From the heights, Fang Xiu looked down on the land. Raising his left arm, he gathered starlight into a beam that seemed to pierce the heavens. From higher still, one would see a dazzling star chart, familiar yet strange, unfold across the night. Starking sword. He swung. Blinding starlight obeyed, pouring from the sky, sharp enough to sever anything, as though the Milky Way itself were crashing down. Energy roared. Sword key tore the firmament, space shrieked and cracked. A blade of light, trailing a comet tail, slashed toward the earth. Boom. The ground unzipped before the blade, the cut surfaces smooth as glass. Cracks radiated outward, spiderwebbing across the landscape. Outside the sword spirit tomb, Hichin snapped open his eyes. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce space itself. He felt the portal to the tomb shuddering, a sign of imminent collapse. By every spatial mage's estimate, the gate should have held steady for millennia. For cracks to appear now could only mean disaster on the far side. What on earth is happening in there? Hichin stared at the trembling gateway, weighing whether to rush inside. Worry for Feng Xiu flickered through his mind. He had no idea how the young man was faring within. The earth split open, the fissure stretching from his feet all the way to the horizon. Thunderous clouds were swept aside by starlight, and the bleak sky was instantly replaced by a dazzling river of stars. The suffocating pressure disappeared, replaced by a vast, liberating exhilaration. Throughout the Sword Soul tomb, sword spirits untouched by the light looked up first at the newborn sky, then toward the center, where Feng Xiu drifted downward from on high. He was more than pleased with the sword's power. He had even held back by 30%. If he had unleashed the Starking Sword at full strength in his sword demon state, the entire tomb might have been cleaved in two. The only surprise was that the system still hadn't announced the sword spirit's death, though the aura around the black blade beneath him was so weak it was barely detectable. Even if a sliver of life remained, it could not amount to much. After landing, Feng Xiu retrieved his own sword, Feng Shuang Shuiying, then bent to pick up the black blade. The moment his fingers closed around it, no boss health bar appeared. Instead, an attribute panel popped up. Name, Imojian Shirling. Quality, Mythic. Base attack 1000. All attributes 100. Attack speed 200. Sword skill damage 100. Sword Dao Law 10 cannot exceed 100. Active skill 1. Soul Devour consumes soul power to repair durability and raise quality or tier. Active skill 2. Sword Spirit use stored soul power to manifest a sword spirit. Its strength scales with the sword's attributes and soul power spent. Passive skill 3. Myriad Sword Manual grants access to every sword skill known by souls the sword has absorbed. Currently stored sword skills. Myriad Sword Art Radiant Moon. After Image Blade. Morning Star. Tier, 5th Ascension. Soul Power, 126,740. Durability, 10,000. Description, a demon sword that feeds on soul power. Legend says the divine smith Jian Mo forged 3 such blades. This is one of them. Gather all 3 to gain strength rivaling the gods. A mythic greatsword. Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. He had assumed the black blade was no different from the chipped weapons held by other sword spirits' useless shells, meant only to anchor their forms. Who could have guessed it was equipment, and mythic equipment at that? Strictly speaking, this was his first true encounter with a mythic weapon. The bone of the flame-devouring dragon emperor was merely mythic crafting material, and the tiger soul jade was only a mythic class special item. This Mo Jian Shirling was the real thing. An extra 1000 attack and a flat 100 to all stats are nice. But that's just icing, he muttered, clicking his tongue. After multiple upgrades, Feng Shuang Shuiying already boasted comparable numbers. The truly terrifying line was Sword Dao Law 10. Hand this to any swordsman below king rank, and he would leap straight into the ranks of the elite. Then there were the skills, 3 of them at once, something Feng Xiu had never seen before. First on the list was Soul Devour, a power that could consume soul energy to heal durability and even raise the weapon's quality and tier. A growth-type weapon, the soul-devouring demon sword still has room to evolve. Its quality has already reached the peak of mythic grade, yet it's only at tier 5. If Feng Xiu can raise its tier any further, he'll probably never need another weapon. The thought made him suck in a breath. The temptation was downright mouth-watering. Compared with this, even Frostblood Shadow, reinforced to 11, was in a completely different league. Frostblood Shadow, so love really does fade, doesn't it? He scrolled down the stat panel. Additional skill 2. Sword Soul Forge a sword soul using the power of devoured spirits. Feng Xiu recalled the swirling sword spirits at the heart of Sword Soul Grave. The demon sword had created them with this very skill. Additional skill 3. 10,000 Sword Manual. At first glance, Feng Xiu almost thought he'd stumbled into a great clan's secret archive of sword arts. The list was packed with techniques: Flicker Blade, Void Slash, Leaping Strike ranging from 1-star common to Radiant Moon grade, a full 10,000 styles. Clearly, the demon sword had gathered these arts by consuming the souls of countless sword cultivators. Yet only one technique truly stood out, the Soul Radiant Moon skill, Myriad Sword Art. Instantly, Feng Xiu pictured the earlier battle where his opponent summoned 10,000 demon blades at once. So that move was the Myriad Sword Art. The prospect of mastering it himself filled him with irrepressible glee. He read the description carefully. Myriad Sword Art Radiant Moon, LV10 max, transform one sword into 10,000, dealing over 10,000 strikes to all targets in the area. Damage per sword attack, sword law coefficient 10. Every 10 mana condensed forms one flying sword. Cooldown, 30 days. Radiant Moon techniques still rely on the law of the sword, but their tier is so high that they crush ordinary Morningstar arts. Even if Feng Xiu augmented a Morningstar move with a slaying law, it would still fall short of the Myriad Sword Art. Moreover, Myriad isn't a cap, it simply means too many to count. As long as you have the mana, you can spawn blades without end. 10 mana forms one sword, so 10,000 swords cost 100,000 mana. With his current reserve, Feng Xiu could unleash slightly more than 16,000 blades at once. If he pushes his mana to 200,000, he could summon 20,000. 20,000 hits on a single target if each sword dealt only 10 damage. That's 200,000 total. At 100 per strike, it's 2 million. At 1,000, 20 million. Feng Xiu suddenly wondered. If an emperor-class foe faced the myriad sword art, how many blades could it endure before it fell? Brilliant starlight bathed the sky above the Sword Soul grave. Even the rift known as the Abyss was no longer pitch black. A clear current of subterranean spring water surged from its depths, gleaming like a mirror under the stars. Feng Xiu stood at the edge of the cliff, gripping the demon blade devourer. The sword shivered in his hand, as if it were alive. Settle down, he muttered, flicking his wrist. This fifth evolution weapon housed a sword soul of its own, and had developed consciousness. If he could tame it, he would gain a top-tier weapon with 5 million hit points, enough to withstand an Emperor-class opponent for a short time. If he failed, the blade could go berserk at any moment. Because of the soul binding, he couldn't store it in his class inventory. Fortunately, until it devoured other beings and amassed soul power, it could do little more than tremble. True power from a 5th evolution weapon required a 5th evolution wielder, so he had to tame it in advance. Feng Xiu had already decided. Once he got home, he would forge a scabbard for it in the demonic forge, locking the blade in place. Whether the scabbard should count as equipment or a special item was something he still needed to weigh carefully. You're Feng Xiu of Aurora Guild? A startled voice called out. He turned. Not far away, the military guardian known as the Iron Sword General stood on a pile of rubble, shoulder to shoulder with a wisp of black sword soul. Feng Xiu had sensed both presences while in midair, but had assumed the sword soul was the general's target and hadn't bothered intervening. Clearly, hunter and prey was not the situation here. Do you need something? His tone was calm. Caught off guard, the Iron Sword General's Adam's apple bobbed before he shook his head. No, nothing at all. The last time they'd met, Feng Xiu was only 2nd evolution, maybe 5 or 6 stars at best. The general had noticed him, then merely because he'd set a new record for time spent in the Gravia, clear sign of talent. Yet in less than a year, that talent had grown into power rivaling a top king-tier combatant. The general felt a sudden, crushing sense of inadequacy. The gap between people, he realized, could be wider than the gap between a man and a dog. Feng Xiu lifted the trembling blade. Mind if I take this sword with me? The general knew the demon blade devourer was the true heart of the sword soul grave. Losing it wouldn't collapse the place outright, but the dwindling production of sword souls would hasten its decline. Feng Xiu, however, was standing right there, and after witnessing the cataclysmic battle moments ago, the general simply couldn't muster the words "you can't." "You can," he said at last, nodding with difficulty. Almost immediately, he began searching for reasons to justify the answer to himself. Feng Xiu had risen from a second transition class to a genius on par with the top kings in just a year. Becoming an emperor was now only a matter of time. If he truly reached the imperial ranks, the very thought that he might witness the birth of a human emperor made General Iron Sword's heart race. Such talent was worth far more than the soul-devouring demon blade and the entire grave of blades combined. Yes, that was exactly the angle he would take when reporting back to General Moreau. As for the recent disturbances in the grave, he would mention those as well. The moment the name General Moreau crossed his mind, Feng Xiu nodded briskly, clearly unfazed by the follow-up. Then I'll head out first. He raised a hand in farewell, chose leave instance right in front of General Iron Sword and the Black Sword Spirit, and vanished in a flash of silver light. Deep in the grave of blades, General Iron Sword and the Black Sword Spirit stared at each other. You know him? The Black Spirit asked, unable to hide his surprise. Yeah, a junior from the Aurora Guild, General Iron Sword replied with a nod. How junior? He graduated high school last year. This year he's 19. Silence fell between the two powerhouses as each recalled what had been doing at 19. General Iron Sword. I'd been in the army a year and had only just scraped together enough merit to make lieutenant. Black Sword Spirit. I was still drifting aimlessly in this grave. Both reached the same conclusion. At 19, they had been as insignificant as ants. After a long pause, the Black Spirit sighed. Heaven favors humanity. It seems this truly is your golden age. Outside the grave of blades, air shimmered before the portal as Feng Xiu's figure slowly took shape. What happened in there? He Chun hurried over, had nearly rushed in to rescue him. The gate was shaking so hard I thought the instance was going to collapse. That bad? Feng Xiu raised a brow, silently admitting that his last strike had almost rattled the instance's foundations. I just fought the demon blade's spirit at the heart of the grave. As he spoke, he lifted the soul-devouring demon blade. You subdued it? He Chin's pupils contracted. The pitch-black long sword still hummed softly, yet its edge lay docile in Feng Xiu's grasp. After a moment of stunned silence, He Chin gave a wry smile and shook his head. Looks like you've pulled far ahead of me. Even after I made king, I tried to suppress that blade and got thrashed. He recalled that battle. He could hold his own, yet he couldn't chew through the sword spirit's absurdly thick life bar, tougher than most emperors, basically unbreakable. And today, The once intractable weapon rested obediently in Fang Xiu's palm. A mix of admiration and frustration churned in He Chen's chest. Only recently Head viewed Fang Xiu as a promising rookie, and now the kid had casually done what he couldn't. Teacher was right to send you to the outer regions, He Chen reflected. If the Nightmare clan had learned of you, they'd have stopped at nothing to kill you before you matured. Hearing that He Chen had once fallen to the demon blade only piqued Fang Xiu's curiosity. So, what's the story behind this sword? Oh, that's not something I can explain in a couple of lines. He Chen scratched his head. Let's get out of here, find a place to grab a drink, and he'll tell you everything over a few rounds. The soul-devouring demon sword was once the personal weapon of Xiaohun Jianhuang, a sovereign of the human race. He Chen began explaining its origin to Fang Xiu. Xiaohun Jianhuang. That name sounds a bit risque, Fang Xiu whispered, stroking his chin. Don't get the wrong idea, He Chen replied, making a slicing gesture. It comes from the phrase a race with a single stroke. His sword cuts straight through the soul. He Chen went on to recount the emperor's life. Xiaohun Jianhuang mastered both the laws of the soul and the laws of the sword. When the Yanzu launched a massive southern invasion, their vanguard tore through the defenses and were poised to drive deep into Donghuang's heartland. In that desperate moment, Xiaohun Jianhuang stepped beyond the front line alone and halted the entire advance, buying precious time for humanity. He then faced 3 Yanzu sovereigns at once, holding them in a brutal duel. As the battle reached its peak, the enemy was forced to summon a Nightmare Clan ruler to cast a remote death curse. Outnumbered and hemmed in, Xiaohun Jianhuang still dragged 2 Yanzu emperors down with him, maimed a third, and crippled the invaders so badly that they could not threaten Donghuang again for years. By this point Fang Xiu's teasing grin had vanished, replaced by solemn respect. The spot where Xiaohun Jianhuang fell became known as Jianhun Tomb. The soul-devouring demon sword lay there, surrounded over the years by the blades of countless soldiers. Their swords were buried beside it, both to honor the fallen and to let the gathered sword souls slowly mend the weapon's wartime scars. He Chen handed the sword back to Fang Xiu and patted his shoulder. It's yours now. A 5th-tier weapon belongs with a 5th-tier swordsman. From here on, use it to cut down our enemies and let their souls restore its former glory. I will, Fang Xiu answered gravely. He had assumed any blade called a demon sword must be evil. Now he understood it was a hero's weapon. A sword itself knows no good or evil, only its wielder does. That night the two of them drank together. They spoke of Xiaohun Jianhuang's life, of the shifting tides in Donghuang's court, and of the larger war between the human alliance and the alien races. Cup after cup, they drank until the stroke of midnight before parting ways. He Chen steadied himself against the door and headed home. Fang Xiu activated a teleport array and returned to the Mulong ruins near the Yanhan Valley front line. He refused to spend the night in his hometown, Qingshan City, knowing the Yanzu surely kept it under close watch. He considered moving north in Donghuang, or even buying a house in Shilling Nation one day. But for now the ruins were safest. The Mulong ruins were vast and silent, lit only by ancient energy lamps flickering among broken stones. Sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, Fang Xiu began tallying the spoils from Jianhun Tomb. The tomb produced just 2 treasures, sword memory orbs, which refined sword skills, and sword star stones, which upgraded sword class weapons. His personal storage now held more than 2,000 of each, piled high like miniature mountains. For the moment he could set the sword star stones aside. His Froscar Bloodshadow was a 4th-tier blade, and could only rise to 5th tier, and he already had the soul-devouring demon sword waiting at that level. Unless Fang Xiu failed to subdue the demon sword devourer at his 5th advancement, he had no need to upgrade Fengshuang Shuiying to the same level, so the sword star stone was set aside for now. He then turned his attention to the sword memory pearls, more than 2,000 in total. The vast majority were large, a little over 100 were medium, and only 50 were extra large. The description of an extra large sword memory pearl was striking. 1. Increases sword skill proficiency when used. 2. Grants a low chance of obtaining a sword-related talent, half a tier higher than the very low chance on the large pearls. 3. Contains a Morning Star level swordsman's insights into sword laws. Only those acknowledged by the sword spirit can withstand them. 4. Warning. Sword cultivators below Morning Star rank risk law backlash if they force the pearl open. The exact odds of that low chance remained a mystery, and Fang Xiu could only shrug. What he truly cared about was the Morning Star Master's law insight. Perhaps he could seize a wisp of sword law from it. After a moment's thought, he crushed an extra-large sword memory pearl. In an instant, the stone steps, shattered walls, and relief carvings of the Mulong ruins vanished. A battlefield blazing with war took their place. High overhead, Nightmare Clan warriors gathered like storm clouds, roaring as they charged. Blocking their advance stood a human king in a black cloak, wielding an enormous sword. The Nightmare host pressed closer. The black-cloaked king slowly raised his weapon, the blade seeming as heavy as a mountain. Faint tongues of flame and razor-edged sword aura flickered along its surface. When the enemy closed to within 100 meters, he stepped forward with his right foot. The ponderous sword suddenly felt weightless, and Fang Xiu never caught the swing. The next instant, the blade swept out in a single horizontal cut. Flames and sword aura merged into a dazzling wave, surging forward with unstoppable force, not a tide, but a blade sharpened to perfection. In the space of a single breath, every nightmare warrior before the king was reduced to ash. The vision collapsed. Fang Xiu found himself seated again on the ruined stone steps, deep in thought. The king-tier swordsman's single strike had given him a flood of inspiration and sword law insight, far more than he could digest at on CISO. He replayed the scene in his mind, analyzing it repeatedly. By the time he finished refining the laws embedded in that strike, an entire day had slipped by. He had sat motionless the whole time. When he finally snapped fully awake, the system prompts appeared in quick succession. Notification: 1. Extra large sword memory pearl consumed. Slaughter swordsmanship proficiency 1013. 2. Slaughter swordsmanship has leveled up 8134900. 3. Sword law comprehension 13. 4. Slaughter law comprehension 13. 5. Gained rare talent. Sword charging form. Sword charging form. All offensive sword skills can be charged. Power increases with charge time, up to a maximum of 200. Yes. When the notification flashed before his eyes, Fang Xiu felt like a drought-stricken land finally receiving rain, like chomping into an ice-cold watermelon at the height of summer. Earlier, after grinding monsters for ages, he had barely scraped together a few measly points of mastery. The small and medium sword memory beads had yielded just 1 and 10 points respectively, as if tossing crumbs to a beggar. But the extra-large bead had dropped straight into his pocket and dumped more than 1,000 points at once, bumping Killing Sword Dao from LV6 to LV8 in a single leap and gifting him a rare talent-charged blade form. Rare meant rare, so he immediately checked the stats. While channeling a sword skill, charging would raise its damage by 200%. In the heat of combat, you couldn't charge every strike, but if he lay in ambush, built up power, and then finished with a single throat-cutting blow, the visual alone felt exhilarating. As for the exact stance, duration, and bonus curve, he would test them later. He pulled several more sword memory beads from his class space, all medium-sized this time. The higher his sword level climbed, the less each bead would give. If he raised the skill too much with another extra-large bead, the medium ones might become worthless. Following the time-honored rule of saving the drumstick for last, he decided to clear out the medium beads first, move on to the large ones, and finish with the terrifyingly efficient extra-large bead, just like eating chicken leg rice back in Sha County, where the drumstick always closed the meal. Starting with the medium beads, his mastery gains naturally slowed. On top of that, swallowing too many beads a day could damage his spirit, so he limited his intake. Fang Xiu chose to settle down in the dragon-tending ruins and devote himself to steady leveling. His plan was simple: max out Killing Sword Dao, push the Demon God Furnace through its third transformation, then leave. For the next 10 days he sat cross-legged on the altar without moving an inch, crushing medium sword memory beads and immersing himself in every style of swordsmanship. Each insight felt like unboxing a new toy. Study, experiment, refine, master, then set aside. 10 days flew by, his schedule surprisingly fulfilling. At dawn on the 11th day, a message suddenly popped up. Killing Sword Dao had reached LV10. A cascade of alerts followed. Large sword memory bead used. Killing Sword Dao mastery 46. Current mastery 10211500. Sword law 45. Killing law 45. Skill learned. Shadow charge 10-fold slash. Unlocking a skill at LV10 wasn't unusual, but shadow charge 10-fold slash meshed perfectly with charged blade form, and that did surprise him. He guessed it came from the combat memories stored in the extra-large bead he had absorbed earlier. After all, a practitioner's skills usually tied closely to past experiences, just as a mage needed to shape raw elements into a shield before learning elemental barrier. He'll wait till LV15, then test all the new skills at once. Fang Xiu closed the panel, remained seated, and prepared to keep absorbing large beads. Just then, the portal beside him suddenly rippled. As the light flickered, Lin Jinan materialized in front of Fang Xiu. "Morning," she greeted casually, heading down the steps toward the dungeon entrance beneath the altar. "Finished with your trip to the Sword Spirit Tomb?" She had come specifically to farm the instance. With the end-of-month tally approaching, she couldn't afford to miss any points. "Hold up, I need a favor," Fang Xiu called after her. Lin Jinan stopped, arched an eyebrow, and stared at him. "I suspect you see me as nothing but a tool." "Drop the word suspect," Fang Xiu said with a grin. "So I really am just a tool?" Lin Jinan pouted. "Relax. If I'm asking for help, you'll be paid. When have I ever shortchanged you?" He raised a hand in assurance. She thought for a moment, then nodded. Their alliance worked more like business. Fair exchange, no tricks, one of the reasons it had always run smoothly. "All right, what do you need? Does Lingji Corporation have any legendary or mythic-grade materials in storage?" Instead of stating his request, Fang Xiu started by sounding out their inventory. "We have some legendary, not many. Mythic," Lin Jinan thought for a moment. Just one piece. So how do you usually handle high-tier materials like these? We hire a craftsman to turn them into gear, of course, she replied without hesitation. If no one could use the legendary materials right away, they were stockpiled. Lingji didn't have an in-house master capable of reliably forging legendary gear, so they would save up a batch and then hire an external blacksmith or tailor to craft everything at once. Finished equipment was circulated internally first. Hardly anyone would put a legendary item up for sale. And how do you pay for the crafting? Feng Xiu pressed. Why? Do you have a connection? Lin Jinan raised an eyebrow. Something like that, Feng Xiu admitted. They're willing to take legendary commissions. I just need to know what you're willing to offer. Assuming Feng Xiu had met a master smith from some other clan, Lin Jinan thought for a moment before answering. Our current craftsman works for materials. We give him 3 full sets of resources. He forges 1 legendary item, hands over the finished piece, and keeps the remaining 2 sets as payment. 3 whole sets for 1 item? Feng Xiu was stunned. Not 3 pieces, 3 complete sets. And a set usually contains several different legendary materials depending on the item. So he uses 1 set for the product and takes the other 2 as labor? That's insanely generous. Lin Jinan shook her head. That's already a discount. The craftsman owes my grandfather a favor, so he agreed to forge at a 3-to-1 ratio. Out there, the going rate is 4 or even 5 sets per item. 3 sets for 1 finished piece? I'm in. Feng Xiu agreed without hesitation. Lin Jinan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to ask that smith you know? No need. Feng Xiu rolled up his sleeves and thumped his chest. Given our relationship, I'll take that deal. Actually, Feng Xiu was the so-called master. For him, the margin was irrelevant. 3 for own was already obscene profit, and he would have done the job for free just to level his skills. Once his slaughter sword down maxed out, and the demon god forge completed its 3rd evolution, he would need a burst of proficiency anyway. Rather than burn Iron City's stash of epic materials, it was far more efficient to fleece Lingji Corporation for a pile of legendary ones. The thought made him reassess what it meant to be a smith. He wasn't the guy paying through the nose. People should be lining up to pay him. He had only treated forging as a side hustle because the smiths he'd met were too low tier. Send me the stats of the legendary items he can make, Lin Jinan said, encouraged by his confidence. If something fits, the company will supply part of the materials. The stats of the items he can make? Feng Xiu repeated blankly. Lin Jinan explained patiently, legendary blueprints are extremely rare. A master smith might own 2 or 3 at most. I have to see what he can craft before I decide which materials to provide. Legendary blueprints are rare? Feng Xiu once again marveled at how shallow an Emperor-class faction's reserves really were. Iron City's catalog listed hundreds of thousands of legendary schematics covering every imaginable piece of gear. And if one was missing, he could simply design it himself. The Demon God Forge had never failed and always produced top-grade items, even if its generic designs sometimes lacked the material-specific finesse of the city's grandmasters. The master I know is different, can do custom work, Feng Xiu said casually. Custom work? Lin Jinan's eyes widened. You know a sovereign rank forging grandmaster from another race. A king rank master once told me that copying a legendary item from a blueprint is already the limit. Only someone who has grasped the laws of forging can design one from scratch. Feng Xiu froze, realizing he should probably read a book or 2 on forging trivia. He nodded vaguely. That sounds about right. Lin Jinan looked doubtful. You're not bluffing, are you? Feng Xiu spread his hands. We're not just doing one deal. If I wanted to bluff you, you'd find out the moment we make a test piece. Good point. Lin Jinan agreed readily. Let's start with 1 item. If custom work really is possible, we'll trade 5 full sets of materials for each finished piece. Nobody had ever heard of bespoke legendary gear before, so she had no idea about the price. 5 sets of materials for a single piece of gear were already the most Lin Jinan could afford at this stage. Let's start with 1 piece and see how it goes. Write down the exact specs, and I'll talk to my friend. She pulled out pen and paper, thought for a few seconds, jotted down the requirements, and handed them to Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu looked down at the note. 1. Tier 5 women's armor. 2. Must boost both strength and agility. 3. Additional bonus to fire element skill damage. 4. Design should incorporate draconic elements if possible. Obviously, she meant to wear it herself. How soon can I get the materials list? She asked, looking up. 3 days, Feng Xiu replied, matching the void pearl's cooldown. He needed a legitimate reason for another trip. All right, I'll grind the altar dungeon in the dragon-taming ruins while I wait, Lin Jinan said, repacking her bag and setting off. She suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, what are you doing with those mythic-grade materials? Are you selling them? Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. If I can craft with mythic materials, my skill proficiency will soar. For that sovereign, right? Yeah, then we'll talk about it after this job. If he really is a sovereign-class blacksmith, I'm willing to give him the mythic materials outright. Befriending a master of that level is worth more than any price. Deal. Feng Xiu vowed to himself that he would secure those mythic materials no matter what. After watching Lin Jinan enter the instance, he used the Void Pearl to return to Dongwang Nation and met with He Chun to discuss the plan for crafting legendary gear. Lingji Corporation, the Aurora Guild, the military, and even the royal family all had stockpiles of legendary and mythic materials. With the entire nation behind him, he had to tap into that foundation and it was a win-win. He gained skill, and they gained equipment. He Chun wasn't directly in charge of that division, but he promised to arrange a meeting with General Murong Guan and Aurora King, Hao Guang, as soon as possible. Given their mutual interests, there was virtually no chance they would refuse. After seeing He Chun off, Fang Xiu used the Void Pearl again to return to the war-torn lands, found a secluded spot, and activated the Sword Memory Pearl to deepen his swordsmanship. When the 3-day cooldown ended, he returned to the dragon-taming ruins, handed the finalized materials list to Lin Jinan, and kept using the Sword Memory Pearl during the ruins' safe periods to maximize his gains. A few days later, he went back to Dongwang for feedback, and just as had predicted, the Aurora Guild, the military, and the royal family all agreed. The royals even offered extra mythic materials as payment, simply to forge ties with a sovereignty or blacksmith. With that, all the groundwork was in place. All that remained was to wait quietly until his slaughter sword Dao maxed out, and his demonic furnace skill reached tier 3. Fang Xiu remained in the dragon-taming ruins, using large sword memory orbs to polish his mastery of the slaughter sword Dao. For 2 straight months he absorbed orb after orb, studying every tiny fluctuation on his status screen. When one orb burst into sparkling motes, a line of pale gold text appeared. Quick Sword, Excellent Sword Attack Speed 50. It was only an excellent tier talent, yet a 50% speed boost was more than welcome. Over the long, grueling grind, he burned through more than 1,000 large sword memory orbs before finally pushing Slaughter Sword Dao to LV15. The panel updated immediately. Slaughter Sword Dao, LV15 max. Sword Dao Law 910. Slaughter Law 910. Reaching the cap unlocked a new Morningstar skill, 10,000 swords as 1 LV6 max. It condenses 10,000 blades of pure intent into a single strike, dealing damage equal to ATK 500 Sword Dao Law. Mana cost, 50,000. Cooldown, 24 hours. Simultaneously, his law percentages lined up neatly. Dragon Law 10. Destruction Law 10. Sword Dao Law 10. Slaughter Law 10. His domain skill also changed, from Heaven and Earth Collapse Dragon Roar to Heavenly Cataclysm Sword Dragon Chant. The effects stayed the same, but its damage calculation now explicitly included the Slaughter Lawan influence present since his soul-severing Sword Saint Ascension, only now formalized in the name. Even the domain skill got a rebrand. Fang Xiu skimmed the panel, a faint grin on his lips. All 4 laws were balanced at 10%. That was the real trigger for the makeover. Finally maxed the level. He stepped off the altar and stretched, his joints popping like roasting beans. Despite 2 months of seclusion, Head still found time to seize first place on the Dragon Taming Ruins leaderboard and stockpile a mountain of enhancement stones. Re-energized, he sat down again, this time in a wide, cushioned armchair. The cold stone altar was no place to linger, so Head bought the chair during his last break and crammed it into the ruins. Time for the class change. A system window unfolded. Commencing class advancement. Please select the core skill. Core skill selected. 10-star mythic skill Demonic Furnace LV15 max. Please select the secondary skill. Available options. 1 Morningstar tier Slaughter Sword Dao LV15 max. 2 10-star Mythic Destruction Dragon Wheel LV15 max. 3 8-star Legendary Dragon Forging Staff LV15 max. Secondary skill selected. Morningstar tier Slaughter Sword Dao LV15 max. Generating profession. Please choose from the following. 1. Furnace Blade King Unique Morningstar. Profession description, a defensive vocation. A demonic dragon smith, enlightened by the soul-severing sword sect, mastered peerless swordsmanship, and, melding the powers of demonkind, divinity, and dragonkind, infused his blade with the pure art of Slaughter Sword Dao. Forging a style entirely his own, he stepped into the realm of kings and earned the title of Furnace Blade King. 2. Devouring Soul Warsmith, Morningstar, unique. A strength-based class. Once a dragon fiend smith, he was corrupted by the murderous aura of Sword Dao, lost his sanity, stepped into the forbidden realm of life force, and extinguished all humanity, treating every living being as kindling. He ignited the fiend god crucible, breeding unimaginable horrors. 3. Mystic Armament Furnace Lord, Morningstar, unique. A defense-based class. To forge the perfect weapon for a swordsman of the soul-severing sword sect, the dragon fiend smith debated with the sect for years, grasped the essence of swordcraft, and studied the traits of every weapon. One day he suddenly achieved enlightenment, mastered the Tao of forging, and rose to the rank of king, becoming a divine craftsman unparalleled in creating arms. Select one of 3. Fang Xiu examined the options carefully. The strength type Devouring Soul Warsmith was dismissed first. Among the 2 defensive classes, Furnace Sword King and Mystic Armament Furnace Lord, the choice was obvious. Almost without hesitation, he chose the Furnace Lord. Though Furnace Sword King still counted as a defensive class, it split its focus between forging and swordsmanship, even inventing its own sword techniques, defensive sword techniques, no less. The Furnace Lord, by contrast, remained completely devoted to forging, now with even greater mastery. Fang Xiu could accept this specialized branch of the forging path. Decision confirmed. Class transfer in progress, please wait. In an instant, furnace flames burst up beneath Fang Xiu's feet, and the clang of smithing hammers thundered on all sides. The fire seemed hot enough to incinerate everything, and each invisible hammer blow felt as if it struck his body. The king's ceiling tribulation descended again. Tiny, pitiful numbers floated above his head. To Fang Xiu, the so-called tribulation was little more than an itch, entirely harmless. Moments later, the flames subsided, the hammering fell silent, and the tribulation ended. Class transfer complete. Current class, Mystic Armament Furnace Lord, unique. Fiend God Crucible upgraded to Saintly Armament Furnace. Class core obtained. Mystic Armament Mastery of Forging Laws 1. With the tribulation over, the power of heaven and earth poured down. Another rift tore open above the Dragon Shepherd ruins, and primal energy cascaded onto Fang Xiu. Bathed in this force, every one of his attribute growth stars increased by 1. While enjoying the baptism of power, Fang Xiu opened his status panel. Mystic Armament Class Talent. Deals 30 more damage to Celestials and Demons. Takes 30 less damage from Celestials and Demons. Gear imbued with Dragon Power gains 30 higher stats. Equipped weapons gain 50 more attack power. Skills gained. Saintly Armament Furnace, Sword Furnace Aegis, Dragon Blood Crucible, Supreme Armament Dao. Saintly Armament Furnace. Morningstar skill, LV60300. Activates the Saintly Armament Furnace, ignoring material quality and level when forging. The finished item's grade equals the highest grade among the materials used. Grants a 10 chance to add divinity, a 10 chance to add demonicity, and a 10 chance to add dragon power. All attributes of crafted items rise by 20, and they gain the Morningstar grade durable trait. Supreme Armament Dao. Morningstar skill, LV6 max. Adds 1 extra enhancement to a weapon already strengthened to 15. Cooldown, 30 days. Lin Jinan arrived at the appointed time to collect her order. Last time, Fang Xiu had handed her a custom-made legendary suit of armor from a foreign forge master, and the surprise still lingered. Its stats were a full 20% higher than any dungeon drop of the same tier, and every bonus lined up perfectly with her build. Lin Jinan was convinced she could wear it all the way to tier 6. So today she had brought several sets of rare legendary grade materials, hoping Fang Xiu would pass them along once more. She couldn't help but marvel at his luck. How many players dreamed of befriending a forge master of imperial rank? Maybe one day she should venture into the outer realms herself. Who knew? She might stumble across another of these elusive artisans. Pressed for time, she activated her ethereal pearl and, in a flash of light, stepped into the dragon-taming ruins. A crimson sun hung over jagged cliffs. At first glance, she spotted Fang Xiu, the light at his back, turning a scarlet spear over in his hands. The weapon was blood-red from tip to butt, dragon patterns rippling as if alive. A massive dragon head formed the socket of the spearhead, golden light dancing across the razor-sharp point, majestic, yet dignified. The longer Lin Jinan looked, the more it seemed to belong with her own tier 5 legendary armor, as though the two pieces were part of a hidden set. "You're here," Fang Xiu said, raising his eyes. He casually offered her the spear. "The Forge Master made this especially for you. A tier 5 legendary spear. For me?" Lin Jinan's eyes lit up like bulbs. She stepped forward eagerly and took the weapon, examining it from every angle. Red Dragon King Spear. Quality, legendary. Attack, 720. Agility, 120. Strength, 144. Attack speed, 50. Fire skill damage, 60. Active skill, Dragon King's Breath. The spearhead exhales flames infused with draconic might, dealing attack 3 agility strength as fire damage to the target. Passive effect, unyielding. Durability is not lost when clashing with weapons below legendary quality. Tier 5. Durability, 2000. Description, crafted with red dragon heartwood and tempered with essences of solar fire. A rare, top-tier Forge Master fused dragon flame with the solar essence, pushing the power of fire to its limit and forging a spear worthy of kings. Lin Jinan sucked in a breath, contributing her share to global warming. These stats are almost on par with a tier 6 legendary weapon. She'd seen her fair share of gear, yet nothing in the tier 5 bracket came close to this outrageous stat spread. Block out the tier line, and anyone would assume it was tier 6. Fang Xiu chuckled and waved it off. "It's merely decent." "Decent? Then what does a truly great legendary weapon look like?" Lin Jinan widened her eyes, half convinced he was bragging. He wasn't. In the Saint Furnace of arms he now owned, the chance of rolling demon, divine, or dragon bloodlines had reached 10%. had witnessed weapons far more extravagant than this. Compared with them, the Red Dragon King Spear didn't even have an extra strength affix. To Feng Xiu, decent was already generous. It was probably the worst legendary weapon he had ever made. A truly outstanding weapon would meld the powers of demonkin, celestials, and dragons into one. The mere thought of its stat screen could make anyone shiver. But the odds of all three forces fusing were 1 in 1,000 pure luck, with no proof he could show right now. Do you like it? Feng Xiu asked. I love it. Lin Jinan nodded eagerly, her eyes shining. Per their agreement, one weapon cost 5 material sets. Feng Xiu held out his hand. Lin Jinan rummaged through her inventory, and a pile of iridescent, legendary-grade materials clattered onto the table. One thought flashed through her mind. Worth it. By the way, please pass this mythic-grade material to the Forging Emperor, she said, producing a black brocade box. I plan to hand it over after the deal, but since the Emperor has shown such sincerity, I should, too. Feng Xiu lifted the lid. Inside lay a palm-sized azure gem, a faint dragon silhouette gliding within. Azure Dragon Jade Marrow, Mythic Grade. 7-star appraisal. Formed from the bone marrow of a supreme azure dragon, it wards off disaster and Evola peerless treasure of the dragon race. This is the Lin family heirloom you mentioned? He asked, weighing the jade in his palm. Yes. Grandfather said it has been passed down since the dragon tending era, Lin Jinan replied solemnly. And you are just handing it to Meko, to the emperor? Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. Heirlooms were usually more symbolic than practical. The Lin family isn't that rigid, she explained. Materials are meant to be forged. We never used it only because this is the last piece we have. Very well, I'll accept it on the master's behalf, Feng Xiu said, pocketing the jade marrow. I've brought 25 sets of legendary materials. After paying for the Red Dragon King Spear, please have the Emperor forge me 4 fifth-tier legendary pieces. Helmet, gauntlets, battle skirt, and boots same specs as before. A trace of nervousness crept into her voice. Most master smiths focused on weapons. Those who could craft armor were rare. Yet Feng Xiu claimed this grandmaster could even do tailoring. Amazed, Lin Jinan chose to believe him the Forge Emperor had already shocked her enough. Sure. Pick them up in 3 days, Feng Xiu said, sweeping the materials off the table. Clearly, the set was being custom-made for her. 3 days? Lin Jinan's eyes went wide. What, is that a problem? Feng Xiu asked. No problem, she replied, though her heart was in turmoil. For legendary items in 3 days? More than one a day? The efficiency was absurd. The smith her grandfather knew needed at least a month for a single legendary piece, yet Feng Xiu's contact promised 4 in 3. She realized she had still underestimated the Forge Emperor. Yes, that mythic-grade material was a bargain indeed. It took him an hour to finish 4 pieces of gear for Lin Jinan. The Soldier's Dao Holy Furnace was unlike any ordinary forge. It could process every category of equipment tailoring, alchemy, or metalwork so long as it was gear. Feng Xiu could shape it in those flames. Once the 4 items were complete, Feng Xiu left the Mulong ruins and hurried to Dongwang to rendezvous with He Chun. This time, the number of legendary-grade material sets He Chun handed over dwarfed the 25 from Lingji Corporation, a full 210. Because the military and the royal family prioritized coverage over customization, the selection process had shifted from people choose gear to gear chooses people. Feng Xiu therefore proposed a 1-to-3 forging ratio. 3 sets of materials would yield 1 finished item. The leftover materials would be his, and he would only need to deliver 70 legendary pieces. In addition to the mountain of legendary materials, He Chun also brought 3 mythic components: Gongjin Mother Ore, Feng Shui Heavenly Spirit Pearl, and Star Moon Rhino Horn. The Star Moon Rhino Horn was a 5th-tier material Feng Xiu had requested by name, while the Gongjin Mother Ore and Feng Shui, a Heavenly Spirit Pearl, were 7th-tier gifts that Dong Wang had volunteered. Their sincerity was unmistakable, and Feng Xiu intended to reciprocate. Originally, he had planned to select the 70 most ordinary products after forging all 211 sets items like the Red Dragon King Spear that carried no extra power. Even so, each piece would still boast at least 20% better stats than a typical legendary item on the market, a figure he had confirmed through extensive comparisons. Now, to repay Dong Wang, he resolved to slip a few dragon-powered items into the delivery list. As for the top-tier works that housed 2 kinds of energy, he would either use them himself or store them in his vault. 210 material sets were just enough for him to craft legendary gear for himself at the 5th, 6th, and 7th tiers. If a mythic item did not materialize soon, he would simply keep wearing his own legendary creations. Back at the Mulong ruins, Feng Xiu dropped onto the couch and pulled out the 4 mythic materials currently in his inventory: Qinglong Jade Essence, Gongjin Mother Ore, Feng Shui Heavenly Spirit Pearl, and Star Moon Rhino Horn. In truth, he possessed a 5th. He looked toward the distant ridges of dragon bones that rose like mountains, the Finchen Imperial Dragon Skeleton. Gazing at the 5 mythic materials before him, Feng Xiu decided to attempt forging a mythic accessory. His target was already chosen: retiring the pair of second-tier epic rings on his hands, the Wind Dragon rings. Although Dragon Roar remained invaluable in battle, the ring's base stats were far too low, and he was about to step into the 5th-tier stage, where the gap would only widen. Thus, he planned to treat the Wind Dragon rings as situational gear, equipping them only when Dragon Roar was required and switching to other accessories the rest of the time. Fang Xiu decided to go Allen and forge a pair of rings with mythic-grade materials. The design archives of Steel City happened to contain an unverified blueprint that existed only in the craftsman's calculations. The key material he chose was Star Moon Rhino Horn. The blueprint, titled Assaulting Stars, Guarding Moon, called for mythic components that held both starlight and moonlight. A note at the end explained that if a single material carried both powers, they could be separated during forging to create a matching set. That was exactly why Fang Xiu had picked the Star Moon Rhino Horn. He raised his hand and summoned the Sacred Forge of Arms. A three-metal golden crucible appeared before him, its surface etched with the likenesses of demons, celestials, and dragons. It was a far cry from the old demon god furnace he once used. This new forge radiated an almost sci-fi aura, like an oversized incubation chamber. After storing the other 3 mythic ingredients, Fang Xiu tossed the Star Moon Rhino Horn into the forge. It melted almost instantly, splitting into the shapes of a star and a moon that pulsed with the same origin energy, tangible proof of their bond. He then added the remaining materials. Thanks to the horn, nothing else had to be extravagant, though they were still mythic grade. Anything comparable was simply out of his reach. Everything liquefied into raw energy. Unlike ordinary smiths who needed endless hammering and complex techniques, Fang Xiu shaped this energy like clay with his mind alone. What mattered wasn't manual skill but imagination and aesthetics. He fixed the faces of the 2 rings into the likeness of a star and a moon. In that instant, dark violet demonic power surged upward into the star, staining it a deep purple, while brilliant divine power poured downward into the moon, making its glow even more radiant. Nice. Luck's on my side today. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. Triggering either demonic or divine power carried only a 10% chance. Awakening both at once was a 1% miracle. He was more than satisfied. Although he had forged a pair of rings in a single session, it seemed he had activated both demonic and divine aspects. The Sacred Forge of Arms opened, and the 2 rings floated into his hands. Notification: forging successful. Notification: rings imbued with demonic essence. Notification: rings imbued with divine essence. Notification: mythic grade rings crafted, names pending. Sacred Forge proficiency 2000. Skill level increased. Current EXP 92001-200. The successful forging of a piece of mythic gear instantly poured a massive amount of proficiency into Fang Xiu. On the attribute panel, the golden text for Soldier's Sacred Furnace shot from LV6 to LV9 in a single breath. He reckoned that if he crafted a few more mythic items of the same tier, he could max the skill outright. The blazing fire in the furnace flickered out, and 2 streaks of light sliced through the air before settling in his palm, the freshly minted rings. Raising his wrist, he still felt the lingering heat at his fingertips as he admired them. Not bad at all, he muttered. The first ring bore a dark purple pentagram, thin black, demonic runes coiling across its surface like a heart beating in the night, sending a chill down one's spine. The second ring was set with a pure white crescent moon. The sliver of moon seemed to carry its own wick. Even in shadow it cast a faint, icy silver glow, holy and mysterious. Gorgeous as they were, the real temptation lay in their stats. He pulled up the panel for a closer look. Demonic Star of Assault left. Rarity: mythic. Stats: all attributes 75. Attack skill damage 100. Passive: Star of Assault 5, chance to amplify this attack's damage by 10. Set: Power of Star and Moon 12. Doubles the trigger rate of Star of Assault and Moon of Shelter, infuses demonic force with divine force, negating the item's drawbacks. Tier: 5th Awakening. Durability: 2000-2000. Description: a ring forged from starlight that greatly boosts offense and occasionally delivers a massive surprise. When paired with its lunar counterpart, surprises occur even more often. Tainted by demonic energy during forging, it carries the traits of a demonic armamento. Virulence may cause backlash. Demonic force: all attributes 25. Damage to divine beings 25. Attacks may throw the wearer into a berserk state. Divine Moon of Shelter right. Rarity: mythic. Stats: all attributes 75. Defensive skill effectiveness 100. Passive: Moon of Shelter 5, chance to negate incoming damage entirely. Set: Power of Star and Moon 12. Doubles the trigger rate of Star of Assault and Moon of Shelter, infuses demonic force with divine force, negating the item's drawbacks. Tier: 5th Awakening. Durability: 2000-2000. Description: a ring imbued with lunar power that greatly boosts defense and hides its own surprises. Worn with its stellar counterpart, those surprises become more frequent. Infused with divine energy, It offers mixed blessings. Lean on it too heavily and you risk being consumed by divinity. After reading the stats, Feng Xiu could only gasp, holy crap. His voice cracked with excitement. He did a quick tally, 75 to all attributes per ring, giving 150 total, and another 25 from demonic force for a jaw-dropping 175 across the board. Unbelievable. Rings were never meant to stack raw stats. His old Wind Dragon ring had offered a paltry 5. Star of Assault and Moon of Shelter were in a league of their own. Even more outrageous were their passives. His attack and defense skills would now hit with double the power. To Feng Xiu, a 100% amplification looked respectable, but hardly spectacular. Unlike the Wind Dragon ring's single wind element bonus, it directly boosted both offensive and defensive skills, benefiting every class he possessed. What truly excited him, though, were the special effects embedded in the two rings, Gongxing and Shouyue. Gongxing carried a 5% chance to unleash 10 times damage. When the full Xingyue power set was equipped, that chance doubled to 10%, meaning roughly one trigger every 10 strikes. Feng Xiu could already picture Heaven-Earth calamity, Sword Dragon roar slamming into an enemy at 10-fold strength, and he muttered, Kinyang Yinzuan? He'll knock out 10 of you. Shouyue offered the same 5% chance, but its reward was total immunity to all incoming damage. To Feng Xiu, that was far more terrifying than any damage multiplier. Numbers are capped by a user's stats. Hand Gongxing to an ordinary 5th-turn fighter, and the results would still disappoint. Whereas Shouyue's description mentioned no level restriction if it triggered. Even a rookie could shrug off a full-force blow from an emperor or a god. The set bonus doubled the trigger rate again, and when Demon Lineage stat boosts stacked with Divine Lineage skill amplification, the chance rose once more. Because the two doublings were calculated separately, the rate did not jump to 20%. Instead, it gained 2 additional 5% increments, settling at a steady 15% immunity. Even so, Feng Xiu found the figure astonishing. Although Gongxing and Shouyue did not individually awaken the dual demon god traits, the set granted those traits while stripping away any negative side effects. Overall, he was more than satisfied, yet the rings required a 5th turn to equip, so the dazzling 10-fold damage had to wait. That suited him fine until he reached 5th turn. He could focus on pushing the rings to their limits. Over the next 2 months, he planned to throw both pieces into the Dragon Blood Cauldron for a thorough tempering. He had been drawing blood from Lejia Longjun every month, and several tons of thick dragon blood already crowded his warehouse for this very purpose. Recalling the Dragon Lord's helplessly aloof expression, Feng Xiu could not help but complain inwardly. Lejia Longjun, you're so aloof, aren't you? Besides dragon blood, he also needed to stockpile enhancement stones, aiming to push both rings to 15. By his estimate, the market would not produce anything stronger than Gongxing and Shouyue for quite some time. Another windfall came when he advanced from Moshan Forger to Xianbing Furnace Lord, unlocking Bingdao Jisheng, a skill that lets him enhance gear even further beyond 15. Feng Xiu fully intended to try it. With his plan finalized, he stored the rings in his class space, drew a deep breath, and began grinding proficiency on the saintly weapon furnace. If forging all 231 sets of legendary equipment still failed to max out his mastery, he would move on to a mythic grade piece next. Notification, forge completed. The Armament Saint Furnace has imbued the armor with demonic energy. Notification, legendary armor demonic steel dragon plate has been forged. Armament Saint Furnace proficiency 123. Armament Saint Furnace skill level increased to 15, max. Forging Principles Comprehension 910. Skill unlocked. Mystic Armament Blessing. Mystic Armament Blessing randomly infuses a piece of gear with demonic aura, divine aura, or draconic power. Mana cost, 50,000. Cooldown, 30 days. As a pitch-black breastplate landed in front of Feng Xiu, golden light washed over him, marking the Armament Saint Furnace's ascent to its peak. At last, it's maxed. Feng Xiu exhaled deeply, then stored the Morathansix metal, coal-black furnace in his inventory. 7 full days had passed since he forged the twin legendary weapons Demon Striking Star and Divine Guarding Moon, and in that time, he had produced well over 200 additional legendary items. When he delivered a batch of legendary gear carrying the Draconic Power attribute, the Dongwang Kingdom immediately sent over even more top-tier materials of the same grade. The reason was simple. Legendary equipment of the same tier and quality forged by Feng Xiu performed at least 20% better than standard pieces, and the randomly triggered Draconic Power was rarer than anyone could imagine. For Dongwang, such an opportunity could not be missed, so they shipped him nearly all of their stockpiled legendary materials and asked him to forge everything at once. Even if the kingdom later auctioned off the finished items, it would still make a fortune. As payment, Dongwang also offered 3 7th-turn mythic materials, Sky-Weaving Silk, Void-Shed Husk, and Coiled Dragon Reverse Scale. Feng Xiu accepted them on the spot, planning to craft 7th-turn mythic equipment himself later. With Armament Saint Furnace maxed out, the class change for the Gale Annihilator began. Commencing class transfer. Please select a core skill for the transfer. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu locked in the 10-star mythic skill Dragon Shattering Wheel LV-15 Max as the core. Select a secondary skill. Available list. 1. Morningstar Grade Armament Saint Furnace LV-15 Max. 2. 8-star Legendary Skill Dragon Morph Staff LV-15 Max. Once this transfer was complete, the only skill still awaiting the King Seal would be Dragon Morph Staff, its lone companion. Dragon Morph Staff, but I was here first. The system grumbled helplessly, yet Fang Xiu still chose Morningstar Grade Armament Saint Furnace LV-15 Max as the secondary skill. Generating classes. Please choose from the following. 1. Calamity of Arms Morningstar Unique. Description: Spirit Type Class. The Gale Annihilator has glimpsed the slaughter of cold steel within the armament Saint Furnace and now walks an even more extreme path. He fuses that killing power into the wind he commands so that the gale no longer merely erases but slices to the bone like a blade. Upon achieving the King Seal, having already mastered both ruination and slaughter, he will specialize in the law of wind to deepen his control and avoid backlash. His birth heralds an ominous age of warfare and disaster. 2. Great Sage of Incineration Morningstar Unique. Description: Spirit Type Class. Drawing from the furnace the power to smelt all things, the Gale Annihilator comprehends the ultimate law of fire. He blends annihilating winds with flames that burn and melt the world, further empowering his elemental force and wielding the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Godslayer Demonbane is a unique Morningstar class within the Psychic branch. When the Gale Annihilator communed with the Sage Armament Furnace, he drew out an annihilating force directed solely at gods and fiends. From that moment, every technique and every element he wielded existed for one purpose: to wipe out divinity and demonkind alike, turning him into the sworn enemy of both races. All three classes are psychic in nature and equal in power, so Fang Xiu must decide according to the laws he already commands. 3 job scrolls hovered in the darkness, each casting a faint glow. 1. Soldier's Calamity. 2. Heaven-Searing Grand Saint. 3. Godslayer Demonbane. On the Soldier's Calamity scroll, shattered gales and phantom blades intertwined, clearly revealing the laws of ruin, slaughter, and wind. Fang Xiu already possessed ruin and slaughter, leaving only wind, so he immediately ruled out the scroll with the most imposing name. The Heaven-Searing Grand Saint scroll was wreathed in crimson flames and azure gusts. The fire's heat seeped into his bones while the passing breeze carried a razor-sharp edge, precisely the wind and fire laws missing from his current arsenal. The Godslayer Demonbane scroll seemed as deep and silent as a starless night. Only black gold runes for annihilation pulsed on its surface. As a Gale Annihilator, Fang Xiu was sure the scroll contained the wind law, yet its power born from the Infernal Furnace, the Demonic Furnace, and ultimately the Sage Armament Furnace had a single goal: exterminating both gods and demons. Maybe the Infernal Furnace isn't a forge at all, but a demon god in disguise, he mused. His deliberation lasted only a few heartbeats before he tapped the second scroll: Heaven-Searing Grand Saint. Class transfer in progress. Please wait. A violent cyclone erupted beneath his feet, an invisible hand pulling him into a pillar of wind. An instant later, searing heat engulfed him as though he had been cast into a molten crucible, his skin ready to blister. The king-sealing tribulation descended yet again for the 4th time. Blades of wind, waves of fire, arcs of lightning, and slashes of energy fell in relentless cycles. Yet Fang Xiu stood calm, not even a crease marring his brow. Every strike was completely ignored. At last the flames dimmed, the gale died, and the thunderclouds above fractured and vanished. The tribulation was over. Class transfer successful. Current class: Heaven-Searing Grand Saint Unique. Ruinous Dragon Wheel Heaven-Searing Art upgraded. Core ability acquired: Incinerate Heaven, Boil Sea. Wind Law Mastery 1. Fire Law Mastery 1. When the storm broke, the power of heaven and earth descended. The sky above the dragon-taming ruins tore open, and a milky torrent crashed onto his shoulders, only to be lifted by swirling winds and refined by roaring flames. Power of heaven and earth cleansing complete. All attribute, star ratings 1. Fang Xiu accepted the baptism in silence and opened his personal status screen. Class talent: Incinerate Heaven, Boil Sea. 1. Wind and fire skill damage 200. 2. Movement speed 100. 3. Damage dealt to enemies 50. 4. All attacks apply Morning Star Grade Seer effect. Seer Morning Star Grade. Drains one of target's maximum HP per second until death. Target's healing received 90. Cannot be dispelled by skills below Morning Star Grade. Does not stack. Unlock class skills. 1. Heaven-Searing Art Morningstar, LV, 60300. Imbues an area with the Heaven-Searing brand. Effect does not stack. Lasts 60 seconds, dealing Spirit 15 wind fire damage per second. Mana cost: 3000. Cooldown: 1 second. 2. 32 Heaven-Searing Sun's Morningstar. 3. Windfire Wheels. 4. Searing Gale. 5. 6. The information flickered before his eyes, then settled. High above, lingering heat rippled through the air, as though hinting that the heaven-searing Grand Saint's next battlefield could ignite at any moment. Feng Xiu flung his arms wide, welcoming the baptism of heaven and earth. A tremendous tide of energy poured into him. Strength, agility, endurance, and spirit all surged at once. Muscles and bones were forged by a warm current, the sensation of growing stronger sharp and unmistakable. The power of the world nourished not only his body, but his confidence. One could also say his ego was swelling. They say the gap between tiers only gets wider. A mortal killing a king is nearly unheard of, and a king toppling an emperor is supposedly impossible. I want to see just how impossible it really is. The thought sparked a sudden urge to challenge the Sunset Flame Sovereign to a unknown death match. He had planned to wait until he reached the Imperial tier, but now snap. He flicked his fingers. A crisp crack rang out as a gale erupted from his palm. In the eye of the storm, destructive energy condensed, then shot skyward as a dancing crimson blaze. This was no ordinary flame. It was destruction itself taking the shape of fire. Sky-scorching art. At last Feng Xiu understood what the scroll Sky-scorching Saint meant by the ultimate fire law. The flame he wielded truly was extraordinary, born from an annihilation source that contained the god-devouring wind. With that in mind, he decided he needed more exotic fire elements, even if only to gain talents that boosted his fire damage. Buzz. A sudden spatial ripple spread behind him. He quenched the flame and turned to see Lin Jinan step in. She glanced around, her gaze settling on him. What's going on? He arched a brow. You feel different from last time, hotter, denser. Mid-sentence she caught on. You've gotten stronger again. Their last reunion after a long separation had been understandable. This time only a few days had passed, yet the change was just as clear. What tier are you now? King already? Feng Xiu's smile said nothing. Instead he asked, know any good spots to train wind or fire skills? After his latest class change, his plan was to max out the sky-scorching art and then ascend to Emperor. The downside of his infinite class talent made him sigh was either farming skill proficiency or on the way to do it. His silence convinced Lin Jinan he had indeed reached the king tier. She marveled that he had done so after only 5 class changes, then answered frankly, all the wind and fire training grounds in human territory are too low-level fine for ordinary fighters, useless for a king. You'll have to go to the outer realm. Where exactly out there you'll need to ask someone else. I don't know. He nodded. Planning to consult, he Chun and drop off the newly forged Dongwang legendary gear. He'll be off. He produced an ethereal pearl, and his figure dissolved like mist. Lin Jinan stared after him, fists tightening. Feng Xiu's already a 5-change king. I can't fall behind. She, too, aimed for the 5-change king breakthrough, encouraged by the legendary talent Yin Dragon Queen that had appeared on her stat panel after she awakened the Yin Dragon bloodline. In Dongwang, Feng Xiu met He Chun at the appointed time. Where in the outer realm can I level up fire or wind skills? He asked, handing over a heap of legendary gear. He Chun accepted the legendary gear, inspected it, and after a brief pause said, I'm not sure about wind-aligned spots, but there is a place in the Warfire region that's great for working on fire skills. I've heard people mention it. Sunset Spring, I think. Give me a moment, and I'll look it up for you when I get back. Sunset Spring? Feng Xiu arched an eyebrow. At once a name surfaced in his mind, Kenyang Yinzuan. In the Warfire region, the Yinling tribe are born attuned to flame. A sanctuary like Sunset Spring, where fire essence is so dense you can see it, would almost certainly be under their control. And since the Yinling are one of the few among the 13 major races with an Emperor-class guardian, the hand of Kenyang Yinzuan was all but obvious. Thanks, Brother Chun. Feng Xiu snapped back to the present and cupped his fists to He Chun. No trouble at all, He Chun replied with a wave, then added, though he'll need a favor from you in return. It was the first time Feng Xiu had heard He Chun ask for help, and he perked up. Just say the word. What do you need? I'm heading to the Warfire region for the Myriad Tribulations trial, He Chun said calmly, yet with unmistakable resolve. Feng Xiu had long believed that domain power was crucial, so he nodded right away. No problem. I can get you a spot in the trial. He then chuckled wryly. But meeting up with me there might be tricky. I'm a wanted man in the Warfire region at the moment. He hadn't mentioned to He Chun or Hao Ringguang that Kenyang Yinzuan had taken an interest in him. No sense making the brothers worry. In truth, he wasn't bothered. Was already planning when to challenge that Yinling Emperor Onion. What kind of mess did you make over there? He Chun asked, unable to resist. It's complicated. He'll fill you in after I wrap things up. Feng Xiu waved the topic away. By the way, I spotted an auction house in the City of Tribulations run by humans. It's called Jianyuan Trading Company. Ever heard of it? Sure. He Chun nodded, launching into an explanation. Jianyuan is a large firm the Dongwang royal family set up in the north. They barely do business at home. Their main market is other races. Plenty of territories don't know Dongwang, but they all know Jianyuan. No wonder they snagged a prime lot in the city center, Feng Xiu mused. Backed by royalty and loaded with cross-race trade routes, the Warfire region would have to give them respect. He Chun suddenly recalled a bit of trivia. The royal family actually sent a sword path emperor to found the company. His backstory is quite something. With that, he launched into the sword sovereign's legendary exploits and a cascade of juicy rumors about the Dongwang royals. Fang Xiu leaned in eagerly. More details. I live for stories like this. In this war-torn land lies the ancestral domain of the Unicornkin sacred unicorn forest. Fang Xiu was greeted by a unicornkin king clad in heavy silver armor, Xinglia, level 86, second only to Xingjiao within the tribe. Sir, please wait in the tent. His Majesty is currently meeting another guest, Xinglia said, extending an arm in invitation before striding ahead. Fang Xiu followed, studying the surroundings as they walked. Unlike the rugged Iron Hoof Valley, the sacred unicorn forest was ringed by ancient trees, and legend claimed the first unicornkin ancestor was born beside the spring at its center. Tents covered the woodland from ground to canopy, as though towering trees had sprouted from their fabric. Even with permanent dwellings available, the unicornkin still chose tents to honor their nomadic past. These tents were far more ornate than ordinary camp shelters. Intricate designs were carved into the hides, and gilt threads outlined the forms of unicorns, showcasing the tribe's distinct culture. As Shengzhuoya led Fang Xiu deeper, many unicornkin, especially children, watched them curiously. This rear stronghold sheltered the tribe's young, while most adult warriors fought on distant fronts. They passed the largest pavilion, its roof crowned by a golden statue of a unicorn rearing and trumpeting. Fang Xiu guessed it was the imperial residence, the very heart of the forest. Near the statue, a familiar scent reached him, nightmare miasma. Why would it appear here? And why was it leaking from the emperor's tent? It seems His Majesty's guest is from the Yinzu, Xinglia muttered, the scrape of his armor betraying his distaste for the name. Oh, Fang Xiu nodded, continuing into the neighboring tent. A brazier warmed the interior. Xinglia personally served him hot tea, and the two man and beast sat facing each other, steam curling between them. Their small talk touched on Shengjiao of Wanja City and the Wanja trials. Fang Xiu sensed that Xinglia remained only out of courtesy. His tone was polite, yet distant. Suddenly a thunderous rumble shook the ground, sending ripples across their tea. Shengzuli's grip tightened, but he did not rise. Moments later, a unicornkin guard lifted the flap, knelt, and announced, His Majesty requests Lord Xinglia and the guest to enter. Let's go, Shengzhuoya said, rising to lead the way. They stopped before the grand, ornate tent. The Yinzu aura had already dispersed. Shengzhuoya lifted the flap, and he and Fang Xiu stepped inside. The floor was paved with heavy, dark stone slabs veined like beast spines. On each side stood 3 pairs of tall tables, each paired with a hide-covered seat. The tables were laden with roast meat, fruit platters, and wine. Bronze goblets glimmered under the lamplight. Unlike the rough wooden tables common elsewhere, every one of these was fringed with gold silk, proclaiming privilege. At the far end, beyond the last table, a figure far larger than any ordinary unicornkin stood silently, waiting in the shadows. A solid gold horn rises from his brow. Massive muscles lie hidden beneath a long robe embroidered with gilded runes and blossoms. His face resembles that of a stern middle-aged man, with a meticulously trimmed black beard. Beside him, a sacred spear of burnished gold stands upright, its tip glinting coldly beneath the palace lanterns. This is the unicorn sovereign, Sheng Wuhuang, LV90. When Fang Xiu stepped into the throne room, he deliberately kept his human form. He did not shift into his draconic shape. Sheng Wuhuang met his gaze, calm yet sharp, trying to discern the rare opportunity foretold by the holy horn. But Fang Xiu's true cultivation was hidden inside his domain, leaving the monarch blind to it, and forced to trust the prophecy. Welcome, traveler from afar, the unicorn sovereign declared in a resonant voice. I greet you, ruler of the unicorn clan, Fang Xiu replied with a slight bow. At the emperor's gesture, they took their seats. Several graceful unicorn handmaidens poured wine, served dishes, and even brought an extra-high stool to offset the height of the table. Fragrant steam drifted upward. The plates were exquisite, yet Sheng Wuhuang wasted no time on small talk. Tell me, honored guest, he said directly, what business brings you here today? Fang Xiu raised his cup, his eyes steady. I wish to ask how you view Qinyang Yinzuan and the Flame Spirit clan. Even before he finished speaking, Sheng Wuhuang understood. The entire war-torn land was hunting Fang Xiu under Qinyang Yanzan's order. You want me to mediate? He asked. Mediation? No, Fang Xiu said with a faint smile, shaking his head. Oh, Sheng Wuhuang arched an eyebrow. Then you intend to face Qinyang Yinzuan yourself? The moment he put a bounty on me, the ending was set, Fang Xiu replied, voice cold and unwavering. Hearing the resolve in his tone, Sheng Wuhuang paused. If that is so, you ask my stance today because you wish the unicorns to march against the Flame Spirit clan? Exactly. A chill light flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. He had already learned that Sunset Spring, the Flame Spirit ancestral ground, lay in their hands. To hone his new technique there, he first had to topple the clan. Sheng Wuhuang chuckled softly and shook his head. Kanyang Yinzuan was infamous for destructive power, and the flame spirits for their ferocity. Launching a war that might bleed both sides dry for the sake of an outsider? Win or lose, the unicorn's future would hang in the balance. Impossible, he said firmly. I will not risk my people's lives on a battle that promises, at best, a Pyrrhic victory. Feng Xiu was not surprised. Though the Holy Horn favored him, it would never ask the entire unicorn clan to pull his chestnuts from the fire. He had prepared another offer. Then answer me this, he said slowly. What if the Flame Spirit clan lost Kanyang Yinzuan first? Most wars are decided by raw strength. The cause is little more than a pretext, especially in this war-torn land where 13 races constantly clash, and any skirmish can erupt into a blood feud. Seated on his throne, Sheng Wuhuang listened to Feng Xiu's proposal, his golden-slit pupils narrowing slightly. You can kill Kanyang Yinzuan first? Of course, Feng Xiu replied with a calm smile. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered you. The unicorns won't launch a race-wide war against another empire-backed people for a human they barely know. Sheng Wuhuang raised a hand to calm his restless attendants, curiosity creeping into his voice. How do you plan to do it? You'll understand when the time comes, Feng Xiu said, keeping his cards close. He knew that if he revealed a plan involving a mere king slaying an emperor, even the even-tempered Sheng Wuhuang might throw him out of the hall. The unicorn emperor fell silent for a moment, eyes still sharp, but he pressed no further. If the flame sovereign truly falls, my people will march and crush the flame spirits. Given the circumstances, Sheng Wuhuang's decision was easy to understand. Once the flame spirits lost their emperor, they would still hold a seat among the 13 races, but to the unicorns who still had an emperor of their own they would pose no threat. If Sheng Wuhuang led the campaign himself, the flame spirits' remaining kings would stand no chance. Feng Xiu added, I've also invited the moon rams to join us. Although he had not yet visited their territory, they owed him a great favor, so he wasn't worried about a refusal. The moon rams? Sheng Wuhuang frowned, clearly unsure of Feng Xiu's intentions. Feng Xiu explained, after I eliminate Kanyang Yinzuan, the moon rams will push north while the unicorns push south. We'll envelop the flame spirits from both sides, carve up their territory at top speed, and keep outsiders from swooping in. Sheng Wuhuang thought for a moment, then nodded. That will work. Feng Xiu seized the moment. One last matter. Speak. After the unicorns seize the flame spirits' lands, I want half of all proceeds from that territory. This was his true purpose for coming. Flattening the flame spirits was no challenge for Feng Xiu. Once Kanyang Yinzuan was dead, he could unleash the draconic Lord of Calamity's core skill, I am disaster, and scour their land with its terrifying reach, wiping out the entire race and turning their homeland into scorched earth. Since the Gale Annihilator had advanced to Blazing Saint, the task would be even easier. The real question was what to do afterward. Leave the fertile ground for neighboring races to plunder, or let it lie fallow forever. Neither appealed to him. If he cleared the land of enemies, he intended to claim its resources as well. As Feng Xiu's class rank rose, each advancement demanded exponentially more resources. Before long, even the entire Dongwang nation would be unable to meet his needs. He knew that robbery might bring quick windfalls, but building a steady, long-term resource stream on his own land would take time and manpower, two things he presently lacked. That was why he had sought out the Unicorn tribe and the Moonram clan. Rather than let unknown neighbors swoop in for easy profit, he preferred to back two allies who could cooperate while keeping each other in check. Half of the proceeds was plenty for him. Once the land was reclaimed and the spoils divided, he could wash his hands of the details. 50% was no small cut for him, yet still generous for the two tribes. More importantly, having watched him slay the Ember Lord of the setting sun, neither side would dare default on the deal. The Unicorn King opposite him, Sheng Wuhuang, agreed almost instantly. In its view, a 50% share was perfectly fair if Feng Xiu truly removed the Ember Lord. Then it's settled. To a fruitful partnership, Feng Xiu said, raising his cup. A fruitful partnership, Sheng Wuhuang echoed, lifting its own. For the Unicorn Sovereign, the pact would only truly begin once the Ember Lord fell. After a sip of clear wine, Feng Xiu remembered something. He set the cup down and asked, forgive my curiosity, Your Majesty, but I noticed members of the Nightmare clan in your tent earlier. What business did they have with you? I'm from Dongwang Nation. The South has suffered their raids for years. Calling us mortal enemies is no exaggeration. Sheng Wuhuang waved a massive hand. Nothing important. The Nightmare clan wanted to join forces with us unicorns and rule the Ashen Wastes. I refused. They grew insolent, so I escorted them out myself. Feng Xiu recalled the thunderous crash had heard from the neighboring tent. So you literally threw them out? The Unicorn King's brow arched before turning solemn. Since we're talking about the nightmares, stay alert when you strike at the Ember Lord. My unicorns guard the northern frontier, and our royals wield holy power that cleanses corruption. We should have been the last once the nightmares approached. If they came to me first, they've probably already sealed similar pacts elsewhere. The flame spirits are bloodthirsty by nature. In my eyes, they're the nightmares' ideal partners. Feng Xiu nodded. The logic was sound. He had not considered the nightmares a factor, But from their perspective, the best allies for pushing into the warscarred zone would indeed be evil factions like the Earth Fiends or the Flame Spirits. The latter were savage and friendless. If they had secretly aligned with the Nightmares, the threat would be dire. Even so, he couldn't condemn them on speculation alone. After a moment's thought, Fangxiu wondered whether he should pay a visit to Flame Spirit territory. This was a war-scarred land, realm of the Flame Spirits. Fangxiu, having just left the sacred Unicorn Woods, stepped alone onto the Crimson Earth. Scalding fire essence churned in the air, as though a single spark could ignite the world. Scattered flame sprites drifted across the scorched ground, their eyes vacant and mindless. They lacked even a beast's docility, and when startled they detonated like living powder kegs. To avoid collateral damage, Fangxiu first tried to take the shape of a flame sprite and move among them. But the creatures acknowledged no kinship. They spat fire on sight, and if that failed they chose mutual destruction. Left with no choice, he morphed into the King of Morning, cloaked himself in deathly silence, and slipped through their ranks unseen. After a long covert journey, he finally reached the Flame Spirit City. The settlement, wreathed in endless fire, was called Yinhu. Its walls, paving stones, and buildings were all forged from black rock that burned without pause, tongues of flame licking through every seam like a scene from hell. On either side of the gate, humanoid flame spirits stood guard with little enthusiasm, their weapons glowing red-hot from the heat. Their task was to drive away any mindless sprites that strayed too close. Uncommon duty, for those who dared approach the city usually possessed budding intelligence and a sense of community. Fangxiu stepped through the gate. Everywhere he looked lived creatures of fire, for no other race could survive such searing heat. Suddenly he raised his head toward the heart of Yinhu and caught a familiar, icy aura. The Nightmare Clan. The miasma of dreams made no attempt to hide itself. It intertwined with the blazing flames in a dense, unmistakable mass. Following the trail, Fangxiu arrived at a district where the nightmare fumes towered into the sky. The buildings were still carved from black rock, yet their surface flames had been forcibly snuffed out. Packs of ferocious nightmares crouched at doorways, fangs bared like watchdogs awaiting orders, led by a ferocious nightmare king who looked every bit the general with his hounds. In the shadows, wraith nightmares lurked in cracks along the walls, governed by their own king, silent as sewer rats. Together they guarded a small group of nightmares and flame spirits engaged in conversation. The spirits were wrapped in domain power, clearly wielding king-level strength, while the nightmare race, never adept at domains, displayed their power without discussing fewer than 3 nightmare kings. 3 nightmare kings? For beings as rare as nightmares, to stumble into a flame spirit city and encounter 3 at once was almost unbelievable. Fangxiu folded his arms and rubbed his chin. He was now almost certain that the Flame Spirit clan had joined forces with the Nightmares. As he turned to leave, he decided to leave them a little parting gift. Snap! The crisp finger snap had barely echoed when the 3 Nightmare Kings meeting in the Grand Hall felt a searing heat shoot up from the soles of their feet. Yinhu Grand City was sweltering at the best of times, but this heat coiled up their skin like a viper, growing fiercer by the second. They looked down, and their hearts sank. Crimson flames had erupted around their ankles without warning. Like ravenous beasts, the tongues of fire devoured their feet and surged up their shins. What is this? One of them yelled. Several flame spirit lords were startled and instantly fixed their eyes on the blaze. The Nightmare King's first reaction was to demand, "Did you set this fire?" Given that the flame spirits were made of flame, the accusation seemed only natural. Was it you? Absolutely not. Then was it you? Me neither. So who started it? Beats me. While their eyes darted back and forth, a Nightmare King was already grinding his teeth in pain. Forget who did it, just put it out. They tried to dispel the blaze themselves, but their mediocre cleansing spells only stirred faint ripples at the fire's edge before fresh tongues swallowed the effort. The flame spirit lords jumped in control, dispel, smother every technique they knew, yet the flames only blazed higher. Why want to disperse? One flame spirit lord cried. Born of fire, they had never met flames beyond their control. Another sensed the truth. This isn't ordinary fire. A higher power is woven into it. Even knowing that, they were helpless. Agonized screams tore from the 3 Nightmare Kings. The blaze reduced their legs to ash, swallowed their torsos, and lunged for their heads. Desperately, they pulled every talisman and tool from their personal spaces, but nothing worked. They could only watch as the inferno consumed them. Outside the hall, the Savage Nightmare King and the Ghost Nightmare King burst through the doors, only to see 3 heads turn to dust while 3 life caskets clanged to the floor. Their murderous gazes locked on the Flame Spirit Lords. The Flame Spirits traded glances, innocent expressions plastered on their faces. Believe it or not, one said, we really didn't set them on fire. Barely had Fangxiu left the great city of Yinhu when a thunderous explosion rocked the streets behind him. Nightmare miasma collided with roaring flame, and the shockwave nearly tore the metropolis apart. Just as he had scripted, the Ghost Nightmare King, the Savage Nightmare King, and several flame spirit monarchs were at each other's throats. A free-for-all he had staged himself. In truth, he could have wiped out both Nightmare Kings and the flame spirit monarchs in a single blaze. The heaven-scorching technique combined fire and wind laws, easily ignoring the flame spirit's natural resistance. Instead, he burned only 3 Nightmare Kings, timing the flames so that the ghost and savage kings watched their kin crumble to ash. The goal was simple: pin the blame on the flame spirit clan. As expected, the savage king's brutality, the ghost king's treachery, and the flame spirit's hot tempers turned the city into a battlefield within minutes. The greater the chaos, the better. From a safe distance, Feng Xiu watched the inferno with dark amusement. Yet he knew the death of 3 kings would not sever the alliance between nightmares and flame spirits. The nightmares coveted the entire Warfire territory, and any final decision would come from higher up, almost certainly a Nightmare Emperor. With both a Nightmare Emperor and the Dusk Flame Lord overseeing the campaign, the loss of a few kings would not derail their plans. Leaving flame spirit lands behind, Feng Xiu headed south until he reached the realm of the Moon Ram tribe. At the border, he spotted a ram with a long-handled battle-axe. Mad-Axe Ram King. Feng Xiu shifted forms, once more assuming the draconic visage of the Thunder Calamity Dragon Lord. Finally, you made it, the Ram King bleated, trotting over with obvious delight. I'm here to meet Empress Xianyue, Feng Xiu said without preamble. Does she agree to see me? Of course. She wants to thank you in person for returning the fresh moon. Judging by his excitement, the Ram King had been handsomely rewarded for arranging this meeting. Then let's not keep her waiting. Feng Xiu surged forward. He'll lead the way. The Ram King sprang ahead, but Feng Xiu found his pace far too slow. Since becoming a heaven-scorching saint, Feng Xiu could inscribe a windfire wheel beneath their feet with a flick of his wrist. Windfire wheel, Morningstar grade, LV6. Increases movement speed by 300%. Final damage dealt 30%. Grants flight and a burst dash. Duration, 300 minutes. Cooldown, 1 minute. Burst dash. Adds another 300% speed for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The sudden acceleration made the Ram King yelp and nearly crash his axe into a tree before skidding to a halt at the last second. When Feng Xiu called faster, from overhead, the ram spread his wings and hurried after him. Propelled by the windfire wheels, man and ram streaked over ridges and grasslands like shooting stars. While they flew, Feng Xiu studied the moon ram territory below. Every race has a landscape all its own. Unlike the flame spirits, whose homeland is dotted with powder kegs, the moon rams occupy rather ordinary terrain, vast forests laced with crescent-shaped springs. Other peoples live here as well, and the region feels calm and harmonious, even more so than the Unicornkin territory Feng Xiu once visited, though the Unicornkin are hardly timid. Leaving the border and driving straight toward the heart of Moon Ram Land at top speed, Feng Xiu and Kuang Zhan, the Ram King, traveled for 3 hours. By the time the sun slipped west, a milky full moon hung bright and wet against the sky. They had reached the tribe's birthplace, Shepherd Creek. The records Feng Xiu had studied said the moon rams do not believe they descend from a union of powerful sheepfolk and humans. In their own legend, their ancestors were a flock tended by a deity called the Moonlight Goddess. Her pasture became today's Shepherd Creek. When she was obliged to return to the heavens, she feared the sheep would die without her care, so she granted them a fragment of her divinity, allowing the moon itself to watch over them. Under that lunar blessing, the sheep gained intelligence, and their bodies changed from wholly ovine to the half-human, half-ram form they bear today. Why half-human? The tribe says the Moon Night Goddess resembles a human, which is why relations between moon rams and humankind have always been warm, even though their homeland lies far from the human alliance in the war-torn northwest. They paused at the mouth of Shepherd Creek, and Kuang Zhan guided Feng Xiu inside. The scene might have been an old human farming village. Neat rows of houses and fields, monastery cottages lit from within, weeds along the paths, a dog barking now and then. As he walked the rural lane, Feng Xiu suddenly thought of his own childhood, back before he crossed into this world, late nights in the countryside, returning home with his mother, hand in hand, counting the stars over the fields. He glanced up without thinking. The moon looked especially bright tonight, or perhaps the moon above Shepherd Creek was simply brighter than anywhere else. That's the moon bathing spring ahead. Her Majesty is waiting for you. He'll leave you here, Kuang Zhan said, stopping in a grove. Through the trees, Feng Xiu could already hear a mountain stream spilling into a pool. He moved on. Emerging from the woods, he soon stood before a broad, clear spring that mirrored the full moon. Beside the water, beneath that radiant disk, a tall, gracefully curvaceous woman in a black robe stood praying to the sky. Hearing footsteps, she turned. With the moon behind her, Feng Xiu couldn't see her face, but he could make out 2 small jade horns on her head and a glowing crescent on her brow. Floating above her was a line of text. Shengxian, Moon Queen LV 100. Level 100. Who else had he seen at that height? The Steel Emperor's primal steel golem, and the sword soul from the sword grave. Yet neither the still dormant golem nor the sword soul that scraped its way to 100 by devouring spirits came close to the being before him. Empress Shang Xianhua. A primal steel golem was, at heart, a lifeless thing, little more than a 10th tier weapon. The sword soul's power was hollow, far below that of a true level 100 sovereign. Only Shang Xianhua pressed on Fang Xiu with a sense of power so full it seemed ready to overflow at any moment. So you're the dragonborn who returned the fresh moon to my people? Shang Xianhua looked at Fang Xiu, her voice almost unreal like moonlight spilling into a mountain spring, yet it struck his ears with perfect clarity. Yes, my name is Long Jie Fang Xiu. He bowed slightly and introduced himself. Shang Xianhua nodded. What brings an honored guest to my door today? In preparing to strike the Yin spirit clan, he answered bluntly. They'll take care of the Crimson Sun Flame Lord myself. I want you to lead the Yu Sheep clan and level half their territory. The other half will go to the Unicorn people. Very well, Shang Xianhua agreed without the slightest hesitation. Her swift reply caught Fang Xiu off guard. This meant a full war involving 2, possibly 3 races. The Yu Sheep were hardly warlike. Why agree so easily? He added another term. I want half of everything we mine from the captured lands. Agreed, she replied just as readily. I only wonder, she said, how you plan to deal with the Crimson Sun Flame Lord. They'll kill him, Heathen, Fang Xiu said. His tone with Shang Xianhua was different from the one had used with Saint Wu Huang. The Unicorn people merely shared goodwill with him, whereas the Yu Sheep owed him a favor. Even if she thought he boasted, she would still consent provided he could truly slay the Flame Lord. But Shang Xianhua showed no doubt. She simply watched him. Do you need my help? The long speech Fang Xiu had prepared died on his lips. You don't think I'm bluffing? Kings challenging emperors is rare, she said, lifting a jade-like finger toward the full moon. But the moon tells me you're telling the truth. The moon can spot lies? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. If you need aid, speak up. The fresh moon is vital to me. Shang Xianhua continued, her tone gentle yet firm. Only then did Fang Xiu understand the peace within the Yu Sheep lands under so benevolent a ruler. Harmony came naturally. Then please sit in and hold the line for me, he said after a moment's thought. Had been sure he could handle everything alone. Aside from the Crimson Sun Flame Lord, no Yin Spirit King could truly threaten him. Now, though, he had to consider the possibility that the Nightmare Clan might send an emperor of their own into the fray. To play it safe, Fang Xiu decided to have Emperor Shang Xianhua watch his back. Shang Xianhua offered no objection, answering simply, very well. When do you plan to strike? She asked, lifting her eyes. After I find the right place, Fang Xiu said with a shake of his head. He had no intention of drawing his sword in front of the Sunset Flame Lord before the odds favored him, wanted the advantage of timing, terrain, and allies. As for timing, he had already chosen night. The man's name carries the sun, Fang Xiu reasoned. The darker the night, the worse it is for him. As for terrain, he certainly wouldn't fight on the Fire Spirit Clan's turf. He needed a spot that could hamper the Sunset Flame Lord's power. I have a place in mind, the Devourer Swamp. What do you think? Shang Xianhua said with quiet certainty. The Devourer Swamp? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. Had read about it. A dank marsh in the southwest of the war-scarred lands, infamous for a legend that it swallows only the wicked. Had always thought the tale absurd villains were everywhere out there. So could any beast really devour them all? And who decided who was wicked anyway? Why there? He asked. A fellow emperor lives in that swamp-in enemy of the Sunset Flame Lord, she explained. Fang Xiu felt a jolt. Clearly the war-scarred lands hid more emperors than the fort everyone knew. Shang Xianhua continued. It's an ancient giant crocodile that can tell good from evil. Anyone evil who steps into its swamp is attacked. The Sunset Flame Lord once strayed into its territory and barely escaped with his life. He went back after healing, relying on the Fire Spirit Clan for support, but still couldn't beat the beast. They've clashed again and are mortal enemies. Even now, rumors say he still sneaks into the swamp looking for another fight. If we face him there, the crocodile will help us, Shang Xianhua concluded. Fang Xiu rested his chin on his hand. But what if that scares him off? And what if the crocodile thinks him evil too? Would be caught in a pincer and done for. On the contrary, it'll draw him in, Shang Xianhua said, shaking her head. To him you're just a king, killing you is a side task. What excites him is another round with the crocodile. The words stung, but they were true. Just as Fang Xiu dismissed ordinary kings, the Sunset Flame Lord dismissed him. Fang Xiu fell silent, weighing his options. Shang Xianhua rose, toes brushing the water, sending ripples across the spring. Moonlight stretched over the surface in a silver arc. Tell me when you're ready. As her words faded, she stepped into the full moon's reflection at the center of the spring. Her figure blended with the lunar glow and vanished in a shimmer of water. Fang Xiu smacked his lips. That was a pretty slick exit. The city of 10,000 calamities. Black Tiger Overlord crept out through a hidden gate in the Yinling clan's compound, keeping low as he scanned the empty streets. Certain no one was tailing him, he slipped into the darkest alley at the corner. He spread his claws and produced a palm-sized treasure mirror. its back engraved with a crescent moon. Pale light rippled across the glass, and Feng Xiu's face appeared at once. How did it go? Feng Xiu asked bluntly. Who do you think I am? Black Tiger Overlord thumped his chest, though he kept his voice to a whisper. Then he shrank his neck and muttered, Still, are you sure this is going to work? Moments earlier, following Feng Xiu's instructions, he had slipped into the Yanling stronghold and sold them a tip. Feng Xiu had been spotted in the carnivorous swamp. The Yanling clan had placed a hefty bounty on Feng Xiu's head, yet Feng planned to walk straight into their Neath wanted to show himself, but didn't want anyone else to claim the reward. Through Wild/Ram King's connections, Black Tiger Overlord had agreed to claim the bounty in Fang's stead. The whole turning yourself in for your own reward scheme had left Black Tiger Overlord baffled. He feared that once the payment was made, Fang would vanish and he would be left holding the blame. But Ram King vouched for Fang's identity, so he grudgingly took the job. Relax, Feng Xiu said calmly. This can't be traced back to you. He cut to the chase. How much of the bounty did they pay up front? Half for now 2 6th-tier epic weapons. Black Tiger Overlord reached into his vocational space and pulled out a broadsword wreathed in crimson flames. Tongues of fire licked the air. Once they confirm your location, they'll hand over the rest. The design screamed Yanling craftsmanship. Born with a command of flame, the Yanling clan boasted countless master smiths, and their weapons were a hallmark trade in the city of 10,000 calamities. 2 6th-tier epics? Stingy. Feng Xiu lifted an eyebrow. Stingy? Black Tiger Overlord nearly choked. 6th-tier epics could fetch over 1,000,000 blazing warstones at the auction house, hardly pocket change. Feng Xiu, however, remained unimpressed. Back in Iron City, he had forged piles of 5th, 6th, and even 7th-tier epic gear, none of which had bothered to sell. They still sat in his own warehouse. A couple of Yanling trinkets held no appeal. Keep them, Feng said with a dismissive wave. Really? Black Tiger Overlord swallowed, eyes practically glued to the burning blade. Profit and swagger in one. Feng Xiu ended the connection without another word. He was standing in a mist-shrouded marsh, muddy water bubbling at his feet. The carnivorous swamp. Sheng Xianyue, the Moon Empress, was at his side. They had arrived early to scout the terrain and pay their respects to the Crocodile Emperor, hoping to prove Feng was no ordinary villain. The good news, in the Crocodile Emperor's eyes, Feng Xiu was no monster. The bad news followed hard on its heels. The Emperor didn't see him as a hero either. The great beast had promised only one thing. It would not strike first. With Empress Sheng Xianyue making the introduction, the Crocodile Emperor agreed at once to lend Feng Xiu a hand. The moment Sheng Xianyue spoke, the Crocodile Emperor assumed she wished to join forces against the Canyang Flame Lord. Sensing an uncommon warmth from her, it thumped its chest and declared it owed her an immense favor. As for Feng Xiu, a mere level 50 king, he barely registered in the eyes of two emperors. After a brief discussion, they moved into position. Feng Xiu inspected the formation anchors. The Crocodile Emperor hid its aura on the edge of the devouring mire, and Empress Sheng Xianyue suppressed her presence while she waited. Everything was ready. All that remained was to lure the target into the trap. Thousands of miles away, high above the clouds, the nightmare demon Emperor Sang Kuang sat beside the Canyang Flame Lord, roiling mist beneath their feet. They had already debated the Yinhu City massacre at length and how the blame should be divided. The Flame Spirit clan was clearly at fault, yet it was the nightmare's most valued ally. So however irritated Sang Kuang felt, he had little choice but to forgive. Canyang also doubted that any clansman was responsible. To ignite 3 Nightmare Kings and reduce them to ash in 10 seconds while Nightmare King Hai failed to quench the flames required a level of fire mastery, matched only by himself. No other Fire Emperor had appeared beyond the Warfire region. After brooding, he even wondered if someone in his clan was on the verge of surpassing him. Suddenly a Flame Spirit King streaked toward them, a tail of fire hundreds of meters long. My lord, speak. Canyang already disliked interruptions. The king glanced at Sang Kuang and hesitated. Say it, Canyang ordered flatly. The Demon Emperor is our ally. At once. Word from the city of 10,000 tribulations. A Draconian has been sighted. A Draconian? Sang Kuang raised an eyebrow, genuine excitement in his voice. We haven't seen a dragon-blooded being in ages. Cursing inwardly, Canyang realized too late he had invited the disclosure. Interested, Demon Emperor? He asked, forcing a smile. Very, Sang Kuang replied without courtesy. But there's also a Crocodile Emperor in that area, your sworn enemy. Yes? Correct. Then it's simple, Sang Kuang chuckled. I help you kill the Crocodile Emperor, and the Draconian is mine. Deal? The bargain was struck in a single line. The Draconian for the Nightmare Clan, the Crocodile Emperor for the two of them to slay together. It looked like a win-win. Yet Canyang knew he was losing out. The Draconian should belong to the Flame Spirits, and he had already worn the Crocodile Emperor down. He would have finished it alone soon enough. Worthless fool, he shot a sideways glance at the messenger. He had decided, once battle began, this man would charge in and self-destruct to vent his anger. Outwardly, Canyang kept his smile as he rose with Sang Kuang and flew toward the devouring mire. In the devouring malice swamp, Feng Xiu shifted into the half-humanoid guise of the Thunder Cataclysm Dragon Lord, letting his domain pour forth with unrestrained draconic might, as though terrified anyone could mistake him for anything but a dragonborn. Beneath the turbid water, a hulking shadow glided in silence, the dragging muck giving off an eerie, slithering hiss. "They're here." The giant crocodile emperor's voice detonated in the minds of Feng Xiu and Empress Sheng Xianwei. Feng Xiu looked around, but saw no change. "They're coming." Sheng Xianwei repeated the warning. "They?" Feng Xiu's heart skipped. "The moon tells Metwo Emperor's approach." She answered. A silver disk of moonlight hung high. The 16th night full moon was even rounder than yesterday's, the very peak of her lunar power. "Two emperors?" Feng Xiu's eyelid twitched. Could it beta supreme malignance? No, the source of evil itself. The giant crocodile emperor roared. In the next heartbeat the swamp heaved. Mist shuddered, then burst apart. A violent tremor surged from the depths, and above Feng Xiu a gaping maw of darkness wide enough to swallow a city yawned toward the heavens, ready to bite the world in half. Boom. A titanic arm of solid black fog swept sideways, swatting the lunging crocodile emperor back into the mire. Thud. 10-story waves of foul water rose, sludge sprayed, and the shoreline shook as the crocodile emperor's massive body crashed down, mud and droplets raining everywhere. "So weak? Surrender, and it'll grant you a painless death." The black haze condensed. In the sky, a hulking figure shimmered dark violet and gold, muscles stacked like a bodybuilding coach's. Smoke veiled his head, arms folded while he stared down at the crocodilian he had just slapped aside. Just as Feng Xiu feared, it was a Yinzu emperor from the dreaded nightmare lineage. Songquang, Nightmare Demon Emperor, LV-91. Moon Goddess Blessing. A shaft of icy lunar light spiraled around Feng Xiu, knitting a dazzling cocoon. An instant later, a purple fireball streaked across the night like a meteor and slammed into the cocoon, only to rebound with a bang and splash into the swamp. Steam hissed as water flashed to vapor. Sludge charred into blackened clumps, filling the air with acrid smoke. When the flames cleared, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, skin glowing crimson, stepped forward, rage etched across his face. "Sheng Xianwei, you dare stand against me?" The Moon Empress, usually soft-voiced, answered cold as forged iron. "The countless dead of the Moonram clan cry to me through the moonlight. Their agony ends only when you do." Feng Xiu finally understood why she had sought an alliance. Many of her clan's elites had fallen to the man before them. She had long resolved to kill the setting sun flame lord. "Haha, your rams were simply too delicious. Whenever I roasted them, their screams dripped with the richest fat." Kenyang Yinzuan laughed, deliberately goading her. Before his words faded, his body surged skyward, growing from 2 meters to over 20. Scorching flames rolled across his skin, and a second pair of arms burst forth. Four flaming hands each wielded a black pitchfork wreathed in fire, their owners' faces hidden behind fearsome masks like demons dragged up from the depths of hell. At the same moment, Kenyang Yanzan's domain swept outward with a roar, and a wave of heat baked the ground into char. "Get behind me. You can't endure an emperor's domain." Sheng Xianwei Huang flashed in front of Feng Xiu and unfurled her own domain. In an instant the two realms overlapped. Half the sky burned beneath a maimed sun with a chunk gouged from its rim, while the other half lay under a cool full moon. Scorching sunlight and silvery moonlight smashed together, neither side able to gain ground. An emperor's domain truly is something else. Feng Xiu studied the twin skies. By his estimate, the opponent's rule exceeded 10%, yet Kenyang Yinzuan commanded only the single law of flame. Quantity would have to beat quality. Domain unfold. 7 laws roared to life at once. The sword sex killing edge and sword path, the calamity dragon lord's draconic force and annihilation, the forge master's craft, and the inferno saint's fire and wind. Together they totaled 52%, enough to make both Kenyang Yinzuan and Sheng Xianwei Huang turn in surprise. Sword path, dragon force, annihilation, slaughter rare and advanced. What on earth are you? Kenyang Yinzuan finally gave Feng Xiu his full attention. Even watching him best a dozen kings earlier hadn't done that. Feng Xiu offered no reply. Instead, he triggered a state skill. Windfire wheel, sword demon form. Power surged. His right hand settled on the hilt of Wind Frost Blood Shadow, and the clang of steel, the roar of dragons, and the roll of war drums layered over one another as energy flooded his body, obviously a prelude to a finishing move. Kenyang Yanzan's gaze darkened. The 4 black pitchforks shrank into fiery lances and streaked toward Feng Xiu like rockets. Sheng Xianwei Huang condensed moonlight into a shield before him, and sunfire and moonglow clashed in the air. 2 seconds flashed past in the blink of an eye. Feng Xiu's right hand finally drew the blade. Tenfold phantom slash. The frostbitten, blood-streaked blade hissed free of its scabbard. With a flash of icy light, Feng Xiu stretched into a line of shadow, almost teleporting to Kenyang Yanzan's face as his sword came crashing down. Kenyang Yanzan's pupils shrank. From start to finish, he hadn't caught Fang Xiu's opening move. The sword light was simply there in front of him. Shock churned inside him. How could a level 50 king be faster than a level 90 emperor? Within the class hierarchy, stepping from ordinary to king is the first leap of life force. All stats rise by 3 points, and base health and mana multiply tenfold. Moving from king to emperor brings an even more terrifying ascent. By rights, an emperor should dominate a king in strength, speed, and vitality. Yet he was the one being suppressed. Alongside his astonishment and fear, Kenyang Yinzuan felt a surge of dread and jealousy. This dragon-blooded warrior had to die today. The thought flashed, and he punched without hesitation. Halfway through the swing, Fang Xiu seemed to vanish, reappearing at Yanzun's flank with a sideways slash. Yinzuan hurriedly lifted his left fist to block. In the next heartbeat, Fang Xiu was behind him, blade gleaming as it ripped through the air. Trying to nail him felt like swatting a crafty fly. Every punch lagged a beat, yet the fly carried an edge sharp enough to tear armor and bone. High above, Fang Xiu flickered through the air, afterimages weaving together the shadow stored tenfold slash. Each cut hit 20% harder than the one before. The first sword met Yanzun's right fist, but still carved out 20,000 damage. The second struck his left fist and leapt to 30,000. The third, the fourth up to the 10th. Sword energy raked fists, chest, and spine. Unable to stop them all, Yanzun's emperor-level body was finally sliced open. When the 10 slashes ended, half of Yanzun's 2,300,000 health was gone. He had never suffered such devastation. One law of the sword is savage enough. Stacking it with the laws of slaughter and ruin was downright terrifying. Get away, Yinzuan roared. Toyed with by a foe that moved like a fly, his fury erupted. Tangible flames burst over his body, and his battle power skyrocketed. Fang Xiu stepped on moonlight, retreating into the halo of his own domain. Even so, purple fire raged across his armor. It wasn't a direct hit from Yanzun's fists, but the constant burn of the enemy's domain, a fire field woven from the law of flame that set intruders ablaze. An ordinary king would have been ash the instant he stepped inside. By countering with his own domain and stealing life with every sword strike, Fang Xiu barely stayed alive. Yet the searing flame had already stripped away every shield and sliced his health below half. Clashing with a monarch whose life force had ascended twice over made the gap in vitality feel utterly hopeless. Time for long-range tactics, Fang Xiu muttered, sliding his long sword back into its sheath. His last blow hadn't crippled the foe, yet he was pleased. Terrifying base stats, layered with windfire wheels, sword devil form, and the charged talent drawn blade, produced a burst that would rattle any ordinary monarch. A short distance away, Kenyang Yinzuan staggered back. All four arms flared open, and his crimson pupils flashed with killing intent. Solar descent. At his roar, the mutilated sun overhead plunged, rolling flames intent on dragging the earth into a fiery abyss. Pour on the damage. They'll hold it off. Empress Shang Xianyue, having witnessed Fang Xiu's power, set aside all hesitation. She pressed her palms together in silent prayer. Lunar bulwark. The skill ignited at once. Behind her rose the shadow of a woman cloaked in endless night, the black robe traced with crescent moons. Shang Xianyue spread her arms wide. Millstone-sized full moons layered in front of her and Fang Xiu, weaving a silvery barricade. Boom, boom, boom. The broken sun crashed against the lunar wall, explosions howling like thunder. Wild energy ripped jagged cracks through the ground, yet nothing pierced that curtain of silver light. Through the gaps, Fang Xiu saw chaos raging outside, but no flames seeped through, and the barrier showed not a single hairline fracture. The lunar bulwark stood unshaken. So she is both lunar sanctuary and lunar bulwark? Pure defense, perfect for covering my weakness against monarchs. The thought flashed by as Fang Xiu's hands moved. He reached upward and closed his fist. Blades to me. Frost shadow leapt from its sheath. One streak of sword light became two. Two became four. And in a heartbeat hundreds filled the sky. Razor phantoms piled up like storm-driven waves, each split drawing on the world's energy until the pressure made the earth groan. When the sunburst's aftershock died away, heat flung a column of dust skyward only for moonlight to sweep it aside, revealing charred earth. High above, the broken sun still hung, as though the one that had fallen was merely its shadow. Kenyang Yanzun's gaze swept over the intact bulwark, then up at the forest of blades. The sword law that seemed able to slice the soul itself brooked no negligence. Domain art tenfold solar blaze. Before the words faded, searing flames roared from his body, and in a blink he split into 10. 10 crimson suns hovered overhead, their tidal heat melting everything they touched. Empress Shang Xianyue stood her ground, moonlight shining in her eyes. Domain art wrath of the moon goddess. Night deepened as a flawless full moon burst apart, becoming a hazy goddess. She looked down from the heavens, stretched out her hand, and a waterfall of silver radiance crashed toward the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Opposing forces collided, and shockwaves of raw power blasted outward, scouring everything in their path. The devouring mire, half scorched by Chanyang Yanzhen's fiery domain, was now completely upended by this fiercer impact. Trees were wrenched from the earth and hurled skyward, their thick branches catching fire and turning to charcoal. Mud and water flashed into ice beneath silvery moonlight, only to be ground to dust an instant later, the fragments mingling with mist and spraying across the sky. Still weakened by an old wound, the Jew emperor could barely resist Songquang Yinma Huang's frenzied onslaught. The twisted nightmare demon loomed like a black mountain. One hand clamped the crocodile's skull into the mire, while the other morphed into a cold dark hammer, pounding armor and scales with the dull crack of splintering metal. It looked like a tokusatsu hero throttling a kaiju, except every punch here crushed bone and sprayed blood. The wetlands might take millennia to restore, but survival was the Jew emperor's only concern. The clash of domains drew Songquang Yinma Huang's gaze. It paused mid-blow, staring toward the exchange between Chanyang Yinzuan and Sheng Xianyue Huang, greed flickering in its eyes. Domain techniques impressive, and missing from our clan's records. If I steal them, they could become my next trump card. It nodded, calculating. If two small-timers can fight to a standoff with that, someone stronger like me could finish an emperor in one strike. Closest to the collision stood Fang Xiao, protected behind Sheng Xianyue Huang. The moonlit bastion formed a pale silver shield that held flawless, letting him focus on forging flying swords. Fingers wove sigils, sword intent surged. 10,000 sword embryos took shape in midair, a dense forest of cold light. He did not launch them immediately. Instead, under his control, the myriad blades fused 10,000 swords as one. In the space of a breath, a chilling radiance gathered overhead, becoming a blinding white greatsword that pierced the clouds, as though it would rip the sky in two. With the poise of an immortal, Fang Xiao pointed. Go. The giant blade dived with the might to topple cities and cleave seas. Air parted before the edge, leaving a 100-zhang vacuum. Smoke had yet to disperse when the killing intent arrived. Meanwhile, the domain duel left Chanyang Yinzuan on the back foot. He had never fought Sheng Xianyue Huang and had never counted her a real rival. Yet after their laws collided, he was forced to admit her grasp of the principle surpassed his. Where did this damn woman come from? He snarled, sleeves whipping as blistering waves of flame erupted. Then he sensed the razor brilliance overhead, keen enough to split heaven and earth. His heart lurched. Seriously? You call that a monarch-level strike? Feeling the interwoven sword law and slaughter law, Chanyang Yinzuan cursed in fury. This strike was something Qinyang Yinzuan absolutely could not meet heed. Sensing the danger in an instant, he smashed his fist into the ground. With a muffled boom, his legs burst into white-hot flame, and his whole body shot upward like a dark violet pillar of fire, punching through the dust straight toward the sky, clearly intent on fleeing the field. But Fang Xiao had chosen the Devourer Swamp as today's hunting ground precisely because he had already mapped out every move his prey could make. The moment Qinyang Yinzuan took off, Fang Xiao murmured, "Close the cage." Sheng Xianyue Huang didn't answer. She simply acted. From her class space, she drew a crescent-shaped moon blade, raised it high, and flung it into the air. As the disc left her hand, the light above the swamp vanished. The Devourer Swamp fell into deeper darkness, save for the broken moon overhead that bled a ghastly, pale light. That icy radiance rippled across the crescent, turning into frigid streams that drifted downward. Each stream looked like a rivulet, a chain, and at the same time countless blue-black bars of an iron cage. They plunged from the sky and slammed into the mire. The ground, frozen rock-solid by moonlight, bulged upward into a ringed glacier that imprisoned Qinyang Yinzuan, the Songquang Nightmare Demon King, the giant crocodile emperor, and even Sheng Xianyue Huang and Fang Xiao themselves. Cold Moon Prison, Sheng Xianyue Huang declared, fully manifesting the domain with a 9-turn legendary relic. Nothing inside could escape, and every flame-based power would be relentlessly suppressed. There were only 2 ways to break the Cold Moon Prison. 1. Kill the caster, Sheng Xianyue Huang, or force her to drop the spell. 2. Blast it apart with overwhelming brute force. The prison, however, held 10 million durability equivalent to 10 million hit points, and that total shared Sheng Xianyue Huang's own defenses. In effect, one would have to inflict 10 million damage on her to shatter it. At that point, you might as well defeat her outright. Practically speaking, the 2 options were really just one: bring down Sheng Xianyue Huang. By now, Qinyang Yinzuan had rammed into the top of the cage. A heartbeat later, razor frost raced down the moonlit bars and encased him. Even his body of pure flame froze solid. No matter how fiercely he summoned the laws of fire, the ice would not melt. Desperate, he yanked a rare brew from his class space, drained it in a single gulp, and only then managed to thaw the outer frost. Once free, he no longer dared to touch the bars. What bound him was not ordinary cold, but moonlight itself. Heat alone could not dispel it. He had barely escaped when a sword cry tore through the air. Fang Xiao's colossal 10,000 swords' one greatsword came crashing down like lightning. Cleave. Even before the blade landed, Its killing aura split the earth. Mud and rock rolled back with a continuous roar, carving out a massive canyon in the span of a breath. At its deepest point, Kinyong Yinzuan abandoned all human guise and exposed his true form, a raging mass of dark violet flame. The greatsword descended. The flames thrashed in wild panic, but the outcome did not change. After resisting for barely 2 seconds, the blade split the inferno clean down the middle. Above the flames, Kinyong Yanzan's name vanished and his health bar dropped to 0. Yet no system prompt appeared. Fang Xiu didn't even get the words kill confirmed. What the he stopped mid-sentence as the 2 fireballs he had just split suddenly swelled, each becoming a mini Kinyong Yinzuan that dashed off in opposite directions. You've got to be kidding. Fang Xiu had never seen a monster split after hitting 0 HP. Startled, he swung again. This time he abandoned the crumbling greatsword 10,000 blades as one and drew Frostwind Bloodshadow, triggering Reaper Slash on attack that cannot miss. A frigid arc cut a clean line, slicing one copy in half. But the 2 halves warped into 2 even smaller Kinyong Yinzuan that fled once more. Slash again. Kinyong Yinzuan split again. Keep slashing. He kept splitting. Soon the air teemed with tiny, orange-eared fire rings. Elementals are made of their elements. Words can't cut flame. Sheng Xianhua Huang shouted from above. Your sword law only severs form, not his law of fire. Realization struck Fang Xiu. It was like Logia users in One Piece. Purely physical attacks missed the essence. There you needed hockey. Here you needed a higher order law. Compared with Kinyong Yanzan's fire law, his sword law simply wasn't strong enough. Leave it to me, Sheng Xianhua Huang called. Every avatar is a real body, not a phantom. You have to extinguish them all at once. He was about to strike when Fang Xiu blocked him with his sword. I've got this. The dragonkin snapped his wings, flipped his palm, and a dull gray fire blossomed heaven-scorching art. In an instant, every Kinyong Yinzuan ignited with that ashen flame. Their first impulse was fury. How dare anyone disgrace a born flame spirit with fire? Panic followed when the gray blaze devoured their life force, impossible to command or snuff out. That's not flame, it's the power of annihilation, the wind element. Kinyong Yinzuan screamed. The consuming gray reminded him of the nightmares recently burned to nothing before the flame spirit kings. He had thought some hot-tempered king was responsible. Now he saw the culprit was this dragonkin. As their vitality drained, one Kinyong Yinzuan hastily condensed a larger body and shouted toward the distant Sanquang Yinma Huang. Help me. The spoils at the battlefield of flame. 30% for me, 70 for you. Sanquang Yinma Huang had been watching coldly from afar. He hadn't expected Kinyong Yinzuan to crumble so quickly, chased across the sky by Sheng Xianhua Huang and a single king. Even so, the chaos pleased him. The messier things got, the higher the price he could demand. Not enough. I want every last flame spirit converted to the nightmare race. The voice of Sanquang Yinma Huang was colder than ice, ripping the negotiation to shreds. Kinyong Yanzan's pupils shrank. He had expected to lose the scorched battlefield, not his clan's entire bloodline. Gritting his teeth, he threw out his final offer. The battlefield, 9 parts for you, 1 for me. That's my last chip. Refuse and I'd rather die? Fang Xiu had been watching coolly from the side. Hearing Yinzuan haggle in front of him, a savage light flashed in his eyes. Negotiating right under my nose. You really think I don't matter? 32 sons of incineration. He raised his hand. 32 millstone-sized gray suns burst into being overhead and, evenly spaced, howled toward Kinyong Yinzuan. Then die. Sanquang Yinma Huang laughed maniacally, certain of victory and ignoring Yinzuan completely. As the gray suns closed in, Yanzan's last hope vanished. Cold sweat soaked his back. At last he broke. I concede. He'll lead the whole clan to join the nightmares. Good. Hey, race a human saying I love. A wise man bows to the times. Sanquang Yinma Huang repeated the proverb in clumsy human speech, the accent so strange it made Fang Xiu's skin crawl. A heartbeat later, the Nightmare Emperor hurled aside the half-dead Crocodile King and streaked toward Kinyong Yinzuan like a shadow. Clang. A dull crash rang out. The Nightmare Emperor was forced back. Sheng Xianhua Huang had stepped between them, her black moon-patterned shield glinting coldly. She had come to claim Yanzan's Lafino way. She would let the Emperor spirit him away. Murder flashed in Sanquang Yinma Huang's blood-red eyes. Stand in my way, and you die first. He teleported in front of her, driving a fist down like a meteor. Moon God Radiance. Sheng Xianhua Huang didn't budge. Shield up, she met the blow. Boom. Fist and shield collided. The shield caved in, and the impact blasted her dozens of yards through the air. Truly worthy foes, these nightmare demons, Fang Xiu thought, though his own onslaught never slowed. After the 32 suns, he summoned the incinerating gale, a hurricane of gray flame determined to finish Kinyong Yinzuan. But the old turtle hung on. His health plummeted, yet he stubbornly refused to die. Step back, I'll handle this. Fang Xiu strode forward, ready to unleash his ultimate skill. I can do it. Sheng Xianhua Huang pushed herself up. She wiped blood from her lip, restored her shield with lunar power, and drew from her clasp space a ram-horned helm etched with moon runes. Fresh moon. Fang Xiu recognized it. The sacred relic had returned to the Moonram clan after slaying the rampaging Ram King, a mere 6th-tier legend back then. Sheng Xianyue Huang removed her woven grass circlet and set fresh moon upon her brow. At that instant a pale beam from the crescent moon overhead struck her squarely. In a split second, a wild, frenzied power erupted from within her. A primal surge rippled through the night, as Empress Sheng Xianyu's form transformed beneath the moonlight. The jade horns that once barely crowned her head stretched outward, honed to blade-like points. Snow-white fleece spilled from her crown to her waist, draping her like a soft yet weighty mantle. Her figure lengthened, every curve sharpened into striking relief. Then a phantom appeared behind her, an ethereal woman wrought entirely of silver glow. She gripped a long staff tipped with a radiant crescent, cold light flickering across its edge. The power she radiated rolled outward in waves, compelling anyone who met her gaze to feel awe, even the urge to kneel. Fang Xiu instantly understood that this moonlit apparition stood on a higher plane of life, a pressure akin to the sunset flame lord and the giant crocodile sovereign, yet far stronger, at least the rank of a great emperor. He even suspected she was the Moon Knight goddess revered by the Moonsheep clan. While Fang Xiu was still weighing the possibility, the frenzied nightmare demon emperor's pupils contracted. He had clearly recognized the newcomer and felt a surge of panic. "You're a servant of the gods as well. Why turn on the nightmare clan? We serve the gods on earth," he blurted, his voice breaking in disbelief. Fang Xiu's heart pounded. So the nightmare clan called themselves the gods' earthly vassals. In that instant the chain of events became clear. First the dragon herder tribe was struck by divine forces. Then the nightmare, demon, charm, and mirage clans moved in for the kill. Cold moonlight flashed in Sheng Xianyu's eyes. She offered no reply. She simply raised one hand. Her forefinger twitched, and the silver phantom mirrored the motion. A single point. The waning moon split open, hurling a massive pillar of light. Boom. Blinding lunar brilliance slammed into the frenzied nightmare demon emperor, polar chill sweeping out to freeze the land in an instant. Trapped at the glacier's core, he stared in horror. He had never imagined she would strike without warning her so fast he couldn't react. Cracks raced through the ice. Sheng Xianyue lifted her hand again. Another slice of moonlight folded downward, intent on sealing him forever. Boom. The second beam struck, adding an even thicker coat of frost. Yet the demon emperor tore free, reappearing thousands of meters above the ground, still shaken. That thread of divine power woven into the moonlight, though faint, had nearly ended him. Only the protective relic the gods had granted his clan saved his life. Certain he had regained his footing, he bared his fangs, eyes icy with rage. "I revealed my allegiance, and you attacked anyway. Fine, if the gods choose to punish someone, it won't be me." He clapped his palms together. A pair of black tiger-headed gauntlets materialized, demonic energy swirling around them. Sheng Xianyue showed no mercy. She raised her hand once more, calling down the moon. In the next instant, a pillar of light blasted the spot where the nightmare emperor Songquang had stood. At that same moment, a dull clang rang out beside Empress Sheng Xianyue. Somehow, Songquang had crossed several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, he appeared to her right and drove a heavy punch at point-blank range. Sheng Xianyue caught it on her shield. The nightmare-tainted fist struck home, yet this time the shield neither dented nor sent her flying. A crescent moon sigil glimmered across its surface and bled off every ounce of force. Her new form, it seemed, had boosted her defense as well. Instead of retreating, the Empress surged forward. In a flash her shield expanded several times over, turning into a lunar wall that crashed toward the nightmare emperor. Songquang refused to yield. His arms blurred into twin afterimages as he unleashed a frenzied barrage. Roar. Power of unfathomable scale poured over the shield like liquid mercury, making the very world quiver. Deafening tiger-like bellows tore through the air. Anyone this close would have been pulverized by the shockwaves. But Empress Sheng Xianyue stood her ground. She did not give up a single step. "Fast, help me!" Qinyang Yinzuan howled in agony. While the two emperors traded blows, Fang Xiu was anything but idle. He emptied his entire arsenal, even summoning the Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord. Man and dragon attacked in unison at full power, yet they still couldn't finish Qinyang quickly. Fang Xiu gained a whole new respect for how much punishment an emperor-level being could withstand. He wondered whether every emperor was this sturdy, or if Qinyang was simply exceptional. Songquang desperately wanted to rescue his ally. If he could corrupt Qinyang and the entire Flame Spirit clan behind him, the Nightmare clan would have a perfect foothold in the war-torn lands. The problem was that Empress Sheng Xianyu's airtight defense and the freezing aspect of her lunar laws had already slowed him down by several tiers. He couldn't spare a hand knot unless he wanted to lose any chance of escape himself. The two emperors remained deadlocked while Fang Xiu kept pressing forward. For all his strength, Qinyang Yinzuan was still just an emperor. Even his prodigious life force had its limit. Another minute crawled by. Nightmare clan, I curse you. With that despairing cry, every flame comprising Qinyang Yinzuan winked out at once. Fang Xiu found it darkly amusing that the dying hatred wasn't directed at him or Empress Shang Xianhua, but at Songquang and the Nightmare clan instead. A notification blinked before Fang Xiu's eyes. You have slain Qinyang Yinzuan, LV, 90. Gained 51,129,800 experience. Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord gained 51,129,800 experience. By defeating a Radiant Moon creature while still at the King tier, you have earned a Heaven and Earth reward. Talent Charioteer has evolved into Kingslayer. Kingslayer Epic. Final damage to Morning Star and Radiant Moon creatures increased by 100. Yes. Seeing the prompt that Qinyang Yinzuan had been slain, Fang Xiu finally let out a breath of relief. At that very moment, he noticed his Stalker talent had upgraded itself to Kingslayer. He had earned the talent by assassinating a king while still immortal. Now that he had felled an emperor as a king, it had naturally advanced. A notion stirred in his heart: if he were to gain an emperor's body and personally take the head of a great sovereign, would the talent evolve once more? The thought planted a quiet seed of ambition. Once he had accumulated enough experience as an emperor, he might really seek out a sovereign for a test cut. On the other side of the battlefield, Songquang Yinma Huang had failed time and again to breach Shang Xianhua Huang's line. When he saw Qinyang Yanzan's life flame wink out, the urge to retreat rose in him. Huh! With a thunderous shout, sound waves laced with nightmare chi burst from his body. Space itself vibrated, first shattering the frost formed by the laws of the moon, then forcing Shang Xianhua Huang half a step back. Seizing the opening, Songquang Yinma Huang turned into a wisp of nightmare mist and shot toward the boundary of the cold moon prison realm. The sight of Qinyang Yanzan's cold corpse had taught him caution. He dared not smash into the barrier with flesh and blood again. From a distance, he raised an elbow and fired a massive tiger-headed blast of energy. Boom! The prison realm shook violently, but not a single crack appeared. The strike landed, yet it was still insufficient. Far away, Shang Xianhua Huang snapped an arm through the air. Moonlight from the waning crescent gathered into pillars that fell with pinpoint accuracy, all targeting Songquang Yinma Huang. The beams were dense, but their coverage a touch too narrow. The Nightmare Emperor slipped through the silver sheen like a phantom, never breaking stride as his fists kept hammering the barrier. Under the combined assault of gale winds and nightmare chi, the cold moon prison realm's tens of millions of durability points plummeted. It was becoming clear that dismantling the prison was easier than defeating Shang Xianhua Huang himself. The barrier could neither transform nor dodge. Fresh from killing Qinyang Yinzuan, Fang Xiu had no time to savor the thrill of downing an emperor. He watched intently and learned. Songquang Yinma Huang commanded the elemental law of wind, but it was deeply entwined with nightmare chi. Rather than slicing with sharp blades, his wind amplified speed and splash damage, making his movements impossible to read. If I could borrow Shang Xianhua Huang's moonlight barrage and stack it with Zhe Long's Hus, I am catastrophe, he'd have nowhere to run. Fang Xiu calculated in silence. Decision made. He strode forward and called to Shang Xianhua Huang. "He'll take point. Your job is to finish him off." Shang Xianhua Huang shot him a sidelong glance. The kid had just proved his firepower, so the emperor finally forced out a single word. "Fine." It sounded like clenched teeth, or perhaps suppressed pain. He raised his hand, gathering lunar power above the fragment of moon hanging in the sky. Fang Xiu had no time to wonder why Emperor Shang Xianhua was in such a state. He strode forward, flung his own domain wide open, and let it swallow the entire cold moon confinement, Sangquang Yin Mo Huang included. Sangquang Yin Mo Huang felt the moonlight barrage stop and, at the same time, sensed a maze of unfamiliar laws closing in. He shot Fang Xiu a glance, but didn't break off his assault. Instead, he pounded even harder on the cold moon confinement. The barrier was already laced with web-like cracks that spread and deepened under each blow, teetering on the brink of collapse. Across the ruin-scarred ground, Fang Xiu slowly lifted a hand. The sword at his waist, Fengshuang Zuing gross on its own, spread like a pair of wings and slammed downward. Heaven Calamity, Dragon Sword Roar. From the spot where Fang Xiu and Emperor Shang Xianhua stood all the way to the edge of Sangquang Yin Mo Huang's stronghold, the earth disintegrated under the law of annihilation and became a bottomless, lightless abyss. High above the chasm, right at the top of the cold moon confinement, Fengshuang Shuiying hung in midair. A roar shook the air. In an instant, a massive gray dragon's head surged out of the abyss and shot toward the sky. Sangquang Yin Mo Huang sensed the power coiled inside that head and felt a chill run through him. The dragon and annihilation laws within it were meager, so why did it pulse with such terrifying energy? The answer lay in Fang Xiu's monstrous base attributes. His own stats were outrageous, and those of the Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord were just as high. Each of them might be only level 50, but together they added up to level 100 worth of growth. On top of that, Fang Xiu wielded 4 classes worth of full attribute bonuses. His raw stats already eclipsed most emperors, and every passive and skill multiplier in his kit was now stacked inside this domain technique. The dragon head lunged, clamped its jaws shut, and swallowed Sang Kuang Yin Mo Huang whole, crushing him under a tide of raw power. But that was only the opening act. The original Heaven Calamity, Dragon Roar, had evolved. Now the attack came in two waves, and the first was merely an appetizer. The dragon head tore past its prey, streaked to the heavens, and merged back into Feng Shuang Shuiying. The sword instantly unfurled into a colossal dragon. The same massive head remained, but the body was wrought from the law of slaughter, its 5 claws from the law of the sword. Dragon, annihilation, slaughter, and sword laws fused as one, and the beast's roar rattled the very sky over the cold moon confinement. With a thunderous cry, the 5-clawed divine dragon wheeled in midair, plummeted, and bit down again. It swallowed Sang Kuang Yin Mo Huang a second time and hurled both itself and its prey into the abyss. Booming echoes rolled across the battlefield. You have slain Sang Kuang Yin Mo Huang, LV91. Gained 93,316,700 XP. Thunder Tribulation Dragon Lord gained 93,316,700 XP. The battle was over. The abyss still churned beneath their feet, pitch black and bottomless. Sheng Xianyue Huang meant to probe Songkuang Yuan Mo Huang's aura once more, but a sweep of her divine sense found the last trace of life already withered and gone dead. Startled, she looked up at Fang Xiu, who had just shed his combat form. Fang Xiu seemed equally surprised. Had he really felled Songkuang Yuan Mo Huang with a single blow? It had taken everything he had to defeat Qingyang Yinzuan, yet today one strike decided the outcome. Maybe Qingyang Yinzuan had specced entirely into escape skills, he mused, or perhaps Songkuang Yuan Mo Huang was just a glass cannon. With no imperial database to consult and only a handful of emperors on his own kill list, that had no way to be sure. The system never lied, though. Songkuang Yuan Mo Huang was definitely dead. He raised a hand, stirring the winds. 2 life caskets shot toward in the spoils from Qingyang Yinzuan and Songkuang Yuan Mo Huang. Whenever an alien emperor fell, no matter the rank, a life casket always dropped. That was an iron rule. Fang Xiu set the caskets respectfully before Sheng Xianyue Huang. You carried the fight, he said. Pick first. He knew that without her help he would probably have died at the hands of those 2 troublesome foes. Sheng Xianyue Huang didn't stand on ceremony. She simply took Qingyang Yanzan's casket and stored it away. I've ordered the Yiyang warriors to advance on the Yinling homeland, she said tersely. Fang Xiu nodded and flipped a palm's eyes treasure mirror into being. In the glass appeared the unicorn beastman emperor, Sheng Wu Huang, who had watched the entire battle through the link. Seeing Fang Xiu, Sheng Wu Huang reported at once. Our warriors have assembled on the Yinling border and are marching toward their ancestral land as ordered. Good, Fang Xiu replied. They'll head to Luri Spring in their homeland shortly. We'll divide the territory once the campaign is over. Agreed. Sheng Xianyue Huang and Sheng Wu Huang answered in unison. Fang Xiu closed the mirror. Far away in the unicorn woodlands, Sheng Wu Huang issued 3 rapid commands, reinforcing the frontier between the Yinling and the Beastmen with heavy troops. He had been wary of Fang Xiu and had dispatched only a token force, but after witnessing the man's terrifying power he went Allen, committing every available soldier. Sometimes going Allen is the smartest play. Fang Xiu conjured a wind and flame wool beneath his feet for speed and set off toward Luri Spring at once. Sheng Xianyue Huang prepared to return to her own ancestral lands. Suddenly the bruised crocodile emperor shifted into the form of a white-haired old man and staggered after them, shouting, Wait, take me with you. Fang Xiu and Sheng Xianyue Huang stopped and turned their eyes on him. My marsh has been destroyed. I have nowhere to go. Would you shelter an old man? The crocodile emperor asked, stroking his beard with humble courtesy. Both emperors knew that talk of being homeless was little more than an excuse. With his power he could carve out another devouring marsh whenever he pleased. Fang Xiu's Heaven-Earth Calamity, Dragonblade Roar, had just torn a deep chasm that would serve nicely. What the crocodile emperor truly feared was the Nightmare Clan. Indeed, the one thing he was really afraid of was the nightmares. The Death Madness Nightmare Demon Emperor, a sovereign in his own right, had fallen here. The Nightmare Clan would never let this go. The Moon Ram tribe and the Unicorn folk were more than bloodlines. They were the 2 heaviest weights on the scale of the Warlands. If the Nightmare Clan dared launch an open assault on either one, the order-seeking races would set aside their grudges and stand together. A solitary sovereign like the Crocodile Emperor, however, could be surrounded and beaten with no one lifting a finger, so he had to find shelter in advance. You decide. I don't need a retainer. Fang Xiu withdrew his gaze, and his windfire wheels flared, streaking away as a ribbon of molten fire. Empress Sheng Xianyue stood silent for a moment, her silver hair lifting in the moonlight, then spoke. I accept you. Come into our domain and open another Devourer Marsh. The Crocodile Emperor dipped his head in the darkness. Since youth he had lived on the reputation of devouring the wicked. born with the gift to tell good from evil, all undeniable pluses that proved he was no creature of darkness. Very well, he said, his voice the undercurrent of a deep pool. Should your majesty need me, this old one will answer at once. Moonlight flashed. Empress Shang Xianwei dissolved into a shard of icy luminance. The crocodile emperor gathered the surrounding mist, his body turning into a living cascade as he plunged toward the moon ram territory. On the border between the flame spirits and the moon rams, waves of heat rolled off the dark red earth. Berserker Ram King had been waiting on a ridge, giant axe in hand. When the scout brought word that the Dusk Flame Lord had fallen to the Moon Empress, he raised his war axe and roared to the heavens. Brothers, the Dusk Flame Lord is dead. It's time to avenge our people. Let the moon goddess radiance flood this land. As the axe slammed down, the horns on his brow darkened, thickened, and twisted outward. Gray-white fur erupted, his massive frame swelled several times over, and blood-red eyes blazed with murder. He was the first to vault from the slope. A ram leads the charge aho. Ba, ba, ba. Bleats tangled with deafening battle cries as hundreds of thousands of moon ram warriors surged after him. It was deep night, the full moon hanging high. Silver light poured over them like a frigid waterfall, triggering the transformation known as lunar frenzy. Bodies surging with power, pain dulled, bloodlust doubled. Thousands of berserkers smashed across the scorched earth, dust billowing in their wake as the ground throbbed to the beat of their hearts. At the same moment, another border between the flame spirits and the unicorn folk was beginning to quake. Saint Julia marshaled 30,000 level 70 unicorn heavy cavalry, their argent armor glinting coldly beneath the moon. Cavalry, form up charge. At the command, 30,000 armored riders thundered forward, their iron tide roaring even louder than 100,000 berserkers. And this was only the first wave. The banners of Saint Wuhuang had already reached the rear, where almost 100,000 more heavy cavalry were assembling, sworn to pierce the flame spirit lands with their razor hooves. Countless minor tribes at the triple border of moon rams, flame spirits, and unicorn folk were jolted awake in the night, staring wide-eyed at the constant bursts of firelight and moon glow in the distance. What in the world is happening out there in the middle of the night? Sunset Spring, ancestral ground of the Yanling clan. All of the clan's kings sat in a circle inside the fire prayer hall. Flames rolled, and the air stank of scorched smoky. An emergency council was underway. The unicorn tribe has gone mad. They've already attacked us. The moon ram tribe is swarming the border too. If both are moving, it can't be a coincidence. A thief joined forces. The kings shouted over one another, making the flaming walls tremble. One of them jumped to his feet. We have to inform the Exalted One at once. We can't reach him. Another king slammed a fist on the stone table. I just saw him by Sunset Spring. He left not long ago with the Yinzu Emperor. They went to hunt the long ren together. Silence swept the hall. Everyone knew the front line was collapsing. At the unicorns and moon rams' pace, the enemy would reach Sunset Spring in 2 days. By then, even if Qingyang Yinzuan hurried back, the Yanling cities and people would already be ash. The doors suddenly burst open and a king, sparks flying off his body, staggered inside. The Shenyang above Sunset Spring. It's fallen. What? Every eye snapped toward him. Sunset Spring was the Yanling's holy site and final resting place. Each crowned Yanling forged a personal sun above the spring, a blazing star that lit the clan, nourished life, and drew warmth from their people so its owner could wander the world without losing power. If that sun ever plunged into the spring, its master's fire was extinguished forever. True death. Qingyang Yanzan's sun hung above all the others, the brightest and hottest. The clan called it Xingyang. If Shenyang had fallen, there was only one explanation. Qingyang Yinzuan was dead. Firelight flickered wildly. Every heartbeat felt like fangs of flame. A race that has lost its emperor now had to face 2 enemy races that still had theirs. Extermination might not even be the worst outcome here. Victors enslave the defeated. Then we fight them. Someone roared. The words spread like wildfire. The once chaotic kings fell silent, but their faces flushed and flames coiled over their skin. The Yanling were born fierce. Mutual destruction was the shortest fuse of all. Mutual destruction. Mutual destruction. The shouts shook the hall as the flames inside many of them surged. I just want to blow myself up right now. Before he finished, a king in the corner threw back his head and screamed. The others turned and saw gray fire blooming on his crimson blaze, dim and cold, utterly alien to Yanling flame. Brother, if you want to die together, at least do it on the battlefield. Someone yelled, but when they looked down, the same gray fire was crawling over their own bodies. What is this? Agony spread at once. One king after another writhed and howled. As beings of living fire, they first thought it a cruel joke, until the ash-colored blaze devoured their outer flame and the pain bored into their cores. Aya! Agonized screams instantly flooded the council chamber. The wailing did not stop at the walls. It spread like a thundercloud, swallowing the ancestral land of the Yanling, Luri Spring. An instant later, every Yanling inside was wrapped in a ghastly gray flame. a fire that clung like maggots to bone and refused to fade. Flesh vaporized, souls were seared through, and within moments countless Yanling were burned into nothingness, leaving not even ash behind. Boom, boom, boom. Some, unable to bear the pain or simply knowing the end was near, chose to self-detonate. The resulting chain explosions ignited the entire city in a heartbeat. Towers collapsed, streets warped, and within a few breaths Lurie Spring lay in ruins. Only the core of the spring survived. Fangxiu drifted down from the sky and landed beside the water. The gray fire was born of his burning heaven art, and he had reined it in just enough to spare the spring's mouth. What a strange race, he murmured as the Yanling's frenzied self-destruction played out before his eyes. Others, cornered like this, would flee or fight for ideals, faith, or family. The Yanlings simply craved annihilation. Mutual destruction seemed instinctive, and the curse their late sovereign, Kenyang Yinzuan, had hurled at the Nightmare Clan only made their otherness clearer to Fangxiu. Unfortunately, such outliers would soon vanish from this war-scarred land. On his way here, he had watched armies of the Yang clan and the Dujishuren clan surge into the city, their meticulous preparations crushing the Yanling's hasty defense. The tribe's extinction was now only a matter of time. Pulling his thoughts back, Fangxiu walked toward Lurie Spring. Moments ago, countless suns of every size had been hanging in the sky, blazing and brilliant. Now only a few dim remnants remained, likely the last Yanling sovereigns still holding the inner city. All the others had fallen during the earlier battle. He drew a deep breath. The air was so hot it felt as if it would ignite his lungs, not mere fire essence but the purest laws of flame. Though called a spring, Lurie Spring had become a sea of scarlet fire, its flames compressed to liquid and surging like a tide. This fiery ocean held the remnants of power left by generations of Yanling kings and sovereigns. Each ruler had contributed only a wisp, yet ages of accumulation made the energy here dozens of times vaster than that of Kenyang Yinzuan. Training beside these waters would make any fire technique flourish. The Yanling had guarded the place so tightly that the outside world knew almost nothing about it. Fangxiu had no idea how long it would take to raise his burning heaven art to its peak, but he had nowhere else to go. Time to get to work. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.